first year driver in VEC, I've really enjoyed the season so far. I think the shorter season puts a little bit of extra pressure on every race, and it makes the season really exciting. Road America is a very demanding track, both physically and on the tires, so I'm looking forward to some different strategy options with the team, and hopefully to take a win in the LMP2 class.
With 2 out of 2 wins so far, there isn't much more we could hope for here in racing. In Road America, we are looking forward to extending our advantage that we currently have. It being one of the best American circuits ever, we are gonna enjoy the whole 8 hours here.
Hi, this is Yuri Kazok from Red Bull Racing Esports. In the first 2 rounds, it's been decent for us. First round, we had a really good fight with John Lacey. We ended up winning this one. Second round, we had a really good fight with VEC. Unfortunately, we had a disconnect, so much of a fight. It wasn't looking good for the win anyways after a virtual safety car, code 80. That ruined our chances a bit, but we had a disconnect, ended up P4. What we're looking forward to next on Road America is trying to get back winning some races, saving some fuel, and the season obviously so far, Season for us at Red Bull has been amazing. Amazing.
Hi everyone, I'm Christian Magera, driver of car number 63. Season so far has been pretty interesting. We did have a good race at Spa where we achieved our first win, and we did have a difficult one at Monza where I did a mistake at the first lap at the start that compromised our race, but looking at the pace it was pretty good, so we are happy on how we worked on the pre-season. For the next race at Road America, we're gonna first of all try to have a clean race with no issue, and hopefully we're gonna be as competitive as the last few races. But for sure it's gonna be a good fight for the podium, because there are some very fast drivers and good teams on the GT field, so for sure it's gonna be a very good race.
Hello everybody and welcome to Road America for the 3rd round of the Virtual Endurance Championship here for Season 14. It's 8 hours here this afternoon, and there's already been a bit of weather interference, a lot for us to talk about heading into this race, which has already seen qualifying. Are we getting ready now for the 8 hours of racing in the next few moments? It's the first time we've been to Road America in about 9 years. Season 5 was the last time we were here, and that was even before we'd ever had a 24-hour race in the Virtual Endurance Championship. That's how long ago it was. But it's good to be back here once again. A very nice circuit indeed, and we'll hopefully see some good endurance multi-class racing out here this afternoon at this circuit. It's a bit of an American leg of the season really, with the 1,000 miles of Sebring coming up in 2 months' time as well, before we go to the Nürburgring and Le Mans for the end of the season as well, of course. And it's shaping up to be another classic virtual endurance championship season. My name is Ewan O'Leary. I'll be alongside Cam Roger for the first few hours of this race, and it's good to be back here at Road America, Cam, but we've already had a bit of weather interference, as I mentioned, in qualifying there.
Yeah, we certainly have. I don't think it affected anyone's lap times because I think everyone had done a lap. It just came right in the last few minutes, but the driver's just in a little warm-up session now before we go to the formation lap. But it's certainly going to make the starting tyre quite an interesting choice because you have to gamble. If you're going to start on the slicks, is it then going to get wet enough that you're going to have to come into pits a bit too soon?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll wait and see. The weather doesn't look that likely, but you never know, and we've already seen it. So let's see. Either way, this is what we are tackling here this afternoon. This is turn number 1, of course, very, very fast indeed. Medium speed corner, really a pointless turn 2, I've got to say, and then turn 3, a big braking zone down the hill here, and then a very important one actually as well because it's a long run down towards what is going to be turn 5 because we've got another pointless corner coming up in a few moments' time, which is turn 4. Yeah, a massive braking zone. Downhill once again, best overtaking opportunity on the circuit here as well, coming up at turn 5. So let's have a look up the hill as well. Very blind crest here, which is quite difficult to really manage. But yeah, it's a difficult turn. Make sure you don't run too wide. You can get all kinds of wrong on the curb as well. Another medium speed corner at turn 7 as well before another heavy braking zone. You kind of get the idea at this point. That's kind of the way the circuit goes. And then it changes up a little bit, I've got to say, for the carousel. Turns 9 and 10 coming up right now. A very long corner indeed. Left front tyre, going to be taking a pounding through here, you can be sure. Difficult to know when to get on the power here as well. It always seems to be just a little bit too early or just a little bit too late. Very difficult one to get right. And then the fastest corner on the circuit here at the kink, turn 11. And then these two kinks here, which for some reason aren't counted as corner names. So work it out for yourself. We go into Canada corner now as well. There's probably the second best overtaking opportunity, although the run-in to this turn is a bit twisty, which makes things a tiny bit tricky. But then you've got the final few corners and the run-up towards the line cam. An interesting circuit, but it can be a bit stop-start, especially in the middle, but good overtaking opportunities for everybody. Grass outside of the corners if you get it wrong, of course, which we like to see, but not short on overtaking opportunities.
Oh, absolutely not. There's going to be a lot of action here today. But as you say, there's quite a few sort of medium speed corners where you're going to see quite a big pace difference between the DPI class and the GTEs especially. So there's going to be some good overspeed, and the driver's now just getting to the grid to then go on their formation lap. But yeah, I think there's going to be a few little sketchy situations in some corners. The DPIs really send it through some of these corners, and as you'll see, they're going to have to be controlling the traffic pretty well, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how quick you are. If you don't get through the traffic quick enough, then yeah, you're going to be losing some time. And as we see there might be just a little bit of spray still down on the track.
Yeah, it doesn't look totally dry for the moment, but yeah, we'll see how these drivers tackle it going down towards turn number 1, because yeah, as you can see, there's you can see a little bit of spray for everybody at the moment. But you're currently watching Michi Hoyer lead the field around. He took the pole position after this one. There he is chatting, presumably to his team, or maybe he's live stream. I don't know if he is live streaming at the moment. He normally does, but it could be both. But there we are. He took the pole position by a very small margin, I have to say, over Christian Mikel in the Nitro Velets car. Then we've got Seawolf Net Race in third, Jan Katal. They're continuing their fantastic season, and that's the 1, 2, 3 in the championship as well. Those three teams have really been the standouts so far. Agira Racing, who had a DNF at Spa, a 4th ahead of Wanako, with Chris Shepherd running at the top 5, and then we go back to LMP2 to have a look at these guys. It's Black Hawk Racing, who are currently leading the way, having qualified on pole position in this one. Again, a lackluster first couple of races for them, really. 8th place down in the championship right now, but they're ahead of the championship leaders here in this one, the racing team. And then we've got Netrex Grand Prix in 13th overall, 3rd position. Then the other Netrex car, the 228, which has got itself into Division 1 now, ahead of Go Team Racing, rounding out the top 5. And then you're looking at Mattia Krupi, Lacey Esports, one of the standout teams from GTE, one of the main 4 GTE teams, really, you might say. Jean Lacey included within that, the guys alongside them, Red Bull Racing Esports certainly included alongside them as well. Yuri Kazdorp driving that car. Then Volante Racing have managed to infiltrate the top 5. Good performance from them, considering their season so far. And then on the next row, it is Waveframe Esports and Varga Sim Racing to round out the top 5. We're definitely getting a top 4 starting to define itself in that category. But Volante kind of doing very well on that particular occasion to get themselves into 3rd position. But that's a brief rundown of the grid. No huge shocks, I would have to say, other than maybe Black Hawk Racing getting the pole position in LMP2, but they're not exactly a small team getting a pole position here. So no huge surprises, but let's see how this race pans out. Anything can happen, of course.
Yeah, it's just a little bit surprising that they are 8th place in the championship for Blackhawk, but we do know how fast they were a few years ago when they had the likes of, I think it was Marcel Chinchik was there at the time, doing a really good job there. Obviously not quite to that level with the likes of Chinchik moving on to different teams, etc., but still good to be getting up there, especially ahead of the racing team. Entry, the only Ligier in the LMP2 category, and they are currently leading the championship by 10 points as well. So if someone can get ahead of them, then that is going to be really helping them in that fight. Because after this race, we are already halfway through the season. It's just a excuse me, just a 6-round season this year. So yeah, after this race, we're going to really know who's going to be fighting for this title. And looking at the DPIs at the front, it's the 2 cars that look fairly similar between the Baikol's Burst car and the Cetra's Nita Velix, who are leading the way in the DPI category.
Yeah, not particularly helpful for us, is it? But the 2 nice liveries, I've got to say, I do enjoy looking at them, but they're just a bit similar. That's all. Big teams, though, certainly. Burst Esport and Cetra's Nita Velix, you would outline them at the start of the season for being right up there in the title race, and that's exactly what's happened. 11 points separating them right now. And just a little bit back. Seawolf Net Race only 5 points behind Nitro Velix because the number 10 car dropped down a little bit throughout the latter portion of the Spa race, whereas Burst were continuing up there to win the race eventually in that one. But we've got another 8-hour affair coming up here today at Road America. Who is going to come out on top this time? It's surely going to be a fight between Burst Esport and Nitro Velix, but who is it going to be? The DPI field come through the final corner right now to lead the entirety of the field onto the front straight. And we're getting ready to go racing here stateside as they go up the hill towards the line. When is Michi Hoyer going to go? And already he goes halfway up the hill. He's now released the throttle and he is away. Put Nitro Velix right alongside Christian Mikel with a good launch, saying he started from second, and he's on the outside line here, looking to take the lead away from Hoyer already, but he's not going to be able to. Burst Esport take the lead through turn 1, side by side for 3rd in the background there. Wanako shoved to the outside by Seawolf Net Race, and then diving down the inside into turn 3 to make sure they hold on to that 3rd position, and it looks like they have, although Yankatawa's got a decent run off of that turn, and he's having another go down this long run towards turn 5. Big braking zone here. Let's hope they all get it right for the first time of asking. Damp conditions at the moment. Conditions changing all the time. Grit levels changing all the time. But Michi Hoyer has tackled that all. He's taken the lead through the first few turns as the battles continue behind.
Yeah, the Axel Sports car is getting really close to a Giro. The Axel Sport was also all over the grass coming up towards turn number 1, really trying to make the positions in this opening phase of the race. This is so important, especially for the DPIs. There's no traffic in the way. It's just clean racing, and everyone is so close together. You can really make up some positions here. And it looks like Antonovsky for Racing Team has got the lead of the LMP2 category as well.
Yeah, let's see exactly how he did it. It's Steve Ligier on the outside line. He's already in front by the start line there, ahead of Black Hawk Racing. Just getting a better launch there, and was able to take his own line into turn number 1. Absolutely flying into there, and yeah, took the inside line. Thank you very much, and he was straight into the lead. There was one car that came unstuck, by the way, in case you're wondering if it was a clean start in the background there. Mathieu de Crop of the One Move Esports team, the number 72 car, did go for a spin, I believe, at turn 1. But there we are. It's a big GT field, and to be fair, everybody's done well to get through here quite nicely, especially in the prototypes. Most of the GTs have as well, including Mattia Krupi, who's taken an early lead in this one.
Yeah, no one was slacking too much over the Christmas and New Year break, it seems. They're all up to speed as we come into the new year of 2022. And Yes, John Lacey leading the way in the GTE category, and these guys fighting with Red Bull Racing Esports, they really need to be making sure they're not sort of losing too many positions to each other, because there's only 2 points between them at this stage in the championship, with John Lacey leading the way. So it's a bit more of a championship fight, as we got side-by-side battling with Volante and Vargas Sim Racing coming into turn number 1 in the background, and it looks like Vargas Sim Racing have got that position into P3.
Yeah, Diogo da Silva just getting pushed down there ever so slightly. Wojciech Polesny on his way upwards right now in the Aston Martin. 3rd position for him. Vargas Sim Racing currently not too far behind, 4th place in the championship after 2 solid enough results. So only 15 points behind the leaders as well. So long way to go, and they'll be satisfied with how they've started this race. Waveframe Esports just defending from Musa Benamar in the outside on the inside line, just into turn 5 there as well. A whole host of Corvettes here actually, both old and new. We've got Dennis Duna, Emi Nisela's also there. We've got the Speedy Mite Corvette in the background there as well, I believe. So a bit of a train forming behind Christian Margera here, and he's not going to be too pleased about that, because a lot of pressure's being put onto him right now, and he's letting the top 4 get away almost immediately.
Yeah, can't be letting the top guys get away too far, but you can still see them for now, so I don't think they're going to be battling too much. Or get a bit of a spin, or not a spin, bit of a slide, I should say, coming out the carousel as well. Really trying to push it and catch up to that Porsche ahead of him. And yeah, interesting, obviously, this team here, Waveframe, being the champions of last season, then moving from the Ferrari, I believe it was, they had last year, to the C7. Very strong car indeed, but at the moment, not too far up the race today, but they are 3rd in the standings, I believe, so still not too bad for them. But this part of the race, they just need to make sure that they are keeping it clean and keeping their car in contention for at least a podium.
Yeah, I'm afraid there's been more drama at the back of the GTE field. We've had DX Droids and Team Iris coming into contact down at turn 8, I believe that was, between Eduardo Garcia and Mia Rhodes. Both came into contact, and then Carlos Basto also had an incident somewhere along the line as well, because he's dropped off the back of the field for Ramada Motorsports. So now we do have a few GTE cars who have come unstuck at some point. But it was bound to happen at some point. As I mentioned, it's a nearly 45-car field here today, and not a lot of space for everybody as well. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, it's not a tarmac everywhere on the outside like Spa is these days. There's grass everywhere instead, so that does make things a little bit more tricky for everybody, as we see Team Iris coming into the pit lane right now. Let's see how it happens. Look like actually Miro's might be on her own here, because Eduardo Garcia doesn't look anywhere near it. Although, oh yes, he does now. Looks like the two of them might have come into contact somehow. Maybe a misjudgment. Yeah, a misjudgment on the brakes. When you're all stacked up so closely like this, it's very, very difficult to know if you're going too early, too late, and unfortunately just getting it wrong ever so slightly that time around.
Yeah, when you're in that sort of a concertina effect, generally the cars behind need to brake, maybe 5, 10, 20 meters early, just to make sure you're not going into the back of each other, as everyone's still trying to learn their braking points. And Andonovsky still needs to learn his a little bit, because he's just got a little bit wide there. And now look at the train of cars behind him that are all waiting to pounce on a potential mistake from the current racing championship leader. So Jakubovic now coming out of the final corner is going to be looking to get a nice slipstream, but the Netrex P1 Sim car, number 27, is right up his gearbox as well. So I think we're going to be seeing a lovely battle here, as it's not just them, it's plenty of cars way down to about P7, all in this train for the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. This is fantastic stuff, and not something we've seen too much from LMP2. We've certainly seen a few top drivers running away from the rest of the field, really, in this one. Racing Team, obviously, one of them, Go Team Racing, have been hounding them all the way. It's been a very designated top 2, I guess you might say, and fortunately that's being absolutely shattered right now by Jakubovic and Netrex as well, who are getting involved at the moment, going down towards turn 5. But are they going to be able to make any moves at this stage is the real question. Are they even wanting to, or are they going to save fuel for the moment? You've actually seen Carlos Basto somewhere in this shot, by the way. There he is on the left-hand side, currently stopped at turn 5. I mentioned a little bit earlier on the last lap he had an incident. Well, he seemingly had another one, and currently stopped down at turn 5. So not a great start to the race for Ramada Motorsport at all, but I've no idea. Something must be horribly wrong for him if he can't actually get back to the pit lane right now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a difficult one because he's been sat there for quite a while now. So you'd expect if he had a huge issue, he'd have just pressed escape, gone back to the garage. But maybe he's trying to work something out, and he has now actually just gone back to the garage. So I believe that'll be them out of the race for Ramada Motorsport, which is not good. Only a couple of laps into this race. So yeah, hopefully they'll be able to come back a bit stronger in a couple of months' time in Sebring. But for now, it looks like for them, it's going to be race over. And I've just noticed in the LMP2 category, the 339 and the number 49 cars of VRS Satellite Racing Burst Esport, they've dropped off the back of the LMP2 field as well. So I wonder if they've had a bit of an issue. But that big train at the front of the LMP2 field, I think is going to, especially once we start getting into GTE traffic in a few laps' time, is going to be getting a little bit chaotic.
Yeah, absolutely. But Go Team Racing at the moment applying the pressure just up the hill there as we see DX Droids out of position massively here. This is Eduardo Garcia coming out of the pit lane. And there's Carlos Bastos still in there in the garage. And as you say, might be the end of the road for them already, I'm afraid to say. But you can hope not for them. You can definitely hope not. Moritz Merl, by the way, was the one really close to Jan Vosdika, Go Team Racing. This is Carlos Basto. This has all of the signs of some kind of technical failure because, yeah, there's something, really going badly wrong with Carlos Basto's car at the moment. And I feel like it may be something hardware related that is going wrong, particularly with how long it took him to return to the garage. That wouldn't happen under normal circumstances.
Yeah, I think that to me looks like maybe a screen failure or something like that because it definitely looked like he didn't know where he was going and he had brakes. So I don't know if it was an issue and he had steering. So it might have been a screen failure. So he was just sort of turning right to make sure he was off the track. And fortunately he did so because that was right in the middle of the braking zone. If any of the cars behind came and hit him, that would have been a humongous accident. So fortunately they are all okay for now. But this battle at the front of the LMP2s, I'm trying to work out sort of why this is going on because currently I believe the fastest time in the LMP2 category is actually Henning Vollart for Butler Power Motorsport. They're down in P12 in this LMP2 category. So the speed is definitely not coming from the front of the pack. So I wonder, because this racing team, Team Antonovsky, they've been the pace setters so far. I know the Ligier got a slighter BOP, had a couple of kilos added to it for this race, but that's not going to suddenly make them a bit slower to a point where they're just holding everyone up. So I would assume that maybe he's just trying to save a bit of tyres, save a bit of fuel at the front, because you can definitely overheat the tyres here with how fast most of these corners are. They're all sort of medium speed corners where you can really over push, especially that front left tyre.
Yeah, and the track looks like it's warming up as well at the moment, given the sunlight, as we've got a battle for the lead going on, actually. Christian Mikel has stuck up on Michi Hoyer, stuck up on us a little bit as well, as he's trying to go down the inside for the lead, but he's not been able to pull it off. And Chris Shepherd right in the conversation now as well. Here he is, and wasn't quite able to do it there, Mikel. He's been kind of probing for the last few moments against Michi Hoyer, but I thought we were in a similar situation to what they were in, or what they are in LMP2, but there's clearly a little bit more pace at the front of the field for DPI, able to stretch this field out a little bit, but good performance from Wanako so far. Chris Shepherd, who's been driving in the top category for ages in the Virtual Endurance Championship, was doing both hypercar seasons, and now he's here with the DPI as well, and so he's up here once again and putting in a good performance right now. But let's have a look at what happened. Christian Mikel trying to make the move on Michi Hoyer, a little bit wide through turn one, but nothing disastrous. Something must have happened to stall his run into the back straight here, because otherwise there wouldn't really be a move coming on. But no, it all looks absolutely fine. Not entirely sure how Christian Mikel was able to find the pace actually, but clearly he was, but wasn't able to take his opportunity.
Yeah, I'm sure plenty of opportunities are still going to happen. Obviously, 8-hour race, plenty of time, and plenty of traffic to come along the way as well. And talking of the traffic, they're just coming up to, first of all, I believe that's the DX Droids car, which is having to serve some penalties. I believe it's got 3 drive-through penalties and a 60-second stop and hold. So they're going to be, obviously over a lap down, as you can see already. But we are coming up to the GTEs just in the foreground of the main train. There are a couple of cars, the 55 just a little bit further behind, but 74 and the 91 coming up for these DPIs, and this is now where they're going to earn their money as the prototype drivers and try and get through this traffic as fast as they can without causing any incidents.
Yeah, we've reached that point in the race now where the penalties are starting to get applied here, so expect to see a few in the pit lane, but none of those up towards the front of the field. I don't believe in any of the categories actually are really going to be pitting. It's not going to define the race as much as it did at Spa, where Nato Velix were immediately put, and we're not out of contention, but a long way back because of the how long it takes to actually do a drive-through at Spa. You know, it took its toll on them certainly, but yeah, now we're in the traffic. The real race begins, as many would say. But this is only the first couple of cars. A bit of a warm-up, a bit of a starter for them, and then they're going to get into the real GT traffic in a few moments' time. They've got a couple more cars on their own in the next few moments, and then they actually have the main part of the GT traffic. That's when this race is really going to get interesting, and they're going to have to get past these guys as well. Yuri Kastorp doing just that, getting through on Mattia Krupi, cool as a cucumber, look at that, and straight through Red Bull Racing Esports back to the front in what is turning into a fantastic battle between these two teams who've been going at it all season long.
Yeah, interesting to see Kastorp go through there because they're sort of fairly comfortable in the lead there. You can see the car behind them, and we've seen that Corvette do a lot of fuel saving over the course of this season so far. Really helped them at a couple of races, but now he's decided to take the lead and to just see what he can do. Maybe Kastorp feels like he's got a lot more pace than the Jean Alesi Sports Academy team. And now let's see if he can pull a bit of a gap. But yeah, interesting one because the fuel strategy has really been one reason why that team in particular has been doing well over really the last couple of years, with the likes of Dennis Jordan being in that car as well. Unfortunately not racing today, but yeah, Kastorp certainly knows what he's doing in that regard.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's been around the block as well. He's been in the VEC for a long time. He knows what he's doing. But yeah, GT battles going on up the front of the field, and Michi Hoyer trying to prevent one from happening in DPI as well at the moment. But with traffic, it's a little bit difficult. Him and Christian Mikel inseparable at the moment. Not far between them at all. They're going through those couple of cars that were on their own, and then you might be able to see in some of the background of some of these shots, there is a big GT train coming up. It's about 10 cars here, and this is where all the ducking and diving has to be done. This is the most dangerous part of the race for everybody, but it's also the part of the race where it's easiest to make up a position, either through a mistake from one of your opponents, or indeed just an opportunity arising, because they tend to as you go through some of these trains. So let's watch out for these. It's going to be a very, very nerve-wracking lap or two for Michi Hoyer as he tries to negotiate this traffic. There's the first Aston Martin ticked off, but look at that in the background of this shot. It's basically the train that Christian Malclera is forming behind. We were watching it earlier. We know how tight the battling is, and it's about to get even tighter as we get on to another lap.
Yeah, very difficult for these these DPI drivers. They haven't obviously had too much traffic so far. Maybe 4 or 5 cars they've overtaken. All of a sudden, they're going to have to do 4 or 5 cars in the space of a couple of corners, with such as the speed difference between the two categories. So Michi now needs to work it out, because you see he's getting just stuck there a little bit. This might give Christian Michel a bit of a run, although it might be just a little bit too far back actually. But Michi's got to be careful not to go too aggressive to try and defend from Michel as he gets right in the slipstream there. But you see Michel that she's going to back out of that, knowing that's all even. These GTs having a sort of a bit of a battle themselves, trying to overtake each other, and then they've got these DPIs coming through. Can be a bit chaotic, but so far they're getting through rather nicely. And Michi's actually been able to make up a couple of car lengths there, get a car in between him, and that is really going to be helping out. But it has to be said that it's definitely easier when you're the first car in the train. You're the one who sort of sets the standard. The GTs know what's coming. If you're the one behind, you sort of just have to pick up the pieces of the cars ahead of you.
Absolutely, as they finally do negotiate it all. Christian Margera gets passed around the outside there by Hoyer, and maybe Mikel as well. Let's wait and see. Not able to. So you see the ebb and flow of traffic. We're going to see this in the reverse throughout the race, I'm sure. But Hoyer had a good run through there, partly obviously because of the skill. He obviously did that very well. He negotiated it very well. However, it's also a little bit down to luck as well. so he's been able to have things go his way on this occasion. But what's it going to be like next time around? That's the question, and that's going to be the same question asked and answered throughout the remainder of this race, basically. As they come into traffic, they'll be passing a car basically every lap. There won't be many laps in this race now where they won't be passing cars, because there are cars strewed across the road everywhere at this point. You know, lap cars and cars with penalties and so on and so forth, damage, all of that. There's not going to be a point where they're not going to be passing cars, so it's going to be absolutely on for the rest of this race. Not that it hasn't already, but Nick De Silva has been losing a couple of places, I have to say, and now trying to gain them back again, although a little bit too late on the brakes into turn 1, rejoining the circuit, nearly into the side of Axial Sports and nearly onto the grass into turn 3 as well. Maybe now he can do it as Axial Sports get through Volante Racing, but not a good run through turn 3. What's their run going to be like into turn 5? Well, not great. It doesn't look like their straight line speed is quite as good as the Cadillac in front.
Yeah, maybe not. We're going to have to see, as we come into the braking though, we've seen how good he is on the brakes, right down the inside. Can he get it stopped this lap? No, he's going to lock the brakes, and now Axel Sports go right back up the inside, and even is that the Seawolf car now trying to get through up the inside into turn 7. Bit of bumping and barging, and Gira actually ended up losing effectively a couple of positions there, and that is not going to be too good considering he's got the Edge Esports car behind him as well. So the DPI is starting to get a bit feisty here in the mid-pack.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've got a bit of traffic coming up as well here, so Nick De Silva is going to have to be careful, but very committed on the brakes, maybe a little bit too late on the brakes on, two occasions really that time around. Wasn't able to make that pay, and he's actually paid for it as well in losing that position to Seawolf Net Race. There's Jan Cattell, qualified in 3rd position, although not the strongest start to the race he's had all season long. They've been consistent though all throughout the races, and you can be sure they're going to be doing that once again here today to be picking up points as they normally do. But I just want to have a word on on LMP2, excuse me, in the next few minutes, because I said a little bit earlier on that none of the penalties are really going to affect the front order of any of the classes. Well, I was lying really, because Racing Team, who were leading in LMP2 and are the championship leaders, having won both of the first 2 races at Monza and Spa, did have to take a drive-through penalty. Timothée Andonovski did come down pit lane and did that drive-through penalty. He's back out there again now, and he's got another one to serve. I think he's only done one, looking at where he is in relation to the rest of the field right now. That looks like a 1 drive-through penalty gap to me, but he's still got another one, and that is going to hurt them. We're really going to see their true colours this afternoon, though, because they've had it all their own way so far, winning these races. They've been close, but they have come out on top in the end. What's it going to be like this time around? It's going to be a real test of character for them.
Yeah, and coming out on top at the moment is McLaren in this P5 battle with the Angry Bull Racing Team just behind them, with Ben Amar in that car. But then he's got Dennis Duna now coming round his outside through turn 4 into turn 5. The Sim Racing for Holland entry, winning a couple of races last season as well. Later on the brakes for Dennis Duna, managing to go around the outside in number 52, but the 266 comes back up the inside towards turn number 6 and 7 now, which is going to be quite a difficult, tight part of the racetrack. And we're seeing now Satellite trying to get involved with Jimmy Nisula all the way around the outside of turn 7. It's not going to be too easy, but these guys certainly starting to fight a little bit. And that's actually worked out for McLaren, because he's just got a little bit of a battle now as we're getting one of the other rookie monsters, DPI, trying to come past him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit out of position. One of the cars who've taken a drive-through penalty a little bit, and I think it's Rookie Monsters actually, who are out of position, as well as Grand Effect Sim Racing, and of course we've already talked about DX Droids, who have had a lot of penalties to serve in this one. But yeah, 3 DPIs it looks like with penalties to serve at the end of this one. Speaking of DPI, Richie Hoyer taking the fastest lap here as we got more battling in GTE. Nisula on the outside line of Duna, but not able to make that work. Maybe the switchback is going to give him the outside for another left-hander here, but it's not really going to be too much use to him. It's a long way around there, and a one-line corner really. Maybe the final corner will be as they pass a slowed-down DPI. Maybe now Nisula, another good run off of the corner. Maybe into turn 1 is going to be his opportunity.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure how the Ricky Monsters car got there at that part of the track, but let's focus on Jimmy Nisula trying to get the slipstream. And Duna's going to defend on the inside, so he's going to have to go around the outside of turn 1. We know it's such a fast corner. Can he get his car head under the brakes, or is the Sim Racing for Holland car going to come back down the inside? No, looks like the Mirandius Satellite E-Stars driver is going to be able to get that position around the outside of turn number 1, move himself up into what is a 7th position for now. But there's plenty of cars behind, and I don't think this battle's going to be over.
No, absolutely not. Sean Jacobs, who's just behind there in the Speedy Right racing Corvette, the newer version, and there he is trying to get into 8th position. Rookie Monster's getting through there as well. Maybe going to use the DPI, but can't quite. Dennis Duna shuts the door, and he's going to be defending that one fairly easily by the looks of things. Outside line for Jacobs is not going to let him through. As Ground Effect Sim Racing chasing down that Rookie Monsters car makes its way through some traffic here as well. It does change these races a little bit, these penalties. It puts cars out of position, and you get bits of traffic in places that you wouldn't quite expect them. And we're about to get even more, really. The LMP2s are not too far behind this group, and that's going to change the race here once again. I think this time around, this doesn't usually happen, but I think this time, this race, the LMP2s might well get through the GTs before the DPIs get onto both of them, because when the 3 classes converge, then it really does get hectic. But I think on this occasion, we're going to be all right.
Yeah, that is actually probably the most difficult situation, where the LMP2s are trying to get past, but then the DPI is trying to get past both of them. It is always a good sight indeed, and can always bring some action. But so far, the traffic and the lapping seems to be going quite well for all of these cars, so that's good to see indeed. As you say, the LMP2s just now starting to get through. Blackhawk still leading the way now that Racing Team have gone out of the way with their penalties. I believe they have served their second one now, because they are quite a way behind all of the cars that are catch up with the 339, who also had a drive-through penalty. As you look back down to P10 with Henning Vollard in the car for Butler Power Motorsports, being sandwiched by both of the Waveframe cars as well. And it just shows you how good this or how close this LMP2 category is, because all 3 of those cars have been fighting for race wins and top positions in other races, but now just struggling a little bit further down for the top 10. Let's see if any of them can make some positions as we start to hit the GTE traffic.
It's a bit of a shame to see Waveframe Esports down here, of course, because a couple of seasons ago, one or 2 seasons ago, they were championship contending cars week in, week out, but outside the top 10 for one of them at the moment, just inside for the other, running a bit lower down than you would expect. They're 6th place in the championship as well, with their best placed car right now. In GT, thankfully, they're having a bit of a better day, 5th place at the moment, and indeed in the championship, right up there in contention once again. And thankfully, they've alleviated some of the pressure. I'm not sure how much is that due to traffic. I don't think too much, really. I know there's been other battles going on with those Corvettes just behind, but I think Margera has been able to pick up the pace just a little bit over the last 10 minutes or so. He's not under quite so much pressure than he was a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, they're still about a second a lap slower than Red Bull and Jean Alesi, leading the way in the GTE category, though, just showing you how fast those 2 cars are. And then Varga and Volante also just have a little bit of a step on that Waveframe C7, so certainly not quite the pace they would have hoped. And this, definitely looking like this car of Angry Bull Racing is catching back up to them just a little bit as well. So interesting to see they're not quite on the full pace that we would have expected from that car, but certainly still in a decent position for now. As we just see in the background there, these LMP2s are coming to come past these GTE cars now, but as we come out onto the front straight, can Benamar do anything coming down into turn 1?
Let's wait and see. He's not been able to for a good amount of time now, so not expecting big things. And I don't even know if he wants to pass at this point. It's always the question with 7.5 hours to go, whether they do or not. But it certainly looks like he does. And Margera would like to keep him behind as well into turn 1. Although you just see that lift off there. How many times are we going to see that over the next 35 minutes? I feel like we might well see it every lap from here on into the next pit stop. Is it really beneficial to throw your car down the inside when you could just save a little bit of fuel behind the Corvette? Most of Benamar certainly doesn't think so.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say maybe he's struggling a little bit because the C7 is generally one of the faster ones in a straight line. But I was just checking, it did have a tiny bit of a reduction in its power for this race. So hopefully that's just bringing it a little bit more competitive in that regard when it comes to batting. Because especially at Spa, the C7 was just so fast in a straight line, very difficult to overtake it. But now it's obviously a little bit more on a playing field, and Road America still actually has quite a few straights. And even though, especially after the kink down to Canada corner, there is sort of curves and everything, but there's still a lot of flat out sections on this track where that can be useful. And certainly the other C7s behind are looking competitive as well. But this Aston Martin is actually quite a decent car, and I'm sure Benamar's going to find a way past at some point, as we see Henning Voll up there dive down the inside of Black Hawk, and that is going to just push the car a little bit wide and drop off the back of this Speedy Mike car a little bit. But this is where it gets really close with these LMP2s having to slow up in the faster stuff, go maybe 10-20 kilometers an hour slower, and then coming up to the kink. Now can Henning Voll do anything? Looking at the inside, and that's not where you want to be overtaking. He's going to go into the wall. Has he still got his rear wing? Yes, he has, but the Black Hawk car's going to spin in in compassion for that. Unfortunately, they're off the racing line, but that is a very awkward situation, and without a rear wing, that's going to be quite difficult to get back as well.
Oh dearie me, he's gonna try and get back onto the road without interrupting anybody else, and it's not a place you want to be. But thankfully, Henning Voll has got back onto the circuit without too many problems. And here come the DPI leaders. Actually, he's going to have to stay out of the way of these guys as well. And I'm sure he does know he's got no rear wing at the moment. He's trying to stay out of everybody's way. But Richie Hoyer is going to be around his outside. He didn't really want to do that at all. And Christian Mikel is going to have to pass him at the moment as well. It's always a nervous moment, and that's exactly why. Because you don't want to be involved with a spinning car that has no rear wing. Chris Shepherd's very close to getting involved as well, but it's shame to see for Black Hawk Racing. I think it was just they saw that car on the outside and trying to change direction at that kind of speed in a GT car, not possible. But this car can't change direction at any speed at the moment, absolutely all over the place. But that just shows what a rear wing does to an LMP2 car, I'm afraid. That you can be sure there's a bit of probably suspension damage in there as well. But what do you make of the incident itself there? It looked like a very late dive into not really an overtaking corner as we take another look at it.
Yeah, you can't overtake a car when you're pretty much you're still overtaking the Speedy Mike GTE as well. I know sometimes you do have to lift off a little bit, but as the saying goes, the throttle does go both ways, and he probably should have just let that one go through the kink, because everyone was still trying to get their track position after getting through the GTEs. And of course you want to take the opportunities that you can, but I think that was just a little bit dangerous. The kink itself is it doesn't show mercy to anyone making a little bit of mistake, and to be honest, that was probably the right outcome for that car after the dive up the inside.
Yeah, let's have another look at it from the onboard perspective. As you say, it's a very crowded moment, and there's not a lot of space down the right-hand side. It's a fast corner, and in the end, Voll goes around for a big accident. There's the Black Hawk car, and then you can just see it's not a place you want to be stuck at. On the outside of the kink, very difficult to really do anything there.
Yeah, the car ahead is never ever going to give you room on the inside into a corner like that. You can't expect them to do that in that situation. So yeah, I think pretty slam dunk for Vollat's fault there. But that is obviously how you have to manage the multi-class racing. If that was just those two cars on the road, maybe it would have been a different situation. But because they're trying to get through the traffic, that is the main priority for all of those drivers, is to get through the traffic in a safe manner, and obviously not looking out for people diving up there inside, because that wasn't even a braking zone, so there was no way he was ever going to get really too far alongside. So a bit of a awkward situation to get yourself into, and he's going to have to be doing some pit repairs, and that's not going to be a short pit stop either, because he's going to have to be sitting there for quite a while to repair, as you say, probably some suspension damage as well as the rear wing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably going to be a while, but it has helped these guys, I have to say. Half an hour into this race, the two-way Freem Esports now 9th and 10th, so they're both inside the top 10 after that incident, and quite lucky to get away without any damage, really, I have to say. But yeah, they have managed that, and so they're running decently now inside the top 10, but still, as I mentioned, not to the heights that they were a couple of seasons ago. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, we're at that point of the race where traffic is pretty much a constant, and another run through the GT traffic for the DPI leaders is upon us. As you can see right now, that's Michi Hoyer making his way through here, ducking and diving one way and then the other. He's got a decent lead at the moment over Christian Mikel, but this traffic can turn this race at any moment in this battle between these two.
Yeah, it certainly can, and you see there's just a train of 3 GTEs there. If Christian Michel hits that in a bad way, he's going to be losing an extra couple of seconds, whereas the other way around, if Michi Hoyer hits it a bad way, then Christian Michel might catch back up, and that's just the wonderful way that the traffic works. But of course, as you say, pit stops and the like are going to be coming up soon, and then where they filter back into the traffic, etc., is going to be quite important for these guys as well. I'm sure they're going to be going just a few more minutes at least, as we see on the left-hand side the tower, and it's looking pretty close in all of the categories, with just a couple of seconds between each of the cars, and that can very easily change, especially once we get into the strategy when people start double, maybe triple stinting tyres and things like that, trying something on the fuel strategy going a bit longer maybe. We'll have to see as we get to the first round of pit stops, not too far away.
Yes, they're not, to be fair. In the prototype categories, we'll wait and see how long they can actually go on a tank of fuel, and then we'll kind of see where the race is going from there. But it's certainly going to settle in after those first round of pit stops, and then we can really get into the rhythm of this race, which of course is indeed 8 hours long. It's not a short one by any stretch of the imagination, so they're going to definitely need to settle in throughout, and hopefully they all manage to do that. But yeah, we're on board with Go Team Racing in the GTE category at the moment. Luigi Russo is on the back of Dennis Duna, and I have to say that sim racing of a Holland car has been falling back a little bit over the last few laps. They were battling with Speedy Mike a little bit earlier on. They had the likes of Satellite Racing around them as well, but you know, they've been losing pace, it looks like, over the last few moments really, and yeah, they're falling into the clutches of Go Team Racing now.
Yeah, getting pretty close in the for all of the categories really in some of these battles, and let's see how they can do for this P9 at the moment for Go Team Racing, with these DPIs coming past them. But you see, just on the straights, the DPIs can just easily walk past the GTs. It's when you get to the corners, especially, where you see there a bit of side-by-side action with one of the DPIs there diving it down the inside, and all Edgy Sports going all the way off onto the grass. And it's those sorts of situations that can really make or break something, because if one of those DPIs then goes for a spin, as we saw Rookie Monsters in this part of the track, if they do that at the wrong time, they will be collecting these GTs, which is mostly not their fault, because it is the priority of the faster classes to get past in a safe manner. And you can see there for this battle, the GT is still looking fairly close, but for now, Russo can't quite get on the back of the car ahead.
No, not for the moment. But Mosa Benamar is certainly still applying the pressure to Christian Marglau, but is that position really going to change until the pit stops or not, given what we saw a few laps ago? I'd be surprised if it did, but you never know, I suppose. This is a battle for 5th position in the GTE category, and the top 5 really starting to spread out a little bit. Nearly 5-second gaps between all of the cars inside the top 5. It's outside of it where the battles really are, which is fine. As long as there are battles going on somewhere, then you know, it's still going to be entertaining for us at least. But you don't know how the race is going to develop at the front really at this stage, because we've seen this many a time so far. And sometimes we get the finish like we had at Monza with Red Bull Racing Esports, of course, battling right the way to the end with John Lacey Esports Academy, who were eventually second with that last lap incident between the two of them, between the two Lesmos. It was an iconic moment, really. Not for John Lacey Esports, of course, but it was a very dramatic moment and a fantastic finish in the history of VEC, certainly.
Yeah, you always want to see some nice battles. I remember one back a couple of seasons ago. I think it was Enzo Fazzi and Dennis Jordan at Estoril. Don't know if it was on the final lap or was quite near the end of the race. Anyway, they had a big contact as well. It certainly happens when, especially when fighting for the top positions, you really got to try absolutely everything, and maybe using a bit of traffic to your advantage as well. But it certainly can happen, as this battle that we're looking at a bit earlier for the lower parts of the top 10 in GT really starting to get a bit close now, as Berengauer for World of Sim Racing is starting to get in that really good, nice slipstream of Russo as we come up to turn 1. We've seen a couple of overtakes already. Let's see how the C7 is with Russo trying to get the slipstream of the LMP2 to help him along just a little bit, but I think the C7 is going to at least be having half a look towards turn number 1, but it looks like it's just going to back out of it for now. Maybe wait for a better opportunity in turn 5.
Yes, we'll see if it arises. You really need a good run through turn 3, though, if that is going to happen. One of the most important, if not the most, on the circuit, you might say. And it looks like the gap between the two is rather too big. Well, it looks like he's repaired his car and back out there again, because he's just set the fastest lap of the race so far in this one. But it's all well and good setting the fastest lap, so you've got to get to the end without issues really in these ones if you want to be winning races. Maybe at Le Mans you can get away with having some kind of contact somewhere along the way because it's such a long race, but in an 8 hour, in a field as competitive as this, you can't afford to have an incident like they had only 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, don't want to be doing that. It's because you can't gain back that sort of time. If you lose, a minute, 2 minutes from damage repairs, you just can't gain that back on pure lap speed in this sort of length of race. And obviously, when you get to 24-hour races, you then, you really get tiredness into the factor and that sort of thing. People start making mistakes. But in an 8-hour race, you're probably going to use 2 or 3 drivers. Everyone's still going to be really fresh, even at the end of the race. So less of those silly mistakes are going to happen, which obviously means you need to be making sure that you get yourself to the end of the race, because it's all about your average lap time, not just your peak lap time. And can't remember who it is, but on the VEC forum, someone makes these nice graphs of the driver times and obviously showing you, the averages of people in the fastest. And it's actually quite interesting seeing, even between teammates in the same car, how you can have quite a different fastest lap, but the averages as well being fairly different as well. You can really see where the drivers come out on top, because being consistent in endurance racing is really where you're going to make your money at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't really matter how fast you go at the end. I know Michi Hoyer was the fastest in qualifying over 1 lap, and now he's turning out to be the fastest so far in this race. However, it doesn't always work out like that for sure, and I know that many drivers, certainly maybe watching this as well, will know that either if they're a consistent driver and not got the blistering top end speed, or whether it's the other way around. But normally in endurance racing we see those with the consistency and mostly at a high level, to be honest. The consistency at a high level is those who really prevail in this kind of business for obvious reasons really. If races go on for so long, there's nowhere to hide really, and you don't often, if ever, see a lucky winner in an endurance race, especially as lengthy as this one. 8-hour racing, all very deserving winners, almost always. I can't think of any exceptions at the moment, for example. So I'm sure somebody can at home. But yeah, I mean, it's there's nowhere to hide, as I mentioned, and long way to go in this one because it's such a long race. But let's stop talking about that, because prototype pit stops are very much upon us. The LMP2s and DPIs are pretty much at the same point on the racetrack, but they're all coming down pit lane together, so it's going to get exceptionally busy down there right now. I can spot at least 10, possibly 15 cars in there already, including race leader Michi Hoyer. All of the top 6 in DPI coming in after 21 laps in this race, so nobody able to stretch that out a little bit further. A lot of fuel going into these cars at the moment, but not many new tyres going on, you would imagine, at this stage in the race.
Yeah, I expect to see a lot of double stints for the prototype categories, because as you see, the stints are fairly short. They're, we're not even 40 minutes into the race, so you can definitely really push on those tyres in the second stint as well. When changing tyres, off the top of my head, is about 37 seconds. So in a 20-lap stint, you need to be best part 2 seconds a lap slower for you to then obviously consider doing that extra stop. So I think most of the drivers, even though you will be a tiny bit slower, as long as you can keep it maybe to a second a lap, then you should be okay in terms of race time. And we've now got the guys coming out of the pit lane with these GTEs coming past as well. So this is always a bit awkward. People trying to get up to speed. Tyres would have cooled down a bit. And obviously the GTs being on the absolute limit, but they will have to wait just a little bit longer to make their pit stops. But certainly for the for the DPIs and LMP2s, they're going to be wanting to take those tyres again. And I don't know if we're going to see triple stints, but certainly double stints for most of these drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll wait and see on that one. But I think somebody is surely going to attempt triple stints. We see it almost every race. Azura Racing and Seawolf Net Racer much closer than they were before. And Wanako have had a real poor pit stop here. I don't think it's quite long enough for them to have taken tyres, because they're only 15 seconds back on where they were before. But they still had a much longer pit stop than everybody else. Meanwhile, Yankatao is out the blocks very quickly, trying to make a move on Nick De Silva. Can't quite do it. But yeah, I'm at a loss as to why Wanako have suddenly slipped to 5th.
Yeah, maybe there was a bit of a mix-up in the pit lane, because the pit boxes are generally sorted out, or as it's close between Iris and Seawolf. But yeah, the pit boxes are generally sorted something like DPI P2 GT, so that if all the DPIs pit at the same time, they will have a couple of pit boxes between them. But then obviously if there's an LMP2 next to you coming in at the same time, then there could always be a little bit of issues with you coming in and them coming out of their pit box, etc. So it could be something to do with that as well, because yeah, it's not really enough time to obviously warrant a tyre stop. So there's just been a couple of seconds lost here or there, maybe just being a bit unlucky with the traffic.
Yeah, notably for the race lead here, 8 seconds Michi Hoyer has got at the moment over Christian Mikel. Meanwhile, in LMP2, 4 cars were able to go that little bit longer than everybody else. Black Hawk Racing in the very lead, despite pushing the wind out of the way for everybody throughout most of the first part of the race. They've managed to go a little bit longer than everybody else. 21 laps next to their name, as opposed to 20 for the likes of Jan Vostica and Moritz Mel. And Netrex GP, and so on and so on. Waveframe Esports also able to go that little bit longer. Who else went a little bit further than everybody else? I think Juice's Motorsport Club did, as well as Racing Team. So Timothée Andonovski, despite making that drive-through, is in a good strategical position, but it just depends. Over the next 7 and a bit hours, can he gain the time that he's lost through those 1 or 2 drive-through? I think he's taken 2. He's certainly a long way down, and if he hasn't, then he's going to be in a bit of trouble, I'd imagine. Yeah, I mean, he's got a long way to catch up. Has he got enough time to catch up all of that time is a big ask at this stage.
Yeah, it's certainly been done last season. I think it was the Indianapolis race last season when Varga had 2 or 3 drive-throughs compared to the Burst Edge Esports car. So Burst Edge were obviously leading for the whole race, and Chinchik was trying to catch right in the final stint to, I think it was Dennis Jordan who was driving at the time, and he was going to be very close, but unfortunately he had a bit of a spin coming out of the chicane. So it certainly is possible to catch back up if you do have the speed on all of the cars, which that Racing Team car certainly does. But the pit lane is actually quite long here, and you lose quite a bit of time because you actually enter it so far down the pit straight that the cars on the pit straight are moving so fast they really get ahead compared to you going 80 kilometers down the pit lane. So I think it might be a little bit harder, especially with the double drive through for him. So we'll see how far he gets back. If he can get himself up into sort of the top 7, top 8, then I think that would be a good recovery from them. But yeah, I don't think he's going to be winning the race from that position.
Well, yeah, I suppose you never know, but no, I do agree. It's only Varga could pull that off, really, I would imagine, especially last season's Varga that was unbeatable pretty much and ended up winning the championship with Yuri Toman and Marcel Chinchik, of course. But yeah, it's a fairly long pit lane here as well, as you mentioned. It's not quite Spa, but it's fairly long, even so. As you're seeing right now. Yeah, battles going on up and down the field everywhere, and Chris Shepherd can't stop falling backwards at the moment because Maciej Majnek has now got through on him for Edge Esports, down the inside of everybody here into turn 3, but Chris Shepherd is falling away dramatically at this stage in the race. He's now over 20 seconds down on where he was before the pit stops. I really can't fathom quite what's happened to him over the last few moments. Maybe a bad run through traffic as he's got out of the pit lane. But I really don't know how he's lost all of this time. Michi Hoyer also gaining time, and Christian Mikel, who's lost a lot more time than I was expecting as well.
Yeah, maybe had a little spin that we didn't see. I'm sure we'll potentially find out at some point as the race progresses, but certainly not where this Wanako team would have wanted to be in. Position that they would have wanted to be in, and they're going to need to find a way of getting back up there because the cars ahead of them aren't actually too far away really if they can get back past Edge and Seawolf a bit further up the road as well. They could still be fighting for the podium today, but certainly for now it's going to be a difficult situation for them to try and make up quite a few seconds. And now back to the LMP2s. We're seeing David Arduini trying to come back on Carlos Martin as we come towards the end of the lap for now. And this second Netrex GP car, the 228, is going to be doing a lot better in this race than they have in some of the other races so far this season. So Martin's going to be trying to hold on to that for now. And they've got Henning Vollert on the back of them, trying to unlap himself after that spin earlier. So that is going to be quite an interesting situation, because you can unlap yourself. It's just you then need to get ahead of the blue flags to make sure you're not causing any issues.
Goodness, that was a big jump across the curves for Luigi Russo there at the penultimate corner, but not really able to do anything with it, because Dennis Stoon is going to get a good run off of the final corner and get away. But yeah, that car that Carlos Martin is driving at the moment is 4th place in this race for Netrex GP. Started the season in Division 2. The first race of this season, they were in Division 2, had a decent run of things. Well, they kind of had a bad run of things because they got promoted 2nd place on the day. And I presume you needed to be top 2, I think it was, at the end of that race to get promoted. They did, and here they are, holding their own, and really, they don't look out of place in Division 1 either. They're very much in the fold at the moment, in the conversation for a podium, although they are slipping back to the tune of 5 seconds right now.
Yeah, the Netrex guys, they put in a lot of work behind the scenes, and they've really got a good sort of team team vibe going on there. And I believe their sort of slogan is called, I'm going to butcher it because it's Italian, but La Familia, which is obviously the family in Italian. So they really have that sort of, that culture behind the scenes, really trying to push all the cars through. They do have a 3rd car as well, which is in Division 2, I believe, as well. So they've certainly got a lot of effort going into this, and they just put in so much practice. Every time I look on the live timings in the evenings, there's at least one of the drivers on there doing some practice laps. So yeah, fair play to this Netrex team, and obviously they've got the P1 Sim sponsorship now as well, so hopefully 2022 can be a nice year for them. But at the moment, with their other car, they are still 2nd in this race, but that is much better than the racing team, who are currently P13 in class, who are their championship rivals.
Yeah, indeed, it's a real rise of or changing fortunes for Netrex. If you've been keeping up with the FSR Indy Pro Championship as well, you'll know that they're absolutely storming away in that one, and that's not something you would have been able to imagine really 1 year ago coming out of Netrex. But they've really been going from strength to strength recently, and showing that once again here today as we go on board with Carlos Martin. He's just been able to reduce the pressure on himself over the last few moments. That David Arduini has fallen back to the tune of about a second right now for Satellite E-Stars, who aren't having didn't have a bad end to 2021 themselves, to be fair. So yeah, it's all the success stories at the front of the field as things stand. As you mentioned, racing team, where's Timothej Andonovski? He is starting to catch up to some cars. He's got less than 8 seconds to burst T-Sport now. João Pires is driving that one at the moment. 12th position. The LMP2 field getting so spread out at the moment that those who did have to take drive-throughs, not looking quite so obvious for them anymore, which is certainly a good thing, but also partly down to Timothej Andonovski putting down a fairly relentless pace. And speaking of relentless pace, Michi Hoyer putting that down at the front of the DPI field as well. 10 seconds is his lead now. Yeah,
he's looking pretty comfortable, and to be fair, he's another one. We're just saying about Netrex being on the practice server a lot. Michi Hoyer has been doing a lot of practice as well. If you follow his YouTube channel, he streams all of his practice sessions. He's been on there quite a few times over the last week or so, and obviously quite a big race for that team in particular coming up next week in another series as well. So yeah, Carlos Burst really trying to put their efforts in a lot of competitions. So Michi taking the reins for the car at the moment, but they do have obviously David Mrček and Jenny Simoncic to come in that car as well. So not a slow car in general, and Setros Nitavelex are going to have to put in a good stint to try and beat them. And as you say, with that last round of pit stops and traffic, getting up to almost 10 seconds, that's starting to get into place where Michi can really think about the fuel mileage and potentially eating away a couple of those seconds to try and help out his strategy.
It's a big lead at the moment. There's gaps extending certainly at the front of the prototype field, or the DPI field. I must say it's not too much at the front of LMP2. but certainly in DPI. As we go back to GT, where we've seen very reliable amount of battles so far, not least this one actually, between Dennis Duna and Luigi Russo. This time maybe the Go Team racing car has managed to get down to the inside, but is it going to be enough? You've got quite a tight line going on at the moment, and let's hope they don't come into contact. Dennis Duna swinging around the outside there, gives Russo the room, and Russo returns the favour on the exit, down into turn 3 as well, late on the brakes, and he is through. Duna doesn't look like he's quite done. He's going for a bit of an over-under, a much better exit. That Corvette still strong in a straight line despite the BOP as you mentioned, and now maybe an opportunity into turn 5, downhill braking zone, very long braking zone, making it an opportune moment to have a go. That's exactly what Duna's doing. Oh, it's close between the two. Outside line for him again, but surely he's going to have to give up through the next left-hander. It's a blind corner, a long one as well, but he looks like he might hang out there. He's just on the grass though, and surely he can't keep his nose up the inside for the next one. No, he can't. That was commitment from Russo just to turn in there. He had full confidence in the simulator for Holland car that wasn't going to turn sour.
Yeah, that was a really nice battle between those guys. Respectful racing as well, giving them the space that they needed. And to say, Dennis Duna just making sure to not keep his nose up the inside of turn 7, otherwise that would have been a huge spin for Russo. And they are continuing really nice battle, even for the lower parts of the top 10. They're still battling so hard, and this 4-way battle now is getting quite intense in this GTE field, because obviously these are still 4 points. And every point counts as we get towards the middle part of this championship. So they need to be making sure they are not missing out where they can, but also not battling too hard that they're losing too many seconds to the cars ahead. But for now, they're keeping it nice and clean and giving us some good entertainment.
Absolutely, and it's now a 4-car battle. Sean Jacobs and Jose Berenguer were having a battle of their own, by the way. I'm sure you saw in the background, but now they're involved in this one. Dennis Duna, he just can't keep the pace at the moment. Russo is through and he's already away. Sean Jacobs, it's not taking him very long at all here. Jose Berenguer's got a whole head of steam now, and he might make it 3 wide, but it's too early in the race for that. Staying behind for now, the new Corvette down the inside of the old, and through goes Sean Jacobs, although Dennis Duna's got a decent run into turn 3. Not going to go for it here. Berenguer is going to be next up, and soon the Sim Racing Holland car could well be outside the top 10 here, because they just don't seem to have the pace at this stage.
Yeah, certainly when you lose at one position, the other places are going to be coming for you. And maybe for Christian McLaren, is he going to be able to hold on to this position from the Angry Bull Racing team? And I think he just about is. He's been holding on to this P5 since the start of the race, and he's just lost away a little bit from the cars ahead, but holding on very well for now. And Ben Omar for that Angry Bull Racing team, I'm sure he's going to be wanting to get past, but he hasn't managed to find a way past just yet, so he's going to need to try again. And that turn 5 is certainly looking like the probably the best overtaking opportunity of this lap.
Yeah, it certainly is. Although I'm seeing a few more moves into turn 1 than I was expecting. I have to say, it's not a big braking zone. It's quite a fast turn. And you wouldn't think you want to go side by side through there too often, but we've seen a lot of it so far, but I'm not complaining. It's certainly been entertaining, especially in GTE. Moshe Benamar under pressure himself now. Satellite E-Stars getting involved, and Jimmy Nisler, who didn't qualify great, but he's racing very well indeed, as in hand-to-hand combat, and also in terms of pace. He's been doing very well so far, looking to maybe make his way up the order as well. But they've got to be having half their eye on the pit stops very shortly as well. There's going to be a lot of them in pretty soon. 55 minutes into this one, just as we tick over the hour, we're expecting to see them in. So not for a little while just yet, but it's just around the corner for them.
Yeah, and it's especially important for these GTEs to make sure they get just about to the 1 hour mark, because if you're pitting a couple of minutes early every hour, that means you're going to be a few minutes short by the time we get to the end of the race, and you will have to make a splash and dash. So if they can do that saving now over the course of the next 7 hours, that is going to be help them quite a lot. If they can just make sure they get to that 1 hour mark and make sure they don't need to splash at the end, because that final pit stop time is always very important. We can see that GTEs can go a fair bit over the 1 hour mark at some tracks if they want to, but I think at this track with so many flat out sections and high speed corners, I think it might be a little bit more difficult for them to do so, but we'll have to see at what point they choose to come into the pit lane. And especially for the Red Bull Racing Esports C8, which is also has a 10-second lead now, by the way, but they are generally the ones to fuel save a lot, and that C8 is certainly helping them to do that. But with a 10-second lead, I think they can afford to do whatever strategy they want.
Yeah, absolutely. They can at this stage. Sean Jacobs has been able to make his way up the order. Why is he in 8th position all of a sudden, though? I swear that's more than, or higher than he was before. Somebody may have fallen back over the last couple of months, but I'm not entirely sure. There are, but most of Benamar is in the pit lane. So is Hedley Beringau, by the way, and João Barbosa as well. So early pit stops coming in GT, and this is exactly what you were saying. If they keep pitting 5 minutes before the hour, they're going to have to splash and dash. It's going to be quite a hefty splash and dash with 7 pit stops today. They're going to have 35 minutes left of the race, and they're going to be out of fuel. So they're going to need to be very careful of that. And so's Mattia Krupi. He's in already as well. Vargas Sim Racing, goodness me, these GTEs not going anywhere near as long as we were expecting.
Yeah, I think it's just the nature of the track with all the higher speed flat out sections. Let's see if the Porsche comes in for Valentino. They're going to continue as well. So as you say, this is quite important because it's not even going to be a splash. It's going to be half a tank they're going to need to take towards the end of the race. But anyone who can go those extra couple of laps, as we get a 3-wide situation with all 3 of the classes there, that's going to be a nice picture for someone to get after the race. Yeah, nicer to see there. But yeah, for these GTEs, anyone who now can go a lap, 2 laps further and get themselves close to that 7-hour mark remaining, they're really going to be looking in a good position by the time we get to the end of the race.
Absolutely, this is a real turn up for the looks here. Let's see who else in here. So everybody, apart from the top 6 now in the pit lane: Red Bull Racing Esports, Volante Racing, Waveframe Esports, Satellite Eastars, Speedy Mike Racing and Black Hawk Racing are the ones who are able to go that little bit longer. But even going 1 lap longer here, it's not going to be enough to get them to the hour mark. As you can see, this is Yuri Kastrup. How much fuel has he been saving? Surely not that much, given that he's got a 10-second lead. Surely he has been going at a fair pace and he's been drinking the fuel fairly quickly. But you never know. He's obviously took that lead in the first 15-20 minutes or so, and he's not let it go ever since. John Lacey Esports not really had an answer to him so far. And yeah, here we go again. Let's see if Kastrup is going to be in the pit lane here. Surely he has to be, given the rest of the field.
Well, if he can go 1 more lap, then I think that's fine, because we've obviously had the formation lap, which takes up a little bit of fuel, but is not within the time limit. But then also, your pit stop is generally about a minute or so long. So he is going. So I think he might be okay, because another lap is going to be just shy of 2 minutes, and then obviously with the time you're in the pit lane, I think he is going to be able to get over that 1 hour mark, which is good indeed. But for the people pitting this lap, is going to be a little bit tight. But as you say, if that's 1-2 laps longer compared to the people already, every stint, as you say, that's going to add up to a lot of laps by the time we get to the end of the race. And it looks like Volante will be coming in the number 58, so they're going to be pretty close. And now the C7 for Waveframe Esports are going to be continuing as well. So certainly some strategic situations going on here in the GTE category.
Wow. Well, this is quite extraordinary, actually. The top 3 stay out. Is Tim Ulrich also going to stay out in 6th position? Because Sean Jacobs has come in. He is indeed. Tim Ulrich able to stay out there, so they're all absolutely fine, and they might be able to cut out that final splash and dash. The most extraordinary one, though, is certainly Red Bull Racing Esports, given the pace they've shown, and it turns out they're fuel saving all the same as well. New Corvette and old Corvette and Aston Martin all able to being able to save the fuel there, and 4 different drivers, of course, you can be sure have been very frugal with the petrol as well. So yeah, they're in a good place. They're all in a good place. But just let's not forget who Yuri Kastrup's teammate is here. Dennis Jordan is one of the best fuel savers I think I've ever seen. And if they can keep this up for 7 more hours, they are going to be absolutely storming away here.
Although Dennis Jordan isn't actually able to race today because he's got hardware issues with his wheels. So Red Bull actually signed a pretty nice replacement from Nita Velux, with Rory McDuff is going to be in that car at some point. I believe it's only going to be those 2 drivers, Kastrup and McDuff, but Dennis Lind is also in that car, but I'm not sure if he's going to be in there just yet until we get to maybe Le Mans, but we'll see indeed. And is Kastrup going to be coming in now as we're just about to turn the 7-hour mark? So he's got almost exactly to the hour point plus the time in the pit lane. He should be fine, and that is certainly looking quite ominous for the other cars, that he's able to do good distance, good mileage, and still be leading the race fairly comfortably on pure lap speed as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I didn't quite realise that because yeah, you're right. McDuffie's also entered in the Nitro Velix DPI team, but I presume he's not going to be doing both today, especially if Red Bull have only got 2 drivers as we suspect. So yeah, so let's wait and see on that one. 1 hour down though, and 7 to go. We've already got strategical intrigue, especially in GTE. By the way, when we saw all those pit stops over the last few moments, all kinds of different lengths of pit stops, so who knows who's on new tyres and who isn't at this stage. It's an absolute mess, but you can be sure, well, I just see a few more drivers taking tyres than I was expecting. Yuri Kazdorp's up on the jacks at the moment, but is he still going to be the leader in the next few minutes? He might well not be. I think somebody might have rolled the dice a little bit further down, but as we mentioned, quite a lot of high-stress corners here, which might not make itself very conducive to particularly or two-stop rate, double stinted kind of stints here or tyres. So let's wait and see on that one. But there already is a car in front of John Lacey Esports Academy. It's Dennis Dooner. That might explain why he was falling back so quickly. He was clearly saving tyres for what he was about to do.
Yes, the tyre situation is quite an interesting one because you get that instant gain of about 36 seconds or so for the tyre change that you obviously don't take, so you gain a lot of time. But then if you're 1-2 seconds lap slower, that time is really going to be coming down, because not only are you on older tyres, but then you go back up to a full tank of fuel, so then you got a lot more weight in the car, and then the car also handles a bit worse from that point of view as well. So especially the first half of this second stint on a double stint is very important indeed. But it does look back at the front that Kazdorp stayed in the car and he's got out ahead of Dennis Dooner, but it's only 2 and a bit seconds. So Dennis Dooner trying to play something a bit different here.
He is indeed. Let's see if it works out for him. Deuces Motorsport Club have also gone for this double stint here. João Barbosa is now in 5th position. Mathieu de Krop either has had some he's either not pitted yet, or he has had an extraordinary rise back to the front again, because don't forget he was the only spinner from lap 1, was right at the back of the field and off the back of the train as well. But back up into 6th position. Looks like he's not taken tyres either. Diogo da Silva has, and so has Musa Benamar, I think. But where has the Wave Free Esports car got to? Christian Marguera has lost a lot of time. He's almost outside and here he is, side by side for 10th position. So it's all chop and change in GTE, and there's going to be pretty much constant passes of position, passes for position going on here. And I don't think I quite understand any of them and why they're happening and who's on new tyres or what is going on at the moment. It's a complete mess, but that's exactly what happens in the first stretch of GTE pit stops. Nobody really knows what everybody else is going to be doing. There's a few rolls of the dice and it's all everywhere.
Yeah, I think it's purely just a difference in the tyre strategies, and obviously the people who don't take tyres, they're going to gain quite a lot of track position, but then they're going to be quite a bit slower. So it's always that swings and roundabouts effect that happens where you choose your poison, whether you're going to lose the time immediately with the tyre change, or if you're going to stay out on track but then be quite a bit slower. So yeah, you really have to just choose what is best. And with an 8-hour race, you've got quite a few pit stops to play around with that to see which one you find the best if you haven't worked out in practice already. But back towards the front of the LMP2 category, got Moritz Mel for Go Team Racing, who have over the last couple of years really brought themselves to the front of this LMP2 category. Really nice solid team they've got themselves into over the last couple of years, and now they're fighting with Netrex P1 Sim for this 2nd position, only a couple of tenths behind. And I think that's going to be a nice little battle happening here with Jan Woska just up ahead, but they've started to drop off a little bit, with Jakubovic having a 5-second gap at the moment, so they need to make sure that the Blackhawk team isn't getting too far away. But for now, they're going to be just trying to get this position.
Yeah, they are indeed. An incredible rise to fortune for Go Team Racing, really. And correct me if I'm wrong here, but I still don't believe they've quite taken a Division 1 victory in the Virtual Endurance Championship just yet. But they've been knocking on the door for a long time as Diogo da Silva is down the inside. But yeah, as I mentioned, it's 2 second places so far this season. The racing team managed to take both of the actual victories. They're in the conversation once again, and they nearly got an overall victory last season. Last season in the 8 hours of Spa. There's all kinds of things going on late on. Vargas Sim Racing disconnected from a big lead, Burst Esports got a late drive-through penalties, trying to make the right car win because we were getting right to the thick end of a championship battle then, and they needed points wherever they could get them. So they were swapping cars around all over the place, and there was late drive-through penalties, and they were in the conversation for a race win, but they got a late drive-through on their own, I think on the final lap.
Yeah.
Penalised quite heavily for it, and they ended up with what looked like a bad result, but no, they've been absolutely fantastic over the last couple of years, and that race win looks only around the corner for them, as Mattia Krupi now is trying to get through on Dennis Duna, who's been really trying his luck here today in terms of this strategy anyway. What can he do in this race? Well, he can't do a lot to defend from these guys right now, but maybe later on he'll be seeing them again.
The thing is, even with this strategy, this isn't Dennis's battle today, really. We know Jean Alesi are going to be going up the road at some point, so let's see how much they battle it into turn number 1. Looks like Duna's just going to be pretty much giving Krupi that position, but that's fine because I think that, yeah, it's not really their battle for today. It is, excuse me, it's really the main, the midfield battle for the GTEs that Dennis is going to be fighting for, and obviously they're quite a few seconds behind after him trying something a little bit different. So if he can then hold on to that position, or the positions behind him, as well as Varga, they're really not in his battle. They were up ahead as well. So don't worry too much if you're a Sim Racing for Holland fan. I think he just needs to sit behind these guys, try and keep up with them, keep the pace going, and then look a couple of hours into the race to see where they can sit.
So the top 3 seem to be certainly restored at the moment, but Wojciech Polesny has been getting closer to Mattia Krupi over the last couple of laps, partly due to the passing that everybody's had to do, I suppose, but also because he just looks that little bit quicker as things stand. Also on old tyres, João Barbosa about 6 seconds behind. Diogo da Silva is catching him, and Mathieu de Krupp is going to have a lot of defending to do over the next few moments because he's on old tyres. Most of Ben Amar is going to be trying to get through on him very soon. So is Luigi Russo, Jose Berenguer, Christian Marguerite, Yumi Nisela, Sean Jacobs. They're all there. And so he's going to be getting his ears boxed quite comprehensively, you'd imagine, over the next 10 minutes or so. And it's not going to be much fun for him, to be honest, just letting everybody through. Quite demoralising, but he's got to realise that the real battle is going to come later on.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's going to be quite an interesting one to see if the strategies continue, because obviously you can try it on this first pit stop, but then by the time, and obviously next time people are going to be changing, everyone will be changing tyres at the same time, but then we get to that third pit stop, are people going to be trying something different again? We will have to wait and find out for that, but it's always nice when you see someone trying something a little bit differently, even if it doesn't quite work out. At least they're not just staying with the normal strategies and processes that these teams go through, because by now obviously we've been using these cars for quite a few seasons now, and the drivers obviously know what is going on. I believe this is already the 4th season with the endurance pack, etc. So the drivers know the cars by now. They have changed a little bit over the years, but they definitely know how the tyres work and that, so it's good when people try something a little bit different, and you can always have a bit of unpredictability with the result a bit later.
Yeah, you certainly can. Quite surprised to see Christian Marquera so far down here. He is on new tyres, but so are the rest of them around him. So he's clearly had some kind of problem in the pit stop, because he was in front of Moshe Ben Amar, but dropped up 3 to 5 seconds further back now, and that's put him in a lot of traffic, I'm afraid. Jose Berenguer not exactly slow in front of him, but either way, he would rather not be there. And Yumi Nislo was in front of Berenguer before as well, so World of Sim Racing definitely had a good pit stop in the same vein. So yeah, it's a confusing situation in GTE, but it will sort itself out eventually, most likely at the end, really. But certainly as we get a couple of hours into this race, and we after a few pit stop cycles, then we really do start to figure out who's going to be winning this one, and we do kind of have an idea who's going to be winning. I think it's probably going to be one of the top 3 as things stand at this stage, but you never know. Somebody from behind could come up and surprise us. But yeah, these positions further back, all over the place, and they will be probably for the rest of the race, really. It's never really settled in GTE, certainly hasn't been so far, and it won't be as these older tyre runners fall their way through the field quite quickly, as they're bound to do.
I've been looking at the DPI category, for instance, and Chris Michel has actually caught up a little bit to Michio by a couple of seconds, but on the last couple of laps he's been slower again, so that is probably flip-flopping a little bit with the strategy. But Nick De Silva in that 3rd place has really dropped off the back off those two guys. So it's really a two-way fight for the lead. But also a bit further down, I don't remember seeing anything, but Axel Sports with Josh Pervian are in. They're in the pit lane. I don't know if they're out of the race, but they're now 3 laps down. So the Axel Sports car's been having quite a few issues I've seen over the course of the race, and certainly they're struggling a little bit after they did so well in that first race in Monza, but unfortunately they can't quite keep it going as we get towards the midpoint in the season.
Yeah, unfortunately not. It's the difficulties can stack up for you, and it looks like they are at the moment. Romano Motorsport, by the way, the only team behind them because they're out of the race already. Carlos Basto, well, it says didn't complete a lap, but certainly didn't complete many out there in this race, I'm afraid, today. And they are a DNF already from the first hour of this race, which is not nice to see at all as we go down towards turn 5. There's going to be 3 Corvettes getting through on this Porsche very soon. You'd imagine that already 2 of them have gone through. It was a late dive from Berenguer. De Crop had to give him the room, and Christian Margera wasn't going to let that opportunity slide. Wants to go through straight away. Nisala is going to be caught behind a little bit here, and he's going to have to be careful not to lose too much time to the 2 Corvettes. Maybe with a dive into turn 8. It is a braking zone that might be able to make it work, but not able to, and now he really is losing time.
Yeah, you've got to be careful where you're picking your battles at certain points in the track. They're going side by side in the background through the carousel with the NetRXP on sim car, getting very close between them as well, all over the curb on the inside. And now, De Crop's going to go around. Oh, is he going to avoid the speedy bike? Yes, he is. And he's going to be doing a nice little 360, getting back on the track. And that just shows you how close it can get between these different categories and when you're battling. And yeah, side by side in the carousel is always going to push one driver wide. And on that occasion, it was De Crop.
Yeah, and not a lot you can do when you're on old tyres like that, of course. Spinning around and dropping down the order now to 13th position. Sean Jacobs did a good job as well not to get involved because he wasn't too far behind at all by the end of all that. And it could have got into contact with them, but fortunately managed to avoid it all on this occasion. We're not too far away again from some LMP2 and DPI pit stops. These LMP2s will be pitting in about lap 40 again, you'd imagine. Well, most of them anyway. Some of them were able to go a little bit longer. And then DPIs on lap 42. If they're doing 21 lap stints again, maybe they can do 22 because the formation that obviously is going to take a bit out of you. Yeah, let's have a look from the perspective of an LMP2. Was there contact here, or is it just tyres getting out of shape? I don't think there was any contact there, really. It was a bit of a risky move, I have to say, from the NetRex car. I think that's Vosnica. Who was indeed getting through, but yeah, I don't think there was any contact.
And now De Croo has got Maritam on the back of him as well, fighting for position coming down into turn number 5, and I think he's actually Tom's been able to get that position for Your Name Here Racing, the number 91 car, and certainly can't miss that car with it being a bright yellow, but certainly a nice clean overtake there down the inside of turn 5, and De Croo losing another position there. He's had a couple of issues already this race, and that one just adds to it as we come back to this battle for the lower parts of the top 10 in the GTE, which is looking very good. But also a car we haven't actually spoken about today so far, I don't believe, is this on-off racing LMP2, currently in that 7th place, just behind Juice's Motorsports Club, and looking very good indeed for a nice result, but getting up past Shabakish into that 6th place would be very good for them indeed. And now the Team RS car could be getting slightly in the way into the kink, so he's going to have to just wait a couple more corners.
He is indeed. It's probably a good. Oh dear! It's probably a good idea for us to not be mentioning any particular car at this stage, because obviously, if we are mentioning you, then it does mean you've been involved in something, whether that be battles or incidents. But if you can keep out of those, then you'll be on your way to a good result, and they are at the moment with on-off racing. I have to say, some of the others in LMP2 we haven't mentioned either, really. The likes of Juice's Motorsport Club and Mugen Sim Racing running midfield at the moment, but without issues, and that will pay off throughout a long race. So watch out for them a little bit later on. But yeah, Nicolas Lemoine is going to be trying to get through here into 6th position, ahead of Juice's Motorsport Club, Sabakis, and they've got a big gap up to the next car, so we're certainly seeing a bit of a break in the field. The top 5, excuse me, the top 5 getting away from the rest, and everybody else battling for 6th, basically.
Yeah, certainly a close battle though for this sixth position, because they're starting to get very close again as they're coming past that Your Name Here Racing entry. And can On-Off Racing get that slipstream coming down towards turn 5? Lamwanya getting the slipstream. Can he go down the inside? No, not quite close enough this time round. And one interesting point about this car is they're the number 329. So they started all the way down in Division 3, that the 300 number depicts. So they started all the way down there and they worked their way up to Division 1, and they're now fighting for the the mid part of the field in the LMP2s in Division 1. So they've certainly done a good rise over the course of the last couple of months of this season, and certainly putting on a good show for us there, but they can't quite get past Juices just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Just trying to find where they were. Yeah, indeed, it was a victory for them. I did mention a little bit early on how the Netrex 228 got that second place in the first race, which promoted them, and it was the win at Monza which allowed them to get into Division 1. They've been holding their own, safe to say, so far. Points being picked up last time around, just outside the top 5, but inside the top 10 at least for those guys last time. Speaking of, by the way, I believe it is the promotion-demotion round. I think after this one, the bottom teams from Division 1 over the last couple of races and the top teams from Division 2, so on and so forth, will be going through. Not totally sure how many cars it is for each and so on, but there is certainly going to be a bit of a chop and change. So when you season too much time, there might be a few new faces, but we like that. And the promotion, demotion, the way we have it these days, we've had it last season as well. The one big championship that we have these days, as opposed to 3 smaller ones, with teams who are getting promoted and whatever, it makes much more sense, this idea, and I'm a big fan of it, I have to say. But it's obviously quite nerve-wracking for those who are not having the best couple of races. Might get promoted for the next couple.
Yes, it's quite good actually, because it gives the opportunity for those cars a bit lower down to work their way up, because sometimes when the divisions are sorted in the pre-season, it's not going to be perfect, and then if you're locked there for the 6-race season, it could be a little bit frustrating. So yeah, this way so everyone obviously gets their points for I think it's the top 15 in each class get points, and then each division gets a little bonus on top of that as well. So I think it's 50 for Division 1, 30 for Division 2, etc. So obviously a win in Division 2 is worth somewhere close to the lower parts of the Division 1 category, and obviously then the stewards and the admins look at that after every couple of races and decide who's going to go up and down, and it's quite good because as you see, the cars that have like one of the 100 numbers, either 200 or 300 numbers, they obviously started a bit lower down and they've got themselves promoted, and that is something that you really want to see, getting the maybe newer teams come up, or people who just struggle a little bit in the first half of the season, they can really get back up and show their talent at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good way of doing it, as we see the DPIs coming through the final couple of corners and straight into the pit lane, because it's been another 21 laps, so it's time for them to come down pit lane, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. 42 laps complete in this race, and Michi Hoyer is going to be coming into the pit lane. Now, are we going to see tyre changes? Are we going to see driver changes? Maybe even at this stage of the race? All these questions are going to be answered over the next couple of moments. And in LMP2 as well, we're going to be seeing some Mugen Sim Racing already in after only 39 laps. Sorry, no, it was 40 laps, but still a little bit shorter of a stint than you would expect from some of the others as they go on for one more. As I mentioned, that formation lap really prevented them from doing 21 laps in LMP2 last time, or most of them from doing it anyway. So looks like they're able to this time around. But Sean Jacobs there, as we're seeing on our screen, wants to know where to look, because we've got a good battle going on right now between himself and Yimi. Just side by side between the two, but looks like Jacobs is going to hold on there.
Yeah, he's got the inside line coming through turn 4 now into turn 5. Who's going to be later on the brakes? It is going to be Sean Jacobs there. He's going to just about have a tiny little bump there with Nisula on the outside, but looks like Sean Jacobs holding on to that position for now. The gap ahead has just been spread out over the last couple of laps. And it's pretty crazy to see Nisula down here in P12, because last season, sounds like we're in the Porsche, I believe it was, and Nisula always in the first part of the race, he was really looking at the front of most of the races, trying to pull it away, but unfortunately his teammates at the time weren't quite on the same pace and he often fell back. But Nasuda certainly one of the more top drivers in this category on his day. But seeing him down P12 is obviously not quite where he would want to be. 46 seconds off the lead now to the Red Bull Racing Esports, who are still holding the way in the lead, and on the last lap, unsurprisingly, having the fastest lap of anyone on the track.
We've seen changes in DPI in terms of tyres and drivers. David Mocek is now in instead of Michi Hoyer, and we've got Jake de Stout instead of Christian Mikel. Let's see about Chris Shepherd as well. He might well be getting out of the car for one of his teammates, but you never know. He might well stay in there for another stint as well. This is all kicking off in LMP2. Interestingly, Ajira, Seawolf and Edge Esports all able to go that one lap longer in DPI. It won't matter as much, but still a good strategical position for them to be in, because as I mentioned earlier on, there's going to be a lot of pit stops in this race. I believe 12 stints, 11 pit stops. If they can save a lap every stint, you know, that's a good more than 10 laps, and that's going to save a lot of fuel in the final stops.
Oh, certainly, and that is, John, that is really what you're looking for. Sometimes you're not just looking at the stint you're on, you're looking towards the end of the race. It is an endurance race after all, and it's all about getting yourself into a good position at the end. So any little gain like that is really going to add up, and it's one of those things, if you do that in the last couple of stints, you're not going to see the benefit of it. Whereas if you do it from the beginning of the race and that adds up over the hours and over the pit stop sequences, then you're really going to be looking. As we got a yellow in sector 3, so I wonder if someone's had a bit of an issue.
Is it the leader? It's David Mocek, the net race leader, is actually off the road. David Mocek at Canada corner. He's gone straight into the barriers, and now Jake de Stout is going to be surely the leader in a few moments' time, as the leaders in DPI, or the leaders right now are in the pit lane. Anyway, let's see. Does Mocek come in straight away? He's not got damage, but he's been off down at Canada corner, turn 12, straight on. He was a long way off as well. There were no cars around him. It was a very strange incident by the looks of things, or was that 77 GT involved? I do wonder if the GTE leader was maybe involved in that one, but they get back to the lead once more. Oh, it was an LMP2. Maybe Juice's Motorsport Club. It's certainly a white LMP2. Let's see what happens. Mocek down
just broke too
late. Far too late. And he doesn't avoid the barriers either. Gets into them slightly. Doesn't get too much damage, you wouldn't imagine, but that was a horrendous misjudgment. A real bad misjudgment there. A long way too late on the brakes there. And he found himself a long way off the road.
I tell you what, it's easily done in that corner though, because you sort of kink into the braking zone a little bit, and with the car ahead of you, it's going to be easily done. But the issue is that's now at the very start of the stint as well. So if he wants to obviously keep on track, ironically speaking, keep on track with his strategy as well, he needs to make sure he's getting towards the end of this stint at least, and that's obviously going to be 20 odd laps in the future. So now he's going to have to try and hold on a little bit. He is going to have a little bit of front end damage. I think you can just quite see the sort of the wrinkles on the front of that car. And that 10-second lead has now gone down to a 2-second deficit. So that is quite easy to do when you just come in in the car. You need to get up to speed as soon as you can. And unfortunately for the Burst by Collars guys, they are now on the back foot after such a good start of the race from Michi Hoyer.
Yeah, I believe that, certainly the first on-track lead change of this race. Nigel Alex weren't able to do anything into turn number 1, and then Michi Hoyer ran away, but David Mocek on his first lap out the pit lane, going off the road there. Jake de Stout has been thrown in all of a sudden to a very, very difficult situation. Not got much VEC experience, I wouldn't have said, Jake de Stout, but he's not a bad driver either. So he'll certainly be able to hold his own here in that battle as we go down to LMP2, because Waveframe Esports and On-Off Racing are battling here. Nicola Lemoine is still in that car after a number of driver changes for the DPI field. Not many in LMP2. Lemoine using his experience throughout this race to get down the inside of the Waveframe Esports car there of Andrea Terzi to go into 6th position. So that's a strong position for them to be in. I do wonder if Waveframe have done something here, because they were on the fringes of the top 10 not so long ago, but I don't think they have. They've just been slowly getting up the order through a number of incidents with other cars, or 4 other cars, I should say, because Timothej Andonovski in 9th position at the moment as well. So either nobody has taken tyres, or everybody has, as I suspect. I think everybody has.
I think everyone would have by now at the second round of pit stops. But yeah, Andonovski already up into that 9th place, and only what's that, about 13 seconds behind that battle with Andrea Terzi that we've seen before as well. So he's really making up some positions. So he can probably end up challenging towards the top 5 by the end of this race, with Martin Hemmingston, his teammate, being probably one of the fastest drivers so far this season as well. So they've certainly got some good opportunities coming up for that car. But we go back down to GTEs. We got Speedy Mike now trying to get on the back of Christian McLaren, who has, over the course of the pit stops, dropped down to this P10 that he's been for a little while now. And Sean Jacobs trying to get on the back of that C7 Corvette in the C8 Corvette that Sean's driving himself for Speedy Mike. And not quite close enough in this braking zone, but yeah, that Wayford car not quite on the pace that they would have expected today. So hopefully they can turn it around.
Andonowski off the road, that's what the yellow flag was about at the penultimate corner. Almost nobody around him as well, but he was having such a good run through the field, such a clean and consistent run through the field, doing a very good job. But all of a sudden, it's all come unstuck for him. I think he's got no rear wing either. He's got no rear wing, and it goes from bad to worse for Racing Team. So it started badly, it was going well, and now it's not going well again, I'm afraid to say, for the Macedonian. He's into the pit lane now, and that's going to be a little bit of a repair for him. He's going to drop outside the top 10, and almost all of his hard work going to be completely undone there.
Yeah, that I was literally just saying how he was looking to get a top 5, and less than 30 seconds later, he has gone for a bit of an issue, because that's just like was it Henning Voller earlier with the rear wing damage as well. That's not going to be a short pit stop either. He's going to be there for quite a while, and as you see, he's already 100 seconds behind the leaders. That's just going to go up and up and up, and he's probably going to go a lap down as well. So he's got. Is that the Cetreznica Velix car just behind him? Then he's going to have David Mocek for Baikala's Burst coming through.
Dear.
He's got contact.
The leader.
That could be quite big, maybe a potential penalty after the race. We need to see that again exactly, but it definitely looked like Jake de Stout came down on Andonovski there. And I know it's a bit of a kink, but it's still a sort of flat out section, and you need to maybe feel a little bit sorry for Andonovski here, because I think he was as far on the left of the track as he could do so. So I don't think he was doing anything too bad. I think that was just, a little bit of misjudgment there from the Cetreznica Velix car. And unfortunately, that was very unlucky for Andonovski. Nothing he could have done.
No, absolutely not. And Nigel Velix could find themselves in hot water for that one, I'm afraid, because that did look like, from first viewing anyway. I know we're in the heat at the moment, and all the incidents are going to be looked at after the race when the heat at the moment has kind of cooled, so that everything can be looked at objectively and so on and so on. But I do feel that we are going to be seeing a bit of a penalty for them in the next race, of course. But let's wait and see. That's a couple of months away, so we'll park that one for the moment. More pressing is the battle for the race lead in, DPI, I suppose, since it's only 1 second. Battles going on in multiple positions, including others in DPI, actually, with 4th place up for grabs right now. Edge Esports and Seawolf Net Race, both a few seconds behind Tajira at this point, but managed to find themselves ahead of Wanako now. But they're battling away. Edge Esports have slowly been climbing their way up the order in this particular race. Now they're not affiliated or in the same team as Burst Esport, they have taken a bit of a knockback, but certainly having a decent run of things right now inside the top 5. Speaking of inside the top 5, Dennis Duna is still there, but might not be for too much longer. Diego de Silva making part of that happen. The Juices Motorsport Club not too far behind either. Through go Volante.
Yeah, Volante really just assuming the position that they had a little bit earlier on in the race in that 4th position, not quite able to challenge the Vargas sim racing car with Wojtek Polesny in there at the moment. So Dennis Duna now, that's another position that he's lost, and there is a car behind them as well, and with Juice's Motorsports Club. So I think this could be another position potentially for Duna in the background, but he's not back down to the position that he was in. So at the moment, it's still a positive gain for him with the strategy that he's trying here. So let's see how that one works out over the next half a stint for that team. But Volante, pretty solid job so far, up there in 4th place in the GTE category, because they're a little bit further down in the championship, down in 15th place in the championship. So certainly some good points on offer for them today.
Cam just destroying his setup in the background there, by the way. I just no idea what's going on there. But anyway, I think Joe Barbosa is indeed on old tyres as well as Duna, but he might be coping with it slightly better as things stand. The pace seems to be a little bit higher for him. But the fortunate thing for Duna is the fact that Da Silva has had a long time to catch up to him here. There was a big gap between Da Silva and third place man Wojciech Polesny, 15 seconds. So Duna hasn't been overtaken by anybody for a while, but there's a number of cars. There's no gap bigger than 10 seconds until you get down to 16th position now. So he's got a long way to fall here, if indeed he is going to. And half an hour to hang on, so it could become quite painful until we get to the 6 hour mark. Let's wait and see. Davide Arduini has been applying the pressure to Carlos Martin for almost this entire race. He's still doing that, but the Netrex driver holding on for the moment. Satellite E-Stars not able to make its way through. Very much status quo in LMP2, apart from Racing Team, who are still in the pit lane, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was just looking at that as well, yeah. And obviously he's now going down behind the GTEs for position, such is the length of that pit stop. And I think that's really going to be game over today in terms of some good points for that entry, because drive through maybe 20-30 seconds, you can look at getting that back, but when you're looking at 2, 3, 4 minutes or more, that's going to be very difficult indeed for them to do so. As we now look at João Barbosa for Juices Motorsport Club, trying to get on the back of Dennis Duna with a nice bit of a slipstream coming through turn 4. Can he get to the inside turn 5? No, he's going to have to go the long way round turn 5. So Dennis, is he going to be able to hold it down on the apex? No, João's going to be able to get his nose up the inside, but not quite enough for turn 6. And this is such a tricky braking zone, actually. You can't quite see it on the camera, but you really come over the crest. The car goes nice and light. And I'm surprised we haven't seen any issues there so far this race. It looks like João's just going to have to wait for another part of the track, because these couple of corners, difficult to make an overtake. But I think the pace difference you can see between these two cars is quite a lot. And I think Juices will be up into P5 in the not too distant future.
Yeah, they should be, but well, I say should be. They're looking like they might well be in the next few months, but let's see. Not many BMWs this season compared to a couple of seasons ago when Sancho were all over the place with them. Well, not all over the place. They were all over the front and winning everything with it, is what I mean. But doesn't seem to be as popular anymore. Obviously, things change. BOP change it. A couple of new cars in there as well. I think the Ferrari and the new Corvette, obviously they both had additions there, so that might be changing things a little bit. I'm not sure, but there's certainly less of them than there used to be, and definitely at the front as well.
I don't know why though, because they're certainly fast. So we're getting that's P2 for LMP2, Moritz Mel. I don't know if that was just the overtake or maybe a defending from the Netrex P1 sim, but certainly that is, I think it's Jan Wozka still in the car. Yeah, just losing that position to Moritz Mel. Mel, they're getting up into second position. They're only 11 seconds off Black Hawk, so still potential to get up to that race victory as well. But the other Netrex, the Netrex GP car, the 228, Carlos Martin, is only 1.5 seconds behind. So I don't know if Jan Wozka is just struggling a little bit here on this next set of tyres, but he's losing a bit of pace. As there goes Carlos Martin through that battle for P6 as well, with Ben Amar joining the battle just behind now.
Yeah, he is, and there's going to be a number of others getting into the fray now as well, but it looks like Mel's held on there. He's held on for now. Voznica, it's all allowing Jakubic to get away, by the way, but the battle for second is looking like it could become a 4-car train in LMP2 soon, but GTE is a lot closer in terms of the positions that might change in the next few moments because of these new tyres. And as you mentioned, they're holding on quite well here. Duna and Barbosa, they're still gaining on where they were before, which is the all-important thing. However, there's a lot of cars coming up very soon who are very close to each other, so there might be a lot of overtaking very shortly. But with two of them together, it's difficult to pass two cars at once here. So if they do stick together, then they do have a bit more of a chance, I suppose, of keeping those behind.
Oh, definitely. When you're working together. What have you seen?
There's an LMP2 there that got into contact, maybe with the race leader again. It might have been Butler Powell, but yeah, either way, it didn't turn into too much of an incident in the end, but just a trip across the grass for somebody.
Ooh, is that by Collins actually back in the lead of the race? So they've got past Nita Velix at some point. So David Mocek has got past there for the overall lead of the race, with Jake de Stout now just behind. So loads of battles at the higher places now, both in the LMP2 and also DPI category, as we've got over 90 minutes of this race gone so far. and the second driver's now in and trying to make some positions happen. But there, yeah, Mocek, last lap 7 tenths faster, really making a good move there on Jake de Stout, and hopefully that damage isn't going to be hindering him too much for the moment. But back to P6 with Barboza. Looks like he's going to be able to hold on from Ben Amar at the moment, but he hasn't been able to get past Dennis Duna just yet. But just to finish that point on the BMW, I'm surprised that there aren't more people choosing the BMW, because it's still a solid car. Williams Esports, they had it last season. They got, well, actually, to be honest, they absolutely slapped everyone when they did show up to the races. Unfortunately, they didn't show up for the whole season, because I think they probably would have won the championship very easily. But yeah, they really were very fast in that car last season. So still a very good car. And Juice's Motorsports car, Motorsports Club now in this position, just defending a little bit now from Angry Bull Racing.
Yeah, it's difficult to keep up with all the position changes that are going on right now. DPI lead and LMP2 second place that has changed, but GT certainly next on the agenda here, but Buster Benamar's struggling to get his way through here. What about those behind, like Go Team Racing? Are they catching much? Oh, they certainly are. A second and a half last time around, and it's going to turn into even more as well as this battle heats up. So there's going to be quite a train forming here soon, and you know, just under 25 minutes to go. This is the pass for the lead. Nitro Velix get this is Berenguer as well. So happened recently. Nitro Velix went one way, Berenguer went the same way. A bit of bad luck in traffic there. Mocek wasn't going to say no to that opportunity. Straight through. Bit of bad luck really, and they're going to be pretty annoyed with Berenguer, because normally you'd expect them to stay on the line, but you can certainly justify Berenguer for wanting to be out of the way. I certainly would want to be out of the way. So it's a difficult situation for everybody to be in, as the 339 has gone off at turn number 1. Satellite Racing's LMP2.
Yeah, that was an awesome move by Mocek, really using the traffic to his advantage there, and that just showed you how the traffic can be very important. Because if de Stout was on his own, you know, wouldn't have made much difference. But now it's going to be looking down the inside of turn number 1. David Mocek's going to have to let him through, although just misses the apex a little bit, pushes David Mocek just a little bit wide. But I think overall that's probably going to be just about okay. But de Stout definitely lay on the brakes then, just about keeping it in the corner.
Just about. Bit of contact. The two got connected and both went wide, but they get away with it in the end. Oh goodness, that Satellite Racing car doesn't look healthy, and everybody's going to try and stay out of the way here. And oh, dearly me, nearly go free wide there into turn 5. That could have been a very close moment indeed. Satellite Racing at the moment are just trying to get back to the pit lane. Not sure. I can't remember quite what car was involved. I think it might have been the Burst Esport LMP2 that was involved. Rasmus Andreasen with them as well, but I'm not entirely sure. This one, thankfully everybody got away with that, but yeah, this is getting busy out there for everybody.
Yeah, the drivers are really trying to find their position on the track, but the traffic seems to have got a lot thicker over the last lap or so. We've seen the DPI category lead swap positions once again, as they're just coming up now on the Jean Alesi car, which is currently second place in the GTE categories. As David Mocek now is trying to get the slipstream there. Is he going to be able to go around the outside of the Canada corner later on the brakes? That's going to be very difficult indeed, but Jake just going to push him a little bit wide onto the curb, and David Mocek, is he going to hold it there up the inside of turn 13? That wouldn't be the place to do so, but these guys are getting pretty feisty for the lead here.
It absolutely is right now. Mocek really wants to get through here once again. He looks like he's got the pace to be able to as well, but Nitro Velix and Jake de Stout does not want to let him do that for the moment. Up towards the line they go again. 1 out of 40 gone in there, changing positions left, right and centre at the front of the DPI field. No chance for the Polish driver to get through on this occasion. However, there's going to be one soon, surely, because he's been applying that pressure for a long time now. Jake de Stout has been defending well, but how long can this continue on for? Out of turn 3 they come right now in towards 5. Is there going to be a move now for Burst Esport, or are they going to have to stay behind here? Once again, it looks like it. So they are nose to tail and stay 1 and 2 just for now. Traffic pretty much a constant at this stage, so they've got that to look forward to over the next couple of moments. But yeah, not. It could be helpful, could also be a bit of a hindrance. As there's Simončić seemingly readying himself. Mocek has only been in there for 20 minutes so far, so you wouldn't expect a driver change coming up over the next few moments. However, Simoncic could well be the weapon they choose to use in about an hour's time when that pit stop, or when they've finally completed another double stint. But this battle now just extending between the two of them as the NetRex cars get together a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Woznica, I would say maybe just slowing down the tiniest bits, not quite being able to keep the pace, which is quite interesting because especially as I think it was Monza, first race of the season, I mean, he was really the class of the field. He was just so fast that day, and he's in general in the last sort of 6 months or so, he's really been able to get himself to a good level. But Carlos Martin is no slouch either in the second NetRex car, and he's going to be on the back. But I wonder if there's going to be any sort of not necessarily team orders, but just try not to fight each other too much, because really that the NetRex P1 sim car that Woznica is in is the one really in the contention. I mean, they are 28 points off the lead, but they're still 4th in the championship, whereas the sister car is obviously a little bit further down in 14th place in the championship. So you would assume they would want to favour the number 27, but at the end of the day, if Carlos is going to be held up for the next 6 hours, he's not going to want to do that if there's potential places up the road that they could get.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see. It looks like they're fairly running fairly the same pace at the moment, but it could change soon. Speaking of not changing, the GTE battle has stayed exactly how it was, as we saw Dennis doing a kind of leading a bit of a train. It's really forming into one now with 4 cars involved. You see Luigi Russo is just in the background of that shot. Mr. Benamor has clearly been applying the pressure because Barbosa has let a couple of car lengths open up towards the Sim Racing for Holland Corvette just up in front. However, it's still becoming going to be difficult for Duna a little bit later. Here's Benamar though. He's got in the slipstream, and that Aston Martin is going to roar past the BMW surely into turn 5. A bit of a squeeze to the grass on the left-hand side, but nothing really. Down the inside he goes. The Rookie Monsters DPI has to wait. Benamar finally able to make his way through, and that's exactly what I meant a little bit earlier on. If the two of them stick together, they're going to be a lot more difficult to overtake, but once he'd split them apart, Barbosa was a lot easier to overtake.
And now Jimmy Nisler getting past Sean Jacobs not too long ago is now on the back of Christian McLaren for Waveframe, and Christian's held on to this position for quite a while now, but I just wonder if Nisler is going to be able to try and get past him, obviously in the same chassis, so it's equal performance for both of them, just down to the drivers now as they're coming around turn 9 and 10 in the carousel. Is the satellite car able to get a little bit higher up into the top 10, or is he just going to have to sit there for a little bit longer? Pace is looking fairly decent actually for both of these cars, really. The pace for all of the GTEs is actually looking fairly equal until you get to really John Lacey and Red Bull right at the front, and so there's definitely some positions that can be made. Half an hour, Nisula's just going to have to sit behind them maybe and wait for turn number 1.
Yeah, it looks like it. Let's see as we go through the back end of the circuit now, but it's in the same car. It's going to be difficult to really get too much of a straight line speed advantage without a good run. It looks like he's had a nice smooth run and clipping it a little bit less grass than Christian Marglera did as well, so maybe there's an opportunity now. He's got a real overspeed now, and he's surely heading down the inside. Waveframe Esports not really defending this one either, to be honest. Here he goes, Nisler straight on the brakes and going to be going through fairly easily there, although McLaren gets a good run on the exit. Maybe can't make that work though, because Ground Effect Sim Racing going to be down their inside, and that does make things tricky. But Nisler looks like he's got that position now, and looks like he's got a lot more pace, just not just in the last couple of months, but just overall really, compared to the likes of Satellite Racing. So falling backwards compared to their qualifying in 5th position, Waveframe Esports certainly in trouble.
Yeah, looking fairly good for Satellite at the moment. They got a few seconds up the road to the next car, World Sim Racing team, and then Go Team Racing and Angry Bull, etc. All those guys not too far up the road either. So if Missoula can put in some good laps, I know they got obviously not too many laps to go before the next round of pit stops at the next hour. But if he can try and do that and get himself up the field, I think there's still some good positions for that car to fight for. and it's definitely not all over us in that GTE category. As we go down to another one of the Juice's cars, but this time the LMP2, Robert Bourne in there, trying to get on the back of Roland Jukes for Mugen Sim Racing, and getting very close indeed.
Yeah, they are fairly close for now. Again, two teams that we've not really spoken about too much, but not involved in that top 5 or so, who are really running away from the rest of the field and in the conversation for a race win, by the looks of things, in LMP2 for now. Where are they? They're about 10 seconds behind the next car as well. The two Wave 3 esports cars just ahead of these guys. So, yeah, it's looking like a fairly stable race for both of these for now, other than the battle, obviously, they're having for the moment. Let's see if anything's going to change. Doesn't look like it, so Musa Benamar we go to again. Dennis Duna is just in front of him. And Chad Barbosa not here anymore because he's been in the pit lane. I know Juice's Motorsport Club pitted early last time around, but that's really, really early. 15 minutes before the hour, and a long time before we'd expect, certainly. So not entirely sure what the hell's going on there, but they've decided for a very early pit stop on this occasion, it looks like.
I mean, I've never really heard of an undercut in endurance racing, but maybe, you know, if you pit earlier, if they were really struggling a little bit, maybe if you pit earlier, take less fuel. But then they obviously got to take that fuel at the end somewhere. So let's see now. Benamar to the outside of turn 4, but Duna now on the inside of turn 5. He's going to be able to have that one. So Benamar's just going to have to stay there for now. But certainly Juice is there trying something a little bit different. Benamar the inside of turn 6. That's not often a place to overtake, and yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, Adam Baldwin in the car now ahead of Barbosa. But yeah, I just don't think any sort of strategy like that is really going to work. But we'll soon see, because some of these positions, as you can see in GTE category, are so close, it might actually work out quite well to get yourself in some clean air.
Yeah, quite possibly. Because there's a lot of battles going on, but even so, the fuel situation surely is going to override that. You'd think, but who knows? It's kind of difficult to figure out at the moment, as I've said many times, because this race is a very interesting one, but also a very difficult one to predict. As things stand, there's battles going on like this one all up and down the field, although maybe not quite as numerous. 4 cars involved in this one. Dimi Nisler is leading it. Mario Tump right at the back, full car of this full car train. But yeah, not too far from the pit stops. Wait and see when that is going to be. But Yuri Kazdorp right now, we haven't spoken about him much for about an hour. Pretty much since he made his pit stop, really, but he has been racing away here. 20 seconds is his lead. Mattia Krupi behind. He's coming under pressure from Wojciech Bolesny, is Krupi actually. So there could be a battle for second coming on soon, but battles for the lead look like they're going to be very few and far between in GTE this race.
Yeah, the Red Bull car looking very good, and with Rory McDuff coming in that car as well. He's not a slow driver by any means either, so I think they're looking fairly comfortable indeed, but they still got to get to the end without making mistakes. Still over 6 hours to go in the race, so can't get too overconfident with it, but certainly in a nice position as it stands, because it seems the John Lacey car today just can't quite seem to hold on. 20 seconds back now for Krupi, and there he is on the screen, and they really need to try something if they want to get the race victory today.
Yeah, they do. But what can they try? There's not a lot you can do, because even with tyre strategy and so on, 20 seconds is such a margin that even tyres won't do that for you. So I really don't see what else they can do at this stage. But a lot can change throughout this one. The gap's so big that a code 80 might appear, when Red Bull have gone past the pit lane and before these guys do, so they might be able to jump in and get a free pit stop compared to Red Bull at some point. So you do never know. And of course, there's a lot of things that can go wrong over the next 6 hours. However, in terms of actually making a strategical play to get ahead, it's looking less and less likely, with the gap that's opening up. It's just too large, really, to do anything even with tyres. Yeah,
it's going to be quite difficult. We've seen that the drivers who have stayed out and have tried to double stint the tyres have been struggling a little bit for the pace. So we need to see if that one's really going to that type of strategy is really going to work out or not. I'm not sure if it's going to be the one today. So yeah, they're going to have to just try and really get a bit faster. But they got Varga Sim Racing 2.6 seconds behind them now as they come through turn number 1. So I think Varga, at least with Polesny in the car at the moment, looking pretty good and maybe able to challenge for that second place in the not too distant future, but they still need to get a little bit closer. As you see the blue car up there, that is the Jean Alesi car, so not too far away at all.
No, it isn't, and Polesny has been catching over the last few moments. Sedlacek might be getting in a little bit later for that team, certainly. I'm not sure if he's around right now, but yes, he is. Nuha Makiyupi is around as well, so they're all chatting away at the moment and wondering what to do. So 3 drivers for them on this occasion, which in an 8-hour race is going to leave somebody a bit unbalanced, but it doesn't really matter too much. Since they're not double stinting tyres in GT, it does make the stints a lot easier to work out, because if they were double stinting, somebody you'd have to be ready to settle in for a whole 2 hours. You can't really go any further than that. You don't really want to be doing 4, and obviously you're not doing 1 or 3 because that doesn't work with the tyres. So awkward situation to be, but this way it's a lot easier for everybody, and we're already seeing the pit stops happening right now. 6 hours and 10 minutes remaining though. It's got to be very concerning for some of these teams.
Yeah, I think, we did see a couple of the drivers pit maybe 2 laps early. So now that compounds, so it'll be 4 laps early this time if they didn't save any fuel compared to the first stint. So, yeah, it's really getting to that point where you're going to see the teams who haven't been doing too well on fuel, they're really going to be, adding up the minutes that they're going to need to do an extra pit stop with. Whereas Yuri Kazdop, he just about got to the hour mark, so you'd assume he's going to do so. And yeah, what you're saying about tyres is obviously quite a good point. You're never going to swap drivers when you don't swap tyres. You're never going to give a new driver the older tyres of someone else. You're always going to keep that drive in for the double stint or triple stint, however many you manage to do. So yeah, as you say, you can really sort of work it out. For instance, in the DPI category and some of the LMP2s as well, they did a double stint and then swapped drivers already. And for these GTEs that are about to come in for their second pit stop, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some driver stops as well, because in an 8-hour race, you can, even if you only have 2 drivers, you can just do 2-2, 2-2, and then both drivers getting 2 stints each.
Yeah, absolutely. And it works out all quite well in the end. But here we are. Wojciech Polesny has been... oh, goodness me, that is a big lock-up from Mattia Krupi. And with the tyres getting towards the end of a stint here, they're not going to be feeling very good anyway. They've just felt a whole lot worse now with that lock-up into turn 5. Krupi definitely struggling. And we didn't really see this in the first stint. He wasn't falling away quite to the extent, although the gap did open up to Red Bull Racing Esports up to 10 seconds towards the end of the stint. And I do think that was a little bit tyre-related for Krupi. Polesny wasn't really gaining much time on him either, so he was holding his own. But this time around, Polesny, maybe he's looked after his tyres a little bit better. Maybe Krupi has looked after them a little bit worse because the gap to Red Bull's opening up to larger as well than it did. But certainly struggling right now. You see the way he was locking up there. He was almost drifting his way the entire way through the carousel. Looks unsettled at the moment in that Ferrari, and it's he's struggling right now. I think it's safe to say, and under pressure from Polesny.
Yeah, it's not like the Ferrari is a bad car either as such, because the Ferrari did win the championship last season, albeit with a little bit of help from a couple of issues for some other teams. But certainly fighting for the top wayframe last season with the Ferrari. But I definitely know the Ferrari's not the best car on the tyres, so that might not be helping. But also it can just be, a mental situation as well. He's probably got a little bit frustrated in the cockpit, and you always lose a few tenths here and there for that. But now Polesny getting the slipstream. This looks like it's going to be a bit of an overtake. Krupi's not going to be defending it down the inside. So Polesny, as long as he can get his braking correct here, he's going to get up into that second place a lap or 2 before they're coming into the pit stop as well. This could be quite important for the remainder part of the race. And that Aston Martin there, second place, and now Varga, I mean, they're going to be a long way off the lead, but can they really challenge Red Bull? We're about to find out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's their time now, but will Polesny even be in the car? I'm expecting a lot of driver changes coming over the next few months, especially in GTE. We've seen quite a few in DPI, but they're not going to be changing tyres in the next round of pit stops, which is coming up very, very soon. I believe in about 3 laps time, quite possibly. For those in DPR, although maybe a little bit less time than that, and same for LMP2 as well. Not expecting any driver changes there either, but GTE is an ideal position to be taking a driver change now. You've got the stress of the start of the race. They've been doing 2 hours now, so it'd be a good time to get out for most of these, but let's wait and see if they do, as we go back to Robert Pone and also the Mugen Sim Racing car battling over ninth position. Doesn't look like Deuce is trying many moves here. Looks like they're fairly happy to sit behind one another.
And there we just saw very briefly was Andonovsky, yeah, all the way down. I think that was 14th position. It said next to his name. So, yeah, not the day that they would have wanted so far. But back to this battle, Sean Jacobs has got past Maglera actually. So that battle has swapped positions at some point. Let's see a bit of a replay here. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a slipstream now down into turns 4 and 5. Sean Jacobs getting the slipstream. Is he going to go left? Is he going to go right? Because McLaren has been defending pretty well so far for the first 2 hours of this race, but it looks like Jacobs there down the inside, and McLaren not going to be battling that one too hard on the brakes, it seems. Sean Jacobs just about making the apex nicely, bit of a wiggle on the brakes, but he got that position done.
He did indeed, and he looks like he's good value for it as well. 7th place and running away just ever so slightly ahead of Malguera. Not many of them catching Dennis Duna though. He's doing a fantastic job, is Duna, and the pace that he's running at is starting to become similar to those around him. Wojciech Polesny now comes in, so he's still 2 laps early probably, but Krupi able to go 1 lap longer on the fuel than he was before. You know, we were thinking most of these guys 2 laps short last time around, but this time it looks like they're doing better. Nobody doing as good as Red Bull obviously at the moment, but Krupi getting a lap closer to that hour mark, that all-important hour mark.
Yeah, with the obviously the lack of formation lap on this stint, they will have that extra maybe litre or litre and a half or so that they can work with, which is quite important because it's, you know, it takes a bit of time to save that extra amount of fuel on that first stint, so you might not be able to get that lap, so you may actually end up pitting with sort of half a lap of fuel because you were just that little bit short of doing the extra lap. However, this time around, obviously, they will get that extra little bit of fuel and they can do the extra lap indeed, which is always very helpful indeed for the strategy. As we're seeing now on the other Go Team Racing cars, not the LMP2 this time, the GTE with Georgi Nadev in that car. And he's got Decro right behind him as they get overtaken by Ajira.
Yeah, it's a battle for some of these guys who've had a couple of problems down the way, particularly One Move Esports trying that alternate strategy, which has set them back a little bit after their spin at the carousel a few laps ago. It was quite a long time ago now, but yeah, it's certainly not panned out for them the way they were hoping. This is Terence Andonovsky. You mentioned it a brief moment ago. I'm presuming that's not him because he's
that's Hemmingson.
He must be getting ready. Trying to keep tabs on everything. Although, as I said, they're halfway through their double stinting tyres in LMP2. They're halfway through that right now. However, I guess Racing Team are not quite on the same strategy as everybody else anymore because they pitted at an odd time a few moments ago. So they'll be going a little bit strange times compared to everybody else. But Hemmingson looks like he's readying himself, and it's about that time of the race really for LMP2 drivers as well.
Yeah, it's also even if they're sort of a little bit out with the strategy, and obviously he's been there for the first couple of hours now. He's had a few incidents here and there. As I was saying earlier a bit with the Krupi, maybe frustration can get in that. I'm not saying that is for that driver in particular, but I'm saying it can happen where obviously you sort of get a bit of a negative downward spiral and you start to lose some lap time because you're not fully concentrating on just the driving side of it. Once you've had a few issues, that can certainly be the way, but as I said a bit earlier, I think it is top 15 get points, so they will still be getting a couple of points at the moment, but yeah, plus 3 laps to the leader, that is not where they would have wanted to see. However, for the neutral viewer, this is quite good for the championship because it gives the other teams a bit of a chance to catch up.
Well, it is, but also it does mean, because Go Team Racing are having quite a good day, second again, a bit as ever, it also might mean they start to take a bit of a step forward, with Mugen, the closest rivals after that, falling away. You know, Netrex having a decent game, but they also have an 18-point head start over those guys. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure. It could turn into Go Team Racing's kind of opportunity to take a step forward here. For 14th position, I believe he gets 7 points at the moment, and 25, is it 25 per second? I think it is. Yes. So they're going to be losing, what's that, 18 points for now, compared to their 10-point lead they have at the moment. So it's not a disaster by any means. I'm quite confident, actually, that they'll be gaining some more positions before the end here. I think there's going to be issues for some others, and Andonovsky and Hemmingson will be going at a blistering pace, that they could still have a chance of a top 10 here. 6 hours to go, let's not forget.
Well, yeah, they've certainly got the opportunity to maybe get some positions. The issue is I believe the next car up the road is a good couple of laps though, so they are going to have to do some work, but they are very fast drivers indeed, especially Hemmingson. He's been very good on the average pace, as we see the DPIs in the background coming in to the pit lane by Collars, Burst Esports, Setchesnita Velix and Juanico all going into the pit lane. And interestingly, that's a lap shorter than some of the cars around them, but I guess they have been at the front batting for position, not really worrying about the fuel mileage.
No, not really, but it would become a little bit worrying if they continue to do one lap longer. So is Nick De Silva going to go one more after this? Because by the end of the race, then that's going to turn into quite a few laps. They are still quite a long way from those guys at the front, though, so it might not turn out to matter too much in the end. Meanwhile, in GTE, there's some more pit stops going on. Sean Jacobs was able to make it. So did Wavefree, Satellite eStars and Red Bull Racing Esports. Those 4 teams, I believe, have made it to the all-important hour mark, and they've got themselves in the window. And I think most of the other teams are gaining time back towards the 1 hour window, so they're going a little bit longer than they were earlier, working their way back towards the ideal mark. So I think they're going to be all right in the end, but certainly a worrying first part of the race for these guys. Here is Yuri Kazdup out here once again, and out in the lead by a very long way. He's got a lap over Varga. That just shows. I know there's a pit stop involved in there, and they're coming in now, but still very impressive to see that they're a lap ahead already.
Yeah, looking pretty good for that Red Bull car coming into the pit lane. I wonder if Kastorp is going to stay in the car, or if maybe McDuff is going to get in now after a couple of hours of the race. And perfectly again, Kastorp going in on the hour mark, so they should be good to get exactly to the end of the race. I guess just hoping that there is an additional lap compared to obviously where they are with the leader. But let's see how that one works out as the stints accumulate. Now Nasula here obviously catching up to the leader as he's in the pit lane. So the satellite car there is going to be gaining some time back. But I'm sure Kastorp is going to, once it all works out, have a pretty nice lead again. And when he goes down off the jacks, we'll be able to see if the driver has changed.
Yeah, I'd imagine so at this stage, to see Rory McDuff in there, but let's see. Does he look like a man ready to get out again? Well, not really.
Yeah, he's just he's getting ready to go and get his pizza probably.
Yeah, well, a bit early for a pizza, but why not? I suppose. Let's see. No, well, I say he doesn't look ready, but he didn't really look ready when he was actually driving. He was so calm that he looked like he was just going down to the shops for some milk, to be honest. But who knows? Let's see. It's a long pit stop. Let's not forget fuel and tyres for these guys. They've gone over a minute now. They're going to be leaving the pit lane very shortly. But Christian Marguerite has taken the lead for now, but going a little bit longer on this fuel strategy because he's been able to save that little bit over the last few laps, which might explain why he's been dropping back that little bit. But yes, we were indeed right. Roy McDuff is now into that car, so Yuri Kazdup can have a bit of a break. And McDuff, for the first time this season, will be going out there in a GTE car, but he's in the lead. A lot of pressure on him right now.
Yeah, good driver, but obviously not used to driving the DPI this season in the VEC, so he needs to obviously get used to that. But he's driven the GT cars in other championships, so I'm sure he knows what he's doing, and now needs to just make sure he's holding on to the likes of John Lacey behind. Martin Derlin is in the car now. Michael Sedlacek is in Varga Sim Racing. It looks like Varga have obviously remained ahead of Jean Lacey through that pit stop sequence as well, but they are quite a way behind that Red Bull car indeed. So it looks like Red Bull have got a nice battle for the moment, as we see David Mocek 4th place, because some drivers around them still haven't pit, but Mocek has got back past Jake De Stout in the pit stop sequence as well. So all change through these DPIs.
De Stout's in again. De Stout is in again. He's into the pit lane here, and there's a big gap opening up now between the two of them. Well, there will be anyway, as we see Azure Racing about 15 seconds behind with Nick De Silva. There's a yellow flag in sector 2 as well. The 31. Oh, Andonovsky's off again. Goodness me, not having a good day. But Jake De Stout, that looked like a drive-through to me.
Yeah, he might have sped.
Oh yes, good point. He may well have done. But Andonovsky, dearie me, up the top of the hill.
That's a weird place to stop.
It is.
Because if he span, surely he would be past the corner.
Oh.
Or maybe he ran out of fuel. I don't know when his last pit stop was, but that is certainly a weird place to stop. And there's Martin Hemmingsen looking at the car, realizing he's not going to be getting into it because they are back in the garage. And I believe that's going to be racing team out of the race. And they're not going to be getting any points.
No, they'll get the participation points. They'll get the 50, but they won't get anything else other than that. You've got to complete 50% of the laps of the lead in your class to be able to get them. This was John Lacey Esports Academy just up in front. What's going on here? Andonovsky. That was weird.
I'm going to say that might have been a choice of DNF there. Let's put it that way. I don't know if there was any sort of issue, but yeah. Back at the front anyway, with Bicolis Burst Esport now leading the way, with Jake DeStout having that what we think was a drive-through penalty. So where has Cetra's Nitavex come out? They've come out in 5th place at the moment, and Azura Racing in 2nd place, 11 seconds behind Roadcheck. They have done their pit stop as well, I believe. So Bicolis Burst Esports now have an 11-second gap to that 2nd place, and Roadcheck can maybe just relax the tiny bit, because obviously that big battle with Nitavex is now finished, and he can just go and set his laps in this 2nd stint of his race.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Wanako, meanwhile, have been off, by the way, just before the final corner. I'm not sure how it happened, but they were off the road just before the turn-in hander there, and dropped down to, well, they are in 6th position still, but a long way down on where they were before. But not entirely sure why or how Chris Shepherd managed to find himself on stroke. It was a good qualifying from them, but 3rd place, but they weren't able to hold on to it for very long, and they've been falling back ever since. Not entirely sure what is going on with this car in terms of race pace, but the raw pace, qualifying pace, was definitely there earlier on.
And let's get a replay here of Chris Shepherd coming through turn 13. He's just got a little bit wide there. Is he going to be able to save it out of the barriers? Is he just about manages to stop it? But he's going to have some nice flat spots on that car, on those tyres, and he's going to have to wait. He had to wait for those couple of guys, so that's one reason why he's lost a bit of time in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh dear, that looked a bit cosy between everybody. But McLaren out in the pit lane. Savlacek is out there at the moment, going to be going through into 2nd position. Where's Maguire going to be out? It's going to be 4th position for him by the looks of things after all of this one. And yeah, everybody goes through all nicely at the moment. But as we get on with this race at the moment, Cam, I believe you've brought in Red Bull Racing Esports driver Yuri Kazdorp for a bit of a chat.
Yeah, Yuri Kazdorp just jumped out of the car. Rory McDuff has got in the way, and Yuri, you certainly had some nice speed today. You were behind John Lacey in the early part of the 1st stint, but then you managed to get past and pull a nice lead. So was that a fairly comfortable stint for you, or did you have too many issues?
Yeah, not much to complain about. Sean Lacey put in a really good performance in qualifying. I thought Paul was going to be around 0.5, so I was really happy with 0.4, and then I saw them going like another 10 faster. That started the race, they were really fast. Like it was still a bit wet on track, and they just started pulling away, but I think they're a bit harder on the tires than our car. So later on in the stint, we seem to have an advantage.
And you got Rory in the car now, jumping into that car last minute. So was he prepared to drive that C8, or has he sort of had to get up to speed quite quickly?
No, Rory's like a super sub, because both Dennises are having issues, so they can't race today. So he hasn't done that much preparation, but Rory's a really good driver, so I'm confident he can do well.
Well, indeed, yeah, he's certainly a fast driver. So do you think you're going to be able to hold on? Martin Darlan is in the Jean Lacey car now. Do you think Rory's going to be able to hold on to that lead, or do you think the lead's going to come down a bit?
I think Rory can hold on. We're racing same strategy, seems like, now to the Jean Lacey car. They seem to also be going 29 laps. The Varga car is going a bit shorter, so they're making up a bit more ground. But they should be doing a more stop at the end, so a small splash at the end, while We should make it to the end, and I think the John Lazy car needs to do 1 30-lap stint, maybe 1 or 2 30-lap stints to make it there without an extra stop. So
And,
it's looking good.
I guess you're going to be getting back in the car after this, so does that mean Rory's going to be finishing the race as well?
We haven't decided yet.
All right, well, good luck for the rest of the race, and yeah, hopefully you can get a nice race win today.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. Looking good for the championship so far.
Indeed, thank you. All right, so yeah, that was Yuri Kastov there for Red Bull Racing Esports. Interesting saying that McDuff was obviously a bit of a super sub, so hopefully he's going to be getting, I mean, obviously he's doing not too bad so far, but hopefully getting up to the pace that he needs to hold on to that position, Ewan.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's not like they've just brought someone off the street, is it? We do know Rory McDuff is a very good driver, and he'll be able to hold his own in this car. So let's see how it goes for them over the next couple of stints, which he will be doing, as we see battles for the top 10. Yuri San Andreas and Jimmy Nisula side by side as things stand, and this has been the story of their race, basically. Certainly for the second stint of this one, they've been battling for most of it, certainly. Outside line for San Andreas on this occasion. Nisola's still in the car after starting it, and he's finally been able to make his way through now, having another consistent race for Satellite. Made his way into what is 10th position. But I just want to take a look at LMP2 really, because while the pit stops for the other two classes were going on, we didn't really talk about it very much, and it's kind of all changed as Timothy Andonovsky is at least back in the race. I might be getting something out of this, but let's wait and see on that one. What I have noticed, Juice's Motorsport Club in second, Mugen Sim Racing in fourth somehow, but I'm not entirely sure how they've managed it, because I don't think everybody else would have taken tyres on the last stop, so them not taking it wouldn't have done them too much good, so I'm not entirely sure, but they are right up there now.
Yeah, they certainly are. They were down in sort of 8th, 9th position at one point, and they're quite a way up from that, but I'm just trying to think. They would have... yeah, they would have taken tyres, surely, as you say, yeah, the last stop. So, interesting, but obviously that can happen, as we've got Martin Hemmingson back in that car now for racing team, so that's quite important. I do wonder if maybe they realised the whole point about trying to get to halfway in the race to get the points, because even if it's just 1 point that they get or a couple of points, that could all be very crucial when we get towards Le Mans at the end of the season when they're fighting for the championship. So maybe that's what they're going to try and do now. But certainly the DNF, or the reason why they went back to the garage at least with Antonovsky, looked a little bit, a little bit interesting. I didn't see any sort of particular issue there, unless it was some sort of wheel disconnection. But there's certainly, certainly a reason there why they stopped just before turn 6.
Yeah. I really don't know. I did wonder if it was maybe due to the change of the direction while going uphill there, whether that did anything strange. But it was a weird incident indeed. As we see the battle now, what is for third position? These two have been not able to leave each other alone really throughout this race so far. Certainly throughout the last 90 minutes or so. Leinek versus Giosinski battling away as things stand. Giosinski, by the way, has been driving with Linus Lumbo, who we might see a little bit later on. A couple of seasons ago in the Virtual Le Mans Cup, so they've been doing it in the SRC at least, but what about in the VEC? They're having a decent season so far. Third position in the championship right now, and knocking on the door of another podium, or their first podium, I should say, of the season, because it's been a fifth and a fourth for them so far, I believe. And no, a fourth and a third, excuse me. So another podium wouldn't go amiss, and that's exactly where they found themselves at the moment.
Yeah, that is a very sort of, or as we're getting a bit of battle actually, firstly for fourth and fifth place, Ivan Leonov trying to battle and get past that Mugen Sim Racing car up into fourth place, but now Francesco Morante is trying to get past as well. Mugen, seemingly gets himself in a bit of an interesting position with the strategy, but maybe they are actually trying something a bit different that we haven't quite spotted just yet. But now Morante on the outside of turn 4 and 5, but Rolenschuk's very good on the brakes, a little bit of a lock-up on the inside, but managing to hold on to that position for the time being as we come back to this battle with Sean Jacobs and San Andreas, and they seem to be going side by side quite a lot between these two cars. They've been in a battle between the two Corvettes throughout the race so far, and Sean Jacobs there up into 9th place.
I'm afraid it's disappointment for both of these cars, actually. Sim Racing for Holland, after having such a good second stint, Dennis Dunn doing a great job on old tyres. But it might all come undone now with Jackie Lotterman now driving that car. Went for a spin at the final corner with Sebastian Pfeiffer as well. So Sim Racing for Holland and Your Name Here Racing came into contact, I presume. Anyway, they were spun at the final corner there for ages. They were in a load of traffic. They couldn't get back going again. And they've lost a lot of positions, I'm afraid. That's a real shame for Sim Racing for Holland after the last hour or so that they've had driving on old tyres and doing really well with it as well, but it might all come to nothing now as Francisco Morante wants to be the next one to get through ahead on Roland Zux.
Yeah, just thinking, a lot of the drivers actually changed drivers at the last pit stop, didn't they? But I think maybe Mugen Sim Racing didn't. So actually, it might have actually been the last pit stop where they didn't change tyres, something like that, to get themselves a bit higher up, which is a possibility. But in that case, is that maybe a triple stint that they're trying? We'll have to find out. But Morante on the outside of turn number 1, is he? Yeah, he's not quite close enough to go around the outside there, so Jukes is going to be holding on. But now Morante trying to get a little bit of a switch back through turn 2 and coming down into turn number 3. He's going to have to stay behind, but this long run down to turn 4 and 5 is probably going to be the best opportunity.
Oh, see if he's close enough here. It's not really, but Slipstream might help. Oh dear, and off the road, Kulsinski, I think he was going for a dive there, and it's gone wrong on Malinek, who was able to just calmly slot his way through afterwards. So, yeah, that looked weird, but I think it was just Kulsinski trying to go down the inside, a heroic manoeuvre, but it's not turned out very well, and he's going to be under pressure now from Jake de Stout, who's very close to him, and looking to make amends for the mistake that he made. We think, or you certainly think, anyway, I'm not taking the blame for this, speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, I must be speeding in the pit lane as we have the number 72 off at the final corner as well. So there's some yellow flags. But let's see a bit of a replay of this. Jasinski, is he going to swap to the inside? No, just going to go to the outside, but brake just a little, well, I say a little bit too late, quite a lot too late. Missed the apex by a good sort of 10 meters or so. And yeah, really going too fast in there as we're seeing Racing Team trying to unlap themselves now from the 3rd place. Christian Pallison with Robert Pawn 2nd place in LMP2s, just up ahead of these guys. So Hemmingson, he is allowed to do this, of course, but he just needs to make sure that he gets ahead, then out of the blue flags. Otherwise, he will obviously then have to obey the blue flags and give the place right back. So hopefully he can be quick enough to get himself up the road.
Yeah, and Pallison wasn't happy. Look at him still flashing the lights. He's really not happy with how this has gone, but given the pace that he's got right now, I think it will be okay for Hemmingson to do this, as long as he, this might sound a bit wrong, but as long as he disadvantages Robert Pone in the same direction, in the same way, and the same amount. But there we are. Pone goes a little bit wide, and through he goes. So look. You see the gap's been restored just there. I think it'll be okay as long as he can get away from these two. Then I think it'll be okay. But it's always a nerve-wracking one when you're lapping cars or unlapping yourself, I should say. Christian Palson's still flashing his lights here. Really wants to get through on Robert Pone, but might not be able to now. Inside line is going to be taken, but he doesn't care. Pallison round the outside beautifully on the brakes. They're very bumpy down there, but he was able to brake very late, and straight through goes Pallison into 2nd position. You can see the difference. It must be tyres, but surely they haven't all done triple stints, and they've only just changed now. That would be somewhat remarkable. But given the amount of driver change we just saw, I'm beginning to think that might have actually happened.
Yeah, indeed, and some nice racing still going on as we are getting obviously quite a few hours now into this race, and another battle that we've seen between these cars all throughout the race so far is Sim Racing for Holland and Your Name Here. Now we've got Pfeiffer getting on the back of Lotterman as we come towards turn number 1, getting a nice slipstream there down the inside. As long as he can do it on the brakes, he's going to have the track position, and it looks like he's just made the apex, and Lotterman trying to get a bit of an undercut there all over the apex himself. But as come towards turn 2, it looks like Your Name Here just going to be able to hold on to that one as we then jump to Adam Baldwin. This car, the Juices Motorsports Club, doing that bit of an early pit stop. I'm not sure if that was strategic or if that's just because they had to, but now they're on the back of the Volante car with Prodan in the car at the moment, in the Porsche for them, and this is getting very close indeed.
It is indeed. I find it hard to... Well, it could have been strategic, I suppose, but I don't see the benefit of it. That's the only problem. Either way, we'll see how it pans out over the next part of the race. Adam Baldwin tries to apply the pressure and get inside the top 5. He's going to be a GT Pro driver in Season 5 when that kicks off at some point this year. He managed to sneak into the top 5 on the very final race. So he's going to be up there in that championship as well. And indeed, Adam Baldwin, his longevity is quite astounding. I've got to be honest. He's been around for a very long time now, and he's still right at the top, looking to get the top 5. Is there going to be an opportunity for him to overtake Donat Prodan here? Not looking likely, I have to say, but it could just be due to traffic. You never know what's going to happen here, really. And yeah, it's still a good result, or still a good race for first part of the race for Juices, because as you mentioned, they were a long way further down on where they were a little bit earlier.
Yeah, they certainly were. But we got another driver coming in for an interview. We've got Christian McLaren here for the Waveframe Esports car, currently down in this 13th position, so struggling just a little bit today with where they would have wanted to be. But Christian, you had a good start to the race in P5, but then you sort of struggled a little bit in the second stint. How did that race go for you?
Actually, start was pretty good, but yeah, we don't have the pace right now. Poor pace, I mean, so we try to save some fuel, but with less power, we are struggling a lot to have that full target. So we try to make time on that, but it's hard. But we're gonna try it for sure.
The gaps are still quite close in the GTE category, so do you think you can make up those positions? I mean, there's still over 5 hours left in this race.
With this strategy, I think we can gain something, but yeah, we need a big code or something to get up. So it's hard to be where we were at Spa for sure. So for sure, P5 is gonna be very hard.
And are you going to be driving again later in the race?
It depends on the race, to be honest. It's harder to predict, but yeah, we still need to see how the race is going.
Yeah, definitely. But hopefully your strategy can work out today. So good luck for the second half of the race, and maybe you'll gain a few positions.
Hopefully. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. So there was McLaren there for the Waveframe car, and as he said, they're difficult for them to keep up with the pace that they had in Spa. But certainly that car is very good overall, so I'm not too worried for them as we get obviously halfway through the season now. I think they're still going to be able to challenge a little bit when we get to some other races as we jump back on board with the battle here for P11 in LMP2.
Yeah, and I'm wondering why Netrex are involved in it, because they were running inside a comfortable top 5 not so long ago, but all of a sudden it's not turned out well. They're side by side all of a sudden with Burst Esport, well, into 11th now, but I haven't seen them have any problems out there, but they must have done somewhere to drop down so far. It can't just be a drive-through, can it? That's too much time to lose. So something has gone on there, and yeah, it's a shame to see for them. But outside the top 10, very, that all happened very quickly as Adam Baldwin gets through and Donat Prodan with a nice move.
Yeah, Juice is making a few positions here and there over the last half hour or so. They're batting, a few places further behind, but this we'll have to see, because with them pitting so early, I don't think, even if they start saving fuel now, I don't know if they're going to be able to make it to the end without having a splash. So they need to make sure they're going as fast as they can, because we've seen just how much a drive-through is, let alone then adding maybe 10-15 seconds of fuel on top of that at the final pit stop with a few laps to go. But now there goes Mocek on the inside, who is now leading the race by over 10 seconds himself as well. So the race certainly is coming towards a couple of the teams, and I think Juices is one of them, but they just need to be careful to not make their splash at the end too long, otherwise they're going to lose all the progress that they're making.
Well, I have had some information from João Barbosa on this one, because we were very confused earlier on about how they were pitting early. He said that they've had a drive-through from a previous race to serve earlier on in this one, and that has affected things. That has made them pit a little bit earlier on this occasion. So the drive-through earlier has kind of had a knock-on effect, and it means they're pitting very early. But just to kind of highlight the longevity of Adam Baldwin, I said at the start of this stream that it's been 9 years since we come here to Road America. It's been a very, very long time. We hadn't even done a 24-hour race in the Virtual Endurance Championship yet. It was all the way back in Season 5, And guess who one of the drivers of the GT winning car was? It was Adam Baldwin all those years ago. Still winning races these days, still at the very top of rFactor 2, certainly in the top 30 of the GT side of things, if you look at the GT Pro Series and so on. And I'm sure he's going to have a great season coming up in the next year in this one. It just shows what a remarkable sim racing career he's had. He's been around forever and he's still at the very top.
Well, yeah, we've been, obviously this is season 14 now, so it's been going for quite a long time, and I'm sure there's some drivers who, were not not really able to talk when when we first started, and now they're obviously going to be driving as well. So, it's good to see that sim racing has obviously been around for that long now, and we're obviously getting into that time period where you can start looking back and be like, oh, 10, 15 years ago, X, Y, Z happened. It's it's quite good to see some of the drivers coming around as well, but also seeing new drivers come up, battling against them and trying to take down the top drivers is always good to see, as well with the likes of the Netrex team. They're quite a young team, or some of the drivers, I mean, are quite a young team, and I'm sure over the next few years they will get even better. But Adam Baldwin, as you say, been around for quite a while, very experienced, and that helps a lot, especially with managing traffic.
Yeah, absolutely. He didn't have to do much of it there, but yeah, having to negotiate everything is certainly a good asset to have indeed. But yeah, currently 5th place for them. But that obviously strategy hanging over their head. Not entirely sure how it's going to pan out for them in this one. Looking down a little bit further towards the bottom of the order, we've got Access Sports and Romano Motorsport, I'm afraid, out of this race. 42 cars remaining in this one. The racing team very much out of position. Harding Hemmington about to move up to 39th overall, but embedded right within GTE traffic. That's going to be 6 points. How many points are Go Team Racing going to be getting at the end of today? That's going to be what they're going to be watching, certainly throughout this one. But also, I'm a little bit concerned about their title charge in terms of a longer term thing here. I think about this a little bit earlier on when I was looking around at the entry list again and getting used to everything again. Andonovski and Hemmington, the only 2 drivers in that car. Who are they going to bring in for Le Mans? They're going to have to bring somebody in, surely. Who's it going to be? And how are they? How fast are they going to be? Who's going to fit in? Because it's not like they're driving for a huge. They've both been part of, and I think they both still are part of big teams and so on and so forth. It's not like they can reach into the roster and think, oh no, who's around to do this? You're a quick driver, you can do this, all that kind of thing. It's kind of a separate thing. So I'm a little bit concerned about what they're going to do. I'm sure they're going to have it sorted out, but it's got to be a little bit of a worry in terms of a long-term title charge.
I mean, people do 24-hour races with.
Yeah.
Always, we've got a car off
57.
Down the 57, down there. He's having a couple of issues. What car's 57? It's the Go Team Racing. Georgi Nadev, he's been off there at turn 5, had a few issues. Has he got a bit of contact there on the front? Maybe another car was involved in that one. Hopefully it wasn't some traffic issues, but yeah, certainly losing a few positions and more positions than what he would have liked. But back to 24 hours. You can definitely do it with 2 people. It's just a bit of a struggle. Although let's get a bit of a replay here. Is he? Excuse me, just on his own, coming in to turn 5. Oh, just locked the rears a little bit. Went for a bit of a spin. Oh, on his side actually.
Goodness me.
And he's obviously going to be able to roll that over at some point because he's still going. Trying to rock the car a little bit with the wheels there. That is, to be honest, he's done well to get that going. The game actually just put him on his wheels again. So that's very nice to have indeed, because he was in a bit of a pickle there.
He was in a bit of a pickle, rocking back and forward, trying to get back onto his wheels. But here we go. Battle for 3rd going on right now. Oh, it's close. Giosinski was not quite as late on the brakes as he was last time he did that, but he's certainly got the pace ahead of Meinek, but can't find his way through. And this has been the story of Seawolf Net Race's race so far. They're 10 seconds behind Nick De Silva now. The gap wasn't that big before, but it's growing into a bigger gap. And Jake De Stout is going to be with them soon as well, because Giosinski just can't seem to find a way through, despite the fact he looks a little bit quicker right now.
Yeah, he's definitely quicker, but you need to get past. I mean, that's part of racing. It doesn't just matter how quick you are. You need to be able to overtake and have a bit of racecraft about you as well. And these cars, you can definitely have a nice battle in them, but he hasn't been able to find a way past so far. Linux, no slouch either. I mean, he's a champion, if I'm not mistaken, VEC champion a few years ago. So he certainly knows what he's doing, and he's been around the block in that regard. So Jasinski needs to find the way past, and with these LMP2s just ahead, maybe he can find a little bit of a run if Linek gets held up.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see up towards the front. This is a lot of prototype traffic, and I think that's an LMP2 battle actually going on that they're running through right now. I think that is the one for second. No, not quite for second place, but for 10th instead. Oh, it's lap traffic. So I'm so used to seeing the Netrex cars up towards the front that they're actually getting lapped at this point. I think it's Go Team Racing, isn't it? Just behind, or one of the cars up towards the front. Anyway, but either way, lapped cars going on there, but. This is certainly a battle to be watching. Linek defending here once more, but how long can he keep this going for? He's been defending lap after lap after lap, and Kiosinski not giving up. Down the inside is going to be blocked off once again. It's going to have to be the outside for what is the third time now, but almost a carbon copy of last time. He gave it a little bit of a go. He got a little bit further than last time, but still nowhere near far enough.
Yeah, needs to try and get to the inside, but Linek has obviously learnt that one. And yeah, Jasinski's going to have to try something a bit crazy around the outside there. I thought maybe he'd be able to get a little bit alongside, but obviously just needs to get a bit of a better run out of turn 3. Obviously easier said than done when you're battling to the absolute limit of the cars. But for sure, they're having a nice battle here. And how far away are they now from the next side? They're 10 seconds away from the Ajira car. So really, this is quite an important battle for them, because they don't want to be losing too much more time if the Seawolf car does think that they're quicker than the Edge car, because 10 seconds is still close enough that they can probably catch down Nick De Silva.
You'd think so at this stage. However, Silva's really not driving very, very badly at all. He's having a good race, is Nick De Silva at the moment. As I mentioned earlier, not a good start to the season for those guys. 10th position at the moment, and a DNF in Spa hasn't helped them. But having a good result here, and so far gaining laps in terms of fuel on by Collers Burrs T-Sport. This is important. They've got 2 already, but oh dear, Pfeiffer getting all out of shape. They've got 2 already, but De Silva, is he able to continue going 1 lap longer each time? You know, is he going to have 3 laps on him by the end of this stint? You know, 4 in an hour's time. You know, this could be. It could start to add up quite quickly, and if that can happen for Ajira and they stay about 10 seconds back, then they still have a shout at maybe winning this race.
Well, they still might. It's certainly all to play for with over 5 hours to go, and I wouldn't count out a couple of cars for that, because you can really, you know, we've seen the gaps in every single pit stop, the order's changing. So if you get that right, especially when you get towards the final couple of pit stops, get yourself in a good position. I mean, I certainly wouldn't rule out a couple of cars, and we've already seen even, you know, some of the leaders making some mistakes today in pretty much all the categories so far. So yeah, still plenty of action to come here at Road America.
There certainly is, and yeah, we're enjoying it greatly. It's a good race so far. 2 hours and a half into it for the moment. 5.5 just under to go in the 8 hours of Road America to reach the halfway point in the Virtual Endurance Championship for season 14, and it's yeah, a lot going on even still. 3rd place overall still going on, a battle between those two we were just watching a couple of months ago. Robert Pound and Ivan Leonov maybe battling soon as well. That's for 3rd in LMP2, and there's a number of GTE things going on as well, including this one for 9th position. A 3-hour battle for 11th as well, with Waveframe, Sim Racing for Holland and Blackhawk Racing. So yeah, plenty of stuff for us to be watching here at this stage, but not so long until we see DPI pit stops. 3 laps to go, and I think David Mocek may be in again. It'd be an all-important moment really if he's able to go to lap 85 and do 22 laps for the first time today. It could be quite an important moment in this race really, because it will mean, you know, they're kind of stopping Ajira, gaining a lap on them each time, and that's the only way I see Ajira beating them really. I don't see them catching up to Bicolor's Burst Sport, but I do see them beating on strategy if it continues the way it has done the last 2 stints.
Yeah, the only thing for Ajira is Still to get in that car, as we saw from the webcam earlier, is Yerny Simoncic, who is obviously no slouch of a driver, and he's quite a good person to have as your effective third driver in the car. So still some fast times to come in from that Bicolors burst car as well. So they're certainly looking in a pretty good position. And interestingly, they've got a 16-second gap. In LMP2, the gap to second place is 18 seconds, and in GTE, the gap to the second place is also 16 seconds. So fairly similar lead each of the three class leaders have got. But certainly doesn't mean it's all done, because as you say, if Ajira tries something different on strategy, it can certainly be done. I'm sure the Michihaya and behind the scenes at Burst will be finding out a good strategy to make sure they can keep themselves in the lead, especially considering how Nita Velux had that extra drive-through penalty a bit earlier, has given them a bit more of a comfortable race today.
Yeah, it has indeed. This is the three-car battle that I was talking about, although it's turned into a two-car one because Lorenzo Risi is getting away at the moment, and Alex Broughtingham, having got through on Jackie Lotterman as well, may well do the same here in the next few months. I think the Team Iris car just behind is on a different lap. It is indeed the car that is one lap down after that early incident down at turn number 8, and now struggling really, but going to be trying to unlap themselves anyway. Bit of contact and straight in front of Bursties, but straight in front of the leader there by the looks of things. It's not what you want to see as David Mocek. Two GTs going side by side. Whether they're on the same lap or not, you don't care. You just want them to get out of the way.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation where they're all trying to battle for their place and positions and sort out the traffic, and then obviously you get the DPIs coming through as well, just to add to the extra fun. But certainly a really nice close battle here in the GTE battle GT category. As we've seen all throughout the race, we've seen just these cars battling all the time. There is a lot of them. So there's 19 GTEs, 18 still out on the track, with Ramada obviously DNFing quite a few laps ago now. But yeah, quite a lot of GTEs for this battle, which is good to see indeed. Let's see how this one works out for 12th place. It's interesting to see, though, the Sim Racing Holland car just dropping down the field as the race has gone on, though, after such a good start to last season with a few race wins.
Yeah, they did have a good start, but it quickly fell apart, I'm afraid. Oh my word, Mleinek all over the grass there, getting through on another Black Hawk GTE. I think it's the other one, but yeah, that was not ideal. Giosinski definitely going to fancy his chances now. A bit of clean road up in front. If he can get a good run through this final corner, we talk about it all the time, but the final corner, very important for a move into turn 1. Doesn't look like he's been able to do it any time so far. We've not seen him make a move into turn 1. It's turn 5 where he seems to make his moves a little bit more, but still not able to get through. Mleinek has defended well, but it just looks like Giosinski just doesn't, when he breaks on the outside line of turn 5, just doesn't look like he can quite get the confidence there and to brake quite late enough to get through on Mleinek. It's very, very difficult for him, but he's trying anything at the moment because they've spent a long time stuck behind this car now, have Seawolf.
Yeah, it might be something to do with the straight line speed as well, because obviously there's a potential setup difference between the cars, and the rear wing is quite an important factor to choose, because not only does this set your downforce level, but also your top speed. And with the long straights here, there's 3 really long straights at this track. You want to have that top speed, but then there's also a lot of fast corners, of particularly sort of turn 1, the carousel, this corner here, turn 7. You want to have the stability in the rear end as well. So there could be a little bit of a rear wing difference going on there. But definitely the Seawolf car is very fast, but maybe just not enough to get past the Edge car at the moment.
No, but well, yeah, they seem fairly well matched, but if the way that that car has been able to stay with with Mleinek so easily throughout this, just seemed to suggest that it might be a little bit quicker. But it might be about to all be ripped up in the next couple of moments, because some of these will be in soon. David Mocek might well be in, and he is. So he's still doing 21 laps, whereas Ajira, Edge and Seawolf are all able to do 22. Mocek sticking to the 21, but as you mentioned, Simoncic might well be getting in this car, and we think he is getting in this car right about now. Does it really matter? Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out. I mean, they obviously know what roughly the lap count is going to be, and they know how many pit stops and how many laps per stint that they need to do. So I'm sure they have sort of done the maths and worked out what they're going to be doing. But Simčić there, I mean, he looks fairly calm getting into the car, and he's going to be getting in there. Interesting though that they have gone less than sort of all the cars around them. The only other car in at the moment is the Wanako car. So certainly the other teams doing their lap of fuel saving now, whereas maybe Burst will have to do that a bit later in the race.
Yeah, we'll see if they do it at all at this stage. But it's not sure. Not sure. Tyre change, of course, and driver change all going on. It's a bit awkward, but Wanako are not going to be in the way, thankfully for Simčić, as he's getting himself ready. So we've had Hoyer, Mocek, and now Simčić into the car. We'll see how much quicker he is, though, because we do know the pace that he shows normally. Interesting to see Jake de Stout able to go one lap longer as well. I wonder if that's going to help them at all, but they really do need a little bit more pace to get back to where they were. That drive-through costing them a lot of time at the moment, and Edgin Seawolf, they're not really catching either of those two cars. Stout's not really catching either of those two, like I was expecting him to, so that's got to be a little bit concerning for Nitro Velix, who have slipped back a little bit, and here they are.
Yeah, here is the webcam with Jake de Stout, as he's actually on board with the DX Droids car, so don't worry about that one. That one is a couple of laps down in 9th place in class, so they will actually have to be adhering to the blue flags, because blue flags are they're advisory for the the multi-class stuff, but when it is your own class, you do need to be letting the cars through. But it actually doesn't matter, because he's coming into the pit lane now, and he is going to be doing his pit stop, so hopefully doesn't get a speeding penalty this time like we believe he got last time. The other thing is he could have got a drive-through from cut tracks. That is another factor as well to play in at this track.
It is always a factor. However, I didn't see that last lap was a cut track, so maybe not. So I kind of ruled that one out, because the most recent lap wasn't a cut track at the time. But you never know. I'm not sure how many laps you do have to serve them, but people tend to come in straight away.
Yeah, I believe it's 5 laps. It's either 3 or 5 laps that you have to serve it, but I think it's 5. So you do have quite a lot of room to play with, and especially at a track like this where it's a little bit longer. Obviously, the time that you have then, therefore, to serve it obviously goes up a little bit. So, maybe it'll decide to do that, but I do think it might have just been a speeding one, purely because it was so close to his pit stop.
Yeah, it would make sense, certainly, but either way, whatever it was, not helpful in any way, as he is in with Serge Bakker again. It's Ground Effect Sim Racing, by the way, who've been out of it after, well, not out of it, but a little bit further back after their drive-through that they had to serve a little bit earlier. And then De Silva, Mleinik and Giosinski might well be able to go one more after this, to go 3 laps longer than everybody else. Let's see, De Silva's coming out the final corner right now, and he's going to carry on again. So this is turning into a very good situation for Argira. This race absolutely not over, despite the fact that the two teams are 10 seconds apart. It's very much still on.
Yeah, it's an interesting one to see that, because you would assume that obviously with the Burst being also one of the more top teams, especially with Simčić in there. He drove with Dennis Jordan, Alex Siebel for quite a number of years as well, through ACR Edge and then Burst Edge as well last season. There was that trio, so they definitely know what they're doing with the fuel strategy. But obviously they're just deciding that at this point in the race, they don't need to do so, whereas Argira obviously want to just go as long as possible, which is quite an interesting one, because they're keeping their speed as well. Like, they're not really that far behind, so they haven't been going too much slower to save the fuel either. So there's obviously just some different strategic play going on, but I wouldn't worry too much for now, but we'll see how that one goes as the race progresses.
It's developing into a very interesting situation as things stand. Going 3 laps longer now. Just wondering how much actual fuel that's going to be. In terms of actually working this one out, I'm sure everybody, or some of the teams will have been doing, or maybe this is a bit preemptive maths, but however many laps, how litres a lap of fuel people are using, and then how long it will take to actually put that into a car. We think it's Jura, if it carries on like this for the rest of the race, they might all save 10 laps. You know, how many litres is that going to be, and how many seconds are they going to save? Is the real question. But maybe that's a bit preemptive maths. I'm sure these guys are just, you know, kind of going as fast as they can for now, and worrying about that a little bit later. Jimmy Nisela has gone around for a spin at the carousel. Might well lose a whole host of positions here. It looks like he has done, dropping down all the way to 9th place now.
Yeah, it's not a nice place to have a spin either, because obviously if you go off, it's going to be quite a high-speed crash. But either way, you're going to be getting quite a lot of flat spots on those tyres as well. As De Silva's coming into the pit lane. So is Mlynek and Jasinski as well. So all three of those cars going a decent amount longer, really, than the likes of Baikolis Burst, who will assume the race lead once again when they all come around. And interestingly, Chris Shepherd is doing some decent lap times at the moment in the class as well. So Wanako's still not out of it in terms of the race pace. And then Christian Michel now into that Cetres Nita Velix car, but quite a few seconds, about 30 seconds behind Jerne Simoncic.
Yeah, we'll see if that gap really closes. Is Mikel going to be quicker than Jake de Stout was, is my question. I think he might well clutch up to Mlynek and Gilsinski, if they're still in their car, of course. There might well be driver changes coming in the next few moments. But yes, we'll see how the gaps change in DPI, and it is changing in GTE. Lorenzo Arisi, despite starting in this stint in about 13th position, he's been roaring up the field. He's already ahead of Alex Broughtingham as well, as we see a brief yellow flag in Sector 3 there. Not sure what that was for. It's all fine now. But yeah, Arisi, top 8 here once again. He has had a good stint. I'm not entirely sure why it dropped down so far, or why he's climbed up the order so easily. But either way, he won't be complaining. And up recovering now after dropping back throughout the first couple of stints.
Well, when we spoke to Lorenzo's teammate Christian a bit earlier, they did seem that the top 5 was a little bit far away, but a P8 would still be a lot better than where they were down in P13 or so at one point. So hopefully on that, maybe saving a bit of fuel, a bit of strategy into that, they can get back a bit further up to where they really need to be. And the cars ahead aren't actually too far, just 5 seconds to the car ahead of Nisula. But then Nisula is actually only half a second behind Pfeiffer as well. So I think Arisi, if he can have a little bit of pace about him, I think they might be challenging for the cars ahead. So I don't think the race is over just yet for that car.
No, absolutely not, as the LMP2s begin to make their pit stops, but they all seem to be doing a very similar thing on strategy. Now, I think this is the 4th stint of their race. Surely the likes of Juice's Motorsport Club and Mugen Sim Racing haven't gone all this way on one set of tyres. I mean, it is possible, I suppose, but surely not. I have to talk to somebody in that category to try and work out what's happening. But the 377, I should say, of Team Iris, not having a good race so far today, and just exposed a little bit after the kink here, stationary at the moment, and not a nice place to be stopped, as we saw a little bit earlier on with Henning Vollert, who couldn't find a space to get out either. Thankfully got away safely, and let's hope the same happens with this Aston Martin.
Oh, and they've gone back
Oh,
to the pit lane. So yeah, another car having some issues out of the race, as we've got the ground effect car going on the grass there to get through that bit of traffic. But yeah, Mia Rose there for Team Iris having a few issues and going back to the pit lane. So that is, I believe, the 3rd DNF of the race, along with Axel Sports, number 22 DPI, and Ramada Motorsports, who didn't even make it past the first lap in the number 51 GTE.
Well, we just say that for Timothej Andonovski and the racing team car, but then they managed to reappear, and they have continued to be out there, so you never know. But let's wait and see what happened. Oh dear, this could be LMP2 interference. It's a very difficult place for a prototype to get through there, and because the GTs are so on the limit anyway, that there's not much they can do on the outside line. And yeah, I mean, I guess the room was given. On-off racing, I think it was down here. It's a very difficult one to call, but
it's such a difficult corner to overtake, though. Yeah, you've really got to make sure you're going to be through. And I think as we just get in, yeah, it's difficult to go side by side through that corner. I mean, Team RS for sure possibly could have given the tiniest bit more room, but it's so hard to judge that at that speed, and especially the GTEs, they're on the limit. And at the end of the day, it's the responsibility of the LMP2 and DPI drivers to get past safely. So yeah, certainly I'd say that's probably more on the LMP2, but for sure it probably could have been avoidable from both sides as well. So yeah, I don't think that one is going to be looked at too nicely.
Possibly not. Possibly not. As Derek Coloxite gets through on Smariglio here of Wave 3 Esports. More pressingly, in DPI, Christian Mikel is on a mission here. Stefan Ruar has lost 2 positions in the space of a lap, I'm afraid. Jan Katau got through and Christian Mikel did as well. But it doesn't look like the Season 7 champion is going to stop there, really. And he's going to try and get through into Turn 1 here once again. Katau stays in front for now. It looks like it's going to be 3rd position maybe for Nartarelix here once again. I think Mikko might just have that little bit of extra pace compared to Jake de Stout here. It would be a very interesting battle to see himself against Joni Simičić, but unfortunately the Slovenian has got a 30-second head start as if he needs one.
Yeah, as if. So yeah, looking now that we've actually seen quite a lot of these drivers, these teams swap drivers, it'd be interesting to see how that one translates to the pace as well, because we saw Jusinski took ages to get past the edge driver of Mlinek, but now Rout is in the car and he's obviously lost it straight away. So it can obviously be down a little bit to the team, the drivers that you have in the team as well. And this is to be honest, a nice three-way battle for the final place on the podium, as Michelle just getting caught up a little bit there by Dix Droids. That's going to give Rout a bit of a chance, but he's actually just been blocked off there, couldn't have enough room to get past, and in the end the Dix Droid car is actually going to get him back into the braking zone, and that's going to hold up that battle just a little bit for now. But yeah, Seawolf looking good for this podium. But as you say, we'll just have to see how fast Michelle is, because he definitely was faster on the previous lap.
Oh dear me, we're getting flashbacks. Michel's got himself onto the grass there, but late move on the GT, maybe just about early enough that one, and they all managed to get away. But yeah, you don't like to see it, given what we've seen 2 times now in the past through that kink. It's a very fast corner, and as we mentioned, GTs are kind of hanging on for dear life there, but either way, everybody's got through nicely, and this battle can continue, even though the car lengths have extended between the 3 just ever so slightly. Joni Simičić, by the way, extending the margin at the front of this race. Nick De Silva was driving well and keeping Collis Burst Esport in check, but Daniel Almeida not able to stay with Simičić, and not many are. 1.3 seconds gained by 3-time FSR World Champion last time, and it's going to continue on in that way. By the looks of things, because that's the way they've started. Simičić doesn't often slow down, so yeah, could be a lot of trouble for Agera Racing. As I said earlier, they need to keep the saving laps of fuel is good, but they need to keep Burst Esport close enough for it to matter. And if this continues on for ages, then it's not going to be close enough to matter.
And this is what we were speaking about. I mean, we spoke about this in GT3 Endurance last season. One reason why Burst really won that championship was because they had 4 drivers with Michi, David, Jerne, and then Jesper Pedersen as well. And those 4 drivers are obviously some of the best drivers that we have in SRC. And they had all 4 of them, so it doesn't matter which 2 showed up to the race, they were always fast. And it's kind of a similar situation here. Joni Simičić, he's got in the car 3rd, a couple of hours into the race, and he's obviously potentially, some could argue, maybe even quicker than Michi, who started the race as well. And that's not like Michi is slow. So it's always good having a fast driver to come in at the midpoint in the race, whereas a lot of teams, they'll put their fastest driver first, then their second fastest driver second, and third fastest third, etc. So they sort of get slower as the race goes on. Whereas here, obviously, Simičić gets in the car, and he's just done a 49.1, so about half a second off the fastest lap of the race in that category as well. So certainly getting on top of it very quickly.
Yeah. Speaking of big leads, by the way, we were talking about that a few moments ago. Simičić, Mark Veit has got a pretty big one. Christian Pallesen now nearly 20 seconds behind. Just Go Team Racing continue to try and get their first Division 1 victory in the Virtual Endurance Championship. I think that is true but I don't know entirely. I'm pretty sure it is, because we were talking about their rise to fortune a little bit earlier on, and I still don't believe they've quite got that race win, but it's certainly very close for them.
Yeah, I don't think they've got a race win, but they've definitely got second place at least once, if not twice, in the last year. Yeah, in the last year or so. So they certainly know how to get a podium, but that final step is hard. But to be fair for them, they've been in the LMP2 category, where obviously this year they've had racing team right at the top. Last season we had Varga and the Burst Edge car right at the front there as well. So yeah, it's been difficult for them to get a race win, let's put it that way. Especially last season, it was either Burst Edge or Varga. They won all 9 races of the season, if I'm not mistaken. So they really wiped the floor with that one. So it's been hard for Go Team to get that final step. And even today, they're 19 seconds off, but they've still got just over 5 hours to be able to do so. And I wouldn't be surprised if they really look to challenge that, because they've definitely got a good team there.
They certainly have, and it's an ever-improving team as well, of course, let's not forget. But at the moment, Black Hawk Racing are leading this one by a fair margin as things stand. And they're doing very well with... they're only 8th place in the championship at the minute, which shows their results in the first 2 races, but it's going much better for them now. As we see Jan Katau and Christian Mikel, free wide and very much pressed up towards the barriers on the right-hand side. Thankfully, just about enough room, but they're going to be shoulder to shoulder going down towards turn 1 here. Mikel wants to get clear of this Seawolf car into turn 1. He's going to do that. Katau going to try and get the undercut here and maybe go for it again, but not able to. A couple of slower LMP2s in the way now as well, which is not going to be helpful. But Mikel through now. That was a very close moment between the two of them, but thankfully everybody got away nicely.
Yeah, very nice indeed, but I don't think the Seawolf car, Jan Katau, is over and done with this battle. Looks like it's going to be just about thinking about it, at least coming down to turn 5, but decided not to go for anything too aggressive just yet. But not surprised to see Christian Michel coming back up, got that second place in qualifying and is now really trying to show his speed and get back up to Daniel Almeida in that Giro Racing car, the number 7 car, 10 seconds up the road. And now that he's clear, maybe he'll be able to put in some nice laps and get it up there. So that would be very good indeed, as we now come back to this battle, 6th and 7th. Mugen Sim Racing with a clock side trying to get around the outside of Defour in on-off racing car, but can't quite do it just yet. And now we're coming up to the kink again. Are we going to see a side-by-side action with a GT and LMP2? Are they going to come out on top just about this time? And Clockside is going to be losing a bit of time there. 3 wide as Rout goes all over the grass.
G Sports have done that twice in the last half an hour, and there we go, getting through the traffic very aggressively here once again. Yeah, it's a long way around the carousel, and Clockside wasn't quite able to manage it there. A little bit of an earlier pit stop for Sedlacek as well, earlier, just the fact that it's before the hour. More teams getting towards the hour now. You see Prodan nearly made it. But they're certainly getting closer to, so I think the GTEs are all looking okay in that respect. GT pit stops, by the way, not too far away at all here. Adam Baldwin, you see, has already made them, and we're going to be deep in a GT pit stop cycle very shortly, as well as Donnet Prodam does indeed pull into his pit box now, and so on and so forth. But Cam, your final thoughts on this race? We're approaching 3 hours in. It's been good racing so far, but there's still a lot to unfold here in the next few moments.
Oh, the battling has been great, and Road America has been a nice welcome return to the calendar for sure. And I'm sure we're going to see some really nice, battles over the course of the next 5 hours. So yeah, we're getting towards that middle part of the race, and quite an important one for the race strategy as well. But yeah, I'm definitely expecting a nice final 5 hours and plenty of battling and strategic strategies to still come. So yeah, it's been a good race so far.
I've got one more question for you though. Are you going to be driving?
No, not the plan isn't for me to drive today. Obviously, I've done some driving in the 49 burst car for now, but don't plan to today unless I really need to.
Unless it's disastrous, yeah. Okay, well, either way, thanks very much for joining me for the first 3 hours. Cam Roger, alongside me, Ewan O'Leary. We're going to be handing the baton on now for the next couple of hours, 2 hours and a half. We're going to be spending with Hugo Barraud and Neil Heatley. Welcome along to both of you.
Hello, thank you for introducing us, and I think we're both looking forward to the next stint of this race. It's been very interesting so far. and there still seems to be a lot of action, as we can see right now, to get onto. I don't know
Yes,
about you, Neil.
indeed. Over the last 10 minutes, there's been, shall we say, some spicy action on track. it appears that this is Road America is an incredibly fast circuit. So much of it is flat out. And that's the on-off racing car going off at the final corner there and then rescinding 6th position, giving that to Mugen in that purple LMP2, just a little bit too deep into the last corner. But yes, Road America is such a fast circuit. And of course, the 3 classes that we've got here, DPI, LMP2 and GTE, have such different top speeds. There's big closing speed differences between each of the 3 classes. And we've seen that already cause a couple of problems just in the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, and especially with the nature of this circuit. I mean, it was established earlier that there's really not much runoff here at all. It's pretty much circuit and then grass, unlike what we've had at Monza and Spa. So it really does punish the drivers, especially when they're trying to navigate through all this traffic. If you go off, it's going to really cost you. And we've seen that quite a few times already. We just saw it with on-off racing, sort of true to their name, going off track a moment ago. I mean, we've seen lots of incidents. There was that Butler Powell Motorsport car that crashed quite early on in the race. We've had some crashes between different classes. So Andonovsky, before that car retired, that hit the Cetrez Nita Velux car, I believe, unless it's still going, I'm not sure. As well as that, we had Georgi Nadev manage to capsize his GTE. So lots of drama, and with the current closeness of lots of the racing around here, that's going to continue. We've got David Kaloxai now up into 6th place, having just inherited that position, closing off with some GTs, and it sort of establishes, especially through these windy parts of the circuit, it's not that wide. It can be quite difficult, especially when the other cars are battling each other. So we'll see how that all plays out, and we'll see how these battles go on as well, because the gaps, especially in the DPI class, do seem to be quite large at the moment.
Yeah, having a look at the DPI, the live timing, which you can find at simracing.club. Then if you go to the Virtual Endurance Championship tab at the top, you can see live timing for all 3 divisions happening at the moment. But as you said, yeah, at the moment, Baikal is Spurs Esport, Yanis Simčić, 25-second gap over Daniel Almeida and the number 7 Ajira in 2nd. But there's just a couple of seconds, I should say, rather, in that battle for the last podium position between the 10 Cetrez Nita Velux 06 Seawolf Net Race car and Michel versus Kalau. 2.5 seconds or so separating those two, and if I can just find where they are on the circuit on the live timer, there we go. They've just come out of turn 5, then going underneath the bridge at the top, coming up the hill.
Yeah, so that'll be one battle to keep an eye out. As well, actually, in GT, the Wanacone Edgy Sports could get quite close. I'm not sure. Jan Katal does seem to be losing a little bit of time. That last lap, a second slower than Christian Michael. Chris Shepherd also slower than his rifle, but only 0.2 of a second, if that, between them. But this track as well, we've got all these undulations, and it really goes up and downhill for a lot. So it changes the weight balance of the cars. And I think that's been a cause for quite a few of the incidents where people just aren't prepared for that, the effect that perhaps cresting a hill in a braking zone can have on the car, and just misjudging braking from that, because lots of the racing has been so close. But at the moment, I think we're staying with Kaloxai at the moment. He's running 6th place for the Mugen car, number 33, doing a decent job there, maybe looking to start closing up to Robert Pound. That's a 20-second gap, though. I think he's going to be looking more behind him to that on-off racing car that they did pass, seeing whether that's going to start closing up. You can see on the live timing at the bottom of the screen there, the gap's 5 seconds, could start closing down on the last lap. Obviously, Benoit Dufour, who's driving the on-off car, he lost about 3 seconds as a result of that off just before the end of the lap. We'll see whether he's going to be able to claw back some of that time, or maybe he's going to continue to drop back, because they were running quite close prior to that. At the top as well, you can see some of the cars that are no longer racing. We've got Team Iris out, Ramada are also out, and there's Axel Sports as well. They aren't racing anymore, I don't believe. So a few off, but I think that's to be expected with this circuit. And look at this, we've got some GT battles to go down to, and that's being interfered with a little bit by traffic.
Yeah, that was I believe that was Greg Collin, that Speedmite car just coming out of the pits, and you just quickly saw that Mugen car actually coming up behind your name here racing car in the exit of turn 1. So Greg Hall has just came out of the pits. Irish will be a little bit cold, which means he might just need half a lap or so to get these tyres up to temperature. Coming down to 5, one of the main overtaking opportunities here at Road America, and that left-hander. And exactly what you were saying about braking zones and undulations, this is the most difficult corner of the circuit for me, turn 6 up of the hill. Just essentially because you crest while you're braking, and the crest of that hill is essentially at the turn-in point for 6.
Yeah, well, it essentially reduces the effect of your downforce quite a lot. It takes all that weight off your tyres, and it means that if you do brake a little bit late, the effect of that will be even greater because you haven't got nearly as much stopping force, and that can make it quite difficult. But we'll see how Greg Hall can attempt to close up to the Your Name Here car. You can see that just crossing our screen a moment ago, Christian Hindmarsh at the wheel of that car, and it seems that Greg Hall, he might have a bit of pace here. There's 2 seconds in it. There is an LMP2 between them. That should get out of the way quite swiftly. However, there's another one coming up just behind this Corvette C8R. So traffic obviously always having a little bit of an effect as we head through the next phase of this circuit. 2 seconds. The gap seems to be remaining quite consistent for the time being. However, on the we'll check when they get to the line what the lap difference is in just a moment. And although we're going to go up to the top of GTE because Adam Baldwin is having to defend quite hard from Mikhail Sedlacek in the Varga Sim Racing Aston Martin. The BMW there just ahead. You can see that prototype is trying to find a way through, but it's really difficult and very risky when you've got 2 GTs being very feisty, especially through the carousel as well. That's always a little scary to try and overtake through there. You can see right over the curb, and he's just about kept on the track. The BMW flashes him through, and they are still extraordinarily close, just a tenth of a second. Sedlacek will pull to the outside. Can he hold on to this position? It's going to have to be done under braking for the next term, and in fact, no, it's not. He's going to slipstream straight past, and that's going to be 3rd place for Varga Sim Racing.
Yeah, I think Baldwin, just by the look of the relative speeds coming out of the kink, I think Baldwin actually let off the throttle a little bit coming down to Canada Corner, just so there wasn't an incident under braking. But perhaps Baldwin knows at this point he might not be as fast as Sedlacek, and as a result thinks that actually by trying to battle like a sim racing car at this point, he's actually going to lose more time in the context of the entire race. So I got to see what Baldwin can do with respect to Sedlacek now, but yeah, at least to me, I think that looked like more of a concession from Baldwin.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, we're not even halfway through the race yet. We've still got just under 5 hours to go, so a long way there. And obviously, if you're in a battle, you're going to be slowing yourselves down relative to the rest of your field. And in fact, as you're saying, it might be quicker in the overall scheme of the race for Adam Baldwin to have conceded that position. And maybe he didn't want to resist too much. And I think he might have backed off slightly as well to let that prototype through. But either way, it's only one position, and there's still a long time to regain that, especially if that's to the benefit of his strategy, saving the tyres, saving the fuel, and just keeping a consistent speed up, which is always an advantage of not being in a fight. But Michael Sedlacek seems to be pretty quick at the moment with his Varga car. He set a 2:03.2 last lap, so that's a fair bit quicker than Adam Baldwin, although Adam Baldwin did go a little bit slower, but he's already pulling quite a big gap at the moment. Maybe that juices car beginning to save a little bit of fuel. He can't do that too much though, because Jean Alesi aren't that far behind. There's only 5 seconds between Baldwin and Martin Dillon. So we'll see how that goes. And maybe Sedlacek is pushing at this phase of the strategy. So we'll see how that all plays out. And if they coalesce towards the end of the race, especially with the way that GT strategy has been thrown a little bit up in the air because they don't seem to be able to quite make it to the hour mark before having to pit.
Yeah, again, because generally we say for the GTE cars, they can do an hour, maybe about 65 minutes. But then again, it's what we were talking about before, the fact that Road America is such a high-speed circuit, there's an awful lot of on-throttle time. Rather like Le Mans, I wouldn't actually be surprised if the on-throttle time's roughly similar for Le Mans and Road America, actually. And that means, obviously, they use more fuel, and most of them probably won't be able to get to that hour mark, and they probably need to splash and dash at some point during this race. Some teams might decide to do that at the very end. Sometimes might decide to do that in this middle portion of the race, though.
Yeah, so the advantage of doing it now would be that everyone's on slightly different strategies anyway. You might find yourself in less traffic. I mean, if you look at the track map right now, you can see it's pretty evenly dispersed as onto the grass a little bit goes Michael Sedlacek. But at the end, of course, it means you are certain of your strategy at that point. If you're pitting in the middle, you're taking that gamble that nothing else is going to happen between now and the end of the race, and you haven't done an extra pit stop, which could cost you. So it all depends on how the team feels is best to move forward. Right now as well, though, GTs do seem to be it seems to be a common theme that they provide lots of the close racing during these endurance races. There are a lot more of them on circuits anyway, so that's fair enough. But in GT right now, Speedy Might and World of Sim Racing battling for 8th position, very close there. Jordi San Andreas is trying to hold him off. We'll see whether that battle is how close that battle is in just a second, I hope, because GT, the nature of their cars is that they can follow really closely. They're not as reliant on downforce as those prototypes, and there's just an awful lot more of them, so there's an awful lot more fighting to be had between them. So we'll see what the result of some of these battles are as we're going to move to that now.
And here's Jordi San Andreas and Greg Hall, World of Sim Racing versus Speedy Might for 8th position in the GT class, coming down towards turn 5, a downhill braking zone here yet again. Of course, turns 1, 3 and 5 are all downhill braking zones, which means the braking zone is just that little bit longer because you've also got to stop against gravity as well, and that allows for perhaps a longer braking zone and therefore more variation and perhaps better overtaking opportunities. But Greg Hall trying to get past that World of Sim Racing car, coming down the hill again. Look, yet another downhill braking zone. Then this 90-degree left-hander. Then next up is the carousel, the long right-hander that makes the left-hand side tires squeal in agony. And it's all about picking the correct acceleration point coming out of the carousel, isn't it? Because it is so important, because the kink, what they're just coming up to, is flat out, and it is flat out all the way down to Canada Corner. So picking that acceleration point coming out of the carousel is so important.
Yeah, if you misjudge that, you run the risk of running wide, and then you have to back off again. That's going to really harm your acceleration. As you said, it's flat out all the way downhill towards Canada Corner, and you can see there they're getting very close. But if you don't pick up the throttle early enough, again, you're going to be going too slowly and you'll have poor acceleration. But here we go then. It seems that Jordi San Andreas is having some slight issues with just going onto the grass a little bit here and there, maybe feeling really under the pressure of Greg Hall as we go along the pit straight now to the inside, pulls the Speedy Might car. He's got a slipstream acceleration bonus, but it doesn't seem to be that powerful. In fact, that's a Corvette to the left of him, the C7R, does seem to have just a little bit more straight line speed as they move towards the first turn. They are going to be side by side. Can Greg Hall maintain the position? Yes, he can. He's taken that off World of Sim Racing. Will they retaliate? They've got to be careful though, because there's the Sol Ligier on track trying to get through both of them as well, and that's going to split them up a little bit, and that's going to neutralize the fight, thankfully, for Greg Hall. He'll be quite happy with that. That's sort of secured his 7th position, but he's going to have to make sure he's keeping up his speed and able to pull away, because San Andreas is still not that far behind.
Yeah, San Andreas still there. Oh, that's a big, that almost looked like a rear brake lock up there for Hall coming down to turn 5, didn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
That was
Didn't
very
seem too happy.
But yes, as you said, I think the reason that I think you were quite correct, is that San Andreas going on the grass a couple of times, perhaps feeling the pressure a little bit and beginning to almost overdrive the car. And it's going to be Greg Hall in that position, so we've got to see how he deals with the pressure from the World of Sim Racing team car. About 7/10 of a second separate the two of them, as you've got more prototype traffic passing both of them at the moment.
Yeah, and also to come into the fight there is, I think, running a little bit wide through the carousel. No, never mind. But also we've got the Your Name Here car, Christian Heimarsch, coming up as well. So this could quite quickly turn into a 3-way fight if Jordi San Andreas isn't able to hold onto a position onto the grass a fair bit there, kicking out the rear end. That's not the best way to accelerate out of the corner. And that gap is showing you why, as it's increasing a little bit along this straight. So it's the Aston Martin here against the Corvette C7R in front of him. We'll see what Christian Heimarsch can do, because he has been sneaking up on this battle a little bit. I think taking advantage of San Andreas and Greg Hall fighting each other and slowing each other down. And he's managed to close down that gap a little bit up to half a second. However, there's traffic to come through here. That prototype should be able to get past San Andreas before the end of the straight. But if he can't, that's going to slow him down. But it looks good. You can see that gap closing down rapidly though, can't you, Neil?
Yeah, that gap getting closer and closer. It's always scary when you can visually see the gap getting closer in your rear view mirror. But as you said, it's now So Jorge San Andres now has to defend yet again for the second time in as many laps, this time against Christian Heinmarsch in the Your Name Here Racing team car, coming down through turn 3 in the long run, down towards turn 5, a little bit uphill until you get underneath the bridge there, then it starts to go downhill a little bit, and then that gradient certainly increases in the braking zone down to turn 5. 4/10 of a second separate the two of them into the braking zone, and Heinmarsch not able to get close enough this time by, but of course he will have the joys of the slipstream coming into turn 5, but of course having that slipstream means you're fast in the straights, but you've got to be careful of that dirty air through the long corners, especially through the carousel and through the kink. It might just induce a little bit of understeer into these cars.
Yeah, 100%, and the carousel is what we'll be coming up to in no time at all, so being this close behind might not be very good, and it's not going to be helping tyres either. They're going to be scrubbing a little bit more with this slight lack of downforce as they go under the first bridge, which sort of denotes the start of the carousel, through to the second. Heinmarsch is keeping quite neatly behind him. It all depends, can he maintain enough speed through the exit as they head under the second bridge into the kink. It's 0.3 of a second. It's getting a little bit smaller, that gap, but I don't think it's going to be enough on this occasion. I just think that you can't follow quite close enough sometimes through that carousel to keep the speed up for a move. As we head down towards Canada corner, then a little bit more uphill, you can see that gap is really quite close. We could see a move onto the straight. However, there are two prototypes behind this little battle, which are going to throw a little spanner into the works here, make it very difficult for both of them. That's the Nita Velux car, currently running second overall. He doesn't want to get involved in this battle too badly, and you can see there that's going to extend it a little bit, neutralise the battle for the time being. And Christian Heinmarsch has taken a couple of paces back, and he's going to have to close that gap up all over again.
And that's just something you have to deal with in endurance racing, is the fact that sometimes faster traffic will just get in the way and then ruin some of the work that you have done. But as you said, Heinmarsch is going to have to try and make up that gap, but really hasn't really lost that much time. It's 0.4 of a second at the moment, which pretty much it was 0.4 of a second at this point last time round.
Yeah, he's not been helped by this traffic for the time being. I'm just having a look behind. There's another car behind. Yeah, that's the Maradna Satellite E-Stars car, Henry Sinnick. He is closing up. You can see that Corvette just a little bit behind these guys. He could see himself get involved as well. Their battle's not helping each other. You can see the rear end quite happy through that turn there, through turn 5. Into turn 6 they go. If they're being slowed down this much, then we could see a three-way fight emerge for the 8th position, which could be very interesting. As you can see, getting right onto the grass seems to be the strategy for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, getting onto the grass for prototypes, and that prototype in fact kicking the back end out under acceleration there, and having to go all the way around the outside of the carousel to the other downforce. No, just deciding to wait behind the GT car. And of course, for the prototypes, that will be so painful, because they know they can take so much more speed through the carousel and through these fast corners, but they just can't because of the GT traffic directly ahead.
Yeah, and it was said in the briefing to be careful through that. It might have been. I wasn't paying attention too much. I was making sure that they weren't going to collide with each other, to be honest. Yeah, they were told in the briefing, the prototypes, to be careful and just be patient through the carousel, because the GTs are right on the limit there, and they cannot change direction nearly as quickly as the prototypes. They're heavier and they have less downforce. But Christian Heinmarsch now just 0.3 of a second. He hasn't had the best exit out of the final turn, but as they go uphill, he will have that hole in the air punch for him by Jordi San Andres. And towards the first turn, we could see another attempt at a move. It depends whether he can close up enough. They're heading back downhill a little bit into the braking zone. You can see it's getting quite busy behind, so he's going to have to make this move quickly before he runs out of time. He's not able to do it into turn 1, and he's not really going to see another opportunity until 5, as we've got 3 prototypes who are going to be trying to navigate their way through as well. And once again, the gap is essentially reset. However, the traffic could work in Heinmarsch's favour through turn 5. Look at this, though. That is quite the traffic jam onto the barriers they go. That's luckily not going to cause too much damage, but that just goes to show how busy all of a sudden got at this certain section of the track.
The advertising board being punted there. Not sure, that almost looked like a Wanako car to me doing that. But yes, Jordi San Andres, Christian Heinmarsch again. This has come out in favour of San Andres a little bit, because that gap's gone up by 1/4 of a second, 0.3 of a second. So that stramash between the prototypes has helped that World of Sim Racing car just a little bit.
Yeah, and this Henry Sinick, he's sort of chilling about 1.2 seconds behind. I don't think he wants to get too close quite yet. I think he wants them to start out their battle before he starts closing it and just maintain his tyres. But we're going to move up to the DPI class. It's the Wanaco car driven by Chris Shepard being closed down on by Stefan Ruel in the Edge Esports, and I think I probably butchered that name. However, that gap is just 1 second as they're heading through the Kettle Bottoms now towards Canada corner. We'll see whether that gap can close up, and you can see that car not the most stable looking through there.
Yeah, it didn't look particularly happy in acceleration there, did it? And again, you're talking about elevation changes. That second to last corner, that left-hander's the Chris Shepard and the Wanaco car comes in. Second to last corner, that left-hander, again, it's flat out for most cars, perhaps just a little bit of a lift. But again, almost in the middle of that corner, there's a crest. So it really has the same problems as you mentioned earlier in relation to turn 6. The fact that you obviously, because the car is much lighter, all of your inputs are not as translated as well into the tarmac.
No, definitely not. And unfortunately, we've been deprived of that battle as one of the contenders pulled into the pit lane. So, yeah, that Wanaco car making its stop at the 4-hour 40-minute mark. Brief yellow flags. But we're back to the GT battle. Christian Hindmarsh at the moment still behind Jordi San Andres as we're heading down the Moraine sweep towards turn 5,
Much
I believe.
closer this time.
Very close indeed. We'll see if there's a move to be had. He's not getting close enough as Christian Hindmarsh during the straights to make a move in the braking zones. You can see him having a sniff there, but really not finding anything to take a bite of.
Yeah, really, the next main braking zone will be the next left-hander. But again, I don't think he's close enough. 3.5 tenths, 4 tenths, I think it's a little bit too far out, which means his next overtaking opportunity will be Canada corner. So that means his acceleration out of the carousel is so vitally important to perhaps making the move. I say that, but San Andreas a little bit wide into the carousel and almost taking a middle line all the way through and not really hugging the apex on the inside. But really, it kind of depends how you view the carousel, because I know some people almost view it as a double apex right-hander, but some take a very, very late apex, try and straight line the exit of the corner essentially.
Yeah, it really affects the speed you're able to carry out, and we're saying that I think Jordi San Andres just planting himself in the middle really disrupts any attempt that Christian Hindmarsh can make to take an alternative line and carry more speed than San Andres through there. So I think it might be slightly defensive the way he's taking that turn. But as we head back into the final sector of the lap onto the main straight again, Christian Hindmarsh is 3.5 tenths back. It's not too bad. He's had a better exit than previously through the final turn. As we head towards turn 1 for the next lap, you can see he's closing up quite rapidly. This needs to be the opportunity that he takes. Will he move to the inside? No, he doesn't. He just hasn't got that top end speed, I don't think, before the braking zone to be able to set himself alongside that Corvette in front of him. And that's what's making it so difficult to make a move. Perhaps into turn 5 we'll see. Look, he's got a good exit once again. Can he carry the speed though through the inside? Let's see as they head back down the hill.
Yeah, back to the hill, you can see the gap, the timing gap actually gets closer and closer and smaller as Hindmarsh is in that slipstream. He's looking up the inside at turn 5. St Andrews might have a little bit of a better acceleration due to that outside line. I think Hindmarsh is still there on the inside, but he lets off the throttle a little bit so they don't go too wide through turn 6, because that would lose a lot of time. And as you said earlier, they've got to be careful of that car. You can just see behind that number 91, sorry, the number 64, Muradas Satellite Easter car with Henry Sinich at the wheel. And I can probably say this is now a 3-way battle.
Yeah, I think so. I think that little moment there has closed up Henry Sinich enough to put him into contention. He's now within a second. I think that what happened there was you could see Christian Hindmarsh just had a little hesitation before making the move, and I don't think he was fully committed to carrying all the speed he could through there. And the way that worked was that he was stuck taking a very narrow radius compared to Jordi San Andres, and instead he had to back off and concede the position. This is the leader of the race, though, Daniel Almeida with the Ajira racing car, currently 2 seconds clear of Jan Katal for Seawolf Net Race Motorsports.
Yeah, just a couple of seconds separating the two of them as they're coming down to turn 5 themselves. Of course, these DPIs being the fastest class on the circuit here. And just to show the difference between the classes, the best lap of the race for the Agera racing car, for example, is a 1:49.1. And for the LMP2 leader is a 1:43.4. So about 4 seconds difference there. But if you go down to the GTEs, it becomes 2 minutes and 1 second. So a good 12 seconds difference round the circuit between the DPIs and the GTEs. And again, this contributes to these big closing speeds that we see sometimes.
Yeah, and that's what makes them sort of almost appear out of nowhere, especially at this track where you can't see for too far around the circuit. And it's not the longest circuit we've raced around, so they do sort of appear, especially in the midst of battles, and they're getting around the circuit far quicker. But at the moment, Daniel Almeida seems to be carrying quite a consistent speed and keep to Yankat out pretty decent for the time being, as he's just got to keep going around, get past this Ferrari here. Getting a little squeezed, it looks like, but otherwise still keeping it on the circuit and getting through unscathed. And just maintaining that race lead. We'll see what the last laps were between them. At the Agera, it will have set once it's crossed the line. It looks like a 150.6. The Seawolf car is quicker. That last lap is at 150.2, so it's about 4 tenths a lap quicker. You can see that at the bottom there. We'll see whether the Seawolf car decides to push for a move, but we're going to move quite quickly on to LMP2 here, as that's Corvette, I think, a little bit distracted by this battle in front of him, going very wide there, almost into the wall. But Ren's top right now for Waveframe Esports, trying to hold onto the final podium position, holding off Robert Pound, who's currently on a charge in that Juices Motorsports Club car. There are yellow flags in Sector 2, I'm not entirely sure what the cause that is. And look how busy it is here, jeez.
Yeah, incredibly busy. It was the 57 car, the Go Team Racing Georgi Nerev causing that yellow flag in the middle sector. And that's exactly why it's off at the top of the hill at turn 6.
And I think that might have been a result of how busy it was there, combined with the nature of turn 6. Obviously, it's at that crest. He's taking a while to get moving, so I'm not sure what the impact of that crash has been on the car, but he just seemed to be stationary for the time being.
That's it. Yeah, just by looking at where that car was positioned, that almost looked like a pretty front-end impact into the wall there. Just by judging, that could have easily just blown the radiator or blown the engine. But having a look at Ren's Klopp and Robert Pound, this battle for second and third, as I believe the car that was ahead, one of the cars ahead of them came into the pits. I believe that was even Lenov, the 27 car came into the pits, which promotes these two up into second and third respectively. And just 3.5 seconds, tenths I should say rather, separating the two of them as they're coming down towards the carousel area of the circuit. And here's a replay. What happened to the 57 car? There is prototypes behind, but just ran out of that fuel.
That's very strange. We saw earlier in the race, I think it was Timotej Andonovski's got stopped there.
Ah, no, is it? Interesting.
Well, perhaps it's engine. I'm not entirely sure. It's a very strange incident.
Yeah, that would be a very strange place to blow an engine, though, unless it was an accidental downshift.
Yeah.
On the exit, because that's clearly an acceleration. So he was coming up the hill towards turn 6. It'd be very strange to blow an engine at that point, unless it was a downshift.
I'm not entirely sure what the cause of that is. All it does mean, though, is that the 57 seems to be out of the race. And we're back down to here. Jordi San Andres is in 10th position, having been overtaken by Henry Sinnick at some stage, is currently under a lot of pressure from Alex Poitigam in the Blackhawk Racing Aston Martin. You can see that gap there, just 0.3 of a second. It was incredibly busy a moment ago at the Kettle Bottoms, heading back down towards the end of the lap. And Poitigam could make a move here. He's really up close to that diffuser, making the most of the slipstream, getting right alongside the wall there, pulling alongside. He's not got enough acceleration to carry that slipstream bonus. In fact, the straight line speed isn't adequate. You can see that P2 getting quite scared of the how close this racing is there, and just pulling over to the right a little bit. But it doesn't seem that Poitigam had enough straight line speed there, even having had the acceleration bonus from the slipstream, to actually make a move. He's sticking close behind there, and we could see something towards turn 5 as we make our way back down the hill. There goes the P2 we saw just exiting the pit lane. And Breutigam, you can see right up the diffuser, having a look at the inside line as we head towards the braking zone. Oh, San Andres really goes on the brakes as they're almost into the back of one another. As just ahead, there's another GT car, which is making this quite the close train to follow, and very scary one to be a part of, I think.
Yeah, I think Breutigam there, particularly coming to turn 1, I think he saw the LMP2 coming out the pits and then perhaps decided better of making the move just because he didn't know how quickly that LMP2 would accelerate or exactly where it would go. But Breutigam a little bit of a wiggle there on acceleration coming out the left hand, and now coming through the carousel. You can see, just a little bit of a lift there in the middle, and almost full throttle, now full throttle on acceleration, 200 kilometers an hour on exit coming through the kink. Is it flat out behind traffic? No, just a little bit of a lift actually in this big slipstream, which will obviously compromise its speed coming into kind of the corner, meaning he won't be able to make a move on San Andres in a big braking zone, down 4 gears and down about 150 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, and Henry Sinek is in front of this train, just in front of Jordi San Andres, but he's not pulling away either. So we mustn't forget about his role in this battle. You can see just a tiny bit further up the road, only a second, is Christian Heimarsch. So this is these positions are very much in contention at almost this midway stage of the race. Now, Alex Breutigam, you can see 240 kilometers an hour, using that slipstream, trying to get as close as possible. That's not helped him. The Armsim Racing prototype there, blocking his attempt to pull out. I was wondering why he seems to be backing off a little bit. He didn't really have much choice, although he's had a good exit here. Perhaps having a look down the inside, there's not really much of an opportunity to overtake there, though. The track simply isn't wide enough. It's all going to be about exit speed down or up this hill towards turn 5. Maybe send it up the inside, as we have seen attempts previously. He's got good acceleration. Has he got someone on the inside, or can he actually pull out today? He can for now, but he's backed off once again. There just doesn't seem to be enough room. That's a big lockup though from San Andres. He's maintained that position. That's not going to be healthy for his tyres.
Maintain that position, as you said, but just having a look along the top, Jan Katau's just got a penalty for what I presume is track limits. That's Seawolf Netrace car in 4th position at the moment, that was in battle with the number 7 Ajira for 3rd overall, who's got what I presume to be a drive-through penalty for track limits, which is very not good for the 206's podium chances. But yes, Breutigam there almost had a look down into turn 5, decided better of it, and here's San Andres doing that middle line to the carousel once again.
Yeah, well, it seems to be working. I say that, though. Breutigam has had some good exit speed once again. Can he capitalise on it? I'm not sure that the Aston Martin has enough straight line speed. Even as soon as it pulls out of the slipstream, it sort of just drops back again because it's back into the drag of just normal air, and it doesn't seem to be able to maintain the acceleration to get past. So that seems to be what's causing Breutigam to struggle. So the Go Team GT had a VR freeze. That's the reason for that moment earlier, which is a really big shame. And I think we've had a couple of incidents this race already so far of displays not working correctly. But that's a real shame for them. It's going to have really scuppered their race so far. I'm not sure if they're back out. I'll have a look though.
But yes, San Andres and Breutigam now up into 9th position because of some other GT cars pitting. But I say that this really is a 3-car battle, because just have a look there, directly ahead in 8th position is that Satellite East car of Henry Sinek. So it's these 3 cars under about 7/10 of a second, not much separating them at all. But of course that means Breutigam almost has a double slipstream coming down to turn 5, for example. Can Breutigam make a move? Can San Andres make a move? I think San Andres is pulling up quite a bit to the back of Sinek. He's going to have to go all the way around the outside. Will he sell a dummy to the inside? No, San Andres is going to try and go all the way around the outside. Will he try the cutback up into turn 6? Doesn't quite have the grip or the acceleration to do that, but that attempted move for Sinek means that Breutigam can maybe have a go at San Andres, but Breutigam also not close enough coming to turn 6. But look at that, Sinek on the grass once again, driving that car as hard as they can, and all 3 of them on the grass coming out of that right-hander.
This is some incredibly close stuff. They all got boxed up, they all closed up at turn 5, and they're keeping that as well. You can see them almost following each other's lines, and if one overcooks it at the front, then they all go slightly beyond the limits as well. And back out onto the straight, Jordi San Andres taking that central line again through the carousel. He's going to have to defend a little bit from Alex Breutigam, but we've seen so far that this part of the circuit here, that downhill towards the kettle bottoms, or through them rather, he just doesn't have that straight line speed to be able to challenge into Canada corners. So I think San Andres knows that he's safe for the latter part of the lap. The only real opportunities we've seen so far from Breutigam have been turn 1 and turn 5. We'll be coming up to them soon enough, so we'll keep an eye on those as overtaking opportunities. But we've seen that Henry Synek, despite having the position, is struggling to pull away adequately. He's, in fact, he's dropped back, obviously, as we've seen. That gap to Jordi San Andres just 0.3 of a second. So let's not let that slip from our minds, as we could go 3 wide into turn 1. I'm not sure there's enough room for Breutigam to have a look. San Andres did move to the outside, couldn't quite find the room. He may have gone for a later apex here, try and carry more speed up the hill as we go into the next turn. He's going to send it down the inside. Can he hold that position? He's not going to have as much room for acceleration. Breutigam could capitalise on this, as there's both of them there, but there's a GT as well getting involved, and that could make things really difficult as they attempt to go 3 wide. The GT, the LMP2, finding no room whatsoever. Jordi San Andres on the outside into turn 5. This is going to cause a major blockage as round he goes. Can he hold that position? Synek stuck to the inside. He can't get the acceleration. There's going to be an LMP2 sending it through. He's made it before turn 6, though. This is incredibly close stuff. And Jordi San Andres seems to have almost come out on top, but there's even more P2s. As there's contact! Over the curve goes Jordi San Andres. He's going to have lost a lot of straight line speed. And there's finally an opportunity for all of these prototypes who got themselves stuck up behind this battle to try and find their way through. And that was an incredibly dramatic moment, but none of the positions have properly changed yet.
All of that action, the more things change, the more things stay the same. Indeed, San Andres is still trying to find a way past Synek, but that gap, as you said, extended a little bit because of that almost a little bit of contact coming through turn 7. He's got a yellow in sector 2 for someone. Who is that for? Who is stationary out in the circuit? I can't quite see anything at the moment, but yes, that was a big moment of action coming down the hill from turn 3 really all the way through turn 7 and turn 8. But now San Andres once again has to try and defend from Breutigam and try and get back up the rear wing of Synek, but yes, those prototypes were just stuck behind this battle with nothing to do. Those prototypes, aren't they going 3 wide over the start-finish line?
That could be quite possible, yes. I think Breuigam's going to take a leaf from their book and try and make a move once again. There's a P2, though, shooting up past, trying to find a way through. Jordi San Andres is going for a second attempt at perhaps taking this position. And those of you with keen eyes might have also noticed that Lorenzo Arisi in the Wave Freem car is just up the road behind these guys. There's a contact there between the prototype and Jordi San Andres. That could give Breutigam the opportunity he needs, though, making the most of that. And he's going to have a look round the outside. That will be the outside for turn 5 as they head down the hill into the braking zone. Can Breutigam finally make his way past this Corvette? I'm not sure he can. They're still side by side. Under braking goes Jordi San Andres. It will be the later apex for Breutigam. He's going to try and rocket it up the inside into turn 6. He's had better acceleration. Can he hold the position, though? It's all about the exit through here onto the semi-straight section of the track. They're going to be flat out. Lorenzo Arisi really closing up now to put these guys under more pressure. But I think Breutigam has finally secured the 9th place for Black Hawk Racing. And I think it's about time that happens as well.
Yeah, it's a very good move there from Breutigam, actually doing the cut under, coming out of turn 5, getting the inside, the better run out of turn 5, the inside line of turn 6, and almost blocking any opportunity around the outside line there. San Andres had very good move there by Breutigam in that Black Hawk Racing car. Now it's going to be his turn to try and chase down Synek and take that 8th position. Let's see what Breutigam can do in that Black Hawk Racing car. But as you said, Lorenzo Arisi just there in the background, hunting, ready to capitalise should anything happen.
Well, I have to say, I think traffic has been a vital element of this battle so far. I think it's going to continue to do so. As you can see, there's even more prototypes just filtering their way through at the moment. Alex Breutigam, though, is going to have a difficult time, I think, catching up to Henry Synek, because we saw how much he struggled to get past Jordi San Andres, and Synek is in the same machinery, so we could see the same woes for this Aston Martin as it tries to make up further positions. Behind, though, Lorenzo Arisi could start presenting a bit of a threat. He's 1.2 seconds off Jordi San Andres. We're going to move up to LMP2 for the time being. We've got Christian Pallison here trying to hold second place in class. Ivan Leonov behind for Netrix P1 Sim Grand Prix. Quite a mouthful of a name there. Closing up a little bit as we head down towards turn 5. No opportunity to be had quite yet.
No opportunity, but yet to be the key word in that sentence. Let's go Team Racing Cars and Seb Pallison defending from Leonov in the Netrix P1 Sim Grand Prix racing car. There we go. I almost need to get my glasses out to read that name on the screen there. But yes, Leonov trying to chase down, half a second separating them, but the thing is, these guys have got to worry about the GT traffic, as you can see just there. I think that might be one of the Speedy Mike cars, unless my eyes deceive me. Trying to, well, oh, look at that, Leonov having to try and go all the way around the outside, because that GT car almost took the double apex option through the carousel. I think Leonov might have been a little bit surprised by that decision by the GT car.
Yeah, it seems to have caught him off guard a little bit. I don't think he was expecting the Corvette to move quite so suddenly out to the edge of the track while he was trying to move alongside, and that's cost him a little bit of time, but it's not the end of the world. Behind is a car that they're not fighting each other with. Henry Sinek, though, still holding off Alex Broisigan. That gap down to 0.4 of a second, so still quite close. You can see Jordi San Andres, he's not completely dropped off. He's still there and present in the mirrors of that Aston Martin, keeping that pressure up there and perhaps looking for an opportunity that could be created if this battle goes a little bit awry for P8 or P9 at the moment. As they head onto the main straight now, it's a good exit from the final turn for the Aston Martin. As they head along the straight, you can see there from the rear camera just how much he's closing up. He pulls out though into an almost wall of air. He's got good acceleration. It seems that the Aston Martin isn't struggling so much with top-end speed as it was with Jordi San Andres, and he's got that move done before the apex of the turn. So much less dramatic that time round for Alex Broisigan.
Yeah, much less dramatic this time round. But I must say, I quite like that double screen that we just saw, the split screen. And I think that's the first time that I've seen that, unless I've forgotten the last time I commentated. But no, that's a very good way to see as much action as possible. That split screen, almost the onboard on the underneath, and then the external sidetrack cameras on the top, just show you exactly what it looks like from the car and what it looks like from the track side. But yes, here's more prototype traffic getting in between the two of them. Now, Sinek, can he make a counter-attack on Broisigan in the next couple of laps? Really, that's going to be his best opportunity. 0.3 of a second separate the two of them as he comes through the right-hander and down towards the carousel area of the circuit. But again, the carousel is so long. And as you said earlier in the race control and the race notes, the prototypes have been warned that the GT cars are essentially at the limit of grip coming through the carousel, which of course means that any understeer that they get from slipstream is going to be that much more stronger and that much more important with respect to their acceleration point coming out the carousel. You can see 0.6 of a second out of that gap, far too big a gap to make a move down to Canada corner.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I have to say that I think what Jordi San Andres and their team had done with their setup perhaps is run slightly less downforce and just try and maximise, as we've already established, you're on throttle for a lot of this circuit. Just maximise that straight line speed and use that for defence, because it worked quite some time, and only at the end there did Broisigan finally make his way through, and it was much easier against Henry Sinek, which I'm sure Broisigan was thankful for, because obviously these battles in the overall scheme of the race is going to be having a large impact on tyres and on fuel consumption. We've already seen that the GTs are going to be right at the edge of the, or they're going to be really struggling to get to the end of the stints for a whole hour. So minimising the final pit stop time is going to be of quite large importance for a lot of these guys, and the battles will not help. So trying to get them done as quickly as possible is going to be really beneficial at the end of the race. And we've seen how close some of these GTs are. That can easily be shaken up with the just a few seconds difference in pit stop strategy. So we'll see how that all plays out at the end of the race. So we won't be there commentating over it, but I'm sure we'll be watching from wherever we're sat. But at the moment, Greg Hall in 5th place for that Speedmite car that we saw earlier in the Corvette C8R. So obviously both generations of Corvette GTE are being used in this championship. Christian Highmarsh with your name here, that Aston Martin, a little way back, looking at the the timings. Heimosh is a little bit quicker. That last lap, he was about 2.5, 3/10 of a second. But we're going to move up to some DPI racing once again.
Yeah, excuse me, I'll try not to speak while also taking a drink at the same time next time. But yes, as you said, this DPI Racing, Chris Shepherd, Juan Acco, and Stefan Rowe in the Edge Esports car. Again, as you said earlier, probably not pronouncing that one correctly. But yes, Shepherd in that Juan Acco trying to defend as they're coming through the kink. And of course, we're saying the DPI, the fastest of the three classes here in the VEC, about 1 minute 49, 1 minute 58 lap times they're doing at the moment around this 4-mile circuit, which of course means their average speed is what, in the region of 130 miles an hour. I make that what, about 210, 220 kilometers an hour?
Yeah, it must be somewhere around there. Otherwise, very high average speed for a circuit full of other cars going very different speeds as well.
But here comes, I think that Edge Esports car is perhaps balked a little bit by that Porsche coming out of the final corner, which of course will have an effect on his speed coming down start finish straight, and you can just see that. You can see the time gap at the bottom just extending a little bit from about 3.5 tenths to 4.5 tenths coming down straight, even though he had the slipstream, just because he was balked by that GT car coming through the final corner, having to go up the inside of, I believe that's Sinich actually, coming into turn 3, and again that gap just extending a little bit because Willow could not get the exit that he wanted. He couldn't take the ideal line through turn 3 in order to get the best run down into turn 5, and again it's going to be LMP2 traffic this time round.
Yeah, it does seem that wherever we are on this circuit, the cars always seem to be quite close together, especially right now looking at the track map. There's very busy around turns 5 and 6. However, these are the quickest guys in the front of that, so they won't have to worry about it too much. Chris Shepherd, though, you can see there, traffic working quite a lot in his favour, as Stefan Huo is currently 1.2 seconds behind. And at the start of the lap, the gap was just about half a second. So you can really see the effect of being split by an LMP2 or something similar. You can see that rear end doesn't seem to be particularly happy through the exit of the carousel there as we head through these flat out kinks along this bit of the straight, well, it's not really straight, but this flat out section of the circuit towards Canada Corner. Always quite entertaining to see just how quick those cars can go through there without absolutely flying into a barrier. It's testament to the amount of downforce some of these cars have and carry through. And you can see using as much of the track as possible is the Edge Esports car, trying to maximize all exit speed as we move onto the straight once again. Fortunately for both of these guys, the rest of the traffic is quite a way away, although they will probably close up to that in no time.
Yeah, especially with these DPI cars. The traffic that's a tiny speck in the distance suddenly becomes very, very big in the windscreen in about 30 seconds. But yes, this Juan Acco again, and you can see Shepherd, exactly as you said, that gap now 1.5 seconds. The traffic has not really been kind to the Edge Esports car. Moving to the right hand side to pass that LMP2, and now it's GT traffic the Edge Esports car will now have to deal with. Moving to the left hand side, which means that Lolo would finally have a clear path into turn 5, but was that the rear end wiggling just a little bit? Almost seemed like a partial brake lockup, rear brake lockup I should say, coming to turn 5 there for the Edge Esports car.
Well, it's very possible. I mean, in these prototypes, you're usually running quite rearward brake bias to get as much rotation as possible. But yeah, right now you can see on your screen, I think it's Jene Simoncic, or you can see a still of Jene Simoncic with the Bajkoles Burst Esport car there with a commanding lead of about 15 seconds in the overall race. Christian Michael behind. A lot of ground to make up if he wants to get that Cetres Nita Velux up into the top spot, especially with the lap times looking the way they are. They're roughly close. The Nita Velux was about actually half a second quicker the previous time round, but if you're making half a second up a lap for 15 seconds, that's going to take a good hour to get that gap down to none. In fact, that's more than a whole stint. But yeah, LMP2 is the source of many battles as well this evening, or this afternoon rather, with Ren's Klopp currently defending from Robert Palmer. This is a battle we touched on earlier, but we didn't get to watch in full, which I think we're going to be able to do now.
I think it was the Go Team Racing, the VR failure, if I remember correctly, was the battle. That's why we didn't see the continuation of this battle. But you are exactly correct. Klopp versus Pound. It's Waveframe versus Tusa is coming down the hill, down towards turn 5. 3.5 tenths separating the two of them. Pound in the slipstream, not close enough. Oh, I say that. That was almost an accidental overtake. It looked almost like Pound outbroke himself coming down to turn 5.
Yeah, you said not close enough, and then they were almost too close to each other as that front almost went into the rear of the Waveframe car. But luckily they stayed out of each other, and they can continue fighting this battle, because it could be quite important with the way strategy works. This could end up being a podium, because lots of the LMP2 seem to be off kilter with each other with the strategies at the moment. So we'll see the effect of this battle, and it does seem that Robert Pound, he's been in a similar position for quite some time. He's not been able to get past Renskop for the so far. That could change though, so we'll see what he's able to do and what stops he can pull out to try and get past this Waveframe Esports LMP2.
Going down towards kind of the corner, 0.2 of a second now, so that gap certainly is closing down, partially because of that wonderful slipstream that Pound can get in that Tusa's Motorsport car, in that LMP2, as coming through the second to last corner, and now the last corner. So important to get the correct acceleration point, to get as much speed as you can, using as much of that tarmac runoff as well as possible in order to carry as much speed through the corner. And have a look at that gap. You can see it's closing down for 4.5 tenths, now 3.5 tenths, as the slipstream is doing its magic. But, well, I would say Pound's a little bit too far back, but we know what happened last time I said that, so I won't say that again. Coming through turn 1, now through turn 2, down the hill, and then they turn 3 again, a very important corner, because you have to run all the way down towards turn 5.
Yeah, so the slipstream could be quite beneficial here if he can get a good exit, which he seems to have done. That gap you can see at the bottom of the screen. I'm going to keep my eyes peeled to that, or on that, because it's closing down quite rapidly, down to 3 tenths. If he's within 2 tenths, he might be able to do something under braking. However, that's not going to be the story this time. You can see a bit more modest is the gap through turn 5 this lap. And you can see now as well, the sun is beginning to get a bit lower, and that track really reflecting on the uphill from 5 to 6. Oh, that's a big slide there for Robert Pound as well. So we are going to see shadows start to get a bit longer, and as the sun gets lower, it's going to get into the eyes of drivers as well at certain parts of the track, which isn't going to be too helpful for a lot of them.
Yeah, as the sun begins to set, as you say, it really depends where the sun is in the orientation of the circuit. I'm not exactly sure where it is setting. I can't remember what orientation Road America is. But yes, as we're having a look, here's a GT battle, Sinich versus Arise. Sinich on the right-hand side there. Sinich, I should say, rather, on the right-hand side, trying to go all the way around the outside at turn 5. Can he make the move stick? No, he's going to try the cut back, but not able to. Arise holding onto that position for now and taking a very defensive line to turn 6. Sinich going to have to go all the way on the side at turn 6. That is not working either. And of course, they've got to be careful of the pro-state traffic directly behind Sinich. Look how close he is, though, primed for a move.
I'm not sure when Arisi got ahead of Henry Sinich, because last I checked, he was a few places behind him. So I'm not sure what's happened, but Lorenzo Arisi has been on a bit of a charge there to get himself up into 7th position, unless something's happened to Henry Sinich instead. As well as that, though, they've got to be careful, because just ahead of Alex Poitigan is Henning Vollert making his way back up the pack. Actually on the same lap as these GTs. Sorry, there's a very close there.
Is this the prototype just coming up on a Reese? Sorry, just coming up on Sinich here. That was a very brave move. It was a very abrupt move coming directly out of the kink to try and pass that other GT car. That rear end got a little bit lively coming out of the kink at the best part of 240 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, we're seeing some of these prototypes really get on the edge, trying to find their way through the traffic here. And I think, once again, that gap has extended. And I think, is that car unlapping itself on Henry Sinich or lapping the Sinich? I think it might be. No, it's the. I'm not entirely sure which car that is. I'll have to check on the map. But you can, they don't seem to be battling for positions. They've got to be careful about this. Because the last thing you want to be doing is getting taken out by a car on a different lap to you, as I'm sure Max Verstappen will tell you.
Oh. pain indeed.
Yes.
It's 1.7 seconds to gap now, so Risi really has extended that gap in that Wave Free Esports car from Cynic. So Cynic, I don't think has the pace at the moment in order to retake that position.
No, I don't think so. I think Risi has a fair amount of pace, or something's happened to Cynic to put him behind, put him further down the order. But yeah, Arisi's putting away quite rapidly. He's already got that gap up to 2 seconds, and a car has unlapped itself on
The 72 cars, the
Cynic.
one move of Gio Mas.
Okay, so that's currently in 39th overall, 15th in class then. So quite a way away from actually having to fight. So it's probably a good thing that Cynic doesn't challenge him too much for that.
And the problem is that, of course, when unlapping yourself, you get the blue flags. And you've got to be careful, you've got the blue flags. You don't fall afoul of the blue flag rule that we have here in the VEC. So, you may have the speed to get past, but you may not have the speed in order to clear the blue flags in the requisite amount of time. Which may then cop you a penalty, so, yes.
Yeah, and at the moment, Mas is receiving some blue flags, so unless he can pull away, then he might have to return that position anyway, which is very frustrating because you get stuck behind someone who you know you're quicker than. But back up to this battle again, it's Renskop still ahead of Robert Pound. You can see through this turn they go very close between two of them. There's a DPI trying to make his way past as we go through the carousel. Two prototypes alongside each other. You can see that the DPIs have slightly more downforce, able to carry a little bit more speed, not very much more, through the carousel. We'll see along this section of the track, though, the straight line speed come into effect. That's not great news for Robert Pound because it's meant that he's dropped back slightly further from Renskop, and Renskop doesn't even really have to back off to allow that car through. I say that, though, at 0.2 of a second that gap came down to in Canada corner. So if Pound can stick himself to the back of that prototype in front of him onto the main straight, he could be in with a shout of perhaps making a move as we go on to the next lap. You can see it's a good exit through the final turn then. The gap 0.4 going down to 3.5. It's a relatively long straight, especially as you start going down the hill and picking up speed. Is it going to be enough to pull to the inside to make a move? There's a GTE in the way. That's not going to be helping Renskop at all because you can see the gap now is minuscule and it's all going to be about the exit. Robert Pound has got on the accelerator very quickly. Renskop using that GT to try and blockade him a little bit, just not let anywhere through. However, Pound is pretty close as we head towards turn 5. You can see at the bottom of your screen the onboard, which really gives you a good perspective of how close the two of them are. The slipstream coming into effect once again. Could we see a move to the inside for turn 5? It's going to be defended by Renskop. Robert Pound really wanted that inside line, couldn't find it. Klopp defending that as hard as he could. And that's going to mean he's going to struggle to try and make a move into turn 6. Maybe that's as close as you want to get, though. That was almost contact there. And at that angle, that could have had quite dire consequences for the Wave Frame car.
Yeah, it's so close between these cars, isn't it? But as you said, Renskop did a very good job coming to turn 1 by using, turn 3 I should say rather, by using that GT car as a pick and stopping Pound from launching an attack coming down to turn 3. Very heads-up driving there from Klopp as they're coming through the carousel, and again, it's going to be pretty much flat out coming through the Canada corner. Is going to be the next main move, but nothing that he will be able to do. Pound will be able to do, I believe. I'm going to look at this is Dearland we're now having a look at. 13-14 seconds behind McDuff, the GTE leader, but here we go, Pound half a second separating the two of them, and Klopp again holding on to that 4th position still.
Yeah, so we are seeing that at the tops of each of the categories, there's not too much being fought over. However, in the rest of the positions, it is very much still up in the air about who's going to finish where. We are almost approaching the 4-hour mark. We're about 2 minutes off halfway, and did the car just go straight on at the bottom of the street? Yes, it did. Taking a slightly wider line through there than perhaps necessary. But that is Rory McDuff we just saw, who's leading the class. And we head back down to this battle then with Robert Pound and Renskop. Oh, big slide there for the Juice's car. Caught it well, but that's not going to be great for closing up that gap. And now we can see as well one of the DPIs is closing up, and that rear end is really not happy for Robert Pound. And that's going to mean that gap is extending even more, and that's going to mean no overtaking to be made. I think that's the Azura car making his way through there. This could benefit Pound because Renskop has to let it through. Not going to do it into turn 5, perhaps into turn 6, but that's going to compromise his exit up towards turn 7. So we'll see how this all works out there. You can see Pound's managed to close that up because the DPI has backed up Renskop enough for him to make sure those mistakes he made at the start of the lap have already been undone. So that just shows the nature of traffic and just how close these two are. But I mean, that car is getting very sideways for Robert Pound in a lot of these corners.
Perhaps almost overdriving the car a little bit. So having a look at Cynic yet again. It's Yuan Makiyupe in the Varga Sim Racing car. He's trying to defend from coming out the final corner, coming up the hill towards the start-finish line. And that Varga Sim Racing car moving to the right-hand side a little bit, 3 wide, coming up to the start-finish line with that prototype car as well. And of course, that Varga Sim Racing car can perhaps do a little bit of a slipstream from the prototype. They're side by side. This is a GT car coming out of the pits as well. Not a factor at this moment, but the Makiyupe going up the inside. Very nice move there for 5th position, the GTs.
Yeah, so this is some close battling. I think this fight is far from over as well. Henry Cynic still trying to cling to the back of that Varga Aston Martin. Not going to be quite possible. Now, this is Martin Dillon. His last lap was a 2-minute 4.7. Rory McDuffie's in the lead car is a 2:04.0. So yeah, we have hit the 4-hour mark. It is coming to the time when he stops, as you just said. The Rory McDuff, though, he's stayed out for the time being, which means that he might be going for a slightly longer stint and perhaps trying to minimise or get rid of any chance of a final splash and dash in that last hour.
Oh, he needs to sit back from the screen a little bit there. That's very close. He's got to be careful about his eyesight.
I think I'd have to agree. I mean, the arm is
very close to the screen
as well. Well, to each his own. He probably drive quicker than me, so I don't think I'm going to comment too much on his driving position.
This is also true.
But is Martin Dillon going to stay in that car? We'll keep an eye on that. But Greg Hall as well, the Speedy Mike car, that gap closing up, will he pull into the pit lane? He's just coming through the final turn now. Okay, so yeah, so Kruppy is going to be getting into that car, you can see, for his stint. And Greg Hall decides to stay out in the Speedy Mike car, so that's going to ascend into 2nd place. I don't think he's made his pit stop yet, though, so he will fall back once this pit stop has been completed.
Yeah, falling back a little bit, as he said, Lorenzo Risi is the next car that will overtake the John Lacey Academy, and again, that was well, he's losing a lot of time because these cars are so close. Now down to 6th position, Henry Cynic, and here he goes, Matteo Krupe in the John Lacey Esports Academy car, now taking the seat behind the wheel for the Jean Lacey car there. We've got to see how quickly he can come up to speed. We're having a look here. Pound has got past Klopp at some point. Klopp is now trying to attack and take that 4th position back. Having to go all the way around the outside at turn 1. Not able to outbrake the number 50 car though.
Yeah, that's a move we missed. Robert Pound, though, he's got the position. Can he hold on to it is a very different question, with Renskop piling on a lot of pressure as we head down the hill. The slipstream is now an advantage for Renz as they head towards turn 5. Is it going to be a small enough gap for a move perhaps to be made under braking? You can see he's already asserting his ideas of the inside line there, but not nearly close enough to make anything of that. And once again, though, Robert Pound really getting slippery on those rear tyres, getting that rear end all out of shape. Through turn 6 they go, though. Renskop had to take quite evasive action. I think that compromised his exit speed, which meant that neither of them really, that sort of neutralised the mistake that Robert Pound made there.
Yeah, it really did, as you said. So a little bit lucky there for Pound, as yeah, that gap now half a second. Klopp just falling back ever so slightly. Good to see if he can retake that position. But again, this understeer that he gets through the carousel just by being in the slipstream, as there is a yellow in sector 3 for whom, just let my live timing reset. Who is that? I think that's for the treble 2. Very slow at pit entry.
I think
the ground
you might
effect
be
sim
right.
racing, Serge Becker.
Yes.
Stopped at pit entry. Fuel?
That last lap was 2:05, so maybe it's fuel, maybe he's just in limp mode. I'm not entirely sure. He has made it to the pit lane though, which is always good. Hopefully he makes it to his pit box if it is a fuel-related issue. I'm just about to see him crawling along the pit. So he's pulled into the pit lane. He's going to have dropped back again and moving around. Stefan Ruo currently in second place.
That's
in
an interesting angle.
Yeah.
That's an interesting pit angle.
Well, we've got Lorenzo Risi as well then. So, Yuha Makiyupi on a little bit of a charge, I think, for Varga Sim Racing. Currently putting the pressure onto what is currently the second place GTE, although we are in the middle of the pit stop phase for this category, so that's not really representative of their overall positions. Still further yellow flags and so through there, gone pretty much as soon as they came out. But can Makiyupi continue his ascent up the order and try and take this second place for from Waveframe Esports?
But yeah, that Varga car appears to be very quick at this point of the race, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure where they got the speed from, but already 4.5 seconds clear of Henry Sinnick, really piling on some pressure at the moment.
Yeah, very quick at this point in the race, as you said. Risi is the next car up in that Waveframe Esports car for second position, comes in towards Canada Corner, and then Makiyupi there really not losing any time coming through the kink. Can he make a move up the inside of Canada Corner, deciding better of it at this moment in time? I have a feeling he's going to be doing something that he did, a move similar to what he did to Cynic, and probably just make a move into turn one, use as much slipstream as possible coming down the start-finish straight.
That's very much possible. I mean, on the last lap, he was over a second quicker than the car in front, but look how close he is.
Yes!
He's really asserting himself in the mirrors there.
At this point, he's almost too close to make use of the slipstream.
But yeah, he's not getting the bonus acceleration that he can carry through alongside. So now he's sort of stalemated himself alongside because he's not had that extra speed bonus. Instead, he's just having to plonk himself next to him in that wall of air. But
moving to turn one.
Yes, he's made that stick quite well. And it'll be interesting to see quite how quickly he pulls away from Lorenzo Risi after making that move, given the apparent speed in that Varga Sim Racing car. Up the road is
the 77.
It's Rory McDuff. Quite a long way away though.
I think 77 is yet to make a pit stop when compared to everyone else.
I think so. I think they're going as far as possible. However, it's a 1 minute 35 gap, and I'm not entirely sure, depending on strategy, how long that pit stop will be. So I presume that McDuff will probably come back out in the lead, first place. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that premonition, that prediction as well. But Makiyupi, look at the gap already. 0.8 of a second, 0.9, almost coming up to 1 second.
It makes me wonder if perhaps he's done tyres and other cars haven't at the last stop.
Just press the turbo boost button somewhere.
The speed button, yeah. So, I'm sure everyone would like one of those in their cars right now. But we're past halfway now, and the drivers are very much going to start to be looking from the end of the race backwards in terms of strategy. Just trying to maximise or minimise the amount of time it takes them to complete this race. You don't want to be going any further in distance than you have to. So this is where strategy is going to really become quite important. You can see there a little bit of slide from Makiyupi. But this is quite an important stage of the race, because even if you're not battling anyone right now on track, the way you drive this portion of the race will determine whether you have to fight for your position at the end of it.
Indeed. This is entirely correct. As that Varga Sim Racing car is 2.5 in 1 lap, the gap increased. Incredible job there by the number 69 car. And Yuha Makiyupi at the wheel of that at the moment. Has 77 came into the pits this time by. I don't think McDuff has came in, no. So it's still about 90 seconds, that gap. It's a very long stint that number 77 is doing.
Yeah, and I mean, they set the tone for that at the start of the race when they went about 2 or 3 laps further than everyone else. So in that first hour, which is really quite impressive. And I think that Red Bull car is just in another league for the time being. Although that being said, the gap between Rory McDuff and Yuha Makiyupi isn't as big. And the reason for that is that the Red Bull has pitted finally now, almost 8 minutes into the 5th hour of the race. That's going to be quite beneficial for them in terms of that final stop. But GTE once again providing the entertainment as we've got Greg Hall piling pressure onto Christian
Whoa.
Heinmarsch, who's run wide as a result of the traffic having to let that through. And you can see just how close they are as they head back up the hill now towards the end of the lap. This could be quite interesting. How much speed can Greg Hall carry out onto the straight? It seems to be quite a lot. That Aston Martin's going to have a job defending, especially now with that prototype that was in front having pulled into the pits. There's going to be no slipstreams to talk about for Christian Heinmarsch as we go along the straight now. Greg Hall pulls to the inside in that Corvette C8R, and under braking, I think he's going to have nailed that position. Yes, he has. You can see, in fact, Christian Heinmarsch had to be a little bit hesitant about turning in there to make sure he didn't contact the car that had just overtaken him. But that position is no means secure yet, as we're still going to get past turn 5, which has been a almost a favourite of overtaking so far in this race. I think turn 1, though, probably the most popular so far.
Yeah, turn 1 and turn 5 are the main overtaking opportunities here at Road America. But again, Heinmarsch, can he make a move onto Greg Hall coming into turn 5 a little bit too far away? A little bit of a brake look up at the very end of the braking phase there for the number 91 car. But Greg Hall in that speeding right car holding on to that 8th position for now.
And in LMP2, it seems that the pit stop phase has well and truly begun. I think the top 4 have all pulled into the pits now, as well as a couple of others. So that'll be interesting to see how they are all set at the end of that, at the end of this stage of pit stops. 3 hours, 50 minutes to go. Greg in that 8th position now as we go through the carousels. Notoriously difficult to follow through here, and he's going to be able to start pulling away a little bit. And 8th place is his current position. He's got an 11-second gap up the road to Volante Racing in 7th with Yao Asensao at the wheel of that car. So it's all going to be about setting into this position for now, just trying to be consistent, but consistently quick at the same time, and perhaps close up that gap to try and make up a couple more positions. For Christian Heinmarsch, it's all going to be about trying to claw back the position that they've just lost. But looking at the pace of Greg Hall right now, that's not going to be a likely eventuality, I don't think.
Yeah, it's going to be. Yeah, you can just see that gap is now a second. I don't think the 91 car has the pace at the moment when compared to that Speedy Mount Racing car. Yeah, and that's always something that's a little bit demoralizing, is that when you see the car that's just past you just disappear ever so slightly and ever so gradually into the distance.
Yeah, especially when you feel like there's nothing you can do about it.
Indeed.
Because you just feel slower. But as well as those stops, we've got a few other things to look out for in GT. In fact, we're talking about where Rory McDuff would come out. He's actually come out in 3rd position, about a second behind Lorenzo Risi and another 18 seconds behind Juha Mäki-Ypi. And we can see that now as it's suddenly quite busy on the pit straight for the time being. Rory McDuff has got to try and close up and pass Lorenzo Risi. I'm not sure what the pit stop strategy is looking like for either the Varga or the Wave Freem Esports, but whatever it is, it's going to give a little bit of work for Rory McDuff to earn his money this evening, as there's now 2 LMP2s between the 2 Grand Tourers at the moment. So we'll see what happens as they head down the hill towards turn 3. This could benefit Rory McDuff a little bit and slow down Lorenzo Risi. That gap, though, is a second. So we'll see what the Red Bull Racing Esports car can do against the Wave Freem Esports entry.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting that McDuff didn't actually come out in the lead, as we both thought. Obviously, 90 seconds was not big enough a lead to maintain that first position, but as you said, is now chasing down Arisi in that Wave Freem Esports car coming up the hill towards turn 6. You can definitely see the sun is setting just by the reflections of the circuit.
Yeah, the shadows are also getting longer, and I think you could see it get really quite heavily into dusk by the end of the race. It's still got a long way to go, so that's going to have an impact on visibility and lighting conditions. I noticed that some of the cars have been driving around with their headlights on, others haven't, so it seems to be a sort of preference at the moment. That might change towards the end of the race, and they might have to be using them. So we'll see, because 8 hours, of course, a long time to be driving, and obviously the sun changes position as time goes on. So that's having an impact on that. And you can see now, on this part of the track, it's almost completely in shadow from all these trees. So the sun definitely setting, and I think the trees are actually sort of benefiting a lot of the drivers here, because if the sun is shining directly into your eyes. It sort of blocks it and means you can see the cars in front of you.
There's a quick yellow in sector 1, not exactly sure who that was for. It's probably just someone going straight on at turn 1 or 3 would be my best guess. But yes, it's definitely difficult. And of course, coming into the night as well, there's so many massive braking zones. Obviously, it's always a little bit harder to pick your braking zone in the night, but because there are so many big braking zones, it just makes that so much harder and a little bit more dangerous here at Road America in particular, as Rory McDuff is now into second position because the way from eSports car VEC came into the pits. 3.5 seconds the gap to that Vargas Sim racing car now.
Yeah, that's put one car out of the way of Rory McDuff. It's only 3.5 seconds up the road to Yuha Makiupi in the Vargas Sim racing car as well, so he's not got too much time to make up, and the Wayfaring car pulling into the pits has saved him all the effort of trying to make an overtake, which you've seen some people can struggle with at this circuit so far this evening. As it's hard to find the way through because the track is so unforgiving. If you run wide, you're simply either on the track or you're on the grass, and there's not really any two ways about it, and that's caused quite a few incidents so far this race. But in all fairness, most of what we've seen over the last hour and 15 minutes has been fairly clean. So that's quite entertaining to watch, and we'll get some good racing in. And there's still a lot more racing to be had, so can't really complain about that.
Yeah, 3 hours and 45 minutes left to go here at Road America. I think it's worth just having a look at just a little bit into the distance, of course, to see what round 4 of the championship is going to bring us. And of course, it is the 1,000 miles of Sebring next time up. That's going to be a very fun race. That's on the 12th of March, so in about 9 weeks, or is that 10 weeks, the 12th of March? I can't quite remember.
Well, I'm not very good at the
It's 9 or
mental
10
maths,
weeks,
so, yeah.
one of the two.
A fair bit away, about 2.5 months. No, two months away.
Just over, yeah.
So, but we are very much in an American leg of the season. Obviously, not a very big season. Only 6 races, so that means that these races scoring points is all the more crucial as you have less opportunity to do that, and it means that the relative points you score each race are even more important. But Sebring's always a good one. Very different circuit to Road America, I find. It's much flatter, and
it's got so many more bumps.
Yes. So it's going to be a nice workout for all of the drivers, especially those with direct drive wheels.
That's going to be very fun for the direct drive wheels. This is entirely true. Have a look at for the lead of the LMP2 class now. Blackhawk Racing versus Goten, Kutsak versus Mail. As they're coming across the start-finish line, well, I say the battle for lead is about 16 seconds separating the two of them. As we're having a look, I believe that is the Blackhawk car that we're having a look at, the leader in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, and it seems to be quite a commanding lead at the moment. As you said, 15 seconds. That last lap, well, we'll see what it was for Maurice Mel when he crosses the line. For as I Kutsak, though, it was a 1:54.0. And the Go Team car behind Maurice Mel, that was a 1:54.3, so that sort of explains why the lead is so big at the moment. That's just exceeded 16 seconds. So pretty comfortable there, our Blackhawk Racing at the moment, and this is on the back of the most recent pit stop phase, so this is representative of the race as a whole. So all they really have to do, the Blackhawk Racing, is just keep up this high speed at a consistent level. And just, I think, when you're in such a position, you just got to be patient with traffic, because there's no point rushing them to try and get past and risk a collision when you maybe lose 1 or 2 seconds, sticking behind them a little bit longer, but avoiding any sort of crash, because they've got the leeway to do that. And in fact, that leeway is getting bigger as we're traversing this track. I mean, it's already up to 17.5 seconds, so I'm not sure if something's happened to Maurice Mel, but he doesn't seem to nearly have the pace that Kutsak has right now.
Yeah, that Blackhawk Racing car doing a very, very good job as it stands. You can see the 0-1 on the LED boards on the side of the car, indicating that it is in first position. I believe there's probably 3 lights on the side of the car as well, showing it's in first position. No, sorry, it's 1 light for third, then it goes 2 and 3. This is entirely correct. They'll probably find this blue LED light as well somewhere on the side of the car, indicating that it is in first position. But taking a little bit of slipstream from the GT car ahead, moving to the right-hand side, and using a little bit of slipstream from the other prototype directly ahead of it as well, just trying to gain as much time as possible, gain as much speed as possible, and of course, put in as fast a lap time as possible. As we're now having a look at, well, that was the battle for 11th, with Cynic going very, very wide at the left-hander at turn 9.
Yeah, I think he just got his right wheel onto the grass there, and that pulled him a little bit off the line. He wasn't able to slow down enough. And you can see through the carousel as well, he's just getting a little bit more onto the grass on the inside than I think he'd like to. But that's made the gap between himself and Christian Malguera quite large, a bit bigger than he would have wanted. As you can see, these prototypes are actually shooting past. They're so quick on this section of the track. But yeah, that could have ended a lot worse for Henry Cynic, I think. Just the way that what happens when you get a tire on the grass, it sort of just pulls you off the circuit itself. But Rory McDuff, he did his pit not too long ago, now just under a second behind Juha Mäki-Upi, and he seems to be closing up not too long ago. That was a 3-second gap, so there's definitely pace in the Red Bull Corvette. We'll see whether Rory McDuff can get past and how long it will take him to do so. On the last laps, it was 1.4 seconds quicker was Rory McDuff, so he's definitely got the pace to try and get through. We'll just see what part of the track he has. And yeah, you can see that there at the bottom. It was 1.4 seconds on the last lap. That lap just there, we'll see what the difference was between the two of them as well. Not quite as drastic, I don't think.
3.5 tenths, yeah.
Yeah, so they are getting... as you close up, there's not really any more time you can gain because there's a car in the way. So we'll see how they go through there. You can see using a bit more of the runoff than maybe strictly allowed through that turn there, just maximising the exit speed as much as possible through turn 1. Rory McDuff, though, he's in that slipstream as we head towards turn 5 rather, on that downhill. It's half a second. Might have to wait until next lap. He's going to have to close up in that final portion of the circuit before trying to make that move work.
Yeah, McDuff, that gap there only 3.5 tenths, and you can see from the rear view mirror, well, the rear view camera, I should say rather, of the Vargas Sim Racing car on the bottom half of your screen, how close that 77 car gets under braking to the rear end of the number 69. Coming to the right-hander, down the hill towards the left-hander now and down towards the carousel. How much time will McDuff lose through the carousel, though? This is going to be the main question.
Yeah, that is a point, actually. There's not so much of an impact of dirty air through here on the GTs. But you can see at the bottom, even though he's quicker, he's not gaining any time whatsoever. In fact, he lost a tiny bit through the carousel. So now what he's got to do as Rory McDuff is close up through this final sector, try and get that gap as low as possible so that when he gets to the main straight, he has as little work to do as possible and he can just continue on with his race in as normal a fashion as he can manage. You can see there on the rear-facing camera from the diffuser of Juha Mäki-Upi, you can see that Corvette looks quite angry, especially with that livery, to be following it behind as they get onto the main straight now. A little bit of a lively rear end for Juha Mäki-Upi. That's not going to benefit his straight line speed as we head up the hill towards the line. Does Rory McDuff pull out to make the move before the turn? He's maximising the slipstream and he's going to be forced to the outside by Juha Mäki-Upi. No, he doesn't. He's been deceived there. He's not going to be able to make that move at all.
Yeah, so good job there by the 69 car in terms of defending from the number 77. And here comes McDuff once again, coming out of turn 3. Going to have that slipstream again behind the number 69 car, coming underneath the bridge, down the hill, through turn 4. This big right-handed sweeper that is flat out. Look at the speed of McDuff, 250 kilometers an hour, 260 by the time they get to the braking zone, but not making a move. Did you see how early he let off the throttle there, just saving a little bit of fuel perhaps in that Red Bull Racing number 77 car. Coming up the hill towards turn 7, just about half brakes coming over the crest of the hill, as myself and Hugo were talking about earlier. Turn 6 is a very difficult corner because of exactly where that crest is placed, letting the prototype traffic come through the LMP2 car. And that, of course, allows the Vargas Sim Racing car a little bit of breathing room because McDuff had to well, couldn't take the inside line, couldn't take the apex coming through turn 8 that time round. Shabakis, now we're having a look, just motorsport car, that number 50 LMP2 car, trying to chase down 4th position, and that car in 4th position at the moment, if I just quickly find my live timings again, is the Waveframe Esports car of Andrea Terzi. Just half a second ahead of him is that Netrex P1 Sim Grand Prix of Ivan Leonov. So 3 cars separated by about a second at the moment.
Yeah, this could be quite entertaining. So this is the Juices Club and the Waveframe, who we saw passing earlier, I think, both of them with different drivers now. But Ivan Leonov getting up there with the Netrex P1 Sim Grand Prix car could make it quite an interesting 3-way battle. We've got a DPI making his way past all of these guys at the moment, and that's going to mean their gaps are a little bit larger, especially through the carousel, where it's even harder for these guys to follow. But what's interesting is that everyone seems to be running... Actually, no. I was going to say everyone seems to be running headlights, apart from Xabakis right now. However, Leonov also isn't running his headlights at the time being, and in all fairness, there's enough daylight for them to see normally. We'll see how this battle develops, as they've got a fair bit of clear road ahead of them to carry this out.
Yeah, and clear road is always so important. Shabakis, as you can see, they're just falling back a little bit, from Terzi in that Waveframe car, 1.2 seconds gap now. So Terzi will really be looking at that Netrex car, though. Those two are essentially nose to tail. You can just see them ahead as they come under that the advertising banner.
Yeah, and through this turn 3 now, back up the hill a little bit before that downhill roller coaster ride. They don't seem to be close enough to each other yet to make a move. I think Xabakis might have backed off a little bit. Just allow those two in front, Leonov and Andrea Terzi, to fight each other, and then he's probably going to sit back, just preserve his tyres, preserve his fuel, and pick up the pieces after their battle, because of course that's going to take a toll on both of their cars. And if there is any incident between the two of them, then he'll get both positions without having to do too much. So he's taken the good move there, just sit back a little bit and await anything, or just make the most of whatever happens from those in front of him, if anything happens, because at the moment Leonov is giving up a decent pace. But we're going to go to the GT battle for first place. Juha Mäki-Jypi under quite heavy pressure there from Rory McDuff as they head back out onto the straight for another time. Will he move to the inside? You can see in the bottom right there, the gears and the speed, 240 kilometers an hour with that slipstream moving to the outside. Can he hold it there? I'm not sure there's enough straight line speed in that Red Bull to make the most of the slipstream acceleration. He seems to be really struggling as soon as he pulls out from behind the car in front to maintain any speed and try and get alongside. It doesn't seem to be there for Rory McDuff, and it's making it really difficult for him to try and take this final position to get back up into the lead of the race.
Yeah, it just appears again. It's almost like what we've seen a few times before. I think Podium was the main one that we were talking about beforehand. It just doesn't appear to have the top end speed in order to make that final move.
No, he doesn't at all, and it's probably a result of setup, because we know both of these cars are extremely quick. They are running different machinery, but it seems to be sort of an inversion of the roles, because it was the Corvettes that seem to have better straight line speed than the Aston Martin in the case of Alex Boytigan. That's switched around here, and the Aston Martin seems to be quicker along the straight than this Corvette C8R. As we head through the carousel, though, once again, Rory McDuff is just finding himself staring at the back of this Varga car without being able to find a way through. So he's just going to have to pounce when an opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, it's going to be, again, just putting on pressure and hoping that number 69 car makes a mistake at some point. Coming down towards Canada Corner, and again, just about 270 kilometers an hour, so that number 77 car certainly isn't slow. As we're coming through this left-hander, this is one that's got a little bit of a crest. You can see just coming down to about 70% throttle for a couple of seconds there, just to make sure that you can stay on the road. It does McDuff, coming out of the final corner, and again trying to use as much slipstream as possible. But as you said, it really is a question whether that number 77 car has a sufficient top speed.
Well, I've just been informed as well that the Varga, it's on a different strategy, so it's much lighter at the moment, which is probably benefiting its acceleration. And as well as that, it means that it will have to make an extra pit stop on Rory McDuff. So this is really just harming the Red Bull driver's race. It's not hampering too much Juha Mäki-Upe's at all. So this is probably even more frustrating, knowing that at the end of the day, they're not really fighting these guys for position for Rory McDuff. So he just wants to get past there, and he's not finding it very easy. But we've also got another battle here. So this is still that LMP2 battle we were watching a little moment ago. Ivan Leonov still at the front. And it does seem that the prototypes struggle a bit more than the GTs to make positions around this circuit.
Yeah, again, coming around the circuit, this is... Excuse me, yes. And of course... oh, again, I should probably finish drinking before beginning to speak. But yes, having a look at Telsey now, just half a second between himself and Shaba Kiss, Way From Esports versus that number 50, Chooses Motorsport Club, coming across turn 6 at the top of the hill and then through turn 7. But you can see Telsey is pretty much halfway between Leonov and Kiss due to, well, the algorithm not quite knowing which battle to focus on.
Yeah, it's it just shows how pretty much Andrea Terzi is equidistant from the car in front and the car behind, which is quite entertaining for the computer to try and work out which one to follow. But at the moment, none of them are really making any inroads on each other. It seems to be at a slight stalemate at the moment, and I think the extra downforce of the prototypes makes it just difficult to close up in that first sector of the track when there's already quite a lot of low or medium speed corners where you're relying on that downforce. The dirty air just makes it so much harder to follow. Now, that Corvette has, I think that's the Sim Racing for Holland one, hasn't really helped the Juices car for the moment. So I guess a little bit close there.
Yeah, just sort of the background, an interesting move there by the prototype, indeed, to try and get around that Sim Racing for Holland car.
Well, you can see the impact of that is he's now got 1.7 seconds to gain on Andrea Terzi. Andrea Terzi, though, is just a quarter of a second behind Ivan Leonov. Indeed. We'll see what the result of that is between the two of them as they head down the hill towards the next turn. It's all going to be about the exit speed here. Can Terzi get into the slipstream and make as much speed as possible into this next set of turns? We'll have to wait and see. But it might be a little bit difficult for him here. We know that turn 5 quite narrow, and if you get alongside, you pretty much stay alongside through turn 6 as well, which makes it really difficult to make up a position. So we'll just have to see how they play it. And I think what's going to happen is that the GTs are going to have to play a vital role here in providing opportunity for Terzi to try and find a way through.
Yeah, Terzi trying to find a way through again. Oh, this might be his opportunity, though, up the inside. Leonov there, balked by the GT car, but is a little bit too late of a move there by Terzi to really capitalise on that GT car.
Yeah, it's always quite interesting, but Leonov still holding out.
Up the inside, the king. Oh, he's fine. Yeah, we've seen. Yeah, cause just a little bit nervous there because we've seen a couple of incidents at the King between prototypes and GTs already so far today.
Yeah, it's very different levels of grip for the two cars, and I think they sometimes underestimate each other. Pre-filler flags in Sector 3, they're gone as soon as they've come out though, and Leonov still holding onto this position. And up ahead, there's a few GTs, which could get quite interesting because they'll catch those probably in the first sector of the next lap. In the meantime, though, Saba Kiss is beginning to claw back some of that time that he lost being stuck behind the Sim Racing for Holland car, and when he made a somewhat desperate move in the final portion of the lap. As we head through turn 1 there, you can see there's the first of the GTs I was talking about coming up in front of them. They're going to have to both try and find their way through here. It's going to have to wait until after the turn. And look how close Terzi is through there. He's going to have the slipstream. And is Leonov going to use the GT to block him? I don't think he's got much choice here. Andrea Terzi getting really quite close, 1/10 of a second in it. Is he going to pull to the inside? No, it's blocked on the inside for turn 5. Under braking, he moves to the outside. He might go for a later apex here, try and maximise his exit speed, but he's not really got much choice. There's a DPI as well. He's got to try and find his way through in turn 6. This could be very close indeed. I think the DPI had to back out there because Terzi just isn't giving him any room because he wants to stay as close behind Leonov as he possibly can, and that's not helping the Ajira car as he does finally go through there. But that was a little bit too close for comfort, I think. And now you can see that's the GT race leaders, Rory McDuff and Yuhamaki Yupi, who these guys are about to come across.
Yeah, I think that was pretty much directly on the limit of how late Leonov could have moved to defend that coming down to turn 5. It was very borderline, but yes, Terzi, as you said, it's now only a couple of tenths, a tenth and a half between himself and Kiss. Kiss threading the needle between Terzi and McDuff in that number 77 car, and having to go all the way around the outside at Canada Corner. Can he make a move? They're still side by side as they're coming through the final couple of corners on the circuit. This left-hander, Kiss will have the inside, but this means that Terzi will have the inside for the final corner. Perhaps we'll be able to get a little better acceleration coming at the final corner. Kiss stays all the way around the outside and gets that 4th position.
What an overtake by Xavier Kiss there. Didn't see him coming, and he suddenly shot past and was just about lucky with that last that Varga there, because that could have easily blocked him in, but he's threaded the needle, as you said, and that is an excellent overtake to get himself up into 4th position. So although he's got that position, there's a little bit of a gap now back up to Leonov. An impressive move for Juice's Motorsports Club as they look to get up into those podium positions that Leonov is currently defending. But that was very close, and I did think those GTs that they're about to come across would have an impact on the way that battle flowed, and that most certainly was the case. Andrea Terzi having a look to try and find a way through here. Didn't have very much luck last time at turn 5, and the same story again this time. This LMP2 battle though is far from over, so do not turn away because you might miss something, as anything could happen at any point between these guys.
Yeah, so Kiss needs to try and catch down Leonov. So the number 50 car will now have to go at that Netrix car, but you can see that gap is a little bit more. I estimate that probably 1.5 to 2 seconds, the gap between Kiss and Leonov now.
Yeah, it looks to be something like that. In fact, it's closer to 2 seconds between Leonov and Kiss at the moment, so that's quite a way to make up. And of course, Andrea Terzi is putting pressure onto Kiss as well, so Kiss is having to try and simultaneously defend and attack, which is not an easy thing to do. As we move back up to some GT battling, we've got Yao Barbosa now for the Juice's Motorsports Club team in the BMW, one of the few BMWs. In fact, it might be the only team that run BMW in this series on track at the moment, with Christian Heimarsch in the Aston Martin not far behind, looking to try and close up that gap, take that position. The last lap, only half a tenth quicker was, no, my mistake, about almost 8/10 of a second quicker was Christian Heimarsch on Yao Barbosa. We'll see how these guys, how this battle results. And you can see that Heimarsch has got a lot more pace than Yao Barbosa at the moment. That gap down to just 0.2 of a second. Slight lockup, quite a big lockup actually from the BMW there on the downhill braking zone into turn 5. Through to turn 6 he goes then. It's not going to help his tyres, and he's going to need all the tyre life he can get to try and defend this position, unless he decides to almost wave Christian Heimarsch through and not waste the time trying to battle, because it does seem that Your Name Here car is quite a bit faster than Juice's Motorsports Club at the moment.
Yeah, quite a bit of speed, as you said there, in that João Barbosa half a second ahead of the Your Name Here car. But yeah, that was a small look-up turning into a very, very big look-up coming down to turn 5. We've got prototypes going up the inside of the number 91 car just before they come to the kink. And it's fairly interesting. You just saw the alternate route there on the left. That's actually used for motorcycle racing mostly, just because there isn't really that much runoff at the kink, and of course motorbikes have far less protection than cars. So they decided to use that little extended left-hander just for the kink in order for the motorbikes to have a safe speed coming through the kink.
Well, you learn something every day, and you can see that the nature of the barriers at a lot of parts of this track are not very motorcycle friendly at all. So see if any of the drivers have to use that. Hopefully not, but with the way the racing has been so close, you never know. At the moment though, Christian Heimarsch He's still behind Yao Barbosa, and he's not closing up enough to make a significant move quite yet.
But he's
Maybe
sticking
he's just
there.
settling behind for the time being.
Yeah, he's staying in the roughly 5 to 7/10 area, so he really isn't falling back that much. He's just is deciding to sit back a little bit. Perhaps this is as fast as he can go. Perhaps he's deciding to save a little bit of fuel by just being able to use the slipstream and then letting off the throttle coming down to turn 1, 3, and 5, for example.
Yeah, and we know that the GTs are going to be right on the edge when it comes to their pit stop strategy. So being able to save fuel, of course, you've got the slipstream as well, which means you're not using as much. And once again, lockups into turn 5, running far too wide there is Christian Heimarsch. And I'm sure that prototype trying to get past isn't going to be too happy about seeing that. In fact, slightly concerned as he locks up himself trying to get past the GTE. So brakes a bit too heavy all over the place at this point in time. But fortunately, everyone gets through relatively unscathed. No big dramas there, especially inter-class drama, because that's never good.
Yeah, class drama is never good, as you say. It's only superseded by taking out one of your teammates in a different class.
Most definitely.
The only thing that supersedes it, but having a look at Christian Heimarsch, yeah, that is now falling back just a little bit towards Kevin Yeager. That gap's actually towards that GC Motorsport Club is now about 1.5 seconds. Kevin Yeager's 1.3, 1.4 behind. So the number 91 car, Heimarsch, has to be looking at that rear view mirror in a couple of laps, perhaps, as we're having a look at Vargas Sim Racing. Actually managed to extend that gap over Red Bull now.
I'm thinking that Red Bull are likely, because they're keeping the same lap time, so I think Red Bull maybe have just dropped back a little bit to try and preserve tyres and fuel for their strategy at the moment, and maybe just trying not to combat the Vargas and racing cars. They weren't finding it easy to try and find their way through the Varga car, so it might just be to their benefit to just wait it out. I mean, the gap behind Red Bull to Jean Lacey Sports, it's not too big. It's 6 seconds to Mattia Krupi, so that's a bit of a threat to be concerned about. But it might just be best to play the waiting game. We've still got 3 hours 20 minutes to go. It's not the end of the world if you drop back ever so slightly.
Certainly not, no, and as you said, still a lot of time to go here at Road America. That gap 2 seconds. Johan Makiupe, that Vargas Sim Racing car appears to be one of the quickest GTE cars on the circuit as it stands, and still doing a very good job by holding off that number 77 and keeping that gap at roughly the 2 second mark.
Yeah, so I think it might just be that Roy McDuff has decided to back off a little bit and just preserve the car for the time being, not getting into any unnecessary scraps that aren't going to have a huge bearing on the outcome of the race, or for the time being anyway. Of course, if they were to crash as well, if worse came to worse, then that's pretty much the race in the bin, and that's something they've been working for, not just during this race, but in preparation as well, and many hours go into preparation for these races so they can get the best result, and you're seeing the effect of that now by the top 3 being a whole minute clear of the rest of the class. So it really is a big thing to just try and get to the end in as best a position as possible, and I think part of that comes down to just getting to the end first, because of course, as the saying goes, to finish first you have to finish. I think that might be the mindset being taken by Red Bull at the moment.
Yeah, and that gap just fluctuating ever so slightly just because of traffic and just because of the various strengths of the cars, and depending on what the setups they have on the respective cars. Tesla, I believe, that is trying to get round Makiupe in that number 69 Vargas Sim Racing car. You definitely start putting the lights on now. You can definitely see it starting to get darker. The sun's almost set, I would say, even.
Yeah, I mean, in the shadowed sections of the circuit, at least you can see the headlights actually having an effect on the road. So that sort of shows you that it's time to switch them on. Obviously, you don't want to be trying to overlap someone without your lights on. They don't see you if they're a GT and you're a prototype.
Indeed. Because
you don't have your lights on, and then you have a bit of an accident. So as you say, I think it might be time they put the lights on, and that was quite interesting actually, because we just saw these are the guys we just saw make their way through those GTs that are battling for first and second. And these are the prototypes battling for third place. Ivan Leonov still maintaining his position on the track. He's about 27 seconds behind Maurice Mel, who's ahead of him in second place. So it's really just about defending the final podium position for the time being. Andrea Terzi as well behind Ksaba Kiss, who hasn't got his lights on yet. Andrea Terzi trying to regain that position that he lost earlier in an excellent move that Ksaba Kiss made in the final section of the track.
Yeah, again, it's very interesting to see the different points of the circuit that the various cars are strong just because of the setup changes. But yes, Kiss coming down towards the end of the circuit as we're now having a look. I believe this is Nick De Silva we're now having a look at in the G Racing number 7 DPI, and indeed takes the lead because second and third came into the pits.
Well, that's an interesting development. Maybe they're going a lap or two further in the Azura car. So we'll wait out and see whether at what point he pits and how long their stop is. But yeah, definitely DPI's turning. They've reached the phase of the race where they need to pit, and also the fact that they come into the pits and they drop Setros Nitavex drop down to 5th place goes to show that the DPI class, it's not got huge separations between the positions. I mean, the top within the top 5, none of the gaps are larger than 10 seconds, which can't be said for either of the other categories. So DPI is still quite a competitive class, and nothing there is quite settled. So we'll see what the result of these stops are as this Azura makes his way towards the as Nick De Silva makes his way through the carousel now, and you can see the gap to Michi Hoyer in second is 10 seconds. And it seems to be staying quite consistent at the moment, and we'll see whether they both pit at the end of this lap.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the strategy differences are. As you said, Nick De Silva 10 seconds ahead or so ahead of Michi Hoyer in that Bicolis Burst eSport car. De Silva coming down towards Canada corner and using again as much of the tarmac runoff as is allowed before you get a strike for track limits. And coming through the second to last and now the last. Will he pull off to the right hand side coming up the hill? And he isn't, so he's going one lap more.
Well, that's interesting. We'll see whether Michi Hoyer decides to pull into the pits behind him. I'm just keeping an eye on my map at the moment. But Nick De Silva, yeah, that Azura car being able to go a little bit further than the other drivers. Well, Michi Hoyer decides to stay out as well. So some fairly differing strategies in the top category of this race at the moment. So we'll see what the result of that is when the checkered flag is waved, but that won't be for quite some time. We're now going back down to this battle in GTE. Kevin Yeager is currently on the hunt for 6th position, trying to take it off Yao Barbosa. This is something we touched on earlier. We've come back down to it. It's that Sol BMW at the moment defending against the Aston Martin, and this is going to be quite close. And I think that car behind them, that's not 8th place, because 8th place is Christian Malguera. He's about 3.5 seconds behind Kevin Yeager, so that's a car on a different lap. I think it's one we saw earlier. That could be quite interesting if it tries to unlap itself at a very inconvenient moment. And I might see the result of that as there's a prototype there trying to get past both of these cars. Will he make it past Yao Barbosa before the end of the straight? Yes, he does. Can Kevin Yeager, though, make a move? As look at that defensive there, pushing Kevin Yeager almost into the pit exit. So had any cars been coming out there, that could have been a very, very bad move indeed.
Yes, Matthew de Koop in the one-move car, that number 72 car again, that Porsche. But yes, Yao Barbosa, Kevin Yeager, Juices versus Blackhawk coming down towards turn 5. The next main braking zone. I think Yeager might have a good chance of making a move, presuming the 72 does not also make a move to unlap himself. Yeager having to go all the way around the outside at the bottom of the hill. Is Barbosa going to brake late enough to defend that position? They're still side by side. Oh, Barbosa just using a little bit of hip and shoulder on the exit of turn 5.
And there goes Mathieu Decaux trying to find his way through. There's rubbing is racing at the moment. Look at that. That's the second bit of paint from someone else's car that Kevin Yeager got in that bit there. And he's, look at that, he's dropped 1.2 seconds back, having tried to overtake Yao Barbosa. So now, in fact, Christian Malguera, who I mentioned earlier, is just under a second behind. So this could turn south very quickly for Kevin Yeager. Having just been fighting to gain a position, he's now going to have to defend his current position. So it's not worked out too well for him. And those LMP2s, did not find a very convenient place to come across the GTs, all
No.
batting it out at a very narrow portion of the circuit.
Yeah, not the best choice there for the LMP2s to beat the GTs at that point of the circuit. But Kevin Yegan now has to try and hold off Christian Malguera in that way from the esports car. Malguera having taken over from Arisi at the last set of pit stops.
Yeah, and Christian Malguera at the moment, his last lap was a 2:03.8. For Kevin Yeager, it was a 2:04.2. So we know that the Wave Frame car is on a slightly better pace at the moment. You can see this is really quite busy at the moment. There's DPIs and LMP2s all trying to find their way past these GTs that we're seeing battle each other. And Mathieu Decaux at the moment could find himself being unlapped quite quickly by Kevin Yeager, and I don't think he wants to battle too hard for this position and risk receiving a penalty for any unwarranted contact. And of course, if he doesn't pull away, then blue flag rules mean that Mathieu Decaux will probably get punished for not ahead, and you only stay just about ahead. You'll still be receiving blue flags, and if you ignore those without returning a position, then you'll get penalised. So it's a bit of a balancing game for Mathieu Decaux at the moment. As we head towards turn 5 though, will Kevin Yeager make a move? Because Decaux doesn't seem to be too keen on relinquishing that position. I say that, there's a big lock up there, and in fact, that Juice's Motorsports car is suddenly very close again. So this traffic really is causing things to ebb and flow at the moment. But Mathieu Decaux is sort of another position to be made up that isn't really worth anything at the moment, because he doesn't seem to be too keen on returning that position to Kevin Yeager.
Yeah, and that's going to be fairly interesting to see what happens in the view of the stewards after the end of this race. But that number 72 car, as you said, it's now going to be the Juice Motorsport car that's going to have to try and pass. But you see the gap, in fact, between the Juices, the Blackhawk and the Waveframe all appears to have compressed a little bit now.
Yeah.
Between all three of them, yeah.
It's going to be quite interesting, because I think this is going to be the closest battle on track for the time being. But there's an extra car thrown in there for good measure in the form of Mathieu Decaux's Porsche. So can Kevin Yeager close up that gap? I'm not sure. I think he's going to have to be, for the time being at least, much more concerned about the threat that Christian Malguera is posing behind him. That gap still modest, not a direct risk of conceding the position, but definitely risky if he makes a mistake, because Christian Malguera will be all over any error made by Kevin Yeager at the moment.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, Malguera will be there ready to capitalise on any mistake that Blackhawk or Juices makes in the next few laps. But again, Yeager, that gap is, what, 0.6 of a second ahead of the Waveframe Esports car. Having a look at Shabakis now, is now a second and a half ahead of Andrea Terzi in that Waveframe Esports car for second place in the LMP2s.
Well, that's still ongoing then. I mean, Andrea Terzi, not really able to catch up. Alexei Kutzak, though, in the lead of LMP2 at the moment. I think Leonov pulled into the pits at some stage to, unless he's suddenly found himself a minute behind. But yeah, I think he's had a pit stop, which is why he's no longer in front of either of these guys. And Savakis looking to keep that gap quite modest. And Andrea Terzi seems to be dropping back ever so slightly. I mean, that last lap, Terzi was about 0.6 slower, so not got excellent pace for the time being. And will they have to pit soon? I'm not entirely sure. As I say that, I've just watched them go into the pits together, and finally the lights come on that Juice's Motorsports Club LMP2, and they make their next stop as we're getting into the latter stages of the race now.
Yeah, getting into the latter stages of the race as we now have a look perhaps at Andrea Terzi, but yeah, having a look at Terzi as well now there in the pit lane as well. It really is going to be a battle of who is going to get out first. And you can also see, I believe that's also first place ahead in the pits as well, Alexei Kutzak. Oh no, Alexei Kutzak's on the track, excuse me. This is another prototype directly ahead, but yes, Terzi versus Kiss, which one is going to come out of the pits first?
And this is where we'll see whether they're running the same strategy and if they're both either doing tyres or no tyres. I don't think they're doing tyres. I think this is just a fuel stop, as there goes Terzi out of the pit lane. You can see Xaber Kiss, his stop was about 0.4 of a second quicker So he's managed to hold on to that. And let's see. Oh, that's a good point, actually. Ivan Leonov, who was in front of both of them, is going to come out between the two of them now as a result of those pit stops. So perhaps an undercut not really working for the Netrex P1 Sim Grand Prix driver.
Yeah, as you said, Leonov coming out halfway between the cars, just a half a second behind Strapa Kiss, but you've got to remember that Kiss will have a little bit of cold tyres. They won't be up to temperature.
That's a good point. He's, especially through turn 5 now, he could see a big lockup from one of them. They both seem okay. But yeah, as you said, tyres won't be up to temperature quite yet for Strapa Kiss, but if Leonov wants to make the most of that, he's going to have to do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, those tyres will be up to temperature and he's going to find himself with quite a struggle. But strategy played out very well there for Juice's Motorsport Club. And we're going to be riding in the cockpit right now of Ivan Leonov now. And this is a cool angle to be watching. As you can see, it's quite busy up ahead at the carousel. A fair few GTs. You can see some of them touching the grass, kicking up a little bit of dirt. And is Leonov going to be able to pull a kiss and thread the needle through the busy King? As was seen last time. There he goes past one of the Corvettes, and Strapa Kiss might find himself stuck behind that car into Canada corner. No, he's going to get alongside and in front. Leonov can't say. In fact, he's gone really wide. Look at that. He's got off the circuit, and Leonov is going to be able to take that position. So I think cold tyres or something, maybe misjudging his braking zone there. Whatever it was, it's third place again for Leonov, but can he hold on to it? Because Strapa Kiss really having a look at that inside line. Back out onto the straight they go, and there's a battle that they've just emerged from. That's the Jesus Motorsports Club BMW just in front, so they don't want to get too involved in that. Leonov, though, has done very well there, been very lucky with the traffic to help him defend, forcing Strapa Kiss out of any slipstream, but they are very close into turn 1. That was a dramatic moment there, but third place for Netrex.
And on board with Strapa Kiss now. He's trying to get past that one move car, that number 72, to cope at the wheel, but you can see that gap towards Leonov just extending ever so slightly.
And you can see on the front left of this car, it looks like it's maybe had a
That's
little
a little bit of damage.
Yeah, so that's not going to be too helpful for front end downforce, especially in these downhill braking zones.
And here comes Kiss. Leonov couldn't take the ideal line through turn 5 due to that DPI. I think that was Cetra's Night Development coming through, not able to take the ideal line, therefore losing a little bit of time, and Kiss able to close up a little bit more.
So yeah, this battle is going to be raging for quite some time at the moment. And also, Andrea Terzi isn't too far behind as well, so he's going to be getting involved. As well as that, the other wave frame car with Alex Beggy at the wheel is just another second behind them. So this could quite easily become a four-way battle for second place, or third place rather, with Maurice Mel and Alexei Kutzak quite a way up the order, up the road at least, on these guys. So this is going to be very interesting to watch it develop. Now let's see whether Strapa Kiss makes it through the proper line at Canada corner. And yeah, he's done it there. So he's not going to concede another position.
Yeah.
But he's got a bit of work set out for him now to try and retake what they had managed to gain through their strategy.
Yeah, Andrea Terzi right there behind on board with him now. And look, you can just see the other two LMP2s, third and fourth, directly ahead. Terzi might be able to get a double slipstream coming up the hill towards Kiss and Leonov, but you can see how much closer Kiss is getting this time round towards Leonov, but I don't think it's close enough for moving to turn 1.
No, it doesn't seem that way. You've got to be really almost alongside before the braking zone happens there. It all now is about trying to keep as close as possible. And there's the Varga GTE just in front of them, which could throw a little spanner into the works as they're already quite close. How are they going to play this then? Will Leonov use the GT to his advantage as a sort of blocker? I mean, the gap isn't close enough anyway for Strapa Kiss to make a move. Say that, he does get quite close under braking, but he's had to take a narrower entry, and that's going to compromise his exit a little bit. And behind them, Andrea Terzi is going to have to try and find a way past the GT after turn 6. So he's got a little bit more work cut out for him there, having extended the gap.
After
and
second
stuck
as
behind
well.
that GT.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
he can't find a way through.
painful for Terzi, and I don't think he's going to make a move down to turn 8 either. Oh, that's incredibly painful for the LMP2 cars, isn't it? If you just can't get past the GTs.
Yeah, and speaking of that, Varga as well, actually, it's currently in 4th place in its class, having made a pit stop, and that's returned the Red Bull Racing car number 77 to the lead in the GT class. But yeah, that's Yuha Makiyubi still at the wheel of that car. But Andrea Terzi didn't have a great time taking that position. We're going back down to this battle here. Christian Malguera has made his way past Kevin Yeager, and he's got his sights set on that Juice's Motorsports Club car in front of him with Yao Barbosa at the wheel. Yeah, so that's a change that we missed. But that goes to show that there's quite a lot of action all at the same time.
Yeah, it's a problem with only having one set of eyes. But yes, as you said, half a second now between Malguera and Barbosa, coming towards the end of the lap now. And Malguera in that Corvette trying to use as much power as possible coming out the final corner and using that big engine to make its way up the hill, as that's Yeager coming into the pits.
And well, I suppose it is the hour, isn't it? So
yeah, pretty much that is Yeager in that Blackhawk deciding to come into the pits with 3 hours and a minute to go.
Yeah, so that's probably going to kick off the next phase of pit stops in GTE. I haven't really been paying attention to who's pitted this time round yet. I'm not sure too many have, but look at this. Yao Barbosa really getting under pressure from Christian Malguera now. So that Wave Freem car is on a charge. And it seems that across LMP2 and GTE, Wave Freem are really trying to take the spotlight this afternoon.
Yes, indeed. Entirely true, yes.
So they're finding themselves in battles all over the place. And actually, I say that, there's also, it seems to be that it's the Juice's Motorsport Club and the Wave Freem team. They're battling in both LMP2 and GTE. So what we're seeing here is pretty much being reflected in the battle for 4th in LMP2. So I don't know, it's something about these two teams that they're finding themselves right next to each other across both categories. So that's quite interesting to watch. And also you can see now the sun is properly setting, and in the next few hours it'll probably get a little bit dark on this circuit, which will make it just a little bit more difficult to be making your overtakes, especially on a track that doesn't seem to really have any circuit lighting. You're going to be even more reliant on... Oh, it does have circuit lighting.
Does it? Wait.
Well, I don't think it has very much, at least. But that's going to make you even more reliant on those headlights. So if you've got front end damage, if that has an impact on how your headlights are working, that's not going to be very helpful.
Yes. Generally, you want to see where you're going at night. That's just my tip. It's just my experience. But yes, having a look, it appears that Barbosa took a little bit of a wide line through that second to last corner there, actually. And then heading the apex of the final corner, using as much of the tarmac on the outside as possible. I think both the GT cars picked up a little bit of dust, a little bit of dirt at the exit. And here comes Malguera coming up on Barbosa, using the slipstream, using as much slipstream as possible, moving to the right-hand side, the inside line for turn 1 is Malguera, almost touching as they're coming down towards turn 1. And Wave Freem makes the move up into 5th place.
That was good there. A little bit of squeezing on the outside of the, towards the inside of the circuit I saw between the two of them, but contactless, which is always a good way of making your way past another car. But yeah, but basically, he's still got an opportunity to try and claw back that position. Just got to be careful though, because there is a little bit of traffic moving through. You can still see Mathieu Lecros just in front of them. Now, in front of Christian Malguera, there's about 11-second gap to Vargas in Racing. And behind Yao Barbosa, it's about 13-second gap to Henry Sinnick. So this really is an isolated battle between the two of them. And I'm not sure Yao Barbosa will be able to reclaim that position, because it does seem that Wave Freem car is very quick at the moment.
Yeah, Wave Freem car being very fast. And look at the gap, it's already 7/10 of a second.
Yeah, so Malguera really pulling away pretty much immediately there. And I think that shows why he's currently in 5th place and Juices are in 6th. So we'll see how that develops. And moving on to the other Juices Motorsports Club car in LMP2, currently 7/10 of a second behind Ivan Leonov in this category. Along the straight they go. It's too big a gap to close down along the straight to make a move. However, you can make some progress in cutting it down. As well as that, in DPI, we've got the battle for 4th place evolving. So in Benjamin Gilzinski and Nico Barkley, the Monaco car, putting on some pressure to the Seawolf Nest Race Motorsport vehicle. And as we head through the kink there towards Canada corner. No move to be made quite yet. We haven't seen very much of the DPIs this period, so in this period of the race. So it'll be quite interesting to see how they battle in comparison to those GTs and those LMP2s, who have very different styles of overtaking at this circuit.
I'm also very glad that you said Gilzinski's surname first, so I have something to go on. But yes, as you said, Nico Barkley trying to chase down that Seawolf Net Race Motorsport car, 7 tenths of a second the gap as they're coming across the start-finish straight to begin their next lap. And again, Barkley just trying to use as much slipstream as possible. They're trying to get to the back of that Seawolf Net Race Motorsport car. They're to try and make a move at some point. You can see the dust being kicked up there by the One Aqua car, though.
Yeah, so I mean, they're really using as much of the track as possible. Is Nico Barkley, and that does mean they get onto the dirt a little bit, but it's not really affecting their cars too much, which is fortunate for them, because obviously, oh, that's a big lockup, I say there. A bit of very, very deep indeed. That's going to cost a fair few tenths of a second through turn 5 into turn 6, and now Nico Barkley, having been looking through his windshield, is now going to be looking at his rearview mirror at Stefan Rohr in the Edge Esports car, who's really closed up as a result of that quite hefty mistake. That's not going to be very good for those front tyres at all.
Yeah, that really is not helpful for that One Aqua car, and as you said, those front tyres have turned into a 50 pence piece.
Yeah, that won't be the most comfortable ride at all. I'm sure he can feel slight vibrations through the wheels. Look at that, a little bit upset through the kink there towards Canada corner, though the gap's still half a second. Is Stefan Rohr going to be able to close that up? It looks like he can quite a lot through Canada corner, although losing a little bit on the exit again. This is going to be quite an interesting battle to watch emerge, because Nico Barkley, in the space of a couple of corners, went from being on the attack to now having to go to the defense. So, in fact, he goes into the pits and perhaps is going to change those tyres, which I would not be surprised at.
Yeah, change those tyres. I would also change those tyres after that massive lockup. But yes, as you said, Nico Barkley in that One Aqua car coming into the pits. But that does mean that Rohr only has about 1.6 seconds or so from the back of Gilzinski in that Seawolf Net Race car. It's really not that much of a gap, I say that, but Rohr is stuck behind some GT traffic coming through turn 3.
Yeah, he's got himself behind João Barbosa, and this is not going to be working in his favour too much, but Gilzinski has also found himself in this GT traffic as he tries to make his way past Mathieu de Croo. He's not going to be able to do so quite yet, and I think he will have to take that position up into turn 6. So it's not working in Rohr's favour at all, though, because that gap is over 2 seconds. In the meantime, though, Mathieu de Croo for Jean Lacy Esports has really closed up to João Barbosa now, and is posing quite a big threat with that Ferrari. So these are two cars that we don't see that much of in the GTE category. No. It's the BMW against the Ferrari, so this is quite a unique battle, and it looks like Krupi is very quick at the moment as we head through the carousel. I'm not sure if he'll be able to make it on the exit. It's going to be very close, isn't it?
Yeah, they're almost touching as they come through the carousel. Krupi really really can't see anything. He's got a face full of BMW coming through the kink. Can he spot the turning point correctly? Yes, he does. Not any dust being kicked up, so good job there by Krupi in the Jean Lazy Esports Academy car. Coming down towards Canada corner, he's moving to the right-hand side. He's got the inside line. He moves up the inside of Barbosa and takes 4th position.
Well, I think that position was that overtake was pretty much fated just by the sheer speed he has. As I see a bit of dust being kicked up there. We're going to move down to Jose Berenguer right now for the World of Sim Racing team, who's defending from Yao Asensao with Volante Racing. As there are also yellow flags in Sector 1. I'm not entirely sure of the cause of that. It might be someone in the pits, but they're pretty much in as soon as they came out, so that's not a big issue. This is quite an interesting battle then. So it seems that we'll have moments of not much happening, and then suddenly everyone decides that now is the time they want to get stuck into some action. Yeah.
Yeah, want to overtake everyone at the same time. Fantastic.
Yeah, you can't complain, to be honest. We've had some absolutely fantastic racing, and to be fair, some very much clean racing a lot of the time. There's been no big contact. I'm going to touch wood sorry, curse it with the curse of the commentator. But no, we've been really lucky to see these guys really fight it out tooth and nail. Just under 3 hours left of the race, so still some way to go. And there are battles left, right, and centre across this whole circuit, such as the one between Terzi and Leonov. That gap is very close. In fact, it's closer than the one between these two guys. So we'll be hopping around the whole order, I think, at the moment. You can see that along the main straight we go, in fact. Andrea Terzi with the wave frame car. He's in the slipstream, but it's not going to be quite close enough to make a move into turn one, I don't think. As we ride on board, you can see the windscreen wiper pretty in the way if you're looking
not
straight
in
forwards.
opportune position, no.
So that's a big bar across the centre of your screen. Towards turn 3 though, if Terzi can nail the exit here, he could be on for making a move on Leonov, but Leonov has had a better exit there. There's traffic in front though, and that could be a bit of an inconvenience for Leonov if he's trying to defend from Terzi, because that could back him up into the wave frame car. We'll have to see how it turns out through turn 5 into turn 6.
Yeah, turn 5 into turn 6, having a look. Terzi not close enough to make a move up the hill this time round, but I think Leonov just went a little bit wide coming out of turn 6 there, but this GT traffic is going to be really crucial for Terzi in order to make a move on that Netrex car.
You see there's some damage to the front of that Aston Martin as well. And look at that. That has not been good for Leonov. He's had to come straight back across the track as he goes 3 wide into the carousel. As there goes Andrea Terzi. There's contact between the two of them. They're almost sideways for a little bit of that as they both go on the exit. And that is going to be 3rd place for Wave Freem Esports, making the most of that. He really capitalised on the traffic and he's taken 3rd place because of it. Terzi played the game very well there.
An absolutely fantastic move there from Terzi, using the GT traffic perfectly, almost cutting between the GT car, the front end of the GT car and the rear end of Leonov to get up the inside for the carousel. And once you're side by side through the carousel, the inside car has a massive advantage. An absolutely fantastic move there from Terzi. Now Leonov, can Leonov make a response? Can he respond to that move and retake that final podium position?
Well, he's not been very fortunate because that GT meant he couldn't get himself into the slipstream. Although saying that, he's about 3 tenths behind into turn 1. I'm not sure he's going to be close enough for the braking zone. We could see an attack into turn 5. I'm not sure, but you've got to give it to Terzi there. He saw the opportunity, and the gap maybe wasn't quite big enough, but he put his nose there, and it became big enough because people got out of the way. So he played it very well there. I think Leonov did well to stay have contact, because going side by side through the carousel is a very risky business, and they both got out there pretty well. So you got to give it to both of them. But an excellent move from Terzi there, and he's looking to extend that gap to 0.6 of a second now, perhaps 7 if he can nail this turn 6. So he's pulling away. He's doing a really good job of that.
Yeah, doing a very good job is Terzi, as you said, and yeah, that gap is now, what, 0.6, 0.7 of a second? So I think he really is extending that gap, and I think Terzi, for the moment, shouldn't need to really worry about Leonov that much.
No, Leonov is dropping back a little bit, and I think that shows that Terzi has had more pace, but only slightly, so this gap's only going to go up very incrementally. But the overtake, but the fact that he was sticking behind Leonov for the best part of at least half an hour, I think, means that that move was coming, and it finally did come. He managed to catch that, and a good move it was, and a bit of luck played into his hands. But that's what you need in racing, always a bit of luck.
Yeah, as you said, luck is always needed in endurance racing, especially when you've got 8 hours of racing. You always need a little bit of luck on your side. But I say that the gap is now only about 6 tenths in Leonov and Terzi, so Leonov certainly isn't falling off the back, is he?
That's true, actually. He's still looking to maybe retake that position. Also, from that camera angle, you can see it is getting a little bit darker around the circuit. But Leonov, he's lost the position. But yeah, as you're saying, he's not dropping back drastically, and it kind of shows that these guys are pretty evenly matched, which is making this fight for the final podium position very enticing indeed. I mean, we're getting towards the end of the race. These guys won't be in it at the end. When the drivers swap, Oh, it's going to be whoever's faster. That will probably come out and on top of the other car in this battle. So that's going to be interesting to watch out for the final stages of the race. I mean, there's still a fair way to go, but time is going to be running out, especially with those driver changes. Because Thursday and Lenov seem so closely matched, if there's a bigger disparity between the next two drivers in those cars, it could dictate the result of this battle, and that will have implications on the championship as well.
Also, there has been a driver change in the number 77 car. Yuri Kasdorp has got in that car, taking over from Rory McDuff.
Yeah, so that's actually put the Red Bull back behind the Vargason racing car, and about 0.3 of a second in front of Matcha Krupi. So the battle at the top of GTE is very close.
Oh, I think
this one
there's
here.
been an incident, I think, between the 50 and the 54. The 50 car being the Jesus Motorsport Club, and the 54 being, if I can just quickly find out, the World of Sim Racing of Jose Berengar.
Magic Krupi around the outside here. Sorry to interrupt. It's right alongside Yuri Kasdorp. Can't find that position. It's a battle between two quite big esports teams, John Lacey and Red Bull. Yuri Kasdorp just about holding on to that position though. Apologise for interrupting, but it's all erupting in GTE right now. There's about 3 things going on at the same time. This is the battle for second place, quite important in the overall championship, and they're separated by less than half a second, so this is something really to keep an eye on.
Yeah, having a look at Yuri Kasdorp and Mattia Krupi, as you said, it's been another yellow. Oh, the 70. Oh, there's been an incident, a big one. The 4, the 72, and the 327 have got together just after the kink.
And that's where these guys are coming up to right now.
The
So
Bike
are they
First
moving?
Esport is the race leader. I think got involved in an incident at the kink.
Well, that is a big development there. You can see that Corvette is missing a rear wing. It's crabbing all over the place. Michi Hoyer is in the lead of the race still at this point in time, but I don't really know what happened. I think what happened was because the 127,
Here comes the 4 into the pits. Sorry,
LMP2, the LMP2, I think it's the number 327 rather. That's one on-off racing with Nicholas Lemoyne at the wheel. That has that stopped. It's got going again. So I think it was a collision between the GT and the LMP2. I'm not sure if Michi Hoyer got involved. It looks like there might be damage to the front of that car. I can't quite see.
I just had a quick look at the track map, and it was very slow coming out of the kink.
Well, that is very dramatic indeed, and that can have major implications on the outcome of the race. And you can see here, Mattia Krupi is still behind Yuri Kasdorp, hasn't managed to make that position. I was getting quite concerned actually because they were just coming up to the kink, which was the site of that incident, and there were cars that strewn all over the place seemingly. So if we could get a replay of what happened, that would be amazing, but there's probably quite a lot to sift through if that's the case, because many cars were involved in that. And we're going through turn 5 now. Look how busy it is here. This is really working in Yuri Kasdorp's favour. Those two LMP2s slowing down Matcha Krupi a bit and getting that gap a bit bigger, but they are going to have to find their way past Yuri Kasdorp as well, so we'll see what the result of that is. But definitely very busy around turn 7 at the moment.
Yeah, very, very busy, as you said, around turn 7. It's always the same way with endurance races. You'll suddenly get half the field within 3 corners of each other for no reason. It's always the same with endurance racing.
Yeah, it's just everyone coming together, and that's how you end up with incidents like we saw a moment ago at the kink. But look at this. This is some really quite close stuff. Matcha Krupi, though, he's got a bit of a job to do to make up that gap that has just extended a little bit. And Yuri Kasdorp at the moment is probably going to be focusing on closing down the 10-second gap to Juha Mäki-Upi in Vargason Racing, that number 69 car, sitting at the front. And yeah, Greg was saying, good fun out there. I can see why. It is a very hectic circuit at the moment.
Yeah, incredibly hectic, as you said. But Matteo Krupi, what is like up 1.7, 1.8 seconds now, doing stuff. And Kasdorp in that number 77 car, just coming up the rise of the hill. And look at all of this. Well, the GT truck directly ahead. That's the Sim Racing for Holland car. And look at all the prototypes as well. So busy at this section of the circuit.
There's about 10 or 11 cars on the main straight at the moment, and you can see well, the result of that is that, yeah, Sim Racing for Holland, we saw those guys earlier. I'm not sure where they are overall in that they're currently sitting 12th in class, 35 overall. Dennis Duna at the wheel of that car. He's going to have to get out of the way, though, of Mattia Krupi. Those blue flags you'll be able to see at the edge of the circuit will be telling him to let the Jean Alesi car by. Meanwhile, Yuri Kazdorp is now almost 2 seconds clear of the Jean Alesi car, and I think he's going to be quite happy with that for the time being. There you can see the blue flags waving, and Dennis Duna does let Mattia Krupi through, and now Krupi's got a bit of a job trying to close back up to the Red Bull car.
Yeah, and that's going to be the main problem now for that Jean Alesi Esports car, is trying to gain those 2 seconds, 2.3 seconds back from the number 77. That's a big, big ask considering the caliber of the drivers in the cars.
Yeah, this is really difficult, and it looks like Mattia Krupi is just dropping back for the time being. It's 2.5 seconds now, so it's a hard work to close up a seemingly small gap, but with some of the greatest drivers in endurance racing esports at the moment, it's going to be, he's going to have to work hard for this one, is Mattia Krupi, and he's been in that car for quite a while. They're on different strategies, and I think Kazdorp probably is on fresher tyres, considering he's only just got into that car.
Yeah, getting into that car, as you said, Kazdorp certainly hasn't lost any beats when compared to McDuff either. Got into that car and immediately setting a fantastic lap time, so you can see that gap is now 3.5 seconds. So that number 77 car is certainly much faster than the 66 at this moment of the race.
Yeah, so we're getting through the race now. We've got Alexei Kutsak at the moment. In fact, what was a commanding lead is now currently 2 seconds between himself and Moritz Merl with the Go Team racing car. Yeah, so that Red Bull has 6 lap fresher tyres, which is going to play to their advantage a little bit in the defensive game, which means you can carry a little bit more speed and you've just got more rubber to work with. But there goes Alexei Kutsak, Moritz Merl, who's got quite a job to close up to that Black Hawk car, which is a fair way up the road. So yeah, strategy is being discussed right now by Thomas Beher. So Red Bull right on the cusp of their fuel as well. So it's going to be quite. Oh no, they don't have to save any fuel, I don't think. So they're going to be quite comfortable in second place for the time being. I think Jean Alesi, that gap now 4 seconds between Yuri Kazdorp and Mattia Krupi. They probably just trying to maintain their car, because finishing third is by no means a bad result.
Certainly not. Finishing on the podium is always a fantastic thing to do. But yes, Kutsak Merl 1.1 seconds separated to them. Merl's that gap's actually came down a lot, and I think that's because Kutsak was stuck behind that GT car coming down towards Canada Corner. He's stuck behind the GT car again, coming through the second to last, and probably coming through the last as well.
Yeah, so once again, traffic playing into the hands of the following driver. He still hasn't found his way past. There we go. But only with the gap being about 0.3 of a second along the main straight now into turn 1. Is Moritz Merl going to be close enough to make a move? Does he look to the inside, or does he stay behind? He's going to keep in behind the Black Hawk car for the time being, but that is a significant change in the gap. What was 2 seconds is down to almost
half
2
a second.
tenths. Yeah. So that's the effect of traffic. He just Alexei Kutsak just wasn't able to get past that GT on in the final sector, and that allowed Moritz Merl to close up what was quite a large gap as they head down the hill towards turn 5. Could we see anything here? Really unstable under braking, and big, almost a cut there, it looks like, from Alexei Kutsak as well. So this is getting really quite busy. These GTs not playing into the favour of either of these LMP2s at the moment.
Yeah, that looked like a massive rear look-up there from Kutsak, if my eyes did not deceive me. That looks almost dangerous and almost a disaster for the number 30 car, the LMP2 leader.
Well, yeah, that could have ended far worse. And we have seen some big lock-ups down there at that turn. I mean, we saw Nico Barkley have quite a big lock-up in the Monaco car not too long ago at turn 5. So fortunately, Moritz Merl didn't plough into the side of the GT, and he's still out on track. And to be fair, the gap isn't huge at the moment. It's still 0.7 of a second. there's something to be had from Moritz Mel if he can find a way through into the lead of the LMP2 category.
If, and that is always a big if, especially with endurance racing. Half a second separating the two of them still, and really Kutsak has not recovered from being held up by that GT car in this position last lap.
No, and as we come out of the final turn, it's a good exit for Moritz Mel, down to 0.4 of a second with the slipstream. He could minimise that quite drastically. Already at the crest though, past the line, it's a shorter straight than you need a lot of the time here, but into turn 1, we see him move to the outside. He dummies the outside, inside, back to the outside goes Moritz Mel. He couldn't find the way through, but he's gone for a later apex. He can carry greater exit speed. Outside Kutsak, though, is covering all areas with his car. However, he's gone for a narrower entrance. It's going to mean a wider exit for him. Moritz Mel, once again, with a better straight line speed along as we rocket towards turn 5. The slipstream really benefiting the Go team car. He moves to the outside. Not always the best option for turn 5 because you have got that outside side of the gate. There's big contact there. Alexei Kutsak goes into the side of Moritz Mel, and that was inevitable. They were just getting a little bit too close on that straight, and that's not what you want to see. That's not how you really want to take the lead of a category.
But somehow Kutsak kept it out of the inside wall on the run down to turn 5. I do not know how he managed to do that.
Some impressive driving, and it's a bit of contact though, and that's not brilliant news because Andrea Terzi is in 3rd place at the moment, 30 seconds behind. But if you've got a decent amount of damage, that's going to severely inhibit your way of putting away. I mean, there's 2.5 hours to go. 30 seconds can be closed down in that time. So when you're fighting for these positions, you do have to be careful about the long-term impact of how risky you want to be racing.
This is entirely true. This is something you've always got to think. Really, once you get to the last hour, last half hour, you can definitely decide to be a little bit more risky. As we're having a look at the replay here, this is from essentially above the cockpit of Kutsak. Oh, how close was he to that inside wall? But to be honest, I think Kutsak might have started moving across a nail more than anything else just by looking at that onboard.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they're both lucky to really get away with that. And if they wish to report that to the stewards, I think they can maybe see a penalty. Although I think that more was just a bit of an incident on both of their parts, getting a bit too close to each other. So we'll see whether they report that and whether the stewards want to make a decision on that. However, I'm not sure Kutsak is too happy about losing his position and almost being sent flying to a concrete wall on the inside of turn 5.
Yeah, it was so close. And of course, that would be an absolute disaster for Blackhawk Racing. That number 30 car should Kutsak have made contact with that inside wall. But again, luckily it was just a little bit of contact with the Go Team Racing car on the exit of turn 5.
Yeah, they're very fortunate, I think, to get away with that one and still be in pretty decent positions at the moment. So, at the moment as well, in the DPI category, you got Christos Sakunas in the Rookie Monster car looking to close up a 1.5 second gap to Nico Barkley at Monaco as we head through turn 5 now. There's a GT between the two of them, but it's not too much to do with. In fact, that's the Jean Alesi Esports car that Sakunas is going to have to make his way past. Looking at lap times though, Monaco last lap did a 150.9. For the Rookie Monsters, it was a 153.8. So that's a fairly big gap to close down. And you can see there, it seems that Sakunas is struggling a little bit. 2.5 seconds is the gap now. It's gone up from 1.5, so extending a fair bit. Sakunas is going to have to do quite a lot to try and take that position off Nico Barkley.
Yeah, try and take that position away from Nico Barkley, as you said, in that one Alka car, currently in 5th position, but 3 seconds now the gap. That's quite a big gap, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to close up at all, especially with all of this traffic. I think Sakunas, look how quickly that gap is extending. It's quite impressive, actually. That's really not good news. Fortunately, though, it's a lap to the DX Droids car in 7th place. So losing time isn't the end of the world. And there goes Sakunas into the pit lane. And that's going to bring an end to the potential for the battle there. maybe reaching the end of the life on that stint, I think, is the situation for Rookie Monsters.
Yeah, definitely situation as it stands for Rookie Monsters, and having a look there, as you said, yeah, Sekunis coming into the pits and relinquishing that gap as it stands as well, having a look having a look at what else is happening on the circuit. Here's Yuri Kastrup in that 77 car, still 5 seconds behind the Virga Sim Racing, but I think Red Bull has enough fuel to make it to the end, and I think essentially they've got a stop in hand over everyone else as it stands.
Yeah, I think that's the situation. They pitted at about 2 hours 52 minutes remaining, I think, on their most recent stop. And the gap between them and Varga after that was about 9 seconds. They're doing good inroads on the car in front to close down that gap. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what the result of all of the GT strategy is, and where Yuri Kazdorp comes out in relation to Yuhamaki Yupi at the next set of pit stops. Because in all fairness, we could see a sort of overcut strategy from that Red Bull if it can go for a good 15 minutes longer than that Varga.
Yeah, that 15 minutes may be incredibly important at the end of the race, like what we were saying about the splash and dash essentially at the beginning of our commentary stint. That splash and dash, if Red Bull have managed to save that fuel, obviously they'll save that time in the pit lane.
Yeah, most definitely. And speaking of the end of the race, Neil and I have been commentating for the last 2.5 hours, and we're going to hand over to Ewan O'Leary and Zach Sweeney for the final 2.5 hours, and stick around, because if it's as action-packed as the last stint has been, then you won't want to be missing it.
Thanks very much, Hugo. Thanks very much, Neil, as well. It's been wonderful listening to you for the last 2 hours and a half. But goodness me, where do we start with this lot? It's an absolute mess out there at the moment. It's been wonderful entertainment so far, and it is absolutely not over. We've got intrigue in all three classes, I am sure. But taking you through the last couple of hours and a half, it is me, Ewan O'Leary, alongside Zach Sweeney, as Hugo mentioned. Zach, it's good to have you along once again. It's good to be back in the Virtual Endurance Championship, and it's starting 22 off with a bit of a bang here, and I mean that in a more literal sense than maybe we were hoping for on occasion.
Well, yeah, certainly. First of all, hello everyone. It is a pleasure to be back, and yeah, welcome into 2022, our first race of the year. And yeah, as you say, it has been an absolutely action-packed one. Well, it's been exciting and dramatic, but that's the thing. Road America is a very tough circuit to sort of tame, in a sense, very undulating, very roller coaster-esque, and there's not much margin for error, so that is to be expected. But yeah, we have seen our fair share of contact.
Yeah, unfortunately, so we've recently, in case you've only just joined us, we've recently had a change for the lead, with the Burst Esport by Collis car dropping down to 8th position after having led for a very long time with Michi Hoyer. We weren't able to get a replay on that one. When you get so deep into an endurance race, they become quite hard to fish out, these replays, and so we've not been able to show it to you, but we can at least tell you what happened. Basically in front of Michi Hoyer, well, earlier on in the lap. I'll give you a bit of a rundown of the earlier on in the lap, because it was a messy lap all in all, really. First of all, Deuces Motorsport Club got spun around through turn 6 somehow. Not sure if that was on their own or whether they got help. Either way, as they were rejoining towards turn 7, World of Sim Racing and Wanako in their DPI managed to get involved, so 3 of those cars were off at turn 7, and then around the same point, a little bit later on in the lap, World of Sim Racing got to the kink. One of the LMP2s, I think it was Nicola Lemoine in the on-off racing car, you can just see up in front of Timothy Zandanovsky right now. I think it was that one, trying to go down the inside of the World of Sim Racing Corvette. The 2 of them spun around. We've seen all day that these moves from prototypes on GTs through the kink don't work. It's about the 3rd incident I think we've seen with that particular outcome, and Michi Hoyer, in trying to avoid it, obviously couldn't brake while going through that exceptionally high load corner, spun around into Lemoine and got very bad suspension damage, and so dropped back to 3 laps down as he is now, I think. Well, he isn't anymore, it's David Mocek now, but 2 or 3 laps down from the current race leader, which is Nick De Silva, but it will be Christian Mikel when the pit stops cycle out. But what could you say to Michi Hoyer at that stage? It's so heartbreaking for him and the entire Burst Esport team, after leading all day, being right up there all day, looking like they were coming home for a race victory, and then that happens out of their control. It's really bad luck for them.
Yeah, it certainly is, but you know that is motorsport. At the end of the day, it's you know, you love the sport, it doesn't quite love you back in the same way. And they did have a really decent lead. I think it was well, averaging around 15 seconds for the majority of their stint. So you know, when you're in such a controlling position, and well, when it's almost out of your control, if it is in your control, you make a mistake, you can sort of brush it off and take that. But when it's not in your control and you start to ponder, you know, the ifs, buts, maybes, what could you have done better, what, you know, the situations around you, and you know, after having such a commanding lead, it is just heartbreaking. And well, all they can do now is press on and try and salvage as best they can from here on in. But with, you know, 2.5 hours left to go, 3 laps down, there really isn't much they can do. So they're going to be driving that car with a lot of, well, I guess a burden on their shoulders. You know, they were leading the race, they had this massive expectation. But you know, Christian Mikel, who is going to become the new race leader, he is not going to be complaining one bit.
No, no, he isn't. Well, he will be the race leader in a few moments' time. We've currently got Nick De Silva leading, as I said, by 20 seconds, but that won't stay like that for the remainder until the pit stops shake out. In LMP2, by the way, we've had obviously some changes going on, and we've got some interesting things going on in terms of the lead of the race. This is more of a fight for the championship in terms of racing team trying to pick up as many points as they can from a bad day. This will gain them another one if they were to pass the on-off racing car up in front. Then where's the next car after that? About 45 seconds up the road. So it's going to be difficult for them, but they're picking up as many points as they possibly can at this stage, which is what they need to do. As Go Team Racing are battling it out for a race win in this one. We've seen a little bit earlier on as well, Alexei Kuzak and Moritz Mel battling it out at the front of this one. Kuzak nearly ending up in the inside wall there. He made a bit of contact with the Go Team Racing LMP2, so it was getting physical for the race lead, and I don't think that battle is over in that category either, fortunately for us, but obviously not fortunately for those guys. Obviously they'd rather go to the finish without problems, but certainly looks like it's not over in the lead of the LMP2 category.
Certainly not, and in a sense, you know, sucks to say, but a lot of the times it's the boring races that you want, the times that you're just left alone, because then there's no risk of coming together or things happening, as the case in the DPI class. But this is a very, very close fight for P4 in the P2 category. You've got Ivan Leonov and Alex Beggy fighting it out for P4, 3/10 of a gap between the two. But you know, at this stage of the race, we're entering, of course, you in the sort of the sprint to the finish, I suppose you could say. Definitely now thinking about getting to the checkered flag. Is Alex Beggy really going to be, you know, sending one to the inside, or is he just going to be playing it safe, biding his time, because he has seen how things, in terms of, you know, being a little bit too aggressive, have gone in this race so far?
Yeah, well, let's wait and see or how it goes between these guys. Obviously, in third place, not too far up the road either, Andrea Terzi of Waveframe Esports. I said a little bit earlier on that Waveframe were not having a very good season, and ever since they've been climbing up the order at a rate of knots. They were 9th and 11th when we first kind of settled down into this one, and we first kind of noted that, but they're right up inside, both of them inside the top 5. It's turning into a good day for Waveframe and LMP2 as their GTE effort is falling back, but they are trying something on strategy in GTE. Which is also an interesting category to be watching. The battle between Yuka Makiyupi and Yuri Kazdorp will be going on very shortly, but I've been surprised by the fuel levels of those guys, how little they're able to run on these tanks of fuel. They're really struggling to get an hour out of this circuit, which I wasn't really expecting at all, but it's made things very difficult, and those who can fuel save have clearly risen to the fore by the looks of things in this race.
Well, they always say, you know, endurance racing is won in the pit lane. You can do your absolute best job on the track, and of course it is very important being consistent, putting those laps in, minimizing the amount of mistakes you are going to make. But at the end of the day, if you're spending an extra few seconds in the pit lane fueling the car up, when really you could have saved it just sticking in the slipstream with someone else, short shifting here and there, lifting and coasting into corners, and you can save those crucial liters of fuel, you definitely can make that time back up in the pit lane. And to be honest, if you're sat in the toe of someone, you're saving some fuel, you're not really losing as much time. So yeah, it's all about strategy. It's all about taking maybe some risks here and there, especially if you're obviously Waveframe and sort of have to take those risks. But at the moment, P8 for Christian, but he's got Adam Baldwin right on his tail this fight for P8.
Yeah, Adam Baldwin, he was a winner last time we were here at Road America in Season 5 in the GT category. It's how long he's been around, as much as he might not like to admit that, but Might be making him feel a bit old, but sorry about that. He's going down towards the inside now. Anyway, up the inside, here we go. On the for 7th place, it's nearly 3 wide with an LMP2. Maybe didn't want to get involved with that really, so backs off slightly as the Burst Esport LMP2 comes out of the pit lane and might open a gap. Oh dear,
no.
It's gone wrong, badly wrong, and Burst Esport and Waveframe Esport look like they might have ended up in the wall. Not sure if Malglera did go around. I don't think he got too much damage in the end, but Burst Esport, having just come out of the pit lane, might well be going straight back into it again, because Tom Oldermenger, I think, will have sustained some damage there, most likely. That didn't look like a soft tap onto the wall.
No, certainly not. And well, Adam Baldwin certainly not complaining. He just, put the car in. He was using the faster car as sort of an open door as to get through. But you can see we've got the Corvette trying to go around the outside. Obviously, the car is slow on the inside, but just gets pinched. He's off the track, and the Netrex thought it was ahead, and just they just magnetized together, and then thankfully the GT didn't find himself in the wall.
Yeah, that wasn't Burst Esport at all. I do apologise. That was one of the Netrex cars, but which one was it? Because if it was the 27, then we've got a race-changing moment coming on, but I don't think it was. It's the 50. Well, the 50 car's off anyway. Juice's Motorsport Club Kiss off again, and he's back going again at turn 7. Let's have a look at it from the perspective of Waveframe Esports. On board right now. I don't think it was laying off. I think it was the other one, the other Netrex car. But yeah, just squeezing the Waveframe car. I think I don't like to point fingers, but it did look like the Waveframe car got squeezed a little bit and didn't really have anywhere to go. The grass was approaching them very quickly, and it was the 228, the one running in 9th position, no rear wing, and yeah, that's them straight back into the pit lane, I'm afraid.
Yeah, just of course it's always the faster car's responsibility to get by, as safely as possible. And in those situations, just coming out of the pit lane, you're on cold tires and things like that. It's not the most ideal situation. But at the end of the day, it's if you know a car's there and a car's on your outside, you just give them that little extra bit of room. It's just out of safety. You've got 2.5 hours left of an 8-hour race, and you just got to be more on the cautious side. And of course, mistakes happen, but yeah, a little bit more of a nice unnecessary squeeze. But yeah, luckily for the Frit, that could have ended very badly for them. Just luckily, they managed to get the P2 latched off of them before they ended up in the wall.
Finally got dark enough for the headlights to be flicked on, even though some have had them on the whole time, but that doesn't matter too much. It's now time to put them on for real, because it's getting a little bit darker out there, and we are going to be ending in the darkness by the looks of things. I actually thought it would be darker at this stage in the race, judging how it was earlier, but we've gotten to this stage, and we've come. The light levels have come down very slowly once we've been at this stage. So we're finally getting dark enough for headlights, and you can see them making a bit more of an impression on the tarmac at the moment. But meanwhile, making an impression right now is Yuri Kazdorp on the back of Juha Mäki-Upi. This could well be the last stint for the Finnish driver of this race, if indeed Wojciech Polesny is going to get back into finish this race as he started it, or indeed they're going to go for something a little bit different. They may well do. But Kazdorp has been driving very well in this race. He started off with the first 2 hours in the car here earlier, raced out to a 25-second lead by the time he got out. He's now had to relinquish the lead, or Rory McDuff had to relinquish the lead to Varga Sim Racing, but Red Bull Racing Esports look like the pacier side at this stage in the race. Can Juha Mäki-Upi hold him off? Because he definitely needs to. I'm not even sure if Varga Sim Racing have got only 2 stops remaining. They might have a splash and dash at the end of this race, but either way, Red Bull have got much less fuel to take on their final stop, so they have to keep them behind at the very least, and ideally pull a bit of a gap, but that's not happening right now.
No, certainly not. And now the Red Bull Racing Esports is in the slipstream, in the tow, just going to make that little bit more easy. You can see Yuri Kazdorp definitely seems to be the more pacey. He seems definitely to be driving that car very aggressively. Certainly wants the track position over Mäki-Upi as they're going towards someone. Bit of a slide you can see from the Varga Sim Racing car, and yeah, he's really going for it, just trying to put that pressure on and going for that race lead. You can see they've definitely been the pacier car, but as you say, the pit lane can make a factor.
Yeah, it can. The fuel levels, the fuel burn that these guys have been experiencing is going to play a big part in it as well. As Mäki-Upi goes defensive into turn 5. Is Kazdorp going to be brave enough, late enough on the brakes? Oh, he's not going to get much space on the outside line there. Harsh defending from UP, who's not got a great exit off of turn 5, and it might be a stick down the inside into turn 6 from Kazdorp. Is he going? Oh, he's not going to give much room in return, and so the two of them are going to go wheel to wheel, and they fortunately sort themselves out. But goodness me, there wasn't much room given by either of them there.
No, certainly not. Both of them driving on the absolute limit. You can see UP really does not want to give this track position up one bit, and Yuri certainly wants to try and find a way through very much. Well, they definitely say rubbing is racing over in the States, and that is very much true today, as another fight for the race lead is ending in a little bit of contact, but it certainly is not over yet. Yuri just needs to recompose himself and come back. He just needs to, use that. He knows now that UP is going to be defending this position very, very aggressively, and he needs to work that to his advantage. Set up a cutback, make UP going a little bit deeper, try and go underneath them. But yeah, certainly both of them not giving an inch in this fight for the race lead in GT, and fairly so. 2 hours left to go, and they're fighting for the race lead. So can't blame them, can you?
No, absolutely not. They've got to be careful though, because Mattia Krupi is only 10 seconds back, so they can't go wild here. And as I mentioned, Red Bull are in a stronger strategic position anyway, so I would be exercising a little bit of caution if I was Kazdorp, because this is exactly why. Maki UP has to come in right now, and there's 2 hours and 16 minutes to go. There's no way he's going to be doing 2 1 hour and 8 minute stints. He is going to be making 3 more stops in this race, including this one. And so that gap that he had right there is nowhere near enough to be fitting this extra pit stop in. Vargas Sim Racing need to pull a margin over Red Bull Racing Esports if they want to win this race. Not only stay in front, but pull a margin on them before the final pit stops. Right now, that has not happened at all. Kazdorp is in a very strong position. And yeah, it should definitely stay out of those kind of battles with Maki UP, because that is how things can go wrong.
Certainly is. He knows, well, he maybe didn't know, but you can certainly see by how early they've pit that he has, he has a bit of a margin. He doesn't really need to fight those battles. As you said, it's sort of unnecessary, and things can very easily go wrong that, puts him down to, well, as we saw with Michi Hoyer, 3 laps down in some extreme cases. So he doesn't want that. He now knows he's got the clean track ahead of him. Well, not necessarily clean, but he's got no one to go and chase. He's in the lead. He's in his own. Just needs to get his head down, be consistent, and do his job for the rest of his stint, and just, well, hope that the Vargas Sim Racing doesn't manage to pull a gap. But it's going to be quite difficult to do in 2 hours to pull nearly an entire pit stop. But crazier things have happened in motorsport, so we never know. Cannot get complacent. So Kazdorp just needs to do his best job as he can.
Yeah, that's what he's doing right now, and there he is on the right hand side, trying to stay away from Mattia Krupi right now as well. John Lacey Esports car. Let's not forget those two have been trading places so far. John Lacey have been second twice in 2 races, running third for the most part in the latter portion of this one. But Vargas Sim Racing getting up there now and putting in a good performance here today. If Red Bull Racing Esports were to win this race, they would take the championship lead with it as well as we reach the halfway stage. So it's a big incentive for them to try and take their second race win of the season, of course. Michal Sedlacek, by the way, has got into the Vargas Sim Racing car as Maki UP does indeed complete his final stint of the day. We're getting to that point, though, with 2 hours 16, where people can very easily, well, not, I don't want to say very easily, but people generally will be going to the end of the race, making a driver change now, and going to the end of the race from here. 2 hours and 15 is not out of reach for these guys at all.
No, certainly, but as the sun sets and we get into those darker periods, definitely is going to be a massive challenge for them, purely because of the visibility. Headlights are great and everything, but they don't show you they don't show you everything as you would get with full daylight. So the P2s, the DPIs, they've got to be very careful when coming through lap traffic, especially, and you've got to be on your game certainly for the final 2 hours, especially towards the end of your stint, because you are going to be feeling a little bit sort of mentally fatigued and well, just wanting to get to the end and mix that with some darkness, and certainly you're going to go a little bit wide, as we saw Yuri Kazdorp do that. We've seen him do that quite often throughout the last couple of laps. He does like to run that car a little bit wide, just dipping a couple of wheels onto the grass. Luckily, it hasn't really been too catastrophic for him, but if he goes a little bit too wide, he's pushing it a little bit too hard, it could end very badly for him.
Yeah, it certainly could, but he's currently got things under control, I think it's safe to say, and is leading this race very nicely indeed. He's won the Virtual Endurance Championship 24 Hours of Le Mans before, let's not forget, so he's going to have no problems in the finale. He's won the rFactor 2 Le Mans 24 as well, actually, so he's stood in good stead for that particular race at the end of the season. But let's see if indeed if it is still going to be up there by that point. You'd imagine so, but you never know, as you mentioned. Meanwhile, in LMP2 there are there were battles going on a couple of moments ago. Ivan Leonov just lost a little bit of time to Andrea Terzi. I think that was only a second or so before, but it's just jumped out to 3 in the last couple of moments. So Leonov is going to have to work hard to try and catch Wavefree Esports here once again. But we're still a little bit away from the third to last pit stops for these prototype cars. They should be able to get, if they can get past the 2-hour mark, they should be able to make it on 3 more stints. So we've got a bit of a split face cam there with Kazdup and Krupi. Not much to choose between them at the moment, as it seems.
Certainly not. The gap's sort of maintained around that high 10, low 11 mark between the two. So very equal pace, but if the Jean Alesi car wants to sort of fight for the race, they're going to have to turn it up a little bit. 11 seconds might seem like quite a lot and a lot of time to catch up, but really in the grand scheme of things is not. You have to put in a little bit extra fuel at the stops, things like that. It does cost you. But yeah, Mattia Krupia and Yuri both doing a great job. As we've got a little bit of a fight going on in the DPIs, we've got the Edge Esports and the Wanako. Less than a second, well, fluctuating between just over a second and just less of a second. The fight for P4 in a pretty close race. Hopefully this one isn't going to be as topsy-turvy and aggressive as many have proven to be.
Yeah, absolutely, and Bradley Sellers in 6th position, just behind there, as you can see, but he's a lap down at the minute. He's trying to unlap himself and get himself back towards these guys, but I think he's going to struggle to infiltrate the top 5 really in this race. As we see Jeffrey Fournier getting caught up behind one of the GTs, Black Hawk, Aston Martin, a dive down the inside into the final corner, and Nico Barkley wasn't quite able to get through quite as efficiently as maybe he would have liked there. And so he's not quite able to get the run on Fournier as he wanted. But you should be sure the traffic is going to fall his way again a little bit later on. It's going to ebb and flow in this battle, as we know, and it will come his way again.
Hopefully so. Of course, they've got to get past this Aston Martin, and yeah, well, he definitely could have maybe made a move, but just again, it doesn't flow away. Sometimes the traffic, it's all about timing, when you catch them, when you're lucky enough to catch them, and of course, when the car in front of you is lucky enough to catch them. But still, didn't affect the battle too much, and in fact, Nico did close the gap by around about 5/10 or so. They will eventually catch some more traffic. And that's the thing with Road America, such a tight circuit, such a twisty circuit as well. Not much in the way of runoff. Of course, we got some here, but the majority of the time it's pretty much just grass. So you've got to be careful. You've got to be on your toes. And as the faster cars, they've got to be patient. But when they're fighting for 4th and 5th, they're pretty decent positions, and every little helps in terms of the championship. So they're going to want that point. So they're going to be fighting for it. And you have to pose the question how patient they are going to be with 2 hours left to go, and when they're fighting over track position.
Yeah, absolutely. Not very is the answer to that. But yeah, it's just over 2 hours to go. It really is getting to crunch time, really, with a quarter of the race remaining. But difficult to do anything when you're like this. These guys are so equally matched at the moment that when it's like this with no traffic, difficult to do anything. But here's a little bit more up towards Canada corner. 48. Oh, thought about a dive there and didn't want to make a half-hearted lunge, because that was just as bad as making a poor decision and a big lunge. So he decided to wait, and it was the right decision in the end on the satellite car. He went through the penultimate corner and into the final one. Barkley's going to hang it round the outside, but that's not what he wanted at all. Going side by side with a car you're trying to lap, not a good idea either, and that has completely ruined his run onto the front straight. No way he's going to be able to make a move into turn 1. Probably too far back for turn 5 as well. But you never know, I suppose. There could be a big slipstream, but either way, that one moment in traffic has caused him to wait another lap, basically.
Well, yeah, eventually the traffic will go his way. It's just a shame the P2 fought it so hard, and he had to go all the way around the outside, just lost that momentum really, and now you can see he's really trying to get on the power early, try and maximise that slipstream on the run down towards turn 5, but again, just isn't happening for him, isn't working for him. So as you say, it has postponed this battle for at least another lap or so. He just needs to hope they're not going to run into any more traffic, because traffic aside, I think they are the quickest, and you can see Jeffrey having a bit of a mistake as they go through. This could open the door for Nico to look to the inside. He has a little look, but didn't quite commit to it as they negotiate the rest of this lap. Is he going to go for it through the tight and twisty sections, or is he just going to bide his time and wait for that run on the straight? But as he's proven for the last couple of laps, doesn't always work out for him. So he might just get a little bit desperate, send one to the inside, but for the time being doesn't look quite close enough anyway. And they are approaching a bit more traffic.
Yeah, they are. A trio of slower cars here. We're coming up to the kink as well in front of a GT car. And Barkley, he's still there backing off. He didn't hit the throttle nearly as hard as he would normally coming out of the carousel there, just to time that one right. You see, he didn't want to catch the GT right at the kink and have to either make a kind of 50-50 lunge, where we've seen 3 times already this race it go wrong. But he also didn't want to get caught up behind, but he let off a little bit and then made sure he backed off and got a nice run through there, so he could pick the car off on the exit of the turn and still get a good speed, good bit of speed down towards Canada Corner there as well, through that little twisty section to left there. So yeah, he did that very well indeed. He has lost a bit of time, but that's only because of the way the traffic fell. He played his cards absolutely perfectly, despite having quite a bad hand, if to use that analogy. He played it very well, and now it's paying him off quite well as well, because he's now less than half a second behind Fournier. He's going to start to apply the pressure now. There's another prototype just up in front that might get in the way of his chances into turn 5, even though he doesn't look like he's had a fantastic turn 3 and might be too far back anyway.
Yeah, just looked to be a little bit too far back, but as you say, played that perfectly, and that is how you lap responsibly. Just, he knew he was going to lose a little bit of time, but in the long run was going to benefit him, as Fournier has to lap. He dives one to the inside. That's desperation once more creeping in. He doesn't want to lose any more time, and when will this guy catch a break in terms of the traffic? Surely it's got to be soon, but yeah, a slight bit of contact, not much in the way of damage done. They both managed to get away pretty scot-free, and he still advances his charge towards P4. But yeah, you can definitely see he's getting angry, he's getting desperate, he wants that 4th place.
He does indeed, and he, as you mentioned, he's had a bad run through traffic really, so he's not had things go his way, but surely it will turn around for him soon. Barkley, one of the founding members of Monaco, by the way, alongside Boya Milan, who's I don't think I've seen driving here today, but team's been around 6 years now, created in 2016. It doesn't feel like it's been that long, but it has been. And yeah, Barkley has been at the head of it for a very long time now in the VEC. They were driving in the LMP1 days as well, way back when. Hypercar as well, and indeed in the LMP2. They've been in the top category for a long time, and once again having a solid season so far. 5th position in the standings coming into this race after a 3rd place at the opener in Monza. Not such a great time out last time around, ending up in the lower part of the top 10. But another top 5 today is a solid result. Obviously they want a little bit more and they want to get through on Edgy Sports, but considering how their first 2 hours went, where they really struggled for pace entirely, I think they'll take a top 5 at this point.
Yeah, you know, there's different milestones you have to set yourself. Of course, there's the race win, there's the podium, there's the top 5, and sort of in between, you sort of just funnel yourself in. You know, 4th and 5th, you've got your top 5. The only real bonus is the couple of extra points you get for P4. Of course, the extra step would be to get that podium, but they're around about 16.5 seconds off the Seawolf car in P3, and a massive bit of a slide for Nico there again. I think that is just frustration and wanting to chase after Jeffrey, who seems to be, well, pretty comfortable in that car, but as they approach more traffic, he closes the gap. Is this gap going to stand? Is he going to be able to negotiate the traffic better than Jeffrey, who looks to the inside of this very, very long right-hander? Just seems to go on forever and ever and ever, but he's tucked up and looking to make a move as best he can, as they will soon get onto the start-finish straight. But it's all about negotiating this traffic, as we've seen, and it's not really gone his way, but he is all over the back of that Edge Esports car, as well, Jeffrey goes one way and Nico follows him through. Does not want to lose any time whatsoever, very close under brakes, bit of a lock-up as they go through, and yeah, you can see very squirmy, and the gap stays pretty much the same, 6 tenths.
Yeah, it's locking at 6 tenths at the moment. What about this final corner from Barkley? Is it going to be anywhere near good enough? It's going to have to be a humongous run for him to come from this far back, but he's not had a bad one. A few car lengths between them. It's far too many into turn number 1. Probably far too many into the deep braking zone at turn 5, and he's not going to. Fournier's not going to have a good run here, and he saw him back off there. He wanted to lift off on the entry to turn 1 to have a smooth run through there, but might have overdone it there ever so slightly. You want to get him into turn 3 really here, this lap car, but wasn't able to. Now this might be the chance for Barkley. Oh, it's not fantastic, but there's going to be a slipstream here to kind of mask that. And now that Fournier is not getting the slipstream with the LMP2 anymore, Barkley should really be able to make some inroads. Inside line for him, downhill braking zone. It should be good enough. Look at that later on the brakes and calmly through. Fournier can't answer on the exit. And Nico Barkley finally, after lap after lap after lap of probing, he's finally got his just reward.
Yeah, finally, it took him long enough, but that is a testament to how patience certainly is a virtue in motorsport. Just bided his time, waited for his chance, saw it, and then sees his opportunity down into turn 5. Lovely move under brakes, and pretty much as easy to like it, pretty much textbook. And this is the fight for 4th place in the GT category. This is Adam Baldwin, the Juices Motorsport, on the back of Jeremy Talbot in the Speedy Mike Racing Corvette just in front. Down in towards turn 1, the gap is 0.2 of a second. Dropping and dropping and dropping. Is the BMW going to look to the inside? You can see Jeremy moving over to middle of the circuit, but here comes Adam to the right-hand side under brakes, and he gets the move done pretty easily. And you can see the Corvette really struggling under braking, in fact, and has made a massive mistake. Just I think locked the rears and just Twitch had to catch it as Adam come through on the inside. But yeah, lovely move, and he's now comfortably into P4 thanks to that mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. He's racing away with it now. And so Adam Baldwin was catching lap after lap. Eventually Talbot had to give way, basically. And that's what he did into turn number 1. Adam Baldwin up into 4th position. And these are the positions that they would be in at the end of the race, I feel. I have a feeling that Baldwin might be able to hang on here. If these guys can go maybe to the end of this one, maybe one more after this, then we know that they can make it on 2 more stops, including the one they're just about to have. But if they have to pit, from like Kevin Yeager's in right now for Black Hawk Racing, DX Droids, they've got their car Eduardo Garcia in the pit lane. Now, these guys aren't quite going to make it by the looks of things, and certainly Vargas Sim Racing aren't going to be making it. The likes of those guys. So very nervous times for all in GT. They need to be able to make it to that hour. They need to be able to make it to the end of the race, and make sure they don't run out of fuel right at the very end.
That certainly would help in terms of their finish position. But yeah, it seems to be pretty much everyone's in a similar boat. Well, certainly a lot of the GTEs are. Vargas Sim Racing probably most noticeably. Still at the moment in P3, but how long is that going to stand? They may have to take that extra pit stop. It's either you're going to go really slowly trying to save the fuel, or you're just going to have to take that splash and dash, and you have to weigh it up. You have to sort of think, where is that pit stop going to put you on track? How much is that fuel saving going to slow you down? And yeah, it's certainly a tough one. It's definitely a big headache, but it's just been little bits here and there adding up over the 8 hours. If you pit a lap early for each stint, that's going to add up and put you off fuel, and such fine margins in such a competitive championship. Yeah, it's certainly not easy for the strategists and the teams to work around this in terms of fuel, because yeah, usually for the GTEs it's pretty clear cut, 1 hour stint and in you come. But yeah, for Road America, it seems to be a very different story.
Yeah, indeed. I think the positions outside of the top 3 are very much subject to change in this one, since the Kasdorp and Krupi have both been able to get to the hour. And looks like they may well finish there. And important to get to the hour in DPI as well, and I guess LMP2, but those guys can go a little bit further. Only the DPIs will be doing 3 40-minute stints from here on in, not 2 1 hours. But it works the same. Nico Barkley, after working so hard to get through on Jeffrey Fournier, had to come in anyway. So you might have advised him to just save a bit of fuel instead of applying the pressure so much. But either way, it doesn't matter too much. He's been able to get a bit of a head start on Edgy Sports, and now maybe he'll be able to stay in front of them for that 4th position. Seawolf Net Race not too far up the order either, and once again, classic Seawolf this is, because they were 4th in the first round after not really getting involved with anybody. 3rd, snuck up into 3rd in Spa, and they're sneaking up into 3rd again.
Yeah, doing a great job. Certainly consistent. 2 top 5s on the bounce, and now inside the top 3. Pretty comfortably so, 20 seconds is a decent margin to have, fairly comfortable to have as well. So for Seawolf, definitely just need to get their head down for the final 2 hours and hope they play the strategy well enough, and hope that Jeffrey Fournier doesn't have the pace to close the gap.
We just saw through the carousel there an incident for Racing Team, who have had a terrible day. Timotez Andonovsky has been off the road multiple times, and a very uncharacteristic day for him, really. 13th position for those championship leaders at the moment, but at least they're back on the road without any particular damage. I think they've gone past the pit lane again, so there's no damage going on there. And yeah, very disappointing day for those guys in that particular car. But they'll be back in a couple of months' time. It's all about picking up those points. Go Team Racing at the moment are going to do well to overtake Alexei Kutsak and Black Hawk Racing. We know that battle's going to go right down to the wire, but and they do have a bit of a fuel advantage there for Moritz Mell at the moment. So it's one to watch, but at the moment, Racing Team will not be. They might well lose their championship lead, but they're not going to lose it by too much, since they had 10 points over second position and 24 already over third.
Certainly still in the championship fight then, and with a few rounds left to go, but it's on these days where things haven't gone your way that you press on and you make sure you maximize every point you can, especially, as you say, when you're in a close championship fight. And they definitely will want to keep pressing on and try to win this championship. I see it as sort of a speed bump. Obviously it's not ideal, you want to extend your championship lead by more and more each race, but that's not always how the tables turn in some sense, and motorsport always willing to spit you straight back out again, no mercy whatsoever. So they're doing well to just press on despite their mishaps, and P13, they're just going to be trying to pick up as many points as they possibly can, because if they give up today and they lose the title by however many points they could have salvaged today, then they'll be kicking themselves. So they just need to just press on and hope that their championship rivals, well, not to wish misfortune on anyone, but they just need to hope they get into something themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still 3 more rounds for them to gain points back, so plenty of time at the moment. But as we get into the new year in the VEC, it's always, no matter how many races we've had before, we've had, about 4, sometimes the 5th race in the past. When last season we had 9 races in a row, not in a row, in one season. That was, I think, last season. We'd had 4 races by this point. This would be the 5th. It always, when the year turns, we start to turn our attention towards the championship in the Virtual Endurance Championship, and to see who's going to come out on top on this occasion. John Lacey Esports there leaving the pit lane. That was Mattia Krupi driving, and it now is Martin Darland who is driving that car. So he's going to be taking it to the end, presumably, with a couple of stints for him. Because 2-time Virtual Endurance Championship champion is Darland, back in Season 5 and Season 10. So he's been around for a very long time as well, and GT champion before. So judging by his pattern, he's going to be champion next season, in 15, since he's going for multiples of 5, but he wants to have that a year early by the looks of things. Not getting one with John Lacey this season. We'll see if they can do it, but they've got to all catch Red Bull Racing Esports, who've got a 90-second lead, Yuri Kazduk, but obviously that's a bit misleading at the moment.
Yeah, just a little bit of that. They still need to come in. But Red Bull seem to be the team to beat. Of course, it's pretty close between Red Bull Varga and John Lacey. All on pace, pretty close. So it's, well, essentially made up in the pit lane. Whoever plays their cards right in the strategy and where they come out, which at the moment Red Bull and John Lacey seem to be the teams on the forefront for that, because Varga, of course, have to make that extra pit stop, that extra splash and dash. But we never know if Red Bull and John Lacey have to do the same. It looks like they're going to be okay, but again, you never know, and contact and things like that can happen. You might find yourself down pit lane unnecessarily a couple of times for some damage, or, well, if you lock up and ruin a set of tyres, you need to come in and change them. So yeah, anything can happen, but certainly Red Bull seem to be the team to beat, and well, they've definitely got the pace to show for it.
They certainly have, as Moritz Moe is in the pit lane from the lead of LMP2, Go Team Racing. Robin Yakubovic has taken over from Alexei Kutsak in the Black Hawk Racing car. What about Go Team Racing? I feel like Moritz Mell is their fastest driver, so it might not be a great idea to pull him out, but they might have to. Although Christian Pallison didn't do a bad job at all when he was in the car a little bit earlier on. Roman Yakubovic was very quick. Jeremy Talbot comes into the pit lane and loses positions immediately. It's Cosmo Pascuto who's getting into that car, by the way. But yeah, Roman Yakubovic, when he was last in that car, he was absolutely electric, and got away from the rest of the field by about 20 seconds by the time he got out. So everybody else has got their work cut out, and Alex Peggy is the closest to him at the moment, just 10 seconds behind him, although I think he might have to make a pit stop in that 48 car. I'm not entirely sure if that's the one that is closer to the lead of the race, or whether it is a bit further away. I think it might be a bit further away, but either way, he's got Yakubovic should have at least 10 seconds and nearly 14 on Go Team Racing.
Yeah, nice margin, but again, can come down very quickly. Martin Dahl and the Jean Alesi chasing after the BMW. 1.6 seconds is the gap for the fight for P3 in the GT. Adam Baldwin driving a very strong stint. Just keeping his nose clean and coming through, of course, made the overtake on Jamie Talbot, and of course made the overtake on the car trying to go around the outside of one of the DPIs or the P2s. Can't quite remember, but Martin is closing at a rate of knots, 3/10 through this half lap alone. He certainly wants that podium place.
He does, and Adam Baldwin is going to have to give it to him in a moment because he'll be in the pit lane before long, I would imagine, anyway, unless something drastic has happened. But I don't think so. But yeah, it's Darlin, up to Darlin now to really close, and that is not going to help him. First Eastput getting down his inside, and actually Darlin got a better exit, better traction in the GT car, and they're still side by side. Just me, this is not what you want at all. And another LMP2 coming up to the back of both of them, so a lot of time lost. Mugen Sim Racing, that is, on the outside line, and yeah, he's going to be very frustrated in that John Lacey Esports car now after that one. Not ideal at all for him, but it's the way it goes, and he's going to have to regather himself for the next lap.
Yeah, got to recompose yourself really quickly. Cannot be driving with frustration or desperation in endurance racing, because that's when the mistakes start to creep in. That's when all your progress is lost. He's certainly got pace. He just needs to unleash it and hope that he's got a clear track. But that's the thing with the faster cars coming through, multi-class racing, very difficult as he makes a little bit of a lock up through turn 3 there. Nothing too major. Running a little bit wide, dipping a couple of wheels onto the grass as well. But he's managed to close another 4/10 on Adam Baldwin, who's just up the road, had to negotiate the same traffic, not to the same extent that Martin had to. Of course, he did get a little bit unlucky, just, found himself fighting in a GTE car, which obviously no fault of his own. He just got a better run with the contact and things like that. But yeah, certainly less than ideal. He's going to have to just compose himself, get back on it, and he'll find himself in the podium place soon enough anyway when Adam comes into the pit lane.
He should do, indeed. Meanwhile, in DPI, by the way, Darren Mocek just recently overtook Ivan Avinoy in the pit stop cycle. There's only 2 seconds between them, but Mocek, it's going in his favour as things stand. So they're 7th, and that's a valuable point for Burst Esport to be picking up. I think it's 1 point that they'll be getting for that one. It is indeed. So that's important for them, as unimportant as it may seem. Nico Barkley, unfortunately, is one of the unluckiest people out there at the moment, because after working so hard to get through on Jeffrey Fournier, he's come out right behind him once again. So he's had to have to do all his hard work all over again here. The gap is very small, actually. It's less than half a second as things stand, but it's just the way the look goes, really. The pit stops may well have been identical in terms of length. However, the traffic that you actually get on your in-laps and out-laps are not the same, because you're on completely different parts of the circuit, and that completely is luck of the draw. There's not a lot you can do about when your fuel runs out. So yeah, Barkley is going to be feeling pretty aggrieved by that one. He's going to have to redo all of that hard work he did about 10 minutes ago.
Well, he's done it once, he can certainly do it again, and the gap very close. You can see 2.5 tenths on our time and screws, closing up to around about 3. But as you say, yeah, it really is just luck of the draw, and well, you have to sort of just play with the cards you're dealt and get on with it. But he certainly knows now his opponent a lot better than he did 10 minutes ago when he first got onto the back of him. Spent a lot of time studying the rear end of Jeffrey Fournier, and knows where he's stronger, where he can catch. And to be honest, just needs to hope that he's got some clear track, because the only real thing that was stopping him from getting through was the traffic. And you can see he's actually managed to get through pretty quickly this time around. So yeah, up into 4th place for the Wanako, and he's hopefully going to be trying to stretch his legs. And well, now don't make a mistake until you get yourself out of slipstream range, essentially.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Although he may well have just done through turn 3. It wasn't the best run. Fournier getting a good slipstream, but I don't think he's going to give this one another go. It would only hinder them both. And there you see he brakes a little bit earlier, making sure that there's going to be no calamity into turn 5 here. And Fournier sticks behind for now, allowing Barkley to race on up the road. And there's a long way up to the next car now, where Daniel Almeida and Jan Katau haven't pitted yet, but the gap's still going to be fairly large between those guys. So yeah, it's difficult to see Barkley getting into the top 3, but once again, he's just got to keep plodding along and trying to at least extend the margin to P5, so that he can guarantee himself that one. So yeah, it's been a decent race in the DPI category. Not short on drama with the Burst Eastput crash that we saw. They're a minute and a half behind their nearest rivals in Rookie Monsters now. But this could well be a championship-defining race by the end of this one, because very easily they could lose a good 16 points today. And I know they're only leading by 11 already in this championship, but they're going to be wanting to not let that happen too often, because they don't want to lose too many points. Then again, Knight of Alex only scored 14 points last time around as well. That was only a 7th place for them. So, it's kind of blow for blow with those two at the moment. It's certainly turning into a bit of a two-horse race. With Seawolf Net Race certainly lurking, but they've both had at least one bad race now, Knight of Alex and Burst Esport, which is surprising.
Yeah, certainly they do definitely seem to be the teams to beat. This is a fight for the podium place in the P2 category between Alex Beggy and Cosmo Prosciutto. 3/10 is the gap between Waveframe and Go Team. But yeah, both teams in the DPI needs to make sure they don't make these mistakes again. They both now back on equal pegging in terms of poor races, but for the Best Esports, certainly was a race that they could have extended that championship lead and turned into a race where they're now going to be going into the next round chasing after a 5-point deficit as it stands before we get to the checkered flag. So yeah, for next round they're just going to need to recompose and hope they've got the pace to compete. But between Alex Beggy and Cosmo Prosciutto, they're coming up to an Aston Martin. Both have to get through. I'm sure Prosciutto is just going to use the gap that Beggy opens up and maybe be close enough for a move, or he's just going to back off and yeah, not going to look to the inside on this occasion. Just needs to set up the exits. That's the most important thing. Get a good run onto that pit straight and use the slipstream 2/10 back as they enter the final bit of the track.
Yeah, absolutely. Alex Beggy really slowing down Prosciutto at this stage. He really wants to be trying to chase after Jakubovic, but not able to as things stand. Decent run out of the final corner there. Maybe an opportunity into turn 1. He's so close, it would almost be hard for him not to overtake at this stage. He's going to pull to the inside as they cross the start-finish line. And despite the Red Bull car coming out the pit lane, he's going to go through. So the American into 3rd position, and now he can set his sights on Jakubovic. But that 22-second margin is absolutely huge. Jakubovic is on a mission here.
Really does have some pace, but so too does Prosciutto. It is an absolutely massive margin to close, but he's got the time to, and he just needs to chip away at it bit by bit. Mistakes are going to happen, and the closer he gets, the more pressure Jakubovic is going to start to feel. But yeah, it just depends on if he flinches or not. Prosciutto just needs to get his head down, no mistakes, hope that the traffic goes his way as well, because certainly a couple of seconds here and there will add up over the course of the next hour and 45. But still, a couple of pit stops left to be made. We've got Red Bull Racing Esports and Vargas Sim Racing very close on track once more. We see Yuri Kazdorp and Michael 6/10 between the Corvette and the Aston Martin. But remember, the Varga may be one of those teams that has to take the splash and dash towards the end of the race.
Well, I'm almost certain at this stage that they will be at this stage, and I'm definitely certain that Kazdorp won't. So Sedlacek has got a big job on his hands here, but we know that he's fast in a GT car. Vargas Sim Racing just missed out on the Virtual Endurance Championship in GTE last season, despite their success in LMP2. And Michal Sedlacek just missed out on the GT Challenge Season 1 title as well. Michi Hoyer managed to pip him to the post on that one, and didn't have a great season in Pro, to be fair to Sedlacek. But he's a very good GT driver, as we know. So he might be able to chase down Kazdorp over the next few moments, although you can see those car lengths opening up already in this one. He's over a second, 1.3, 1.2, kind of hovering around there for the moment. So not looking good for the Aston Martin as things stand. He's going to have a big job on his hands here to overtake and pull enough of a margin to make that pit stop and come out again in the lead. But points, once again, has been the story of Vargas season so far, really. A 3rd and a 7th. Not bad results, but they would have dearly liked to have beaten Red Bull in this race, you can be sure.
Yeah, certainly so. But yeah, Yuri Kazdorp and the rest of the team have really shown some very impressive pace, as they always do in that Corvette. They are definitely going to be a tough team to beat, and Varga, unfortunately, probably not playing the strategy as well as they could. But yeah, still if they can get a podium or get a second place and just minimise the points they're going to be losing, they can certainly still mount a challenge for the rest of the season, and hopefully we can see more close battles between the two, because that squeeze, well, that Varga put up against the Red Bull Racing, it definitely was a good battle, and hopefully we can have more of that in the future. Just hope that it doesn't go any further than that. Let's say that much, because definitely very easy could have ended in calamity. But you can see Michael pushing very hard, maybe a little bit too hard, and in terms of well, just in terms of keeping it clean, sometimes having a nice tidy lap is certainly quicker than trying to throw the car around the circuit.
Yeah, it's certainly about the consistency, really. Selacek just falls back that little bit. Darland continuing to, excuse me, Kastrup, continuing to push that margin out just a little bit. It's all a little bit closer, or looks a little bit closer between everybody at the moment. But as Christian Margera is in there as well in 4th place, going quite long in this one. He's going to have a very short final stop here, and that might play into his hands. Might even be able to get near Selacek, but I don't think he's quite going to be that short in this one. He's going to be a little bit further behind that, but a decent result really for Wave Freedom Esports. They realised quite early on in this race that despite qualifying in 5th position, as you'd expect them to qualify, they didn't quite have the pace in the race. So they did something a little bit off strategy, and it looks like paying off for them at the moment. They're still not coming to the pit lane. Their pit stop is going to be at least 20 minutes shorter than everybody else's in terms of 20 minutes worth of fuel less putting in than everybody else, and so you know, it's very decent result out of not a great day in terms of pace for those guys, but that's what you've got to do.
Yeah, just got to drive on and hope. And you can see Yuri open up nearly a 4-second gap already on Michael. So Varga, who really needs to be on the front foot and pushing forward in this race to open up that gap, really unable to. And still Red Bull on the better strategy, seem to have the better pace as well. And as you say, definitely on a good strategy going forward. 1 hour 41 left to go. Team's definitely going to be looking forward to that checkered flag. They've driven brilliantly for the entirety of this race so far, a little over 6 hours 6 hours and 19 minutes into this race here at Road America for the Virtual Endurance Championship. And yeah, all of them just get into the checkered flag. They deserve a pat on their back, because endurance racing is just such a tough discipline to get yourself used to, especially, you know, not just driving the circuit and keeping it clean, but you've got the strategy, the setup, having to cater to up to 2-3 people maybe, and then of course you've got situations like this where we're ending the race under the lights and you've got limited visibility and you've got to get through the traffic despite maybe not being able to see them straight away. And yeah, certainly is pretty difficult. So getting to the checkered flag, all teams deserve a pat on the back regardless of the result, but for people like David Murchek in the Burst Esports, they're going to have wanted to have a little bit more despite getting to the checkered flag.
Yeah, they are really, as we see, even Avanoa gaining quite rapidly here on the back of the Polish driver. Let's see, into turn 5, closes once again. Very surprised of the pace from Avanoa here. He's shown himself very well. Thought Murchek was going to be absolutely driving away, but not turned out like that at all. DX Droids, let's not forget, started this race with 3 drive-through penalties and a 60-second stop-and-hold penalty, so they were already 2 laps down, and they haven't had the cleanest race since then either. I believe they're now 3 laps down, so it's not been their dream day by any stretch of the imagination. 6th place in the championship at the moment, that's probably going to slip at this stage, but it's not their main focus, I wouldn't imagine. Just settling themselves into Division 1 in the DPI is a more pressing issue for them, because they've not been driving in Division 1 for too long. Another one of those teams like Go Team Racing who have been rising through the ranks really, and now they're at the very top. So Avinoa is going to try and prove himself here really. Darren Mocek will probably be taking that burst card to the end, but with how many points will it be? I know this is only over 1 point, but as we said earlier, every one of them is going to count. And so he's going to battle hard for this one. Although the awkward situation of having a car a lap in front of you has befallen Murchek here. Doesn't quite know whether he's going to have the pace to overtake Seawolf here or not.
Yeah, well, because it's that awkward situation. You've got to get in front, but sometimes when you are the car in front, you end up being the slower car, and then you've got to let them back through again, and it's just that awkward sort of stalemate. But at the same time, he's got a car for position right behind him, less than half a tenth, and as you say, over 1 point. But that's going to add up, especially in such a tight championship battle. So he doesn't want to concede. But if there is a slower car in front, despite it being a lap up, does sort of want to get through, but it just depends on how good his pace is. The Burst Esports have got some of the best drivers in this championship. They certainly are a strong team, so they've definitely got the pace. But again, they're going to all be driving with that burden on their shoulders about the championship, trying to minimize the points, and the mental game will definitely take a toll. They're now in sort of a 3-car train, 7th and 8th, between Burst Esports and DXtroids, and of course the car a lap ahead in front. So yeah, he's in a bit of a predicament, because being second in a train of cars for position is bad enough, let alone when the car in front of you is not really one you want to get involved in, but the car behind you is one you really don't want to have alongside you either.
No, not really. More prototype. Oh dear, Avenoa just onto the grass there. How many times have we seen people come unstuck through the kink before? He backed off a little bit there because didn't want to have a humongous accident, and who can blame him? But yeah, that was a close moment between those two. Meanwhile, these guys battling over the final podium position. Netrex started this race exceptionally well. Through the middle, they've been falling away, but Vosniker's back in the car, and he's single-handedly possibly getting them onto the podium. Let's wait and see if he can get past Renz Klopp here for 3rd position of Waveframe Esports. Both of these teams probably deserve a podium given the way they've driven during the race, especially Waveframe Esports coming right from the back. It's going to be difficult. Klopp's going to have a long hour and a half here trying to get through, and if the lap traffic is going to be in front of him like that, he's going to have an especially long 90 minutes. Christian Heinmarsch getting in his way free wide towards the kink. We don't want to see that again, and thankfully the Aston Martin backing out of that one completely. So did Vosniker, because we've seen enough of that this weekend through that corner.
Yeah, certainly got a little bit dicey. The gap certainly closed, and well, they luckily I think to have gotten away scot-free with that one as they lap the GTE. But yeah, Jan Wozniacki 5/10 back, certainly closer a little bit and chipping away. But they're going to want to maximise this run off the final corner, get that run down the pit straight. 7/10, we've seen the gaps close, and of course he's going to have the run down in towards turn 1, then the run down in towards turn 5. So 2 straights. It's just about closing the gap now and then maximising that run off of turn 3. The gap closing now under 0.5 of a second, and he's going to want to get that Netrex car onto the podium to sort of spoil Waveframe's day a little bit through turns 1. And then you've got this short little dash towards turn 3, 0.5 of a second. It's going to be difficult. Needs to maximise this run off of turn 3 and then all the way into the heavy braking zone of turn 5. Just needs to get it. Good launch is closing. How much is that slipstream going to help him? I think he may have to bide his time and wait for another lap. But yeah, the Netrex car certainly does seem to be pretty damn quick, and Renz Klopp is going to be looking in their mirrors quite a lot over the coming laps.
DXtroids in the GTE car, by the way, just went off at the penultimate corner, I'm afraid. But back going again. Don't think they've got too much damage there at all. They're staying out, so I think it was just a spin through the penultimate turn for them. But that's what the yellow flag was for. The green flag is waving once again, and we're all green, all clear everywhere right now. That's much to music to Vosniker's ears. He'll be wanting to make this overtake very shortly. He won't want to spend any longer on it than he needs to, and he's got at least 15 minutes to do so. Not sure when these guys are going to be coming in for their penultimate stops, but it's not too far away at this stage, getting towards that kind of time in the race where we're thinking about those kind of things almost as a constant. But yeah, it's Vosniker's time to just bide his time a little bit and probe and apply the pressure and then strike whenever there is the opportunity to do so, like Nico Bartley has had to do a couple of occasions on Jeffrey Fournier. Vosniker would want to do the same thing here, but for the moment just not close enough.
No, unfortunately not. 7/10 as they exit onto the pit straight once again. It's just about putting the pressure on, trying to just mount a little bit of a challenge and fill their mirrors and just make sure they know that you're there. They know that you're putting the pressure on, and just show them some of your pace, because Renz Klopp, when Wozniacki did get very close indeed a couple laps ago, certainly will know he's there. You can see him, of course, in his mirrors and is aware that the the charging Netrex is after him. So it's just for Wozniacki to apply the pressure, not make any mistakes of his own, and just make Klopp make those mistakes, bottle it under pressure, focus a little bit too much on his mirrors as opposed to looking forward. And as we approach these crucial moments in terms of the pit stops, that's when he can then capitalize. He doesn't really want to be making any rash judgments and sending one to the inside. Even though they have got a relatively large gap behind, they still does not help if he gets some damage going up the inside a little bit too audaciously, then has to repair that damage, come in early, then it messes up his rhythm for the rest of the race. So yeah, as you say, Wozniacki, it's a tough challenge, but he's sticking it there, sticking close, and not making many mistakes of his own. So driving pretty consistently despite being all over the rear end of a car. He wants to get past for P3. It's tempting as a driver to just send one to the inside, but he's definitely keeping it rational and biding his time for the moment.
Yeah, he just need to bide his time. Probably needs a little bit of traffic help, and might be able to get some in a couple of moments. There's the 57 car just up ahead, which is the Go Team Racing GTE, the last of the running cars. We've got 4 out of the 44 out of this race, and in 40th position is Luigi Russo in the Go Team Racing car. Had a good first half of the race, but it's rather fallen down in the second. Maybe this is going to be the opportunity for Wozniacki, who is going to take advantage of Klopp being ever so slightly slowed down by the Aston Martin through the final turn, but it wasn't slowed down anywhere nearly enough for the Netrex team to actually capitalise on that one. So they're going to go over the line nose to tail again with not much happening between them. So it's difficult to see where Wozniacki is going to be getting through for now. But just biding his time, as you say, keeping the pressure on, making sure he's close enough to capitalise on it if indeed there is a half mistake somewhere. Yeah, these guys are struggling to change position just for now. It's a 2 car of DX Droids in their battle with Burst Esport has gone off at Canada Corner. We saw David Mocek go off there himself. Well, the car he was battling with has gone off there. Now it looks like it was a spin of some description. Doesn't look like it quite went as far as the barriers, but even so, that does take some of the pressure off of Bicolor's Burst Esport.
Yeah, it certainly does. Around about 6 seconds now as the gap is as Ivan rejoined the circuit. But yeah, for Wozniacki, similar, pretty different story to Nico Barclay as well. Nico sort of got a little bit done over by the traffic, but luckily for Wozniacki, he hasn't really lost out nor really gained, so sort of just evened it out with the traffic. But they are closing in on a BMW just in front of him. Hopefully for him, the traffic luck is going to swing his way, but in terms of timing, they sort of timed that in a sense perfectly for the grand scheme of things, and Wozniacki not losing time. But in terms of chasing down Klopp, not the best. And is it going to be losing some more time as they get past the BMW? He's going to be on a more compromised line going into the next corner, and is probably going to lose maybe a tenth or two. In fact, no, it doesn't, because he maximized the track on the exit, keeps it pretty similar. And again, they're catching this traffic at pretty good times. It's not really hindering either of them, which is both a burden and a blessing to Wozniacki, because it's not slowing him down, but it's not closing him up onto Klopp.
No, not really. And I think they're both going to get this next GT before the first turn as well, which is not going to be particularly helpful for Wozniacki. Although, as you say, it's not going to disadvantage him either. Although I say that, I've slightly overestimated the straight line speed of a LMP2, or indeed underestimated, excuse me, the one of a GT. Oh, okay, easy for me to say. Oh, that's quite a dive from Wozniacki. Now you can see there is a sense of urgency here. It just looks sometimes in these battles that are half second apart constantly that the car behind really doesn't want to get any closer, and there's kind of not really making much of an effort, but there certainly is an effort going in right now. You saw it from that dive there into turn 3.
Yeah, certainly was. Quite aggressive, one of those 50-50 ones where he just sort of expected the car to back out. Sorry for that if you heard that in the background, by the way. Yeah, no, can't keep anyone quiet in this household, but yeah, anyways, that's the disadvantage of having a downstairs bedroom, I suppose. But yeah, Jan Wozniacki, 5 tenths back on Ren's Club, and yeah, just absolutely sending it. You can tell he's driving with a bit of grit and anger because he's not letting off like some drivers would. He wants that P3, and he's going to work very hard in order to take it.
Yeah, indeed. And speaking of P3, we've got Jan Katau currently there overall, but he's catching Daniel Almeida at quite a rate as well. 2 seconds he took out of him last lap, and it was sort of close enough to have a go, or starting to get close enough anyway. So another prototype battle, this time in the DPI category. Nico Barkley seems to be catching them both. These two seem to be some of the slowest in the entirety. They actually are the two slowest of the 8 remaining DPIs. So they're being caught from the couple behind, but they're also in a battle of their own. What it is allowing is Christian Mikel to go out to a 1-minute lead at this stage, which just kind of highlights and underlines what a day Night of Alex have had. I know things have gone their way with Burst Esports down 4, but it's really been their day. As you can see, Burst Esport just up in front of these guys. Almeida and Katao going to be fighting it out for the last 90 minutes, it looks like.
Yeah, very close indeed, and Seawolf really have done a very good job, as you say, of just sort of creeping themselves into positions. That's a Corvette going way off the track, but you can see Katao very, very close to the Azure racing car, going to pull to the left-hand side. It's a very bold move to make, considering they're catching some more traffic. Is he going to commit to going all the way around the outside? Bit dicey, bit of contact, forced off a little bit. I think Daniel just sort of opened the steering a little bit too much and sort of said, well, you're on the outside, it's my corner, and then sort of, well, pulled say a Max Verstappen-esque move, but yeah, not so much damage done, but yeah, sort of Katao wanted to get in front before they caught the traffic. Luckily, they're both going to get past this Porsche down the main straight, but Katao did want to seal it there and then.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not a fan of that kind of move, I've got to be honest, but Almeida just held on to the position anyway. We'll see, Katao's going to give it another go here into turn 1, and Almeida doesn't think he will go for it, partly because of the traffic up in front, I'd imagine. There's a good 4 cars here. One of them is a DPI, so they won't have to negotiate that, but don't want to get in the way of a class leader, do they? So getting through that quite nicely. A little bit of contact there, but everybody able to continue on. Yeah, I can't say I'm a big fan of that kind of defence. Into Canada corner there and just running someone else out of road. Not really what we want to see, but there we are. It's become quite popular recently in motorsport. So there we are. I won't get into it. Jan Vosnicker is still applying the pressure to Ren's Klopp, although this one doesn't quite look as like it might change quite as imminently. Really, the likes of Katao is a lot quicker compared to Almeida. Klopp is still holding his own against Vosnicker. These two are much more well matched than the other two, I would say.
Yeah, certainly there's less of a pace differential between these two. Vosnicker really struggling to close that gap. They pretty much are very equal pace, and of course that slipstream really not doing much for Jan either as they close down the pit straight. That gap does close. The slipstream does do quite a lot for these P2 cars. Now gap under 4/10, but you just can't keep it all together. Maybe that's the dirty air or something or other through these first couple of turns to actually keep it close enough on that run down towards turn 5. But I think it is going to be whoever flinches first between these two. And for Vosnicker, he needs to hope that it's not him. He needs to hope that the pressure he's putting onto Klopp is enough to just make him twitch, lock the rears into under braking somewhere, just to open the door, give him a look, close that gap as we saw when they were lapping the GTEs a few laps ago. It's quite a few laps ago now. That's just how long this battle has been raging on, but certainly so. It's certainly a different story. And oh no, there's Vosnicker. Very impressive drift. I'll give him that one. And in fact, didn't lose much time, only a few tenths. And well, that's as impressive as you get. Lock the rears a little bit and just sort of 4-wheel slide it all the way through turn 5.
That was very nice, but they're not going to make him any faster, but certainly we'll get him 10 from the judges probably. So there we are. But yeah, not going to get him 3rd position for the moment. That's what he wants, of course, ahead of Ren's Klopp, but just locking it on the rears. You can certainly see how hard he's trying though, and it is a tricky braking zone. Downhill braking zones are always tricky into turn 5, and obviously on the bumps that we have there as well, also can't help. But yeah, just might be moving his brake bars a tiny bit forward after that scary ordeal.
Yeah, maybe a change of underwear is in store as well. And as you say, the downhill braking zone just lifts the rear of the car up a little bit, too much. You haven't got as much weight on that rear axle as you perhaps would have liked, and very easy to throw the car around. But again, is a testament to how much he is pushing for this 3rd place, and both of them are absolutely, not giving an inch in terms of this fight for the last sort of hour and 24 minutes we have of the 8 hours of Road America. But yeah, the gap sort of closed itself back down because of that tow. But that's the thing, is it just sort of gets to a stalemate around 5/10. Jan has managed to close that time back up pretty quickly. Now he's just sort of stuck around this 5/10 mark, so it's going to take Renz to make a mistake. But so far he's driven pretty damn bulletproof.
He has. He's not made any mistakes so far. That's exactly what you got to do. That's what you're hoping for, really, when you're chasing in Vosnicker's situation. Just hoping for that kind of mistake, and it's just not come so far from Ren's Klopp. A driver who I associate a little bit more with GT efforts in Wave 3 esports, but he seems to be very good in the LMP2 as well. Just an endurance racing kind of kind of person by the looks of things, trying to get down the inside of Simulation for Holland at the crest of the hill. Vosnick will do well to follow him through, and he can't. Might get stuck behind him through turn 7 as well, and this is going to open a bit of a gap. The LMP2s can carry a lot more speed than the GTs through there, and so Vosnick, that will go out to almost a second now. Not a lot you can do about it, but you just got to be patient, wait for your opportunity, and try not to get too frustrated at the fact that it's actually happening. As Hanmarsh comes in for his penultimate stop, this is kicking us off in GTE. This just shows how much some of these guys have been struggling for fuel in this race. Some teams have been absolutely burning fuel like no tomorrow. Angry Bull Racing Team as well, who are running inside the top 5 up earlier on in this race. Obviously Vargas Sim Racing can't be too far away from the pit lane either. So yeah, a lot of splashes and dashes going on a little bit later on in this race.
Yeah, 23 minutes early for their stint. It's absolutely crazy. And yeah, for Wozniak, that is certainly a poor dice roll for him. He's now finds himself around about a second, and in a battle where they're so evenly matched, cannot be affording to get himself out of that slipstream range. But he just needs to claw it back and hope that at some point, similar to Barkley, that the luck falls his way a little bit more, and hopefully for him, Renz makes a pretty substantial mistake. But yeah, still an hour 22 to go. He can afford. He's got time really to just sort of, you know, just be patient, wait for his moment. He certainly has the pace. Both of them certainly has the pace, and he does not want to be repeating mistakes like the one he made into turn 5. And yeah, it's better to be on the safe side and lose 5/10 of a second when you've still got an hour 22 to go when you're lapping that traffic, than send one to the inside, find yourself spun round, and then you've got 7 seconds to catch up as opposed to just a few tenths to get yourself back into contention.
Yeah, absolutely. So down into turn 5 they go again. These couple of close battles we're keeping an eye on. So one between Klopp and Vosnick, also that one between Almeida and Cattell, although Almeida just looks like he's picked the pace up ever so slightly over the last few moments, and it was actually faster than the race leader by about half a second last time. Nico Barkley still making small inroads on the two of them as well. GT, there's not too much going on, no battles closer than these ones here, so yeah, well, we're keeping an eye on at the moment. Just nothing that Vosnick can really do in this LMP2 car. Good season for them so far, all in all. 3rd place last time around, looking for a second podium in a row after only a 10th in the first race that they did. But NetRex, not a team I normally associate with endurance racing and prototype racing like this. Normally an open wheel type team, as you can see from the drivers actually. 2 of them are FSR Academy champions, and Vosnick has been second in that championship before. So races in the World Championship now, but just shows the development that NetRex has been going through with these drivers all the same. That, you know, they've got Academy champions, but you know that's an open wheel series. These are open wheel series, but holding their own very well so early on into an endurance racing season. So they are doing very well at NetRex this season.
Yeah, certainly NetRex are a team that can boast a lot of success, and just goes to show their versatility, that they can race both open wheel sprint races in a sense, and also come over to the endurance, which is a very different kettle of fish. You have to completely change your mindset as he just darts onto the inside to just not lose that much time. He's managed to close a few tenths because of this traffic, but really is not leaving anything on the table. He's seen that this traffic is going to allow him to capitalize and reclose that gap, and he does not want to be waiting around at all. Can he get this Corvette down and towards turn 5? I don't think he's quite going to be close enough, but he is going to launch one to the inside and just hope that the Corvette concedes, in which they do, as he goes a little bit wide at turn 5, but only manages to lose a couple of tenths. They all come through that traffic cleanly, and now he can set his sights forward and reclose that gap. But yeah, it's nice to see that NetRex have got a nice versatile lineup of drivers that can do both disciplines, and certainly they are no mean slouches in either.
Absolutely. This is Martin Hemmingson, who's gotten into the racing team car, closing on Marco Slanzi for Satellite Racing. 9 seconds between the two of them. There is Martin Hemmingson. You can see with some colourful headphones, models of things, and yeah, obviously taking things very seriously at the moment. It's another point that they could be having here in the next few moments, so they're definitely going to want it at this stage. I think it will be, yeah, they're currently getting 8 points, would be 9 if they were able to get through here. Down the inside into the King. Thankfully, it's paid off a little bit better than some of the others have so far in this race. The only Ligier in the LMP2 field, and it's been doing very well, winning 2 races, and Yuri Kazdorp is having a bit of a laugh and a joke with his teammates. That's the kind of lead they've got at the moment. 22 seconds over John Lacey Esports Academy have got one stop remaining. Vorga Sim Racing have got one more after the one they're making currently. So this is why Red Bull Racing Esports have got such a big lead. And that's exactly why Yuri Kazduk is smiling and laughing and joking already this far out.
Yeah, certainly can just sort of take it easy, can't they? They're not really challenged. They've got 22-second lead to the John Lacey Esports, who, to be fair, have matched them for quite a good portion of this race and this stint. But Yuri has just been absolutely phenomenal. You can't fault him one bit for the work he's done. And yeah, he's just been able to have a bit of a laugh and a chat, which, you know, while going as quickly as he can in such a high stakes championship, he's not doing too bad, making it look a lot easier than it might be.
But yeah, he likely is. And this is Martin Darland, who's trying to chase him down. I think it's going to be second for John Lacey Esports on this occasion. Not quite as close as it was the last time they came second the first time they came second, I should say, because it's been 2 second places for them so far. Looks like it might well be a third one for them on this occasion. But at the moment, Red Bull Racing Esports would overhaul them in the championship by 3 points. It would turn a 2-point deficit into a 3-point championship lead. And it just shows the power of winning in the Virtual Endurance Championship, or in any championship really, with the point system the way that they are. 5 points from first to second. You know, in 2 of the races, Red Bull Racing Esports gaining a good 10 points on their rivals just throughout the couple of the races, with absolutely nothing John Lacey Esports can do. Obviously, it was very close finale at Monza, the 6 hours went right down to the wire. The 2 came into contact in the end, but in the end, I think it was a fair result. Red Bull Racing Esports managing to win that one, but second place again. They've got to be thinking, you know, when are we going to be able to overtake these guys, really, because it hasn't happened so far. Meanwhile, speaking of not being able to overtake someone, Jan Katawa has been struggling with that against Daniel Almeida, I'm afraid, in DPI, second place overall. But that gap has closed by about 2 seconds in very short order. Traffic, no doubt, playing a role in that fight again.
Yeah, certainly 3/10 faster on their last time around was Katao on Almeida, and yeah, they have been pretty damn close. Of course, you saw Almeida did manage to extend that gap a little bit a few laps ago, but Katao has managed to reclose that gap and certainly wants to get themselves a step up. I think it would, if it stays like this, it would go 4-3-2 in terms of their race finishing results, if my memory is correct from what you said earlier. And 2 attempts, they certainly have a realistic shot of doing that, but again, they've got to be on the cautious side. They now know how aggressive Almeida can be, especially into Canada corner, where they're just going to be very aggressive, just sort of, you know, force you into conceding. Of course, luckily they've got the runoff on the exit of that corner in order to be okay with it, but yeah, certainly nice and tucked up in the slipstream, trying to maximize the exits as best they can. You can see coming off of turn 5, and yeah, just got to be careful, approaching a bit of a traffic, so Katao just trying to capitalize off any mistakes, any open doors that he can, because yeah, Almeida is going to be an almighty force to try and get past.
He is indeed. Down the inside for everybody. Katao sneaks his way through past DX Troyes as well. But Daniel Almeida is not going to get any relief from the pressure that he's being put under right now from Seawolf Net Race. These guys, any moment now, by the way, are going to be coming in the pit lane for their penultimate stops of the day. Although they've both been going quite long, so do expect Nitro Velix in first. Christian Mikel, he normally drops behind them, but now he's got such a big lead, he might not anymore. Down the inside of World Sim Racing goes Almeida now. Through he goes. Katao going to try and do the same before the penultimate turn, and he does. Nicely slots through there. And what about Satellite East Stars? They've got just up in front as well. Outside, inside, can't quite make either of them work, and this might be the chance for Katao now. If he gets a good enough run out of the final turn, Almeida pulls to the inside line, not to go into the pit lane, just to get out of the way, and also defend as well from Jan Katao, who's got a big slipstream, and as he go over the line, it's almost certain he's going to be giving this one a go into turn number 1. He's got the outside line, though it's a long way round there, but a fast corner. Almeida didn't want any part of it, and so Seawolf Net Race into second.
Very, very nice move indeed, and certainly was a lot easier this time around for them, and they managed to seal the deal and now have a bit of clear air. Hopefully they can try and stretch their legs, but Almeida is probably not going to let them get too far ahead. Of course, we've seen how powerful that slipstream is and can really keep you in the loop, but Katao has shown have got some incredible pace in that DPI as they go through in towards turn number 5. But Almeida, yeah, keeping them honest. In fact, a bit of a mistake through turn 5, I think, going a little bit too deep. And Qatar's managed to open the car length gap to around about 8/10. But you can see how much that fluctuates. Really doesn't tell the whole story as they go from corner to corner. But yeah, Seawolf doing a great job. Bit of a twitch though, maybe over the grass a little bit. So yeah, it's not an easy ride. They need to keep on it. Now you're the car in front. Pressure's on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But he's starting to get away from Almeida already in that Azira car. Seawolf Net Race, by the way, who could forget they actually won the LMP2 Championship back in Season 9. So they absolutely know what they're doing. None of the drivers they've currently got were in the team now actually won that particular season. They weren't there. But no, it's certainly an experienced team in the Virtual Endurance Championship, and they do absolutely know what they're doing. But DPI, it's a whole different prospect for everybody, really. But yeah, as you briefly mentioned a couple of months ago, first race they were 4th and then 3rd last time, and currently in 2nd. So trending all the right ways for a fantastic result in 2 months' time. Excuse me. With a victory, if the trend is to be believed. But obviously we'll have to wait and see on that one. But no, they'll be enjoying this 2nd place for now, and it looks like, given the pace they've got, they'll be able to get away.
Yeah, probably so. That doesn't seem to be too challenged, but we saw how Almeida did have a sort of a second wind of pace for a moment, managed to extend the gap to Qatar around about 2 seconds. Traffic still is to play a factor, so that gap is around about 6/10 at the moment. And definitely come back down, and all of Qatar's hard work can come undone very quickly. Another driver who's trying to get through on a car they've been behind for quite a while is Jan Woznica, still behind Ren's Club in the Wave 3 Esports at the moment, 1 and 2, but as pit stops probably filter his way out, they're going to be probably where I think it was 3 and 4 last time we checked. 6/10 between them, and Woznica still unable to find a way through.
Yeah, he is just for the moment. It's going to be very frustrating for him at this stage. But what can you do? Yellow flag in Sector 1. What's that all about? What has happened here? Oh, down at the turn 5, there's 2 cars off. And people scattering to avoid as well. 73 and the 339 have both been off at that corner, and the 73 is not going anywhere here. Blackhawk Racing, Bowser Svaro is in that car at the minute, and he can't go anywhere. By looks things, stuck on the inside of the turn. Maybe now there's a gap in the traffic, he'll be able to get going. Oh yes, goodness, that car looks heavily damaged. Oh my life.
Doesn't look like it'd be nice to drive.
No, it can't go anywhere basically. Here we go, maybe. Oh no, it's just...
The tarmac? There we go.
Yeah, back onto the tarmac was... and it's starting to behave... Oh no, it's not behaving normally, but it is behaving slightly better than I thought. So he might be able to get that back now without causing too much of a problem, as Christian Mikel comes in from the lead of the race. But yeah, unlucky for Varo, he's going to have to try and slowly make his way back without hindering anybody else.
Yeah, that's the thing when you're limping it back to the pit lane with a damaged car. You've got a lot of cars, of DPI, LMP2, and GTEs that are all going to be coming through, and you can just see how close it is already having to go off the track for one of the prototype cars to come through, as well as one of the GTEs as well. And yeah, certainly not an easy job. He's going to be looking all in his mirrors while trying to nurse a car that's very damaged. Look at that. That does not look pleasant to drive one bit. And this has, pretty much ruined his race. And he's going to be P13, going to lose even more time. And with an hour 10 to go, not going to be, really is got near to zero chance of recovering this to anything decent. And just letting the rest of the drivers know that there's a very, very slow Aston Martin on their way back to the pit lane. Luckily, they haven't got a very far to go now there towards the end of the track.
No, absolutely not. Although there's Wave 3 Esports trying to get through. There's a 5th place one, by the way, not Ren's Club. That's Federico Suave. You had to swerve a little bit there. But sorry about that. That was a bad pun. But no, he's going to drop down the order by the looks of things. There's going to be a damage repair coming up as well through the pit lane. Just over 50 seconds to Jordi San Andres is not going to be enough for Varo, I'm afraid. But it looks like he's going to be able to get back into the pit lane again, which is all okay. Moko Slanzi was the one who got involved with him, by the way.
All clear.
We get the all clear now because he's in the pit lane. Yeah, Suave was... Slanzi was the one who got involved with him. And unfortunately, not too much damage to that satellite racing car, but it will bring Timothej Andonovski a bit closer. Well, not Andonovski anymore, it's Martin Hemmingsen, but it will bring that car a little bit closer. And so, it's all getting quite close for basically 10th in LMP2. Hemmingsen not too far even away from that at the moment. This is how it happened. And it looked like a dodgy free wide moment. Wanako is that? Is that Wanako? Can't quite see. It's so dark. It's hard to see which DPI that is. But certainly the DPI's fault by the looks of things. Just tapping the LMP2. And then Slanzi getting into Varro. Absolutely no fault of his own. Slanzi actually keeps it out of the barriers quite well. But Varro does have a pretty big hit with the barriers.
Yeah, it's certainly less than not ideal. It was just sort of a chain reaction. It was the Wanako on the inside, just a bit of a tab, 3 wide. You've got to bide your time. There's an hour to go. You do not want to be getting damage, and it's a shame that the GTE was worst off in that because he was just an innocent bystander in the whole proceeding. So yeah, bit of a shame that it had to go that way. But Cosmo Prosciutto in the Go team, P3 for LMP2 at the moment, still driving a strong stint, 16 seconds ahead of Jan Woznica, as I believe Ren's come into the pit lane a couple of laps ago. Probably, I'd assume for their penultimate stop in this race, they're not going to be doing an hour and 10 on 1 tank of fuel in these prototypes. They're very thirsty cars in terms of fuel, and of course, limited in terms of their fuel capacity. So around about 40 minutes, I'd say, is reasonable for a stint in these guys. So yeah, they've got 1 more pit stop, probably each to go after their next one. But yeah, Jan Woznica and Cosmo Prosciutto, 2 strong drivers in P2 and both strong contenders for a podium.
Yeah, absolutely. It's let's wait and see. There's just over an hour to go, and so it can all change. It can all change. So yeah, let's see what else is happening out there at the moment. Since Woznia's come into the pit lane, and well, why has he come into the pit? 17 seconds. I just assumed he was making a pit stop, but he didn't at all, did he? Because, oh no, excuse me, that's the gap to Prosciutto, not Ren's Klopp he was battling with, so he has made a proper pit stop. I thought so. So yeah, Prosciutto's back in front of him again, as it should be. But maybe a bit smaller of a gap than maybe I was expecting. But either way, it doesn't matter too much. The real important gap is to Ren's Klopp, because remember the two of them were absolutely nose to tail for pretty much the whole of the time we've been here. Yeah, it's likely going to be that way to the end of the race. So would hate to see that gap extend to the extent at which I thought, but it hasn't at all. Klopp aiming to go that little bit further. That is going to help him a little bit later on, even if he can't save a pit stop, and he can't at this late stage, but he will be able to take less fuel on at the final stop, and it will gain him quite a lot of time compared to Jan Woznica, who really does have his work cut out in terms of staying on that podium. He might well get through, but I find it unlikely he'll stay there given how long Klopp is going.
Yeah, certainly Jan Woznica is going to have to... Oh, and things like that won't help either. Going a little bit wide at turn 5 and losing a little bit more time there. But yeah, it's one of those things. And yeah, Ren's Klopp in the way frame just doing that good of a job in order to save the fuel, save themselves that time in the pit lane. And those crucial couple of seconds, especially because how even they've been through their entire stints. And as you say, for pretty much the entire time we've been here. Very close, so those crucial seconds they can gain in the pit lane. It's going to be very hard for Nerex in order to stay in front of Waveframe, but who knows? You know, Jan Woznica might, in this free air, not stuck behind Ren's, have the speed, have the pace, and just sort of dig deep in order to find an extra couple of seconds, even if they're going to be limited by a heavier fuel load towards the end.
Yeah, we see a lot of traffic going into Canada Corner at the moment. Lots of GTs and some DPR, well, a DPR trying to get through, Rocky Monsters trying to negotiate it all. But 1 hour and 5 to go as things stand. And Woznica losing quite a lot of time there in quick succession. What's that all about? Oh, he's going slowly. He goes slowly after the kink here. I just wonder if he's been off the road at some point. There's a lot of traffic around him. The 33 is one of them, which is the Mugen Sim racing car, Martin Mergley. 339 of Slanzi is there as well, one of the GTs. So what happened to Woznica there? He's suddenly dropped 4 seconds, and he absolutely can't afford that either. The yellow flag in sector 3. It's through the hairpin, final corner, and it's Martin Mergley. We're just talking about him going through on Woznica, but goodness me, he's come unstuck just on the entry to the pit lane there. Surely he hasn't run out of fuel, but he might well have done.
very small margins to run out of fuel as well, only by a couple of meters if he has. Yeah, a very awkward place to be stopped on the track as well. That's going to stop people coming into the pit lane if they do want to come into the pit lane. And yeah, well, that's a very strange thing indeed. And hopefully everyone can just sort of negotiate their way around him. He's gone back in, I think, and is out of the way. But yeah, thankfully that could have definitely been a lot worse than it was.
Well, yeah, but not good news. Not good news for Mugen Sim Racing, who came into this race only third place in this championship, to 2 fourth positions. So they're having a good season, but it's all fallen apart for them at this race, I'm afraid. Not falling apart from Yuri Kazduk so far in this one. He's still got a 25-second lead over Martin Darland, who's trying to make it to that hour mark so that he can come second for the third time this season. Consistency is key, of course, but not when your rivals are winning the races. Although second is the next best thing, and so that's what they're going to take heading into Sebring, which is coming up in 2 months' time, 1,000 miles, and then 6 hours at the Nürburgring, and of course Le Mans. So we're going to some iconic circuits this season, as we mentioned at the very start of it. 1,000 miles of Sebring is probably going to be the longest one, discounting Le Mans. The longest race discounting Le Mans. It's always a different challenge going to the one where laps are the deciding factor instead of time. And that's what it used to be like in the very early stages of the World Endurance. Well, wasn't the World Endurance Championship at the time, was it? World Sports Car Championship or something? Something it was called. Forgotten what it was called. But back in the day, it was always the kilometres that decided how long the races would last, not indeed time. So a bit of a throwback, but they've reintroduced it in real life as well. And I like the fact we've got it in the VEC as well. I think it's a nice event to have. I wouldn't like every race to be like that, but to have one a bit unique, quite enjoy it.
Yeah, certainly. It's just one of those standalone races that a little bit different, adds a little bit more spice to the season and something a little bit different. Will it affect the order of things? Maybe. Who knows? As sort of the strategies based around laps and kilometers as opposed to time shouldn't be too big of a difference. But yeah, it's nice to see the different race distance based off different things. As one of the prototypes has to go all the way around the outside of Yuri Kazdorp, despite being in a very quick car. Yuri did not make that particularly easy, but yeah, as many people have proven, it's not particularly easy lapping the slower cars in endurance racing, as I think is that Katal into the pit lane after being all over the rear end of Daniel Almeida for a lot of this stint. Managed to get through eventually, but now finds himself behind. Probably when the Azura comes in, he'll find himself back ahead with an hour and 1 minute left to go. I think a lot of the DPIs are going to have to come in for a quick 20-minute stint, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're going to have to come in for a bit of a splash here. Jake de Stout is going to be taking the Nigel Willets car to the end. By the way, that's going to be a little bit longer splash for them, but nowhere near long enough for it to really affect the race in this one. But yeah, you're right. There's going to be a strange stint at the end, and it's difficult to know what to do here. Do you put tyres on for this final hour, or do you try and take these existing tyres a little bit longer? Because I know it's another stint. It's another stint and a half, but are you really going to get the best out of those those new tyres if you put them on for only an hour? So it's a difficult conundrum for them, and that's the only problem with the strategy of saving laps of fuel where you know you're not going to save a pit stop. You kind of end up in this awkward situation with tyres, because those who are just running to the 40-minute mark every time end up with an even amount of 12 stints throughout the race. It's 6 sets of tyres, double stinting each time. But when you end up with 11 and a half stints, it's a bit awkward with the tyres. It doesn't quite divide as nicely as you'd like.
No, certainly not. But if they've got the fresher tyres versus a set of tyres that have done almost 2 stints, you're going to be substantially quicker. But again, it's all about your track position where you are. Of course, Road America has proven to not be the most particularly easy track to get past, or to get past particularly cleanly either. So there's a lot of risk in getting through around here and in this race, as the Azura car does come in a lap later for their penultimate pit stop. But yeah, personally, I don't know. I think having that quick burst to the end, it's going to be less laps, but that pace difference on fresh versus worn tyres could be the deciding factor. And of course, if you have saved the fuel and you were going to gain a bit of time anyway, you could sort of even it out with taking a bit of tyres and then close that gap up. And then of course, even if it is you're a little bit behind, you can just use those tyres and blitz past, and then jobs are good and you're miles ahead anyway. But yeah, that's the thing with endurance racing. That's the beauty of endurance racing, is to see how all these different strategies from all these different teams, with different drivers and different driving styles and different people behind the teams for it to all converge in the last sort of hour, and this is where we're going to see who got it right and who got it wrong.
Yeah, we are. We see Daniel Almeida in the pit lane right now for Agera Racing. Seawolf Net Race with Benjamin Kierczynski, who's now in that car, is going to be chasing him down. Well, it might not be him, it might be Nick De Silva again, because those two have been exchanging the duties here today. And De Silva was very quick when he got in the car, a little bit quicker than Almeida, I would argue. There is Jake to start though, racing out to a minute's lead once again, which Christian Mikel managed to build. And yeah, so it's a real shame to see the Burst Esport all the way down in 7th position. Yoni Simoncic finishing that car off now. What looks like is going to be a 7th place finish for them today. But disappointing, because I thought Burst and Knight of Alex were going to have a real nice battle. We haven't really seen them battling side by side towards the end of a race so far too much, really, in this one. Knight of Alex did have to fight off Edge Esports towards Knight of Alex did have to fight off Burst Esports towards the end of Monza, and they did fight briefly side by side there, but at the first round you don't really know who your rivals are going to be, and they don't seem to have the importance that they would if indeed we saw one at this race or the next, or indeed any of the others, because I get the feeling those two are going to be the teams 1 and 2 heading into Le Mans, and I feel like they're going to be fighting it all the way down to the wire. That's at least what we're hoping for.
Certainly seem to be the two teams to beat. They seem to be the ones sort of trading the top spot and being those ones that are sort of the step above the rest. But, you know, you can't count out teams like Agera and Seawolf. They're both pretty strong teams. But, yeah, Burst Esport, they had a pretty commanding lead of around 15, 20 seconds or so. And, you know, for Burst Esports, it was the lead. Now it's 7th, and it might not even be that, because DX Droid's still putting that pressure on Yane. And yeah, again, it's just been a race that's gone from bad to worse, and they've been driving, as I've said, with that weight on their shoulders, knowing what could have been, and you know, if they could still have been leading, but they've pressed on, they've maximised their points, or at least they're going to try to maximise their points for this race going forward, because they've still got a long season. Well, I say a long season. They've still got just over half of the season left to go, and they need to recompose themselves and come back even stronger for the next race, and hope they can bring the fight to Nito Velox and yeah, but we are seeing a great title fight between the two, and yeah, the stakes definitely going to be a lot higher now. Burst Esports, so they're trying to chase after that. I think it's going to be a 5-point deficit.
Yeah, well, it's difficult to work out at this stage. I think, yeah, difficult to work out. But yeah, it's not going to be occupying the minds too much. All we know is that it's going to be close between the two, and it could well be a real race for second going on between everybody here. Gosinski's got 7 seconds over Nick De Silva. Nico Barkley's got 12 seconds to try and catch up to that car, and Stefan Ruard is not too far behind either in the Edgy Sports car, 5th position, only 3 seconds behind Barkley. So yeah, there's all sorts going on now. Barkley and Ruard both quicker than the leader Jake De Stout last time. Hard to tell what Nick De Silva is doing, or Gosinski, because they've both recently come out of the pit lane, and they will have shorter stops for their final ones coming up soon. However, we'll see that fight developing. Meanwhile, this is Martin Hemmingsen, scrapping for the lower end of the points, but important points nonetheless, as we said already.
Yeah, the gap, he's practically pushing him through. About 1.5 tenths all over the rear end of Slanzies. He pulls to the inside, gets it done pretty comfortable, easy as you like it, and Hemmingsen definitely does have a good bit of pace in that P2 car, managing to extend his advantage to just over half a second now as they go through. And yeah, he's definitely proven to have a pretty decent stint, and getting himself that one extra place going to be a point or two extra that really are going to help them in their own little championship squabbles, wherever that might be in terms of the standings. And as we always say, every little helps. You need to maximise the points on every day that you turn up.
Absolutely. There he is, trying to close the margin down now to more in the satellite E-Stars. Francisco Morante in 10th position. 24 seconds between him, the two now. But with less than an hour to go, that is going to be a tall order. You would have to say probably a second a lap at this stage. Although Morante with a 57.2 that time. Hemmingsen a 55.5. Second and a half quicker. He had to pass a car on that particular occasion, so yeah, this might well still be on him, might still have a top 10 on the horizon for this team that's just been in the wars today, really. Countless problems. I can't quite. I've actually forgotten how many there have been, but it's many, and I'm afraid they're just trying to fight back as best they can, but difficult. So this one extra point for 10th position. Morante, 23 seconds up the road. It's just a question of can they catch them at this stage.
They haven't got long left to do it, and he's going to have to keep this pace up for the rest of this race if he wants to even have a chance of catching that top 10. And for Morante, 1.6 seconds their last lap time. It's a huge difference in pace, and it'll only take him probably around, what was that, 10-15 laps-ish to catch it if he keeps this pace up. But again, traffic's going to influence that, his tyres wearing off are going to influence that, him getting more fatigued, and a couple of mistakes maybe starting to creep in as he tries to seek after that 22-second gap. All factors that are going to come into whether or not he can actually catch Morante for P10. But if he keeps that pace up, no reason why not. 53 minutes left to go of this race. It's very dark, and it's going to be very challenging for the drivers from here on in.
Yeah, it certainly is. Less than 22 seconds. 1.7 seconds gain this time over the last lap. Well, I'll say that Hemmingson's not come over the line yet, has he? That was Morante changing the margin there. So was he a bit slower? It's 57.3 this time. He was 1/10 slower, so he's remaining consistent at least, but a lot slower than Hemmingson. What's the time going to be for the racing team driver? You see him coming up towards the line right now through his screen. It was a 54.9. 54.9 from Hemmingson, 2.3 seconds. I said he needed a second lap. He's doing more than that at the minute. And this top 10 looks very much on the horizon for Hemmingson. What about Benoit Dufour? Where's he compared to Morante? Those two, Dufour is very much extending the margin to Satellite. So Morante is not catching anybody here. He's just falling backwards. Although, to be fair, I don't really know whether to criticise him or praise Hemmingson, really. It's probably a bit of both.
Yeah, just a little bit. Morante is just sort of driving his own race, but Hemmingson is on an absolute mission in order to catch him. And Dufour as well. I think he's losing a lot of time. Is that going to explain one of the yellows maybe we've got in sector 2? Because you can see the on-off race and may have had an off. Yeah, it is. He's going quite slowly. He's having a trip over the grass, and he's going to be losing a lot of time. So maybe Hemmingson could have a top 9.
Yeah, there's Morante who goes down the inside and he gets into 9th position. Dufour for on-off racing is surely going to be in the pit lane here. Look, that car doesn't look healthy. It's weaving around a little bit. There's suspension damage there, surely. There's surely suspension damage.
Slow inhibitor in the final couple of corners.
We're going to hear the track is clear in a minute if indeed Dufour does come in the pits. And indeed we do. So everything's okay again, but yeah, racing team into the top 10, and so a commendable effort from them to get back inside of the top 10. And Andonovski and Hemmingson are doing a good job here to limit the damage, taking advantage of troubles for those around you, which is all you have to do in this situation.
Yeah, and it's to just capitalise as best you can. I think, just reading the timing screens, it was a 55.2 for Hemmingson and a 57.5 for Morante. So another 2 and a bit seconds for Hemmingson, and he's on an absolute mission in order to catch catch Morante and to get himself inside the top 9. He's got that top 10. But again, he's going to want that extra position, and the on-off car going off certainly is just going to be an extra position. But his eyes certainly set Morante because he can see that gap coming down and coming down very quickly. So 50 minutes left to go. It's looking like a very, very realistic prospect for Hemmingson, who's just has an absolute blitz of pace for this final hour.
He really has. Although, to be fair, he's probably been doing that all race. We've just not really been noticing because he's so far down the order. But that's the car that qualified on pole, of course, and won the first 2 races of the season. Got to drive through penalties, set them back, and then a number of other issues and set them back a good deal in this race. Here's Morante, though, a lap up to Sabakis. He's not going to be getting 8th position out of this one. He's just going to try and hold on to 9th. Whether he can or not is certainly another thing entirely. In DPI, Benjamin Gorosinski was going to have his work cut out with Nick De Silva driving the Azura racing car because he's been fantastic in the number 7. However, Gelsinski has been even better over the last couple of laps. 49.4 last time, was 2.5 seconds quicker than De Silva, and so he's ensuring that second place for Seawolf as things stand. Nico Barkley and Stefan Ruo trading lap times at the moment, not really getting any closer to Nick De Silva either, so a bit of a status quo at up in DPI right now, because there's no way Seawolf are going to be able to close down Nigel Velix with this amount of time remaining. But no, Gelsinski's done a good job in this race. Been a little bit, well, maybe a little bit quicker than Qatar, certainly showing himself to be right now. Nick De Silva, not too much slower, but still, it's enough. The 7-second margin does need a fairly big advantage for the car behind, really, and Nick De Silva doesn't really have that now.
Yeah, and it's about keeping that sort of the pace advantage consistent over the course of a few laps, like what Hemmingson is doing. In fact, he's keeping that. It's all good having one lap 2 seconds quicker. You need to keep that up over the course of a few. We've got yellow through sector 1. I think that's gone clear again. But it's going to be a tough ask for Azura to get themselves back into P2. Of course, they did manage to keep the Seawolf net race behind for a good few laps, but eventually Qatar was going to find a way through, and in fact did find a way through. And now Benjamin is just extending that gap. It was 3/10 quicker the last lap, and just chipping away, trying to extend the gap. And I think, to be honest, Azura shouldn't really push that 8 seconds, because it's going to, one, be very tough to close it, and two, if they're going absolutely flat out for the next 47 minutes, that's really going to increase their likelihood. And they've got Nico Barkley 16 seconds behind, and they do not want to throw away a podium by any means. So it might just be good to play it safe and take the P3 and just accept defeat in terms of net race getting P2, because it's still a podium, second and third. There's not really much in it. So you've gotten to the end of an 8-hour race and you finished third overall, and of course third in class as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not bad. We getting towards the final moments of this race. 47 minutes remaining. GTE at the moment. We've got Ewan Kastrup leading by an absolute mile here, and probably the closest battle out of anybody. Donat Prodon closing on Sebastian Pfeiffer, but I think Pfeiffer might well be into it. Oh, Nick De Silva's got a penalty here. I think that must be cut tracks. Must be cut tracks. He was coming through turn 1, which is you do get them there sometimes. If you run that little bit too wide on the outside line there, you can get a penalty. Nick De Silva looks like he's done exactly that, so Nico Barkley and Stefan Ruo are both going to be straight through here.
Very interesting turn of events in that they've made that awkward mistake, and with not long to go, anything can happen, and just goes to show that even in the time stages of a race like this, things can go wrong. And not quite sure what the extent of that penalty is. Is it going to allow Barkley and Ruot through?
I would suggest so at the moment. 15 seconds to Barkley, 5 more to Ruot. But De Silva is fairly quick and took us 1.2 out of Barkley last time, so maybe he'll be able to return over the next 46 minutes. But for now, I think he's going to drop behind the both of them, and he's going to have to really scrap for this podium once again. He's going to be ruining those mistakes. But yeah, it's going to lose a couple of positions. I'm sure of it at this stage. Quite a long pit lane here, not quite like Spa we had a month ago, or 2 months ago now. But it's still a fairly long one here, so De Silva is going to have to come down and serve that. And he comes, no he doesn't, he's going to wait a little bit. You do have 5 laps to serve it, so he might well stay out there for a couple more. He might even pit while there's that's hanging over his head, because the elusive 40-minute mark is hanging over his head now, or approaching, I should say. But either way, if he's in a nice bit of clean air, if he's in a nice rhythm, then there's no reason he should come in just for the moment. All the traffic's quite spread out. Maybe once he gets, there's a big bit of traffic going through turn 8 at the moment, so with about 6 cars, both GT and LMP2. So I suggest when he gets up to that, he might want to come in, if indeed that takes him 5 laps. I don't think it will. But other than that, he's fine to keeping his rhythm right now. He seems to be going fairly quickly.
Certainly, not necessarily matching Benjamin, but keeping him fairly honest. So if he can do a bit of the work now, trying to extend the gap to Barkley and Ruo, so the damage isn't as bad when he finally comes in. But he certainly could almost, I guess, not in a sense benefit off it, but it's going to be convenient if he can take the pit stop as well. and go to the end on that 40-minute mark means he won't have to come in with sort of 20 minutes to go like many people will. But as you say, as soon as he approaches traffic, that's when he has to come in, because he cannot be affording to lose time in the traffic. It could be, you know, up to a second, 2 seconds, even 3 seconds lap if he has to back off that much. And of course, if it's a big pack of cars he has to get through in the DPI. That's the thing in being the fastest car. You've got to get past everyone. Everyone's going to be slower than you. But yeah, he's lost, what is that now, a second to Benjamin. So got to be thinking about coming in soon and serving that penalty. Then it's going to give him more time in order to close back up.
Yeah, it is. Although the gap's extending to Giosinski, so he's probably not going that quickly. Either way, oh, now he's coming in. Now he's coming in. It's too early to go to the end on fuel from here, so it's got to be for the drive-through. Where is he going to come out in, though? Where is he going to come out? I'm sure he's going to lose this this podium place to Nico Barkley and Monaco, getting back to where they started this race in third position. And indeed, we're going to see Edge Esports getting up into fourth. There's Barkley. It's going to be close with Edge Esports, but they're going to get through as well. So a lot of work to do here for Nick De Silva, but as we've seen over the last couple of laps, he does have the pace to do it. It's going to be 3 or 4 seconds. And it's going to be a very interesting final to this race in DPI. Now, we're not going to get the battle for second between Seawolf and Ajira that we were hoping for, but we are going to get a different battle in this scrap for the podium.
Yeah, he's definitely he's got to absolutely foot flat now, push as hard as he can. 5.6 to P4, and then I think it's around about 4 seconds to P3. So he's got 9-second deficit in order to make up if he wants to finish back where he was before the penalty. 42 minutes left to do it. He's running out of time. He needs to absolutely maximize every lap he can. He is closing. There was a couple of tenths through turn 5 there, and he needs to hope that the traffic goes his way as well. You can see absolutely on the limit through turn number 6, sliding the car through a little bit. And Hemmingson, 14 seconds now is the gap to P9. His progress sort of has slowed down after the last couple of laps, but still 1.1 on that last lap. So still coming at an absolute rate of knots. And Morante, I think, is just going to have to prepare himself for this absolute rocket ship that's going to be coming past him soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there is much that he can do, really. They're pretty much in the window where they can make it to the end here, LMP2 cars, but I don't think they'll be coming in. Well, they're not too far away from pit stops. Really. So it's going to be soon, but so many cars are off sequence at this stage. I think, you know, only the top few are still in sequence. Maybe the top 4 really still in sequence with each other, but even they starting to differ a little bit on their laps now. But yeah, let's see if Hemmingson can get anywhere near to those guys, and we'll see what we'll monitor the lap times for you in DPI as well and see where they've got to. In GTE as well, there's a fairly interesting. Well, there was a battle developing between Piper and Prodan, but it's not really developing any longer. 1.3 seconds between the two of them. Struggling to get on terms here for Volante Racing, who qualified in a great third position, but fallen outside of the top 5 in recent times. Which is a bit of a shame. It does tend to happen over the course of a race. So yeah, plenty has chopped and changed throughout this one, although mostly in the categories other than racing team, as we're seeing here in Burst Esport in DPI. Not many of the front runners have actually dropped down too far at all. It's been a fairly good race for most of the front runners, but of course very, very crucial ones in both of the prototype categories.
Could certainly cost them come the end of the season, and it's times like these where even if you're not having the best of days, even if it is a poor day for you and your team, how well you can bring yourself back up and salvage the rest of this race. And if Hemmingson can get himself into that P9, who knows how crucial those extra couple of points are going to be. And in the DPI category with the Burst Esports versus the Nito Velix cars, you know, how crucial is this, you know, win versus a P7 going to be come the end of the season? And, you know, it's just about Burst maximizing this poor race and damage limitation as much as they can, and most importantly, making sure it doesn't happen again. Of course, on this particular occasion, it really wasn't necessarily their fault. There wasn't much they could do in order to have lost the race lead, but it's still, taking an air of caution, making sure you're backing out in time and doing everything you can personally in order to limit these mistakes. But yeah, now they're on the back foot. Will Burst Esports maybe creep in with a bit of desperation? I mean, it's only 5 points and they've still got a few races to come and do it. It's not like they're going into the championship finale 5 points back and need to absolutely send it. That's not necessarily the case. But yeah, it's still a deficit. They're going to have to claw back, and it's going to be something that's going to be looming in the back of their minds for sure.
It is, as Jake de Stout is currently cruising. He's got a minute lead over Benjamin Giosinski in the Seawolf net race car, the Nitro Velux. And as you can see from that face cam there, he is certainly American, since the fact that it's still light outside for him. Well, certainly not at Road America right now. Darkness well and truly befallen everybody. I don't think it's affected the race too much, really. Obviously, these guys will be feeling the effects of the temperatures going down. There's no doubt about that. But we've not exactly seen an increase or decrease in the incidents that we have seen, and nothing that I don't think we can put down to visibility, really. Despite the fact it not being great around here, there's no lighting like Daytona. Really, there's really nothing around the circuits, but nothing I would say that's been particularly caused by people being unsighted.
Yeah, it's you do depend a lot on your headlights around here for sure, but yeah, there's still a little bit of lighting you can see off to the side of the track. There's a couple of lampposts with some light shining onto the track, and yeah, fortunately, well, for at least our time here, it's been relatively clean. Of course, we had that bit of a squabble between Red Bull and Varga and the GTEs, and of course that little bit of an incident regarding the GTE, the P2 and I think it was the DPI that were trying to come through on the inside and just went across the grass, started that chain reaction. But to be honest, that's really only been the more noticeable incidents. We also had of course, Katal getting a little bit ran off the road earlier on. But again, three incidents over the course of the last sort of 2 hours we've been here. So yeah, considering the conditions, considering the stage in the race that they're at, they've kept it relatively clean, and definitely in a tribute to the quality of driving we've got.
It certainly is. So we look at Stefan Ruhl. He's actually extending the margin to Nick De Silva. Well, he did the first lap we saw around. And then De Silva, lost a little bit more last time. But Nico Barkley is in. He's going to be having the longest pit stop of the three. Now, can Edge Esports take advantage of that? And maybe have a bit of a shorter one towards the end of this race. Nico Barkley taking on almost a full tank here, which they saw some of these guys going a little bit later on. And the likes of Giosinski and Nick De Silva, they were with almost half a tank. They're going to be taking on almost half a tank here, so maybe it's not over for Ajira. And Monaco, maybe they haven't cemented their place on the podium just yet. I don't think it's over in DPI. We've got to remember, we've been used to, for the first 7.5 hours, these guys pitting at almost exactly the same pit stop times the entire race, but they're all going to be at different times in terms of how long they spend stationary here on this particular occasion. So that is going to change things quite dramatically. But Nico Barkley has taken his final bit of fuel, and he's going to the end of the race now, but is it going to be enough for third?
That certainly is the question. I mean, he's been set back with the drive-through and putting him 9 seconds back off the podium, but if he can maximise limit the amount of fuel he has to take on, and a couple of touches there for Stefan, definitely not going to be helping by any means, but yeah, still managed to keep it clean. 5.8 is the gap to Nick De Silva behind, who really hasn't gained a tremendous amount. I think it is now going to have to be won or lost in the pit lane for this podium place. And if Edge Esports can limit the amount of fuel they have to take on, they certainly could be runners in terms of that podium place. And Ajira might just fall short, but it's certainly going to be close between the three, 3, 4, and 5, not separated by much. Of course, less than 10 seconds separating them on track, and not much exactly separating them in the pit lane. So, yeah, Nico Barkley has got his work cut out for him in order to re-cement their place on the podium.
Absolutely. Oh, yellow flag going on. Final sector. What's it for? 50 car in LMP2. Juice's Motorsport Club. Sobakis has been around, I think, 3 times really in the last few hours, I'm afraid. Not been having the greatest day out of there. He's back going again. And manages to recompose himself there. And by the way, all of the top 3 in GTE have made their final pit stops here because Stedlerchek has been in for his final bit of fuel. Seems a little bit early, but I think he's just trying to get that out of the way early. 40 seconds to Martin Darland is not going to change, and he's got over half a minute on Adam Baldwin as well, so unlikely to change really in GTE, and Red Bull Racing Esports look like they might well be able to go back to the front of that championship by just a few points, which is certainly in the back of their minds at the moment, but not towards the forefront. Also in LMP2, Valerio Ferraris is closing on Federico Suave for the 5th position. Arms versus Waveframe Esports in the battle for 5th. Only 2 seconds. That gap has come down by 1.1 on the last lap as well.
Yeah, Valerio is closing. Can they keep that pace up to reclose that 2.3? We've seen in the P2 class, though, once they get within that sort of 5 cents range, it's then sort of stagnated and they've reached that stalemate where the car behind really can't then reclose that gap, and it really is just dependent on who flinches first, whether the traffic comes up. But he's managed to get that gap under 2 seconds now, fluctuating around the low 2, high 1.9. And as they will, as they cross the line in the next lap, we'll see what the pace difference was. Valerio now cementing themselves at under 2 seconds. It is very close, very, topsy-turvy. But yeah, they definitely have a good chance of getting themselves a top 5, and Suave got their work cut out for him to keep the Arms car behind. And for both of them, a top 5 definitely going to be a very, very good milestone for them to reach, both for points and for their individual championship fights. But yeah, it's sort of equal pegging out at the point. The last lap, only 2 tenths quicker was Valerio. But if they can keep that up, it's only going to take them, if they keep that up, I don't think they're actually going to be able to close the gap in time. So they need to up it, and they need to just find that a little bit more over the Waveframe.
Well, there will be 10 laps to go. If you want to do 2 attempts every time, but it's a bit slow. And I think they'll want to get it done before that. Certainly when you start to get into that range, I think the 2 attempts start to snowball a little bit into slightly larger numbers. But yeah, he's going to need enough time to not only catch Suave by the end, but also overtake him, which is obviously 2 different things, as we know. Yeah, difficult. We'll see on that one. It's certainly a good race for Arms, though. They've been very anonymous so far this season. Only 18th in the standings, but obviously got moved up for this race into the first division. 2 races in the second division have passed, where they finished 4th and 5th in those 2. And excuse me, not 4th and 5th, 4th and 6th. By the looks of things, and yeah, that's been enough for them to move up into the first division. Here today for this race. Am I looking at the right car? No, that's their sister team. I did think it was weird because teams didn't get promoted last time. Either way, you get the point. They're certainly having a good race right now. Jan Vosdica is trying to close on Ren's Klopp. The gap was about 6 seconds when everything filtered out after the pit stops, because if you remember, Vosdica had that small problem at the kink that we didn't quite catch, and it dropped to a few seconds. So the gap was 6. 2 seconds have been brought back in this stint, but I don't think that's quite enough, because even with another stint to go, 2 seconds over a stint is not going to be enough.
Yeah, no, and we saw how much Woznica struggled to get past Klopp the first time around, and I don't think he actually did succeed in the end. So not only have they got him an absolutely insane task of getting 4 seconds back, it's still realistic. 4 seconds isn't exactly 22 seconds like Hemmingsen has had to put up with, but yeah, it's realistic. If traffic goes his way, Klopp starts to make a couple of mistakes, could still float the Netrex's way. It's going to be very difficult, and they are going to have to try and fight their way through quite aggressively. Only half an hour left to go in this race. Certainly is a sprint to the finish for these guys. They're going to be looking forward to seeing that checkered flag and finalising their positions. There's going to be a lot of pressure off their soldiers, off their shoulders, if I can speak properly, and for Nita Velix, they're certainly going to be looking forward to the checkered flag just to make sure they get that win in the bag. Same too for Red Bull Racing in the GTEs as well. But yeah, Hemmingsen, that is the actual gap. That's 1.5 seconds. He's now closed on to Morante, and he's all over the back of him, and he certainly will not be waiting around long.
No, he won't be. I believe these two have both been into the pit lane as well, because they're all of a sudden 9th and 10th. But why? Because I don't think anybody's overtaken. Oh, this was the battle for 9th, excuse me. He wasn't in 9th yet. Just as we see. And we got even closer, actually, here with the other Waveframe car. And Arms Cyber, the Valerio Ferraris, they did actually attend the first track. They didn't attend Spa, which means they didn't get any participation points or points for scoring points, if you see what I mean. So, despite the fact they have been in this division the entire season, it doesn't look like they have They're a long way down in the standings, this team. And so they might well get relegated after this one as well, because if you remember, it's based on these last 2 races, round 2 and 3. If you don't put in a good enough performance and don't score enough points, then you won't be staying in the division. And since they didn't even get the participation points of Spa, I think they are going to struggle. They did need a big performance here, and they are having one right now, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough for them. Not a lot they can really do about that. All they can do is try and get the best result possible, and a top 5 would certainly be fantastic for them. So they're going to be trying to get through on Suave in the next few moments, and might even be an opportunity into turn 5. Maybe a little bit too soon for now.
Yeah, they just have to clear the the GT traffic, and Ferraris does do so, going down the inside of both, and yeah, just making sure Suave knows they're there. And they're going to try and maximise their points. Of course, the top 5 is certainly going to be ideal. And a similar situation, we've seen a lot of P2s in this situation that have struggled to get through, but can Valerio make a difference? Can he put that arm cyber inside the top 5? Just needs to make sure they clear the traffic as best they can and get those exits off the corners, well, especially off that final corner down that pit straight. That's going to be the most crucial one. And of course, off of turn 3 down in towards turn 5. They've got a little bit of traffic to contend with, both of them maybe having to back off a little bit. To the Porsche. But yeah, it's and Hemmingson has got through into 9th.
He has indeed. 2 battles going on all at once here, and Hemmingson has managed to get through on Morante. Is there going to be a fight back from Satellite Racing? They're a half-hearted one, but you don't want to be making a half-hearted lunge down the inside of any corner, really, and that was no exception. So Hemmingson is through into 9th position, and that might well be it for him now, unless there's a catastrophe for somebody up inside the top 8. He won't be getting any more points, but he's done a good enough job to recover the ones he can from this race. Valerio Ferraris then, has he got a good enough run on Federico Suave to be making a move into turn number 1? He's got a good slipstream. He's almost going to be pulling out of the slipstream before the start-finish line. Not quite. He's going to make it go on a little bit longer and maybe into turn number 1, but not able to. I really thought he was going to be close enough for a move there, but just almost looked like he decided against it there, really.
Yeah, just sort of backed out of it, took an air of caution. They can see the traffic they're going to have to contend with in just a moment. So this exit really is the more important one, because you can get through at turn 1. They're going to try and come right back at you in towards turn 5. What's crucial is that Valerio gets past this Corvette and doesn't get held up in towards turn 5. Will do so. Pretty plain sailing anyway. But yeah, that was a very good opportunity, arguably wasted in towards turn 1. They had the overspeed. They were all over the rear end of that wave frame for the top 5, but just couldn't quite convert. Maybe they were just backing off a little bit. They've still got 26 minutes left to go. While time isn't necessarily on their side, they still have the time to just wait a little bit and maybe go for a mistake. But at this stage, when you're fighting so hard for a top 5, you might really just have to sort of bite the bullet and take those risks a little bit more. But yeah, they're certainly still not out of contention yet, and they'll probably have a couple more opportunities yet to get themselves back in front.
They certainly should do, or I'll be hoping so anyway. Only 26 minutes to go, to be fair, but there should be. They're running in fairly clean air right now. You can see the Aston Martin just up in front there now. So they have got some company at the very least. Which car is that? It's a 266 just up in front here for them to negotiate. Might well happen through the final corner, which could play into Ferrari's hands. Let's see. Oh, not really. Not on this occasion. Suave is going to negotiate that one fairly well. Although his run hasn't been great. Ferrari's is going to really gain quite a lot of time here. But not enough. Still, there's a car length or two between them, and Suave is going to be able to hold on without issue there, trying to get 2 wave free motorsports cars in the top 5, of course.
Yeah, hopefully they can do so. Because they've got one lead in the way and they want another one inside the top 5. They definitely have a very realistic shot of doing that, but again, they just need to commit. They need to find an opportunity, a run just like that, hopefully without the traffic in the way, but another run just like that, maybe a little bit more, and hope that the slipstream carries them along. Of course, that little virtual tow hook, they just latch onto the back and then you can start to reel them in slowly, well, sometimes even absolutely rapidly. But again, they've done the task of catching up. They now need to do the job of getting past. They then need to do the extra job of, in fact, staying in front. And little twitches like that, luckily, didn't cost them too much, and in fact managed to gain as the faster car came through. 3 tenths between them, very close, very fine margins, and not long left to go.
No, not long at all. DPI car behind, just trying to get through. It's the one Acco car. Now, where are those guys? We haven't checked in on DPI for a little while. He's not too far behind Ruo at the moment, who has made his pit stop, I think, anyway. And Edge Esports only just in front. Now, Azure Racing really do have a much shorter pit stop as well. And it looks like they're going to be able to make that come out in front of Edge Esports. So, Azure might well just save this podium after all, but Nico Buckley wanted to get through both of those a lot quicker there, because he wants to get in front of Edge Esports, and all of a sudden third place is turned to fifth for him.
Yeah, very quickly the pendulum can swing for Nico Buckley. He's, what is that now, he's losing time, 8/10 on that last lap, and Nick De Silva, as you say, with that short pit stop, could still be in contention for this podium. That's Valerio into the pit lane, or is it Suave? No, it's Valerio. It's Valerio coming in for an earlier stop than Suave. Having a bit of clear air, maybe can go for a bit of an undercut.
Well, I think he might be limited in terms of the fuel here. They've got just over half a tank to fill here now, and then he should be clear to the finish for him. And Suave is going to attempt to keep on in fifth position. I'm not entirely sure if he has to pit again. Might well do, but we'll wait and see, I suppose. Yeah, just waiting for Nick De Silva to come in. Really can't be long now. He said he was going to have to take half a tank. The full tank would be 40 minutes worth, and approaching 20 right now, so he's got to be in soon. But yeah, will he be out in front of those guys behind or not? Ruo and Barkley. And will we see a fight between any of those at this stage? It's not really sure whether we are going to. I hope so, of course, but the way the strategies have turned out, it looks like it might well place the fastest cars at the front and the slowest at the back of that little free car train, I'm afraid. So might not help us out very particularly. But, well, obviously we've got to wait until we see De Silva in.
Yeah, just got to wait and see. I think it was 1.5 seconds Nick De Silva managed to get over Edge Esports on that last lap. So definitely have got some good pace, and of course that shorter pit stop definitely going to aid them in their endeavour to get themselves back onto the podium. Have taken a massive setback with that drive-through, of course, their own doing going off the track, but they've managed to recompose themselves and fight back and really give themselves a good shot to the front, where we're questioning between all three cars who's going to get themselves this podium place, 3, 4 and 5 after 8.5 hours essentially of well, not 8.5, 7.5 hours of racing. It's very close. We don't know who's going to get this podium in DPI, the top class of the field. And yet Silva really dragging that Azure into a chance for a podium. It's going to be very close. We just need to find out when they come in. Probably just going to try and extend this field as long as they can, so they don't actually spend that long in the pit lane.
Now, Romney Kubovic has retaken the lead here because Renz Klopp is in for the final time. Cosmo Prosciutto will he retake second or not? You'd think so. Oh well, I say that. He's not going to at all. Wayframe Esports are going to jump into second here. And Go Team Racing, despite being on the podium again, look like they might well be third. That's the other Netrex car behind them, by the way, and not Jan Vosnica. But look at Renz Klopp there. This is what I mean by, we talk about it all the time earlier on in the race. If you save one lap every stint, then you'll be laughing later on. This is exactly what we mean. Renz Klopp has turned this one around. He's got 9 seconds over Prosciutto, and I can't see that gap closing before the end of the race. And it's almost purely down to a strategical call that Wayframe Esports have been employing all day long.
Yeah, that is a beautiful strategical call from Klopp, who not only dealt from the pressure from Woznica earlier on, kept his strategy, the mindset alive of saving that fuel and keeping it so he really doesn't have a long pit stop at this stage at all. Of course, the win is well and truly probably out of the question. 23 seconds to Jakubovic, but yeah, P2, they have pulled an absolute madness in order to drag that 3M into the top 2. A podium seemed very likely with their battle with Jan Vostica, but against Cosmo Prosciutto, it seemed unlikely. They've pulled 9.5 seconds, and yeah, Cosmo, 20 minutes left to go. It's extremely unlikely, not impossible, but very much improbable.
Yeah, certainly he's going to need a second a lap, no question about that, and that is going to be very, very difficult. Okay, coming to today, Wayframe 35 points behind the championship leaders racing team, so they are going to be gaining some of that back at least, and might be able to get themselves back into contention as they were a few years ago. I can't remember quite which season it was. Might have been when Singularity won season 12. They were in contention. Or maybe season 11. When Zach Speed won, as Giosinski comes in. This is also important. Jake de Stout is going to retake the lead of this race. There's no question about that. But where's Giosinski going to be? I don't think Nick de Silva is going to be really overtaking him. And I think Giosinski is going to be absolutely fine in terms of holding on to second when de Silva comes in. Because there's a minute after de Silva here. I'm very interested to see whether Ajira will be in third or whether they'll have to fight for it with Edge Esports. Here's Giosinski though. And Seawolf Net Race look like they're on for a very, very respectable second.
Yeah, 4, 3 and 2. It seems they are going to go for the last 3 rounds. On the up, are they going to get the P1 next time out? We'll have to wait and see. But they haven't secured the second just yet. They've still got 18 minutes left to go in order to secure it, but it seems ever likely. And yeah, Seawolf have just driven great. They've sort of just flown under the radar. Of course, not quite to the same level as the Burst Esports or the Nita Velix, but you know, they've capitalised. Burst Esports haven't had their day. Nita Velix have just been absolutely storming the field, but yeah, NetRace doing a great job at just sort of flying low under the radar and picking up the top positions, being incredibly quick, and they just need to hook up the final dash to the finish line. Really not long left to go, and Nick de Silva, yeah, all eyes on him and where he comes out in terms of the pit lane, because his gap to Edge Esports has really just maintained around that 1 minute mark. So yeah, it depends how long his pit stop is, because the longer he goes, the shorter his pit stop's going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the golden rule. I don't think it's going to go on for too much longer than Seawolf did here for Nick de Silva. I seem to remember last time around, I know it was only 40 minutes ago, but I've forgotten. You know, I don't think it was too much longer before de Silva also followed Gilsinski in. Well, it was Katao at the time, I know, but yeah, even so, I don't think it was too long. So we may well be seeing Nick de Silva coming in even this time as he comes through the final corner. He does indeed pit in. Slows down for the pit limiter, but where is Stefan Ruhl and where is Nico Barkley? Barkley gained half a second on the Edge Esports car last time around, so he is going fairly well. But will it be a fight for third or will it be a fight for fourth? I have a feeling it's going to be the latter, because if you think about how much less fuel de Silva is going to be taking on than those guys had to, then it's almost incomparable. Less than half a tank needed here for de Silva. Here's Ruhl, but de Silva's right towards the end of pit lane with really not much fuel to take on board. I think he's going to be absolutely fine here. There he is.
Pulled that off to perfection. Didn't even have to close it down on track. Just did it all in the pit lane. And he's not quite out now, pulling out, and he's right at the end of the pit lane. That is, he's got an absolute world of a margin behind to Ruhl. So yeah, it's a fight between Edge and Monaco for P4, because yeah, somehow Nick de Silva has put that car back on the podium, and yeah, hats off to him. It was not easy to do. He just postponed that pit stop as long as he could in order to shorten the length of it. And yeah, 11 seconds. It wasn't even close in the end of it. 11 seconds. So now he's just got the job of hanging on to it. He's going to be absolutely chuffed with the job he's done, and he's going to bring hopefully that car home for P3 despite that penalty. And yeah, they hats off to the people over at Gira.
Yeah, absolutely. Without the drive-through penalty, they might have been a little bit closer to Seawolf Net Race, but I don't think it would have changed too much either, really, in the end. The only remaining conversation in DPI is really whether we can see Barkley get through on the Edge Esports car. Also, Yoni Simoncic has been on a bit of a charge here. He's got past Bradley Sellers in the final pit stop phase here with only 15 minutes to go. So that's another point to Burst Esport, which will close the margin to Satos Nectar Valix, who will be getting 30 out of this one. Burst Esport with a 6th position, 15. So losing 15 with an 11-point advantage coming in. You do the maths. 4 points of an advantage to Nita Velix after 3 rounds. So it is going to go down to the wire. It keeps toing and froing. This point system, I think, is very, very good as well for keeping cars close. We're going to have a fantastic Le Mans. Every car within 45 points of the leader in each 3 of these classes is going to be in contention, and I think there's going to be championship fights going on in all 3.
It's going to be one to certainly look out for, and one to look forward to round off the season. And yeah, it's certainly in DPI. Burst Esports and Itavelis, they've just been incredible so far. Don't count out anyone at all. Yeah, certainly keep everyone in contention. Of course, attribute to the point systems. 4 points it will be, but yeah, just hats off to Simoncic as well and Burst Esports as a whole, because it just goes to show you why you don't give up in sim racing and real life racing, whatever it might be. You don't give up. Anything can go your way, and they've gone from the lead by 15 seconds to completely out of contention. Their morale absolutely shattered. So now salvaging P6 and a couple of extra points in a championship battle that could be decided by even less than that, by 1 or 2 points or so, because those two incredibly close teams in terms of pace, and the next few rounds are going to be absolutely incredible to watch as well in the P2 and the GTE class as well, because again, incredibly close over there as well. Not fine margins by any means, and it could be by a couple of positions, a couple of points that the titles are decided.
Yeah, it's certainly good. This is the closest battle that's going. Well, it's not the closest, but it might. The one in DPI is not looking like it's going to close really. Bosnica versus Pursuito. Well, that is closing a little bit. 4 seconds between the two of them. And what about the others? Oh, we've got Carlos Martinez right behind Benoit Dufour here. Not quite sure how they're so close together or why. But on-off racing, not the greatest end to this race. We said at the start of it that they'd had a very quiet day of things, and so the best way to do these races is not to get mentioned by us, and that's exactly what they managed. But we've been mentioning them quite a lot recently, and they've been falling back. Carlos Martin too happy to take advantage of that for Netrex GP. He moves up to 12, and Benoit Dufour down to 13th. I'm afraid they're going to be disappointed.
Yeah, certainly they were the team running pretty strong inside the top 10 in 9th place. They had a massive gap to the Satellite Esports and to Hemmingson, who was probably only realistically going to scratch a top 10 after he got past Morente. But yeah, for Dufour, just an unfortunate turn of events, and they've fallen to P13. Still going, only 12 minutes left to go. You might as well just finish the race and salvage what you can. But yeah, certainly what should have, could have, and possibly would have. For a lot of teams today, and that's just how it swings sometimes in this discipline, because endurance racing, it's such a long race. You do so many laps, and the more laps you do, the more cars you're going to pass, the more corners you're going to do, the more likely you are that something's going to happen. And on this occasion, it did happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, it did. Dufour just dropping. Is he onto the pit lane, or has he just had a problem there? No, he's on-off racing. Had a bit of a problem by the looks of things. Didn't quite see where that went or how that went, but yeah, they're dropping down miles behind Carlos Martin. They've got a lap though over Mugen Sim Racing, so they should be all right. But either way, not a good end to their race. The GT battles are not too close really. Yimi Nisler's closing by a few tenths a lap against Sebastian Pfeiffer, but at 5 seconds, he really needs a little bit more than that at this late stage. So it really is down to the likes of Vosnica, maybe Nico Barkley, maybe Valerio Ferraris, or we're not going to see any other positional change up towards the front of any of these categories, and that might well not well happen, because we are 8 hours in at this point. It is fully long race, and so it's to be expected that these guys are so spread out. And if you just think about it, at this stage, we'd only be 1/3 into the 24 hours of Le Mans. That is how that is the scale of that particular event. It's a very, very long one. It's all to look forward to in the first weekend of June. Let's not forget. It's going to be a fantastic one, and can't wait for it in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Always our finale of our seasons, and always a great event either way. Whether there's a championship finale going on or not. For example, in LMP2, I know there was the Burst versus Varga sim racing battle, but after Burst Edge Esports disconnected just before we went off air about 8 hours in, it was really up to Varga to broke it home, and that's exactly what they did. But despite that, it was a good race in LMP2. So yeah, we can certainly look forward to the end of that season. As now that we're halfway through, we do tend to look at those things from here on in. As I mentioned, at the turn of the year, you do start to look at the end of the year just a little bit in the Virtual Endurance Championship.
Yeah, certainly, sort of walking out of the woods as opposed to into the woods, and you start to eye up. We've now got a better idea of who's in realistically of a shout at the title. In terms of points, a lot of people are going to be in a shout at the title come Le Mans, but yeah, for a lot of classes it's going to be between 2 or 3 teams that really have a good shout, and it's going to be an absolutely incredible end to the season, because that 24 hours of Le Mans, it's a ridiculous task to do. We see how exhausted the drivers are going to be, and how much of a task 8 hours was. You have to do that then 2 more times after you've done this in order to do Le Mans. Yeah, it's a tough one, and it's such a great way to round off the season as well. It's a massive event, and yeah, it's going to be the host of some very memorable moments for a long time, I'm sure. But until then, we've still got a couple of rounds to go, and of course 9 minutes of the Road America race here. Not much, I don't think, in the way of changes for position. It seems pretty clear cut for most positions. Yeah, there's not really much gains going on everywhere else. So yeah, it's just to get it home to the finish line and not screw it up with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's exactly what Jake de Stout is doing at the moment, although his lead has come down quite drastically over the last few moments. I have to say, a little bit worried about that. Number 10 car, Nigel Velix, 21 seconds between himself and Gilsinski. Now, yes, a much closer margin than I was, or than it has been for a very long time here, really. And I didn't think Gilsinski's final pit stop was 40 seconds shorter than Jake de Stout's, but it might have been. Another 2.5 seconds taken out of taken out of de Stout last time. 2.06 comes over the line. Where is it going to come over the line? Yeah, now it does. Yeah, 1.6 gain this time as well, so 21 seconds as the yellow flags. The 72 cars off right in front of the Seawolf. But getting out of the way there. Who is the 72 car? One Move Esports, Guillaume Mas. Not having a fantastic day. Well, he's had an alright day, but Nashi Ducrot, I'm afraid, has been been in the wars a little bit. But yeah, Gilsinski only 20 seconds behind de Stout here. I might be missing or forgetting something entirely, or looking a bit stupid at the moment, but that gap has come down to a third of its former size.
Yeah, very strange indeed. Whether the Nita Velix is just taking it easy for the final couple of laps, maybe having to save some fuel. That's also something that could be bringing into it. But yeah, for Benjamin and for Net Race, 1.5 a lap. They haven't got enough time in order to close the gap. But it is strange how much they're closing, and as you say, for them to have such a dominant lead now, it's sort of into question. With such a short amount of time left to go. It could be a number of factors, as I've said. They could just be taking it easy, which, fair play to them. They do not want to be pushing for the last, 6-7 minutes, last couple of laps. Just got to bring it home. They don't need to be putting in quali style laps, just to win at home and cruise to win. But yeah, 20 seconds. It's going to be hard for Benjamin to catch that, even with his incredible surge of paces of recently.
Yeah, absolutely. There's only 4 laps to go by the looks of things. And that's going to need 5 seconds a lap, so that's probably not going to happen, in all honesty. 20 seconds is a big margin, but Seawolf are going to push right to the end. Nico Bockley pushing right to the end as well. He gained over 1.5 seconds on Ruo last time, down to 2 seconds. Jan Vosniker's gap's down to 2 as well from Prosciutto. But that gap's going down more gradually. The Bockley one more in fits and starts really, but there we go. That there may well be something in these final few moments, but yeah, de Stout certainly saving that little bit. Might be saving that little bit of fuel, or making sure that he doesn't have to do an extra lap, because after all, he is in control of this entire race. He could just slow down a little bit, as long as he doesn't lose 20 seconds. So he can slow down a little bit and make sure he doesn't have to do an extra lap here. So he is in full control.
Yeah, just gotta. Yeah, it's all at his discretion, really. He doesn't want to do the extra lap, probably just to end the race and put his mind at rest. Put his, just give him a bit of a break. He's been driving incredibly well in the lead of the race when their championship rivals haven't had the best races. It's been all pressure on him. So fair enough. He wants to take it a bit easy and just enjoy the last few laps, as opposed to pushing like I'm sure they have been for the last 8 hours. But yeah, it's fair enough, all at his discretion, as you said. And yeah, fair play to Nita Velix. They stepped up when their championship rivals didn't exactly have the best day, and they've absolutely controlled the race since. They really haven't been unchallenged since the Best Esports just sort of well, obviously had their incident and fell right off. They just really haven't been challenged until now, but yeah, that's due to a number of factors, I'm sure.
It is indeed. Buckley got within a second and a half a minute ago of Edge Esports, but he's just dropped back ever so slightly. You can be sure there's traffic going on for both of them right now, or there was. Now there's a bit of free track space, but there's a few more to negotiate before the end here. Just out, crosses onto 3 laps to go. What about this yellow flag in sector 3? Well, it's gone again. There wasn't really anybody off by the looks of things. So yeah, this is Barkley going to have enough? It's not looking likely. And even if he does get there, well, it's 4 seconds now. The gap really starting to open up. If he does get there, it's going to be a real desperation at this stage. There's no time to bide your time or do anything that he did when we saw him overtake Jeffrey Fournier, you know, an hour and a half ago, probably now, 2 hours ago. He was so patient and so just slowly applied the pressure that it's just going to be pure desperation at this point, and it's not going to be the same at all.
Yeah, no, if he does manage to catch, which in itself is going to be a massive task, he can't wait around. If he wants that position, he's just going to have to go for it on every opportunity that he can see, give it absolutely everything that he possibly can. Because, as you say, he doesn't have the hour and a half left, the 2 hours left to go that he did last time he was in a close battle. But that is that is dependent on if he does catch, and that is it's rather unlikely. We've got 3 minutes left to go, around about 2-ish laps left of this race. So yeah, not only has he got to close 4 seconds in that time, he's then got to get through and then of course keep it, which is very easy for them to just send one back up the inside. And another driver similar to the car lead in the DPI is Yuri Kastop. He just, again, Jean Lacey, they've been absolutely stellar at the front of the field, at the front of the pecking order, but again, it's just a little bit too short, and it's only going to be second for them because Red Bull Racing once more have just been at the top of their game. They've just been just unmatched, really. They've just been a step above from pretty much everyone else.
Yeah, they have, and he's waving to the camera as well. He knows he's, well, of course he's being told, probably by Rory McDuff or somebody else at Red Bull Racing Esports who's watching on at the moment, and yeah, they're loving it down there at the moment. Very much soaking in this victory. 49 seconds of a margin. I think he's going for it again, but there we are. He's got 2 more laps to go, and he'll be taking home the win, the second of Red Bull Racing Esports' season here in this one. Where is the... Yeah, it's going to be 2 laps to go for them, because Jake Stout is going to be onto his final lap in a few moments' time. Here's Jan Vosnicker, though. This is the battle for the final podium spot in LMP2. Is it enough? Just under a second with 2 laps to go for these guys now. Pursuto and Vosnicker are probably going to have to drive for the longest amount of time of almost everybody in this field. They're going to finish just in front of just out on the road, so they won't be able to be lapped. So to do one less lap, they're going to have to do another one, and that is not music to Pursuto's ears. He wants this race to end ASAP.
Yeah, he's going to be looking at that time where he's going to be waiting to see that checkered flag. He's going to have a world of pressure on his shoulders now. It's incredible what Vosnick has done to close that gap. In fact, it was around about 4 or so seconds, I think, last time we checked. So yeah, he hasn't made it easy for himself, though. He's given himself a very short amount of time in order to get this done. So yeah, it's very close, and it's going to be a very exciting end to this race.
It is indeed. Only 1 minute to go as the race leader, Jake Stout, comes onto the final lap here at Road America. 8 hours of racing, and it all comes down to this 1 lap. A few more lap traffic cars for him to negotiate. It's down the inside of one of them there, and should be taking home this win. 18 seconds in the end. It's a lot closer than it was a few laps ago for whatever reason, but they won't mind. Naito Alex are going to be winning this race, and they're going to be going to the top of the championship as well. Very morale boosting win.
Yeah, huge for them in the championship, and gives them that confidence going into the second half of the season, knowing they're leading the championship. And of course, they know that their closest rival are going to be going into the second half on a bit of a slump. Hopefully, that Thirsty Sports can recompose and come back stronger to give us this championship fight that we've ever so wanted. But yeah, it's going to be close, and yeah, can't wait to see how it pans out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting fight as the clock ticks down to pretty much 0. It's Jake Stout not wanting to He's almost scared to pass the Butler Power car at the moment because he doesn't want to make any 50-50 lunge at all. This is why he's losing so much time to Gilsinski, or partly why anyway, because he doesn't want to make any kind of move that would jeopardise the car. He just wants to enjoy the moment at this stage, and who wouldn't? Into Canada corner for the final time. After 253 laps of racing here this afternoon, 8 whole hours, Nitro Velix have been right at the very front for all of them. And of course, at the one that matters most, the 8 hours of Road America is going to go to Nitro Velix. Jake to start with to enjoy the moment as they go across the line. It's a victory for Nitro Velix. Cetras Nitro Velix also going to the top of this championship as well, with Burst Esport falling back into problems today. They hit the front of this championship. It's Black Hawk Racing and Roman Yakubovic who are going to turn around a poor season so far with a victory here in America. They, as I say, a bit of a slow start for them, but it's turning up with a very fast 2022, starting the year off in the best possible way for these guys. Roman Yakubovic and Black Hawk Racing going to win here at Road America in LMP2 as well. A close margin, only 22 seconds in the end, ahead of Ren's Klopp for Waveframe Esports. And Go Team Racing look like they're just about going to hold on to the podium. And in GTE, the most dominant team of the day, Red Bull Racing Esports with Yuri Kazdorp and Rory McDuff, the super sub, helping Yuri Kazdorp and Red Bull Racing Esports to a victory here at the 8 hours of Road America, and celebrations can begin for those guys as they take the lead of their championship as well. A great race here at Road America. Here's Zach, and a dominant display, particularly from Yuri Kazdorp and Red Bull Racing Esports. Look at how far behind Martin Darland is.
Yeah, it's crazy, and it's not even that the Ferrari was slow. It's just that Yuri was so quick, and Red Bull as a whole, and you just saw he was just able to be so casual about it, giving us a little wave and celebrating, and of course just having a casual laugh and joke while he's leading a race by 30 or 40 seconds or so. Yeah, he not only was he quick, he made it look easy. Certainly probably wasn't easy, and he was definitely feeling the pressure all the way through, but yeah, for them as a whole, that it was just an incredible drive, and once again showing why they're the top team in their respective championship.
Yeah, they are indeed, and it's only by a couple of points at this stage, but it's enough to overhaul John Lacey Esports Academy here today. And the top four, the big four teams in GTE, finishing in the top 5: Red Bull Racing Esports, John Lacey Esports, and Sim Racing, Varga Sim Racing. Juicy's Motorsport Club doing well to get into 4th, although they've not been bad either. Well, maybe this season it's not been great. This is the first real performance from them to get inside the top 5. And Waveframe Esports, despite the fact they had fallen back down a little bit earlier on in this one, well outside the top 10. A little bit of a different strategy got them inside the top 5 and picked themselves up some nice points as well. So, putting them in good stead for the second half of the season. This was round 3, of course, of 6, and we've still got 3 more to go at the 1,000 miles of Sebring, 6 hours of Nürburgring, and of course the 24 hours of Le Mans coming up before this one ends. 2 months' time we'll be joining you next for this one. And yeah, there it is, 1,000 miles of Sebring. We hope to be there for that one. But yeah, let's look, if we can, at the final results just before we sign off for the evening. It's been a long day. It's been a long day for everybody involved, including the drivers and all of the teams and everyone like that. But yeah, we'll just have one quick look at how it finished. Nitro Velix ahead of Seawolf, NetRace, and Ajira Racing the top 3, and Monaco just about getting ahead of Edge Esports by the end. We missed that, but late drama there. By College Burst Esport recovering to 6th ahead of Rookie Monsters and DX Droids to round out the DPI field, and it was Black Hawk Racing beating out Waveframe Esports in LMP2. Jan Vosica wasn't quite able to overtake Go Team Racing for 11th overall and 3rd in class. Waveframe Esports, Arms Cyber and Burst Esport rounding out the top 15. Then it was Juice's Racing Team, Satellite Racing 18th and 19th. Netrex GP finishing 12th in class and 20th overall. On-off Racing were off more than on, I'm afraid, in the final part of the race, and they finished at 13th. Bugan Sim Racing with late problems 14th, and Butler Pow early problems for them. They couldn't recover, only 15th for them. Red Bull Racing Esports, a dominant victory in GTE ahead of John Lacey Esports and Varga Sim Racing rounding out the podium. Juices and Waveframe rounding out the top 5. It was Blackhawk and Your Name Here Racing rounding out the top 30 in the overall standings. Further on, Satellite E-Stars got into 31st. Simrace over Holland with Jackie Lotterman 32nd. Ahead of Volante Racing at Speedy Mike. Wankafino was 35th. Ahead of Angry Bull Racing Team, falling down from a top 5 position after the first couple of hours. Wood of Sim Racing Team 37th. And have One Move Esports in the wars all day. Go Team Racing were certainly in the second half. Likewise, Blackhawk Racing. And these were the 4 teams that didn't finish. Ground Effect Sim Racing, Team Iris, Axel Sports, and Ramada Motorsport for your 44 car grid here today. Thanks very much to everybody who has joined us here this evening for the 8 hours of Road America. We hope to join you in a couple of months' time for the 1,000 miles of Sebring. It'll be same time, same place, 12 o'clock, 2 months' time in March. So we hope to see you then, but for now, it's goodbye.
As a first-year driver in VEC, I've really enjoyed the season so far. I think the shorter season puts a little bit of extra pressure on every race, and it makes the season really exciting. Road America is a very demanding track, both physically and on the tires, so I'm looking forward to some different strategy options with the team, and hopefully to take a win in the LMP2 class.
With 2 out of 2 wins so far, there isn't much more we could hope for here in racing. In Road America, we are looking forward to extending our advantage that we currently have. It being one of the best American circuits ever, we are gonna enjoy the whole 8 hours here.
Hi, this is Yuri Kazok from Red Bull Racing Esports. In the first 2 rounds, it's been decent for us. First round, we had a really good fight with John Lacey. We ended up winning this one. Second round, we had a really good fight with Waveframe. Unfortunately, we had a disconnect so much of a fight. It wasn't looking good for the win anyways after a virtual safety car, code 80. That ruined our chances a bit, but we had a disconnect, ended up P4. What we're looking forward to next on Road America is trying to get back winning some races, saving some fuel, and the season obviously so far, wait. Season for us at Red Bull has been amazing. Amazing.
Hi everyone, I'm Christian Magera, driver of car number 63. Season so far has been pretty interesting. We did have a good race at Spa where we achieved our first win, and we did have a difficult one at Monza where I did a mistake at the first lap at the start that compromised our race, but looking at the pace it was pretty good, so we are happy on how we worked on the pre-season. For the next race at Road America, we're gonna first of all try to have a clean race with no issue, and hopefully we're gonna be as competitive as the last few races. But for sure it's gonna be a good fight for the podium, because there are some very fast drivers and good teams on the GT field, so for sure it's gonna be a very good race.